My girlfriend just broke up with me. The reason was that she thought I was poor and had no connections to help her realize her dream. But we have been together for 5 years and have even reached the stage of planning the wedding. We experienced many firsts before we got together and supported each other through many difficulties. Until a rich man came along and she started to think I was not on her level. So she cruelly abandoned me before marriage. But she didn't expect that many years later I would become a superstar. She suddenly came back into my life. She kept calling and texting me to apologize, saying she didn't mean to hurt me and that she still loved me. Hi everyone. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Chapter 1. Johnson, I have something to tell you in advance. I always get nervous when my girlfriend Maria calls me by my first name. Well, go ahead. I felt a vague sense of uneasiness in my heart. In our hometown, when a girl gets married, the boy has to prepare at least 500,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. She said it lightly, as if it was a matter of course. 500,000? Is the gift so expensive over there? I couldn't help but frown, thinking to myself, how could there be so much money? 500,000 is not bad. Some of us here want more than 1 million. She answered calmly. My current salary is only 8,000. After deducting rent and food, I can save a maximum of 5,000 a month. When can I marry you? I said softly, trying to hide my inner anxiety. Why don't you ask your mother if you can give her less? I promise you that after we get married, I will treat you well. There was pleading in my tone, and I felt powerless. My mother said that the bride price is the guarantee of marriage. If the man can't give it, it means he is incompetent. She said lightly, without any sign of compromise in her words. Baby, then you wait for me for a few more years. I will marry you when I make enough money. I said, gritting my teeth, but my heart was full of confusion about the future. Okay, let's not talk about this. My friend's birthday is tonight, so you don't have to wait for me. Her words suddenly sounded lighthearted, as if none of this mattered anymore. Which friend? My heart tightened, and I felt something was wrong. It's 11 o'clock, baby. Why aren't you back yet? Her voice on the other end of the phone was filled with anxiety. Johnson, are you angry? Her voice suddenly softened. No, I answered briefly, but I felt an indescribable sense of loss in my heart. You were just angry. I called you at noon, and you didn't answer. She continued to ask with dissatisfaction in her tone. I'm Busi. I tried to sound calm. Johnson, what's the big deal? I just slept over at a friend's house for one night. She said with annoyance. I'm really busy. I repeated, but I began to feel more and more uneasy. Whatever you say, explanation is just covering up. If you don't believe me, it's useless to say 10,000 words. Her voice she gradually became colder and seemed to have lost patience with my explanation. Baby, I was really in a meeting at noon. I was not angry with you. I hurriedly explained, but I felt that I could no longer change anything. Really? She asked, with a hint of doubt in her tone. Yeah, I try to keep my tone firm. National Day is coming soon. Where are we going this year? She suddenly changed the subject, trying to ease the atmosphere. Everywhere is crowded during National Day. Why don't we not go out this year and save some money? I said, but I knew in my heart that money had become the bottleneck of all my plans. Money, money, money. You only care about money. Is money that important? There was some complaint in her tone, obviously dissatisfied with me always talking about money. Baby, I make money to marry you. I explained helplessly. Okay, I forgive you. She finally compromised and spoke softer. Red envelope. She sent a red envelope, as if she wanted to mend the rift between us in this way. I'm working overtime tonight. Baby, you don't have to wait for me. Go to bed early. I sent her a message, but I felt an indescribable heaviness in my heart. Love you. Her reply was gentle, but I felt that this gentleness was increasingly out of reach. Why? The picture she sent made my heart tighten. Who sent you this picture? My heartbeat began to speed up, and I felt a little uneasy. Didn't you say last time that your friend's birthday was coming? Why are you in the bar? Her words made me feel angry. My friends and I just went to the bar to hang out for a while. I hurriedly explained, but I knew in my heart that such an explanation would hardly calm her anger. Who's the man next to him? She asked coldly. He's a friend of my friend. I answered reluctantly. Friend of a friend? Do you think I'm blind? You were close to him. Her words made my heart ache. Johnson, is it really that serious? You work overtime every day, so what's wrong with me going out to play with my friends? You can't accompany me all day. Besides, nothing happened between him and me. We just sat together. Her voice began to sound impatient. What else do you want to happen? I asked back, and the anger in my heart burst out. If you think so, then I don't know what to say. But you weren't like this before. Do you not love me anymore? Her tone was filled with disappointment, as if everything was irreversible. I worked so hard to earn money to marry you, but you're kissing and snogging someone else in the bar. What would you think if it were you? I asked angrily, my heart filled with unquenchable pain. Nothing really happened between him and me. You can ask Eve. She was there that night, too. She explained hastily. Johnson, come back early today, and I'll explain everything to you. Johnson, I passed the interview, and I will be able to go to Dongwon Entertainment as a trainee tomorrow. Her tone was full of excitement. Really? Congratulations. I remained calm on the surface, but I began to feel inexplicably uneasy in my heart. But I have to go to Dongwon Entertainment to practice for 3 months, so I can't accompany you during this period. She suddenly said, without a trace of hesitation in her tone. 3 months. I felt an unknown sense of loss in my heart. Okay, I'll see you off when you leave, I said, with a hint of fatigue in my tone. No, you don't have a car. I packed my luggage and will leave tonight. She responded coldly. So urgent. I was stunned, a little confused. The company asked me to do this, so I had no choice. By the way, Johnson, I took the bank card in your drawer. I need money there. She suddenly mentioned the bank card. That's the money I saved for the betrothal gift. I was shocked, and the anger on my face gradually surged up in my heart. Haha, just consider it in advance. Her words made me extremely angry, as if she had never cherished everything I had given her. Johnson, did you see this? Her message made me feel even more complicated. Johnson, we are all adults. Can you be more realistic? She seemed to have no idea how much her behavior hurt me. Johnson, speak, she urged, as if everything should be decided by me. How long have you been with him? I finally couldn't help asking. Not long. Her answer made me sad. In order to see you, I worked overtime for 10 consecutive days and only got 2 days of vacation. I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect. My words gradually choked. Maria, you never liked me, right? You never thought of marrying me. I finally asked the question that had been buried in my heart for a long time. If you could have given me a betrothal gift of 500,000 yuan 6 months ago, maybe I would have married you. But your monthly salary is only 8,000 yuan. Can I be happy after we get married? Her answer made me completely despair. I never thought you were this kind of person. I murmured, unable to believe that this was the woman I loved so much. Johnson, since you've seen it, I won't hide it from you. He is the planning manager of our company, and he was the one who helped us sign the contract with Dongwon Entertainment. She said coldly, Johnson, let's just stop here and wait for me to pack my bags. Her words made me feel hopeless. Are you breaking up with me? My voice trembled. There's no future for us. Her answer was like a sharp knife, completely cutting off our relationship. 5 years of relationship ended, just like that. I exited the WeChat chat interface. My mind was blank. The rental house was in a mess. Beer cans and garbage were scattered all over the floor, and the air was filled with the smell of alcohol. Suddenly, a severe dizziness came over me, and memories of another me flooded into my mind. My name is Johnson. I'm 26 years old, and I come from a small city. Just yesterday, Maria broke up with me, and her new boyfriend added me on WeChat to humiliate me. I was so desperate that I tried to commit suicide by drinking, but I died of drunkenness. Then, I traveled to this world. I know that my parallel world self was once a B-list star and died of stomach cancer. What is this? Time travel or rebirth? I talked to myself. My eyes were filled with confusion. Strictly speaking, this is considered time travel. I took a deep breath and felt an invisible force surging in my body. Being alive is more important than anything else. Dress up and enter the entertainment industry is my only shortcut. I saw the haggard face in the mirror. My eyes gradually became firm, and my heart was filled with a strange light. Chapter 2. The rental house is only 15 square meters, but it can accommodate almost all my belongings. In Shanghai, where every inch of land is valuable, the rent is as high as 2,000, and I have to take the subway for more than 40 minutes every day to get to the company. There is only one small compartment in the closet that belonged to me, and the rest belonged to Maria. She used to be a receptionist at an IT company with a monthly salary of less than 4,000 yuan and later joined Dongwon Entertainment Company. At the end of every month, Maria always came to me to ask for money. After a long time, I got used to it. Last month, I saved some money by living frugally and waited until the end of the month to transfer it to her. Looking at the clothes in the closet, I couldn't help but think of the past. I felt angry and even wanted to slap myself and curse. Are you cheap? I picked up the beer can on the floor, threw it into the trash can, sat back on the bed, and opened my phone to check the balance. There was more than 300 left. I had just received last month's salary, which was more than 6,000. After paying the rent, there was less than 4,000 left. A few days ago, Maria took my bank card. There was 50,000 yuan in it, but now is empty. I pulled 2 concert tickets out of my bag. These are tickets for the tour of Maria's favorite male singer, James. Even though the seats are not good, I still spent more than 600 yuan. I originally planned to give Maria a surprise, but downstairs of Dongwang Entertainment Company, I saw her and a greasy-haired man walking intimately into a luxury car. I didn't want to think about it anymore, so I took a shower, changed into sportswear, took my concert ticket, went out to get some fresh air and feel the musical atmosphere of this world. I got in a taxi and headed to the concert. There was a long queue of fans outside, but fortunately, there were volunteers to guide me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to get there. I held the 2 tickets tightly and followed the crowd. A girl next to me was anxiously calling. Are you okay? Why haven't the tickets arrived yet? She was wearing a famous brand, and judging from her appearance, she used to be an artist. I looked down at the ticket in my hand and asked her tentatively, Beautiful lady, are you alone? She gave me a suspicious look and said unkindly, What do you want to do? I held up the ticket in my hand and said, I came here with my girlfriend, but she dumped me yesterday. If you're alone, I can sell you the ticket. Her guarded look disappeared instantly, and she asked hurriedly, Is this a real ticket? Yes. I stayed up all night to get the tickets. I still have the record on my phone. Do you want me to show it to you? She was obviously in a hurry to get in, and she quickly paid 500. I knew she didn't care about this little money. Thank you. I should thank you. I replied with a smile. See you inside. She handed her ticket to the ticket inspector and entered the venue, and I followed closely behind. The venue was large and could accommodate tens of thousands of people. I arrived late, and the seats were almost full. The bustle around me reminded me of my past as an artist. I had also experienced concerts before. The main source of income for celebrities is not concerts, but advertising endorsements, commercial performances, etc. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted my thoughts. Handsome guy, thank you. If it weren't for your ticket, I probably wouldn't be able to get in. I glanced at her and smiled. I bought the ticket for 320 yuan and sold it to you for 500 yuan. I should thank you. After she sat down, she took the initiative to chat with me. What's your name? Are you from Shanghai? Johnson, from out of town. My name is Jessica. Hello. We chatted about some light topics, and she talked about James in almost every sentence. I was not familiar with this singer, and the reason I bought the ticket was just because Maria liked him. The concert finally began, the lights focused on the stage, James appeared, and the fans went wild. I was no longer shocked by such scenes. I have enjoyed similar treatment in the past, but now I don't care so much. The song started, I listened quietly and said to myself, these chords are very common, no different from those pop songs. It seems that the worlds of the 2 circles are similar, except that there are some songs here, but not there. My voice was very soft, and the noise beside me completely covered it. Chapter 3. Songs were played one after another, and the audience's enthusiasm grew with the songs, with cheers rising one after another. James invited 2 celebrity guests to the stage to sing a chorus and gave them the opportunity to sing solo. This arrangement is very common in concerts. Singing 30 songs in a row is really tiring, so celebrity friends often help out and take a break in the middle. In the second half of the concert, James sang 2 love songs. His voice was obviously a little tired. He took a sip of water, picked up the microphone, and said, Next, I will invite a lucky fan to come on stage to sing my song. If you can perform the whole song, I will give away my first collector's edition album. The whole audience immediately burst into screams. It is the dream of fans to be able to sing with their idol. James smiled and said, Next, I will ask the lighting teacher to randomly select an audience member. I will turn my back dozens of times, and whoever the light shines on will go on stage. Okay. The audience's response almost shook the venue. James turned his back to the audience and said loudly, Are the lights ready? Swish! A beam of white spotlight illuminated the center of the audience, and the fans screamed. James began to count down. 10, 9, 8. The lights moved back and forth in the audience, and the screams continued to rise. When he said 1, the light stopped at a position in the back row, and everyone turned to look. The glaring light made it difficult for me to open my eyes, and Jessica next to me opened her mouth wide, obviously too shocked to speak. The staff handed me the microphone, and I realized that I was selected. I was lucky enough to be selected with a 1 in 10,000 chance. Could this be the buff of a time traveler? I awkwardly took the microphone and stood up. After all, I knew nothing about James and his songs. Please invite our lucky guy to come on stage. I hesitated a little, and the chat history with my girlfriend flashed through my mind. I glanced at the stage where James was standing. The hesitation in my heart gradually disappeared. Holding the microphone tightly, I walked onto the stage firmly. What's your name? Johnson. How many years have you been listening to my songs? I started listening to your songs after I got together with my girlfriend. James laughed. Haha, so you were here with your girlfriend. So which song do you want to sing today? I took a deep breath, looked at the camera, and said, Excuse me, can I sing my own song? Your own song? James was a little surprised. Are you a singer too? I smiled sheepishly. I graduated from the Magic City Conservatory of Music. I can only write songs, not a singer. Oh, that's why. I didn't expect to get an original singer today. Then the stage is up to you. If you sing well, the collector's edition album will be yours. Come on. I nodded and chuckled. James took the opportunity to go to the side to rest. Although he said so, he didn't have high expectations in his heart. I walked to the piano teacher and asked politely, Can I borrow the piano? The piano teacher was stunned for a moment, but still gave up his seat. I hung the microphone on the piano stand, adjusted it, and sat down. Jessica looked at me in surprise, not expecting that I could not only write songs but also play the piano. What surprised her most was that when I stood on the stage, facing thousands of audiences, I was not nervous at all, but rather extremely calm. The venue gradually quieted down, and there was a final silence, as if everyone was waiting for my next move. My fingers hovered over the keys, recalling the melody in my mind, and I gently pressed the keys, making a deep prelude sound. 10 fingers skillfully struck the keys, and the notes flowed like flowing water. James almost spit out water when he heard the piano. Obviously, he didn't expect this. I moved closer to the microphone, and the piano melody blended with my voice. Keep it simple. Speak in a simple way. Please omit the progressive emotions. You are not an actor. Don't design those plots. After singing these few short sentences, the audience was in turmoil. Several band teachers were stunned, but I was completely immersed in my own world. My singing was full of emotion, echoing in every corner of the venue. No problem. I just want to see how you round it off. Your sadness is superficial, like an untalented actor. The audience can see it at a glance. Jessica covered her mouth and her eyes widened. She couldn't believe I could sing such a beautiful song. She suddenly remembered that I had mentioned before entering the venue that I had just broken up with my girlfriend yesterday. Could it be that this song was written for his girlfriend? I should have cooperated with you in the performance, but I turned a blind eye. You're forcing the person who loves you the most to improvise. When do we start to lose our bottom line? Watch those poor performances in line with the changing times. But you love me so much. Why did you perform the details? What should I become to delay boredom? It turns out that when love lets down its guard, all these things are the tests. The chorus progresses layer by layer, and the emotions surge like the tide, hitting the heart directly. After listening to the performance, many of the audience members who had experienced a broken heart recalled their past, and some sentimental people even had tears in their eyes. I was completely immersed in this stage. Ever since I learned that I had cancer, I would have to say goodbye to the stage forever. When I stood on this stage today, my inner emotions burst out like a flood. I'm doing my best to cooperate with you in your performance. It's like the guest on a love show. Anyone can choose. If you can still see that I love you, please cut out those scenes so that I can look respectable. But you love me so much. Why did you act out the details? Looking like I don't care is my last performance. It is because I love you that I choose to perform. This kind of fulfillment. I stood up from the piano and bowed to the audience as usual. But the audience and the audience were all sad, and their eyes were full of sympathy, as if they had also experienced the pain I sang in the song. Chapter 4. This guy is definitely here to ruin the show. James was filled with rage, and looking at the fanatical reactions of the fans below the stage, he almost went crazy. Why would he invite such a person to the stage? His originally planned love song performance was probably going to be completely ruined. 1,000 horses were galloping through his heart, but at this moment, he could only force a smile and asked loudly, Does he sing well? Yes, the response of tens of thousands of people was like thunder, and the atmosphere instantly reached a climax. James' mood suddenly hit rock bottom. This kind of hot scene was simply unbearable. If his next performance failed to continue this kind of heat, it might be completely embarrassing. He smiled helplessly and said, "Brother, your singing skills have surpassed many famous singers. Don't you really have any works?" I shook my head, feeling a little complicated. I just broke up with my girlfriend yesterday. I wrote this song after the breakup, and I'm singing it for the first time today. Then can you tell me why you broke up? Because I have no money. I spoke bluntly and looked at James in shock. He obviously didn't expect me to be so straightforward and continued to ask, "Now that you are standing on the stage, what do you want to say to your ex-girlfriend?" I paused and suddenly fell silent. Holding the microphone, I said without hesitation, "I have nothing to say. I was blind to like her." The audience immediately burst into an uproar, and the atmosphere became a little awkward. James laughed awkwardly a few times. "Haha, you will definitely regret it. So what is the name of the song?" "Actor," I replied. He nodded and said, "This song is really well written. Come, I'll give you a collector's edition album. The fans in the audience should have no objection. If there's a chance, let's talk about creation." "Thank you." I took the album with mixed feelings. After I handed the album to the staff, I returned to my seat and all eyes were immediately focused on me. Jessica came over, her eyes full of anticipation. She looked at the collector's edition album in my hand and asked with a smile, "Master, can you sell this album to me?" I looked at her, made up my mind, and said directly, "I'll sell it to you if you pay me, WeChat or Alipay." "You're too materialistic." She smiled, but seemed to think I was a little funny. I smiled and said, "Then I won't sell it." She grabbed me and said with a pitiful expression, "I was wrong. Can I transfer the money to you? This album is sold for 88,000 on Shinyu. How about I give you 80,000? 80,000. I was shocked. This was unbelievable. Seeing that I was stunned, Jessica quickly raised the price. "Okay, 90,000. 90,000. I thought this was even more outrageous than a dream. I hesitated for a moment. 80,000. I have no use for this album. "Okay, I'll transfer the money to you." After the transaction was completed, she held the album proudly, and people around her were envious. "Did you really write the song you sang on the stage just now?" Jessica suddenly asked. "What else?" I replied coldly. "Great, great." She gave me a thumbs up. "With your singing voice, you will definitely stand out from the crowd if you participate in a talent show." I smiled and said, "I plan to quit my job and participate in a talent show." "Really?" She was surprised. "Really? Haha. Tell me when the time comes. I will definitely help you get on the list." I nodded. "I'm going to leave first. The concert is almost over." She glanced at me and finally followed me. "Where are you going?" "The concert is almost over. The subway must be very congested. I'll go first." I stood up and prepared to leave. Jessica was stunned for a moment, then decided to follow me. "I'll take you there." "Are you sure?" She smiled and responded playfully. "I'm going to take the initiative to invite you for a ride. Can you refuse me?" I smiled helplessly. "Okay, thanks." After getting in the car, I found out that she was driving a BMW 7 Series at a very fast speed. Although the car was good, her driving style was very rude. Along the way, Jessica said excitedly, "The song you sang will definitely be popular, and there will definitely be a video on the internet tomorrow." I sneered. "It's not that easy." She was confident. "When you release a song, I will definitely listen to it. I'm going to the company to sign up for resignation tomorrow, and then I'll go to the recording studio to record songs in the afternoon." She smiled. "Remember to send me a message, and I'll forward it for you." "Okay." Chapter 5. Watching the car disappear, I couldn't help but chuckle, took out my phone to check my WeChat balance, and felt relieved. The unexpected surprise of 80,000 yuan temporarily relieved my stress. Without this money, I would have to rack my brains to plan for the days ahead. Now, at least I don't have to worry about unexpected expenses, and I can't help but feel a little comforted. I returned to the rental house, took off my coat, and hurried into the bathroom to relax, only to find that the water heater was broken. I had contacted the landlord many times, but he always said, "If you want to rent it, rent it. If not, move out." But in this strange city, without any relatives or friends, and with limited options for renting a house, I could only swallow my anger. My shower was interrupted, but I didn't think much about it. I quickly dried my body, lay down on the bed, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Although things were not going well, I believed that everything would pass. The next morning, the alarm clock woke me up from my dream. I hurriedly caught the subway and came to the company. The subway was crowded. People around me were looking down at their phones or talking in low voices. I stood in the crowd, feeling heavy in my heart, which was beyond words. The company is located on the 30th floor of a high-rise building in the city center. It looks gorgeous on the outside, and the people inside are well-dressed, like successful elites. In fact, everyone's life is not easy. College students with a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan are in great demand, while migrant workers with a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan are almost unheard of. Everyone is fighting for life, and the so-called elite atmosphere is just an appearance. I work in the company's post-production department, with a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan, but the workload far exceeds the salary. There are 4 people in my department: Ethan, the supervisor; George, who is a dependency; and Susan, a recent graduate who has an unclear relationship with the manager. Whenever the workload is heavy, I usually work overtime alone, which makes me feel unbalanced. Today, I can finally be free. Johnson, you're here early today. As soon as I entered the company, George and Susan came over and greeted me. Susan asked anxiously, "Have you finished the project on Friday? We need to show the results to the client on Wednesday." "No," I responded calmly. George and Susan were stunned. Susan accused me. "Don't you know that the project is due to the client on Wednesday?" I responded coldly. "I'm the only one in the post-production department. Why should I be responsible for every task?" Susan pointed at me angrily, shaking with anger. She had just come out of the manager's office and had always been the object of people's flattery. The elevator door opened, and everyone walked in silently. George and Susan went to the supervisor's office, while I returned to my workstation. I had just packed my things when my supervisor, Ethan, rushed over with George and Susan. "Johnson, why haven't you done the Friday project yet?" Ethan asked loudly. "No," I answered coldly. Ethan was stunned for a moment, and his tone became more rude. "Did you know that the client wants to see the results on Wednesday?" I suddenly stood up and glared at him. "Ethan, watch your mouth." This sentence froze the atmosphere in the entire office, and everyone was stunned. I usually endure silently and never get into conflict with others, but today I couldn't help it. Ethan was stunned for a moment and angrily cursed. "Don't you want to do it anymore?" "Yes." I threw the file on the table and yelled, "I'm the only one in the post-production department. Every time I'm busy, I'm the only one working overtime. Do you think I don't know that George is your distant relative? Susan, do you really think no one in the company knows about the dirty things you did with your manager?" I sneered. "You idiots, do you really think you are so important?" The office fell silent. Everyone was shocked and speechless. Ethan, George, and Susan were stunned and speechless. I looked at their stunned expressions, picked up the box, threw down my work badge, and said softly, "I quit." Then I left the office in a cool manner. Ethan stood there for a long time before he came to his senses and shouted angrily, "Young people nowadays are really outrageous. Look, get to work." At noon, there was a sound of people eating takeout in the office. Susan was eating while browsing Douyin and suddenly saw the hot search topic "Mysterious Man" at James' concert. She shouted in surprise, "Johnson, it's Johnson." My colleagues around me also gathered around and were surprised. "Johnson, oh my God, it's really him." I was eating in a restaurant when I received the screenshots and voice messages sent by Jessica. In the video, I was singing on stage, and it has received over 3 million likes. Jessica's voice was clearly audible. "Master, you're on the trending search. You are really going to be famous." He smiled and typed a reply. "Maybe I'm lucky." Jessica quickly replied, "Where are you? Are you recording this afternoon?" I was a little confused. Jessica sent a message. "I'll pick you up. There's a recording studio nearby." I was suspicious. "What are you trying to do?" Jessica replied, "Can't you just take advantage of the popularity in advance? Stop talking nonsense and send me the address." I had no choice but to send her my location. At the same time, I opened the video again and saw the following comments jumping around. "This song directly rips off the fig leaf of many domestic singers. The lyrics are so heartfelt, I really feel sorry for him. I heard he wrote this song after he was heartbroken. Brothers, which platform can I listen to the audio?" These last few lines really touched my heart. It is recommended to debut on the spot. Chapter 6. Jessica kept her word, and half an hour later, her car stopped in front of the restaurant. I fastened my seatbelt and looked at Jessica, who was even more excited than me. I couldn't help but ask curiously, "It's Monday today. Why didn't you go to work?" She answered with a relaxed look, "I just graduated and was planning to go to work, but my dad wouldn't let me. Your dad wouldn't let me? Yes, I interned at one of my dad's companies, but I couldn't do anything there. Finally, I decided to change companies, but he didn't agree. I was speechless. If this world were truly fair, there wouldn't be so many people worrying about having enough food to eat. Jessica suddenly brought up what happened yesterday. Master, have you read the comments? Everyone said that you sang well. I didn't feel that at the scene yesterday, but after listening to it several times today, it was really beautiful. I smiled and responded, "Don't call me a great god. I just quit my job and now I'm unemployed." What's wrong with being unemployed? With your singing voice, you can definitely make your debut if you participate in a talent show. I smiled bitterly. I hope everything goes that smoothly. The car drove into the city center and finally stopped in front of a building. Let's go. It's not cheap to record songs here, is it? Didn't I transfer 80,000 yuan from you yesterday? But I have no income now. I have to think about the future. She slammed the car door impatiently. A song only costs a few $100s. Stop wasting time and let's go. I could only follow her like a little follower. Hello, we want to record a song. Do you have an appointment? No. Do I need to make an appointment in advance? It doesn't matter. There's no one in Studio 3. You can go directly. The recording engineer is here. Thank you. Jessica led me to the door of Studio 3, knocked on the door, and went straight in. Inside was a common recording studio with complete equipment. After we entered the room, the sound engineer, a man in his 30s with braids and artistic clothes, saw us and asked, "Are you two here to record a song?" "Yes." "Are you guys recording together?" Jessica pointed at me. "He's recording alone." "Then let's get started. You could do a sound check first." "No need, just start. I've already tested my voice, and I'm satisfied with it, so I don't want to waste time." "Are you a professional?" "Yes, this is what I studied in college." The man smiled and nodded. "Okay, let's get started." I put on the headphones and made an okay gesture to the person outside, and the person outside also handed Jessica the headphones and made an okay gesture. I started singing, and my voice echoed in the studio. After I finished singing, the recording engineer's expression changed slightly, and he was obviously a little surprised. As an experienced recording engineer, he had recorded for many stars, but each time required a lot of tuning. However, after listening to the song I sang, he didn't find any place that needed tuning. I looked at my own singing and handed him the USB drive. "This is the track I made yesterday. Help me adjust it and see how it works." Okay. A few minutes later, the man played the finished product. The singing gradually progressed with the melody, the emotions also sublimated, and the final ending fell. The man seemed a little excited. "It's great that this song ranks first in my heart." "Thank you. Please help me export the file to the USB drive." Okay. When exporting the file, the man asked, "It's charged by time. It's only been 20 minutes. Do you want to record another song?" Jessica looked at me with anticipation. "Master, can you sing other songs?" I thought about it and nodded. "Record another one." Okay. 30 minutes later, we emerged from the building. Jessica couldn't wait to ask, "When are you going to release these 2 songs?" "I'll take a look at it when I get home tonight. Actor can be posted right away, but Just Right needs some further thought. It's only 4 o'clock now. What are we going to do next?" I looked at the phone in my hand and said, "I'm going to change my phone." She pointed to the mall in front of her and said, "The mall is in front. I'll take you there." "Miss Shue, please go ahead and do your work. I'll go buy it myself." "Come on, I'll accompany you." We entered the Apple store, and I originally wanted to buy an old model of phone, but she insisted buy new, not old electronic products. In the end, I had no choice but to pay for the latest model, iPhone 14. As soon as I walked out of the store, I received a WeChat message from Maria with a note, "Baby." I clicked on the voice chat and heard a familiar voice. "I'll be downstairs soon." I didn't bring my key. "Are you home?" Jessica asked curiously. "Your ex-girlfriend?" "Yes." I replied to the voice message. "I'm outside. I'll be right back." Putting the phone in my pocket, I looked at Jessica and said carefully, "Can you do me a favor?" "What favor?" "Pretend to be my girlfriend." Her eyes lit up. "I'm best at acting. Come on, take me to see your ex-girlfriend." Chapter 7. Downstairs in an old residential area on Dongyang Road, a black Audi A6 was parked quietly on the side of the road, with a man and a woman standing next to it, seemingly waiting for someone. The girl is Maria, who is recognized as the most beautiful girl in the university. Although she has no special skills after graduation, she successfully found a receptionist job thanks to her appearance. She recently spent a month at the training base of Dongwang Entertainment, and her temperament and appearance have changed significantly. Today, she wore white high-heeled dad shoes, a short skirt, black stockings, a tight low-neck t-shirt, and a black leather jacket, looking mature and charming, as if she were a member of the entertainment industry. The man next to him is Jareth, the manager of the Donghuang Entertainment Planning Department. Although he is only 29 years old, he is considered to be living a good life in a city like Shanghai. He looked at the dilapidated neighborhood around him and asked, "Lily, have you lived in a place like this before?" Maria replied, "I have lived here since graduation. My salary is not high, so I can only share the rent with Johnson." Jareth smiled and said, "From today on, you and he are from two different worlds." He continued, saying that Tudo Video has contacted several management companies and is preparing to launch a girl group talent show. You will definitely participate, and your debut is a foregone conclusion. Maria was so excited that she couldn't help hugging Jareth. Jareth whispered in her ear, "Lily, you are so beautiful. You deserve to be admired by others." However, just as the two were being intimate, a BMW 7 Series drove into the community, and the scene in front of me made my heart ache. Soon, this pain was replaced by indifference. I knew that the pain did not belong to me, but to the me of the past. Jessica seemed to notice my mood swings. She glanced at Maria and Jareth, guessed that the person was my ex-girlfriend, and looked displeased, as if she disdained such blatant intimacy. "Johnson, remember, I'll be your girlfriend after I get off the car, so don't mess up your performance," she said seriously. "If you embarrass yourself, I'll be embarrassed too." I responded, "Thank you." She chuckled. "Just act well first." When we got off the car, Maria's eyes were immediately drawn to me. When she saw me walking towards her, she quickly broke free from Jareth's arms with a guilty look on her face. At this moment, Jessica suddenly opened the car door, and a slender white leg stretched out from the car. She took off her sunglasses and casually clipped them on her vest. She confidently took my arm and walked towards Maria and Jareth with me. "Johnson, is this your ex-girlfriend?" Maria was stunned by Jessica's sweet smile and noble temperament. She had never seen such a woman around me, and she didn't expect that just 2 days after the breakup, I actually had a girlfriend who was better than her. Maria asked, "Johnson, who is she?" I replied calmly, "My girlfriend." She said in a trembling voice, "We just broke up yesterday. How come you have a girlfriend so soon?" I responded coldly, "Why, you're the only one who can find someone else outside, and I can't find a girlfriend after breaking up." She was stunned and didn't react at all. Jessica whispered in my ear, "Johnson, let's go." Maria coldly, "Aren't you here to pack up? Hurry up." We went upstairs together. Maria was a little slow and only followed slowly after Jareth reminded her. After entering the room, Jessica looked at the college photos on the wall and asked with interest about the story behind each photo. I shared the interesting things that happened in college one by one. Maria seemed to feel like an outsider, and she'd pack her luggage faster and faster, not even having time to put many clothes into the bag. "I'm done," she said in a hurried voice. I turned to Jareth and asked, "Are you her current boyfriend?" Jareth nodded. "Yes." I said directly, "Maria took my bank card with 50,000 yuan when she went to Dongwang Entertainment. That was my hard-earned money. You have to return it to me." Jareth hesitated for a moment, then finally took out his phone and transferred 50,000 yuan to me. Although he felt bad, he still paid. Jareth added, "Lily may be on a talent show next month, and there will definitely be all kinds of comments online, so don't talk nonsense about what happened between you two." I responded calmly, "Don't worry." Maria carried her luggage bag, as if expecting me to keep her, but I turned around, looked at the photos on the wall, and said calmly, "Let's go. Don't contact me again." She was stunned, her face turned pale, and finally left in silence. Chapter 8. The door closed gently. Maria lowered her head, carried her luggage, and left the rental house with a lonely look. Through the window, I saw the Audi gradually driving away and disappearing on the quiet street. Jessica saw this. She excitedly raised her hand and shouted to me, "Come on, give me 5." I smiled, raised my hand, and high-fived her, feeling a little relieved. Jessica sat on the bed and teased, "Okay, I thought you were just talking, but I didn't expect you to really let it go." I picked up the broken phone, handed it to Jessica, and said, "Look at the chat history between me and her." She took the phone, scrolled the screen, and gradually fell silent. After reading it, she angrily threw the phone to the ground and said angrily, "She has been pitying you, and you actually cooperated. I really admire you. You don't even care about spending any money yourself, but you transfer so much to her every month." I sighed and said, "Indeed, It may be because it's your first time in love and you're thinking about getting married, so you have no experience. This time, I may not fall in love easily again. Seeing my lost expression, Jessica said impatiently, "Don't do this. Cheer up." There was blame and heartache in her tone. I handed her my new iPhone and said, "Please help me block and delete them. I'm going to post a song." Jessica took the phone and quickly deleted them from the address book, clearing all contact information, then put the phone back on the bed and walked over to me. I opened the audio software and listened to Actor again, and after confirming that it was correct, I prepared to upload it. I hesitated for a long time and finally filled in my name in the singer column. Okay, it's uploaded successfully. I looked at the uploaded Actor and smiled. I didn't expect someone to cover it so soon. Jessica pouted. Now is the era of traffic. Who doesn't want to ride on the popularity? I could only smile bitterly. "Jessica, it's getting late. Shouldn't you go home?" I turned my head and looked at her. She was unhappy and pouted, saying, "What do you mean? You're going to drive me away after helping me? It's too quick to destroy the bridge after crossing the river." I spread my hands and said, "I'm afraid it's unsafe for you to go back alone. You can see that there's only one bed here. If you stay..." Before I could finish my words, Jessica interrupted me with a red face. "Pervert." I explained, "I mean, if you stay, I'll have to sleep on the floor." "Jessica, can you please get some sense in your head? Your brain is not healthy." She responded helplessly. "You haven't had a girlfriend in all these years. You are really careless." I was speechless and could only smile bitterly. Then Jessica asked, "After uploading, are you going to ignore it?" I was stunned. "What else?" Jessica rolled her eyes and said, "You are the protagonist of the hot search. If you release a video to promote it, people will pay attention to your song." I smiled bitterly, "But I have never released any works and I don't have any fans on Douyin." She waved her hand and said, "You post it and I'll repost it for you." I looked at her suspiciously. "Are you a video blogger?" She responded proudly, "I'm a fashion blogger with more than 600,000 fans, and I can earn tens of thousands of dollars from one advertisement." I gave her a thumbs up. "You are awesome." She smiled smugly. "Just listen to me." We discussed it, and Jessica acted as a cameraman and helped me record video. I sat in front of the computer and whispered, "Hi everyone, I'm Johnson, the amateur who sang Actor at the concert yesterday. I re-recorded it today and uploaded it to Penguin Music. You can go and listen to it." After that, I bowed, and Jessica paused and skillfully added subtitles using video editing software. "How is it? Is it okay?" she asked proudly. I read it and laughed. "Great. Uploaded directly?" she asked. "Yes." I nodded. The video was uploaded successfully. Even though I don't have any TikTok fans, Jessica took out her phone to repost it and tagged me in the comment section. Soon, her fans began to like the video, and the number of likes on the video skyrocketed, entering the TikTok recommendation list. "Johnson, you're going to be famous. Your video has received over 50,000 likes so quickly," Jessica said excitedly. "Thank you, Jessica. I'll treat you to a meal some other day." I said sincerely. She snorted. "It's rare that you take the initiative to treat me to a meal." I shrugged. "I don't have any money now." Okay, I'm gonna go home first. We'll keep in touch on WeChat." She waved. I walked her downstairs, and when we got to the car, she suddenly turned around and said with a smile, "Johnson, are we friends now?" "Yes, of course," I replied with a smile. "Then don't forget me when you become famous," she said with a sly smile. I smiled and said, "I'm not that kind of person. Okay, bye." She waved her hand, turned around, and got into the car, disappearing into the night. "Bye," I responded lightly and watched her leave. Chapter 9. On the way back to the Dongwon Entertainment Training Base, Maria sat in the passenger seat, looking at the rearview mirror with a serious expression. The scenes from not long ago kept appearing in my mind, my indifference to her, and the intimacy between him and Jessica. They had already broken up, she already had a new boyfriend, and was about to participate in a talent show, so logically, she shouldn't worry about it anymore. But the irritability and unwillingness pierced her heart like a needle. "Am I jealous?" she asked herself in a low voice. But she preferred to believe that I was just deliberately irritating her. Otherwise, how could I get so close to someone so quickly? Absolutely not. Her nails dug into her thighs unconsciously, using the pain to calm herself down. Jareth noticed her emotions and asked gently, "Are you still thinking about your ex-boyfriend?" Maria shook her head. "No, it's over. You've been dating for 5 years, so it's normal that you can't forget about it for a while." Jareth comforted her. "You're going to participate in the show soon, and your attitude is the most important thing." Maria nodded. Don't worry, I won't be distracted. My current goal is to debut. Jareth touched her head. Be good. Just listen to me. Nothing can stump you. She leaned on his shoulder, trying to get some comfort. At this moment, Jareth's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone, and it was Robert, the manager of Dongwon Entertainment Department. Let's go back to the company for a short meeting. Robert said in a hurried tone, last night's video of a man singing became a hot topic today, and the company asked us to summarize our experience. After hanging up the phone, Jareth muttered unhappily, there are so many lucky influencers out there. Is it really necessary to hold a meeting? Maria suddenly became curious when she heard the word hot search and opened the Douyin hot list. The first one was the video of the concert. She clicked play and a familiar melody sounded. She was stunned. She was too familiar with this voice. She recalled the scene when they first met. At the university welcome party, he was singing on the stage. She was attracted at that moment, which led to their acquaintance and love. She couldn't mistake his voice. The pianist in the video gradually zoomed in. The next second, she saw the face clearly. It was Johnson. No, this is impossible. She covered her mouth, her eyes full of shock and disbelief. Lily, what's wrong? Jareth noticed something was wrong, stopped the car on the side of the road, took her phone, and took a look, and was also shocked. Doesn't he work in an advertising company? Why'd he go to a concert to sing? Maria's eyes were red and her voice was trembling. He must have wanted to take me with him. I also said I wanted to go. I was there last night. She sent me a message in a panic, but the system prompted message rejected, and you are not his friend yet. She was stunned, staring at the screen blankly. It deleted me. Tears instantly burst out of her eyes, and her heart felt like it was cut by a sharp knife. She couldn't accept it. The man who once said he would never let go of her now completely eliminated her from his life. A 400-square-meter apartment in Tangcheng, Magic City. Jessica returned home, threw her bag on the sofa, and took off her coat as she walked. There was no one at home, and she had long been accustomed to being casual and free. After soaking in a hot bubble bath, she watched a romantic drama while browsing her phone. When she saw that my Douyin video had received over 500,000 likes, she immediately opened WeChat and sent a voice message. Johnson, 500,000 likes in just 1 hour. You're really going to be famous. Johnson replied a few minutes later, just got out of the shower, haven't watched it yet. While everyone is paying attention, quickly released the second song to attract fans. I'm working on the beat. It's almost 10 o'clock. Are you still awake? I just got home. I sat down in front of the computer, opened the software, and replied, okay, I'll make the song first. You go to bed early. Yes, sir. Chapter 10. When I woke up, my phone was already filled with messages, and the 99+ WeChat reminders were blindingly bright. I clicked on it and saw messages from everyone from college to junior high school, with a bunch of familiar, yet unfamiliar avatars pouring in, as if my entire youth had come back to life that night. I have never been noticeable in the crowd. After graduating from college, my roommates went to different places to make a living. At first, the group was occasionally lively, but later even the holiday greetings sent to the group became perfunctory. Now that he has suddenly become famous, even his elementary school classmates, who he hasn't contacted for more than 10 years, have come out to get close to him. It's really interesting. This world always makes people see the true nature of people. Once you fell to the ground, they pretended not to see it. Now you are flying on the wind, and everyone wants to get some credit from you. Just like the saying goes, if a poor person wields a knife or a stick on the street, no one will pay attention to him. If a rich person lives in the mountains, he cannot stop currying favor with the powerful. While replying to a few friends who still remembered me, I thought calmly that probably the only people who were truly happy for me were my parents. The rest, mostly, were snooping under the guise of concern, or simply were jealous and wanted to see me fail. After replying to the message, I opened TikTok and almost dropped my jaw. It only had 80,000 followers yesterday, but now it has soared to 370,000. You know, I just posted a video. I know in my heart that this is not accidental. I opened Penguin Music and clicked on the song Actor that I uploaded. The comment column seemed to be soaked with tears, full of resonance. It's so touching that I fell asleep listening to it last night. Please don't put it up for sale. This song is better than 80% of the songs in the industry. Every word was like a match thrown into my heart, warm and sincere. But I dare not be too proud, because I know that this enthusiasm is short-lived. Now, I'm just an ordinary person, and the audience is tolerant of ordinary people. But once you become an artist, those keyboard warriors will target you, and there will be many more people scolding you than praising you. So I had to stay calm. I put away my emotions, put on my clothes, washed up, and prepared to go out for breakfast. I am very familiar with the breakfast shop at the entrance of the community downstairs. Aunt Wong and Uncle Lou are fellow villagers and have been taking care of me since I moved here. Auntie Wong, good morning. Your Uncle Lou is still squatting in the toilet. She responded to me in her hometown dialect while frying noodles with a smile. Hearing these familiar words, I felt inexplicably at ease. What are you eating today? Mixed noodles? She asked. Fried noodles. In order to save money, I used to eat mixed noodles for 4 yuan for several months. I would only have fried noodles for 8 yuan on birthdays or holidays. I was waiting, and she asked about her ex-girlfriend again. Why hasn't your girl come over recently? We broke up. I answered casually. She was stunned. Didn't you date for several years? Maybe I'm too poor. I smiled. Try to be as relaxed as possible. She sighed, and while frying noodles, she kept muttering. Girls nowadays only care about money. She will regret marrying such a good guy like you. It's okay. I'm still young. Let me make some money first. Aunt Wong beat an egg into the fried noodles and added some shredded pork. When she gave it to me, she insisted on charging only 8 yuan. I insisted on paying 1 more yuan and turned to leave. She smiled and shook her head behind me. What a sensible child. Back in the rental house, I put on my headphones and continued to tinker with the beat that I hadn't finished last night, mixing and tuning it. I worked until after 9 o'clock when I finally finished it. I thought the finished product was pretty good, but I always felt that my judgment was not accurate, so I sent a voice message to Jessica. Jessica, please listen to the new song for me and give me some advice. She didn't reply immediately, probably because she was still sleeping. I returned to TikTok and was about to read the comments when a private message suddenly jumped into my sight. Hello, Johnson. I'm the head of the Artist Reserve Department of Banana Entertainment. After listening to your songs, I think you have great potential. Are you interested in signing a contract? It came faster than I expected, but I refused decisively. Signing the contract now would mean handing over the initiative to someone else. I know too well what pitfalls are hidden behind those contracts. I've seen a lot of this in my previous life. Some artists were banned for 3 to 5 years, and some were so caught up in lawsuits that they lost all their youth. Now is not the time for me to negotiate terms. If I sign rashly, I will only ruin my future. At this time, Jessica finally replied, Why don't you send it to me? I quickly converted the audio to MP3 and sent it to her. After a while, she sent me a funny emoticon package, the kind of anime character kneeling and holding a sign. Master, please accept my knee. I smiled. Then I'll upload it. She immediately replied, Wait, don't post it. I'll take a TikTok video for you. I was stunned. Another video? What to take? You sang it a cappella. Short videos are the best way to attract traffic. Strike while the iron is hot and attract another wave of fans. Her words immediately woke me up. That's right. In this era, not only the songs need to be popular, but the singers themselves also need to be popular. Otherwise, if you just stay behind the scenes, few people will listen to your songs no matter how good they are. So, are you coming to my place? Or should I go there? Didn't you say you would treat me to a meal? Pick a place and we'll meet. You choose. I'm not picky, I'll pay. Okay, I'll send you the address. See you at 12 noon. Okay. Chapter 11. I looked at the address Jessica sent me and calculated that it would take about half an hour to get there by subway. It was already 11:15. I put on my bag, took my phone and keys and hurried out. The first song I released was Actor, which was a test song. The second song is Just Right, which is similar in style to Actor. Since everyone likes Actor, Just Right should also be able to touch people's hearts. I rode a shared bicycle to the subway station and put on a mask and headphones. Although there are no sunglasses, at least it can cover most of the face. As a former first-line artist in the circle, it has become a habit for me to wear these things when going out. Otherwise, you'll be surrounded by people wherever you go. This is the price of being an artist. There's almost no privacy. I couldn't help but think of a horror experience I had before. When I was taking a shower in the hotel at night, while attending a red carpet event, a stalker sneaked into the room and hid under the bed. I was sleeping soundly in the middle of the night when I suddenly heard snoring from under the bed. I was so scared that I called the police immediately. After investigation, I found out that the woman was actually a hotel staff member. She had already obtained a room card and was preparing to take a secret photo of me alone, but she ended up falling asleep under the bed. Imagine that a person is in a hotel room and suddenly hears snoring from under the bed. Who can accept this? Since then, every time I stay in a hotel, the assistant has to check the room first. This incident left a shadow on me. As the song played in my headphones, I began to feel a little disappointed. Foreign songs account for a large proportion of the domestic hot song list, including 4 English songs and 1 Japanese song. Although I don't dislike foreign language songs, I really don't understand why there are so many foreign language songs on the domestic charts. I took out my phone and selected some domestic pop music to adjust my mood. After listening to a few songs, the subway finally arrived at the station. Jessica Chose was in a large shopping mall next to the subway. I knew she chose this place specifically because I would take the subway. The restaurant has high reviews, with a score of 4.8. The average cost per person is 298 yuan, which is a price I can accept. After all, I have more than 100,000 yuan in my account. When entering the restaurant, the waiter greeted me warmly. "Hello, how many people are there?" "2 people, and 1 more is on the way." "This way, please." The restaurant is elegantly decorated. Although it is dinner time, there are not many customers, probably because it is Tuesday. The waiter led me to a double seat and asked if I wanted to order. "Wait for my friend to come." The waiter nodded, handed over a glass of lemonade, and went to serve other guests. Not long after he sat down, Jessica arrived. She was wearing a fresh white off-shoulder t-shirt and slim jeans and light makeup, looking like a young girl in her 18s or 19s. "You must have been waiting for a long time. There was a bit of a traffic jam on the road." She walked over with a smile. "No, I just got here. Have you ordered yet?" I smiled and shook my head. "No, I'll order when you get here." She smiled mischievously. "You're stingy anyway." Then she snapped her fingers, called the waiter, and started taking orders. After chatting about the meal, Jessica suddenly brought up the business. "Let's start shooting." "How do we shoot it?" I was a little confused. "You sing a short chorus a cappella. It sounds pretty good," she said with a smile. "Singing dryly?" I was a little confused. I glanced at the piano in the corner. "Did you choose this place because there is a piano in the restaurant?" Jessica obviously didn't expect this and was stunned for a moment. "Well, it seems I was overthinking it." I smiled helplessly. I walked to the piano and pressed it twice. The sound made me frown. It turned out that the piano was broken. As I was about to return to my seat, the restaurant owner came over and apologized. "The piano broke a long time ago, and the tuner said it can't be fixed." "It's okay. Forget it if it's useless." I nodded. The boss suddenly asked, "Little brother, can you play the piano?" "Play a little." I answered casually. The boss glanced at Jessica and secretly gave me a thumbs up, as if praising me for being good at coaxing girls. Without waiting for me to explain, he patted my shoulder and said, "I have a guitar. Do you know how to play it?" "Yes." "Wait, I'll give it to you." He ran to get a guitar and handed it to me. "This is a Taylor G. Smitty. It's in good condition, right? Are you knowledgeable and professional?" the boss asked with a smile. "I learned to play some instruments in college, and guitar is my strong point." I replied with a smile. The boss smiled wickedly and said, "Take it. Use it to please your girlfriend." "Girlfriend?" I was a little stunned. The boss patted my shoulder, gave me a meaningful smile, and went back to his business. I had no choice but to take the guitar back to my seat. When Jessica saw the guitar, she seemed a little surprised. "You can play the guitar?" "Yes." I nodded. She reached out for the phone. "Give it to me." I handed it to her, and she adjusted the camera. "Just be ready. Start anytime." I plucked the guitar strings and tested the sound. Jessica looked at me in the camera and thought to herself, "I didn't expect this guy to be so photogenic." Chapter 12. If there is someone in the lighthouse, playing with her hair, missing is engraved on the walls and tiles. If feelings will struggle, there is no elegance to say, "Put down the hand that saves you." My voice sounded. The noise in the restaurant seemed to disappear in an instant. The environment where a few people were originally talking in low voices suddenly became quiet. The boss behind the counter listened to the charming singing and raised his head involuntarily, with a dazed look in his eyes. After listening to a few sentences, the boss couldn't help but understand how I attracted that beautiful woman. These 2 people sitting together were simply a match made in heaven. Every time I sing, I completely immerse myself in it. Especially when I know the video will be uploaded to TikTok and millions of people will see it, I can't be distracted. The fingers skillfully plucked the strings, and the melody and emotions flowed out naturally. At this moment, all the powerlessness and heartbreak became real in the notes. When entering the chorus, the climax of emotions also came. Every line of the lyrics carries the long-suppressed pain. Our love is just right now. Not too much left, not too little, and we can still forget. I should be able to take care of myself. The emotions grew stronger, as if every word was engraved deeply in my heart. I ended it gently, looked up at Jessica, and said lightly, "That's it." She was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses and pressed the pause button to save the video. At this moment, the guests around me all clapped their hands in unison, and the applause was endless. I felt a little embarrassed, so I had to bow my head and thank them quickly. Jessica took her phone and started editing the video, adding subtitles to it, and asked, "Come and see. It's done." I walked over, and we sat side by side watching the video. She raised her head and asked, "How is it? Is everything okay?" "Yeah, no problem," I replied, but my heart was beating faster because of her close gaze. The two of us were so close that we could almost feel each other's breath. I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. I coughed lightly and then said, "You send it." Jessica turned her head quickly, her ears turned red, and she looked particularly cute. In fact, I know very well that I have always been alone. Although it seems glamorous to the outside world, I have never really understood the taste of love. Being in this circle, I try to keep my distance from every intimate contact because I know that this is not a place to build real relationships. After she posted the video, I casually said, "An agency has already contacted me to sign a contract this morning." "Is it true?" "Which company?" she asked in surprise. "Banana Entertainment. It's in the private message. Check it out yourself, but I've already rejected it." I answered calmly, but my heart was full of expectations for the future. "Why did you refuse? Don't you want to debut?" Jessica was puzzled. "I want to debut, but signing a contract now is not suitable for me." I explained, "I don't have enough bargaining chips, and it's impossible to negotiate smoothly. If there is a problem with the cooperation, I can't even afford the penalty." Jessica was shocked and blinked her big eyes and said, "You actually thought so far?" "Of course," I smiled. "Next, what I have to do is release songs, accumulate fans, and wait for talent shows to find me." While we were chatting about this, the boss brought a plate of food, and I stood up to return the guitar. The boss asked curiously, "Little brother, what song are you singing? Why haven't I heard it before?" "It was just released," I replied. "What's the name?" "Just right." The boss realized it was a new song and immediately praised. "It's well sung. I'll go listen to it later." I thanked her politely, returned to my seat, and continued to look through the comments under the video with Jessica and chat about future plans. When I was almost done with my meal, a new private message caught my attention. The other party was an official account of Penguin Video, and the message was quite long. The general content is that Penguin Video will record a talent show called Son of Brilliance next month. The original contestant suddenly gave up. After watching my video, the program team decided to invite me to replace him. I immediately clicked on the other person's profile picture and saw a series of Penguin Video-related content. So I quickly replied, "What is the program process like?" The other party quickly sent me the program schedule, and after reading it, I replied, "Okay, I can participate." He quickly replied, "Please send me your contact information and WeChat ID, and I will send you the recording time, location, and hotel information." I immediately sent her my WeChat ID, and after replying, I shared the good news with Jessica. Penguin Video contacted me and invited me to participate in Son of Brilliance. "Really?" Jessica asked excitedly. "It's true." I smiled and nodded. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Whether I can make a successful debut depends on this time. Jessica raised her coconut milk cup and said with a smile, "Come on, I wish you success." "Thank you." I raised my cup and clinked it with hers. Chapter 13. After lunch, Jessica and I wandered around the mall aimlessly for a while. I suddenly felt a little empty in my heart, and life seemed to become a little dull. It was past 1 o'clock when I decided to go back to my small rental house to rest. Just as I was about to lie down, my cell phone rang. It was my former colleague, Susan. "Johnson, I know what we did before was wrong. I'm sorry. Can you forgive me?" she said in a pleading tone. When I heard her voice, I couldn't help but think of her once arrogant eyes, and I knew in my heart that she had no good intentions. I replied directly, "That's not necessary." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and Susan said anxiously, "After all, we have been colleagues for so long. Don't you have any feelings at all?" I replied coldly, "No." Then I hung up the phone and blocked her contact information. The damage that had been done could not be undone. Time passed, and a few days later, as actor in Just Right, we're on the Penguin Music's new song chart. My Douyin fan soared to more than 800,000, and I had 70,000 to 80,000 followers on Weibo. Every time I received a message from Jessica, she would ask me about my fans, program schedule, etc. Gradually, I felt that Jessica seemed to be the one who brought me good luck. Without her, I might not have had the opportunity to sing actor on stage. Every time I record a song or shoot a video, Jessica will help, and our relationship becomes deeper in daily interactions. Occasionally, when we talk about life, ideals, and other topics, and I share some of my thoughts, Jessica always can't help laughing, saying that I'm like an old man who has experienced ups and downs, and her words are always full of the tone of cherish the present and don't regret. But the happier she smiled, the more I could feel the tacit understanding between us, and the emotion in my heart quietly grew. Perhaps she didn't know. On May 5th, The Shining Ones officially began promotion, and the trailer caused quite a stir. The program invited 3 top mentors in the industry, Aldrich, Xia Fei, and Yang Kai-wei. The competition was fierce, and I felt both excited and nervous. The second round was the novice competition, where each mentor selected 9 contestants from the 27 contestants to advance. The elimination rate was 2/3, which was quite stressful, but it was exactly the challenge I wanted. On May 13th, the day before the program was officially recorded, I received a call from Jessica. She said bluntly, "Johnson, are you going to Pengcheng tomorrow?" I rubbed my eyes and lazily replied, "Yeah." She continued, "The number of fans has stagnated. Shouldn't you post a video to let your fans support you? What's the point of being anxious? I can't go out on the street to ask for attention." I was a little helpless. "You're so stupid. Post a video to tell your fans that you're going to participate in the show and let them support you." She was a little disgusted. I hesitated and said, "Okay, send me the address." When she sent me the address, I was surprised. "Is this your home?" "Yes, what's wrong?" She didn't care. I hesitated. "Is it appropriate to go to your house like this?" "My parents don't live here." She answered firmly. I had no choice but to agree and hurried out. I took the subway and a shared bike and finally arrived at the gate of the community, but was stopped by the security guard. "Are you the owner?" "No, I'm here to see a friend," I explained. The security guard looked at me and didn't believe me. "Then call your friend to confirm that you can enter." In desperation, I called Jessica. After the security guard answered the call, his attitude immediately became friendly and he let me in. After entering the community, I was shocked by the luxury here. Even when it was at its peak, I had never lived in a place like this. I can't help feeling a little melancholy when I think that if I had bought a house earlier, my parents and sister might have been able to come and live in a big city together. Just as I was lost in thought, Jessica patted my shoulder from behind. "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing, nothing." I smiled and shook my head. "I didn't expect you to be so rich and live in Thompson first class." She curled her lips in disdain. "Bah, what rich woman? Don't say that." I looked at her attire, sportswear, ponytail, and slim yoga pants. Her temperament is truly unique. She is not the kind of beauty that will stun you at first sight, but the more you look at her, the more charming she becomes. It is definitely not an exaggeration to give her a score of over 9. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman?" She glared at me, looking a little impatient. I was a little embarrassed and scratched my head, not knowing what to say. She raised her chin proudly and said, "Come with me. I have prepared a gift for you." "Gift?" I asked curiously, "What gift?" She smiled mysteriously and said, "You will know later." Chapter 14. As soon as the elevator door opened, they arrived at the living room of Jessica's luxurious large flat. 1 elevator per household is the standard configuration of high-end residential areas. Although I was mentally prepared, when I walked into the living room and saw the magnificent decoration, I couldn't help but mutter in my heart, "This family background is probably even more exaggerated than I thought." She walked to the refrigerator and said in a natural tone, as if we were old friends, "Don't be shy. Just tell me what you want to drink." I felt a little embarrassed and answered casually, "Mineral water is fine." She opened a refrigerator, looked in, turned back, and said with a smile, "That's just right. I don't drink anything else except mineral water, and I refuse all carbonated drinks." I blurted out, "No wonder you have such a good figure." She looked back and smiled. "I'll take it as a compliment." She took out a bottle of water from the refrigerator and tossed it gently. "Go ahead." I caught the water and walked to the French window. Outside the window was the neon lights and night scene of the city. I couldn't help but ask, wouldn't it be scary to live in such a big house by yourself? It was a little bit at first, but now I'm used to it. She replied with a smile, then turned around and said, "Wait a moment. I'll get your gift out." I was just wondering when I saw her carrying out a huge express box from the cloakroom, and she seemed to be struggling. I quickly stepped forward and took the box for her. I weighed it, and it was quite heavy, so I asked curiously, "Giving me such a big box, could it be?" "Open it yourself and see." She handed me a knife, her tone mysterious, as if she was opening some surprise treasure. I put the package on a coffee table and tore off the tape. The familiar English letters on the box made my heart move. "Guitar." She nodded, with a hint of pride in her eyes. "You're about to record a show. I think you might need it." I was speechless for a moment. "Did you go out of your way to find out the brand?" "I went to that store again after dinner last time and asked about the model number before placing the order." Her tone was like she was reporting the results of a battle. I frowned and said, "Isn't this expensive?" "It's not bad. I thought it would cost tens of thousands, but it turned out to be only a few thousand." She smiled lightly. "But I know that a guitar of this brand, even a basic model, would cost me a whole month's salary. I can't accept this, it's too expensive." She curled her lips when she heard this, as if she had been prepared. "Don't think too much, just think of it as a small token of appreciation between friends." "But I'll feel guilty if I accept it." Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she smiled like a child who had won a game. "Then I'll add a condition. This gift is not given for free." "What conditions?" "When you make your debut, give me some autograph photos. It would be best if we could take a photo together." She said this with a righteous look on her face. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You are investing in me." She shrugged. "Isn't it better to have a win-win cooperation between friends?" I carefully took the guitar out of the box, sat down on the sofa, and said softly while tuning it, "How about this? I'll borrow it first. If I make my debut, I'll keep it. If not, I'll return it to you after the show." She smiled softly. "It's up to you." She leaned on the sofa and suddenly asked me, "Which track are you going to choose?" I was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean?" She stared at me in surprise and sat down. "You don't know the competition system of the show, do you?" I scratched my head. "I just watched the preview. I didn't pay much attention to the details." She rolled her eyes like a nagging teacher. "The recording will be tomorrow, and you still don't know anything. You are too casual." I shrugged. "It's okay as long as I can sing well. As for the rest, we'll take it one step at a time." She sighed and simply told me the program rules she had studied in the past few days. The program has a total of 7 episodes. The first 2 episodes are auditions. Each contestant must first choose a track. There are 3 tracks and 3 mentors, each with a veto power. In the first 2 rounds, 9 people will be selected from each track to advance. If you choose a good track, you will have an advantage in the following competitions. Brilliant sound is pure singing skills. Brilliant unique show is original creation plus singing skills. Brilliant fantasy is a stage competition that combines singing and dancing. Each route has different judging criteria. If you choose the wrong route, you'll have a hard time later. The third and fourth rounds are internal eliminations, with 3 people eliminated directly. The fifth and sixth rounds are 1v1 duels between tracks, with on-site scoring. The last episode is a live performance, with audience voting, and only the top 9 are eligible to sign a contract. The champion can choose any one of 28 companies. I felt a little creepy after hearing this. This is too competitive. I raised my thumbs up and said, "Jessica, if you were my assistant, I would win the show right away." She slapped me on the shoulder and said, "You wish. I won't serve you." I grinned, feeling like I was crazy to have a rich, white beauty like Jessica as my assistant. Chapter 15. How about it? Have you decided what song to sing? "Yeah." Jessica spread out her palm. "Give me your phone. I'll take a picture for you." I handed her the phone, sat on the sofa with my guitar in my arms, and tried to sit up straight. Jessica squatted down and pointed at me, suddenly frowning. "Why this outfit again? Don't you have any other clothes?" She was a little dissatisfied. I was a little embarrassed. "Just 3 sets of clothes, 1 to wash, 1 to change, and 1 spare, that's enough." Jessica was dissatisfied. "How can you participate in the show like this? Other contestants are somewhat famous. Some are internet celebrities, some are trainees, and some are even those who retired and rejoined. Your millions of fans may not be enough." I didn't care. I'm not going to compete with them in appearance. I have confidence in my work. She rolled her eyes and seemed disdainful. "Tisk," I whistled softly. Jessica was a little surprised, but still pressed the record button. The song was lively and the lyrics were humorous. I sang, "If I become very rich one day, my first choice would not be to travel around the world, but to lie on the world's largest and softest sofa, eat and then sleep, wake up and then eat again, and live for a year first." The song infected Jessica, and a smile appeared on her face. Become rich. I become rich. How many people waste time day and night? Become rich. I become rich. And then pretend to be modest and say that money is not everything. I paused, and Jessica hit the pause button to save the video. Okay. She looked at me with a "you can do it" expression. Just post it like this. I'm not going to record a formal version. Jessica added subtitles while asking, how are you going to Pyeongchang tomorrow? By high-speed rail. It will take 5 or 6 hours to get from Shanghai to Pyeongchang by high-speed rail, right? I nodded. Almost 7 hours. She was a little dissatisfied. Airline tickets are a lot more expensive. Why don't you take a plane? More than twice as expensive. I said honestly. Her eyes lit up. I'm a member of the airline. I can help you change the ticket. I hesitated. Isn't this bad? She said without pausing. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't have any other feelings towards you. You're giving me gifts and buying plane tickets. It makes me feel like I'm being kept. She smiled evilly. Do you really want to be kept by someone? I pretended to be serious. How can a man be kept by a woman? I can be without money, but I can never be without backbone. She smiled and hit me. Don't make me laugh and wrinkle. I just applied a facial mask this morning. By the way, Jessica, how old are you? 24. How about you? 2 years older. I answered with a smile. The flight tickets have been booked. What are you having for lunch? I joked. Are you planning to keep me for dinner? She shot back. You wish. The kitchen has never been used. Let's go out to eat. She went to change her clothes and turned back to say, I'll take you shopping for clothes after dinner. Jessica, don't say I can't pay you back for what you did to me. Who expects you to pay it back? I'm supporting you, haha. During lunch, Jessica took care of everything. When paying, the waiter's eyes seemed to say, you're a gigolo. I accepted the label with a smile. Anyway, I would pay it back slowly with my earnings in the future. Then, we went to the mall. Jessica took me into a brand-name men's clothing store, and the salesperson obviously recognized her brand and handed me a few sets of clothes. I tried on a black suit, and the surprise in Jessica's eyes made me feel proud. How is it? I asked myself in the mirror. It's good, she replied with a smile. I also think it's good. This is the first time I wear such clothes. We bought 4 sets of clothes and spent more than 10,000 yuan in total. I'll buy the plane tickets tonight and take you to the airport tomorrow. As you wish, I replied with a smile. She teased. Do your best on the show. Don't let others outshine you. Don't worry. I was not worried at all. Chapter 16. In the cafeteria of Dongwang Entertainment, Jareth was just about to sit down with his breakfast when a middle-aged man hurried past. He quickly stood up and shouted, Old Wu, why are you in such a hurry? Harrison is the manager of the company's artist reserve department. Because of his strict requirements, the trainees privately call him Wu Yanwan. Don't mention it. I have a lot of things to do in the morning. Harrison said impatiently. Jareth took a bite of the dough stick and asked with a smile, Is it about Sugar Girl? And Brilliant Sun by Penguin Video. I'm sending 2 people there. Who? Bruce Michael. I know Bruce, the original creator. Who is Michael? Do you remember the exchange trainees between our company and Korean XM 2 years ago? Jareth was stunned. Is he from that group? Harrison nodded. After 2 years of training in Korea, there have been a lot of changes. To be honest, their training system is really better than ours. Is it okay for these 2 to debut? Jareth joked with a smile. The year-end bonus should increase. It's not that easy, Harrison said seriously, handing him an A4 paper. Most of the people on the show are internet celebrities and trainees who already have a fan base. It's not easy to stand out. Jareth glanced at the list, and the last name surprised him. Johnson. He thought. The name of Lily's ex-boyfriend? Could it really be him? Harrison asked in confusion. What's wrong? Nothing. Jareth quickly covered it up, stuffed the note into his pocket, and looked at old Wu's back as he left with a complicated expression. Johnson, I'm downstairs. I'll be right down. I pulled my suitcase downstairs, stuffed it into the trunk, and sat in the passenger seat. Jessica drove me to the airport. We'll take off at 10 and arrive in Pyeongchang at noon, she said. Thank you very much. What are you thanking me for? Just remember to take more videos, she said with a yawn and a smile. She is usually lazy, but today she got up early for the first time. As soon as the car started on the road, she began to feel sleepy. How about I drive? I asked. She was stunned. You can? Of course. I smiled. She immediately braked, switched to the passenger seat in one go, and pushed me to the driving seat. I took over the steering wheel, and she fell asleep in a few minutes. 40 minutes later, we arrived at the airport parking lot. Jessica, we're here. I called her and saw that she was sleeping soundly with water drops hanging from the corners of her mouth, so I quietly took a photo. I pushed her and said, "We're here." She opened her eyes dazedly and said, "Go in, and remember to contact me." "Okay, be careful on the road." I waved goodbye and pulled my luggage into the airport. After 2 hours of flight, I arrived in Pengcheng. I called an online taxi and went straight to the hotel arranged by the program team. As soon as I got off the car, a staff member came up to me and asked, "A contestant of Brilliant Sun?" "It's me." He led me into the hotel and arranged a room for me. "The recording will start at 8 o'clock tomorrow night, and preparations will begin at 6 o'clock. A car will pick you up at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." I nodded in thanks. Just as I was about to close the door, I saw 2 contestants coming out of the elevator. I nodded and said hello. I recorded a room video and sent it to Jessica. I wanted to send it to other people, but after looking through my address book, I couldn't find anyone I could share it with. I don't even plan to tell my family. They won't understand my decision to quit my job and become an artist. Jessica sent a voice message. "The hotel is nice. It's okay. I have to record 2 episodes tomorrow night, and it will probably take until midnight. Are there many handsome guys?" "I only saw 2. I'm not familiar with them. Remember to tell me after the game." "Don't worry." I joked, "I have a photo of a beautiful woman in my phone. Do you want to see it?" She replied immediately, "Send it quickly." I sent her the candid photo proudly. A moment later, I received her furious voice. "Johnson, you are dead. Delete that ugly photo. If you dare to post it, I will fly to Pengcheng and castrate you immediately." I listened to the voice and laughed out loud. Haha. Chapter 17. On the evening of the 15th, I finally got on a bus arranged by the program team and headed to the recording site of Son of Brilliance. There were 81 contestants and staff on the train, and the carriage was filled with conversation. Everyone looked like familiar friends. I had no impression of these faces and felt like I had entered someone else's circle. Everyone was dressed up exquisitely, and the air was filled with a mixture of perfumes. The pungent smell made me feel a little uncomfortable. I lowered my head and sent a message to Jessica. "I'm in the car, almost to the recording site." She replied immediately. "Take a picture so I can see the atmosphere on the scene." I was sitting in the second to last row, and I took a picture of the carriage with my phone and sent it to her. Soon, a young man's voice came from behind me. "Brother, which company are you from?" I turned around and saw a guy with a side-parted hair and an orange sweatshirt. He seemed to think I was some popular internet celebrity. I replied, "I don't have a company. I'm an individual player." His eyes lit up, and he took the initiative to introduce himself. "David from Orange Entertainment." I smiled and shook hands with him, then continued chatting with Jessica. Unexpectedly, he started searching my name on Weibo and was obviously surprised to see that I only had about 200,000 fans. But his curiosity drove him to search my Douyin again. When he saw that one of my videos had more than 3 million likes, he was shocked. I continued chatting with Jessica, joking that there were many handsome guys in the car, but most of them were industrial products. She replied with a smile, "I like pure, natural ones." I joked with her, "It's useless even if you like it. You're not a judge." At this time, the car stopped, and we arrived at the Penguin Video headquarters. The staff had already lined up to greet us and let us backstage. There were more than 80 contestants waiting backstage, and the surroundings were noisy. The staff announced the schedule. "If you need to touch up your makeup, please go to the makeup room on the left, and the bathroom is at the end." The recording started at 8 o'clock sharp. I sat down in a corner, put the guitar on my knees, and closed my eyes to rest. The young players around me were discussing topics such as resources and popularity, which did not arouse my interest at all. Compared to them, I have experienced the peak in the past, and now listening to them discussing the future prospects feels like an adult listening to children bragging. Soon after, a female staff member came up to me and asked, "Is Johnson here?" I answered, "I'm here." She took me to see the director. I had a vague feeling that something was wrong. When the other contestants saw me being called, they all started to discuss. "Who is he? Which trainee is he from?" David interrupted and said, "He is an original singer on TikTok." One of the boys whispered, "Is he replacing my teammate?" It turned out that contestant Sue E withdrew from the competition due to family matters, and I became a temporary substitute. I was taken to the director's room and met Isabella, the chief director of Brilliant Sons. She was wearing a red suit and had a strong aura. "Hello, I'm Isabella, the chief director of the show." She explained that I was special because other contestants had learned about the process in advance, but I was invited to the original track. Isabella asked me how many original works I had prepared, and I said without hesitation, "Enough." She was satisfied with my answer and smiled and asked me to go back to the waiting area to wait. When I returned to the waiting area, Isabella looked at me from behind and seemed to have some expectations of me. She said to the assistant director, "This guy is quite interesting. He is neither humble nor overbearing and looks more like a veteran actor." The assistant director responded, "Maybe he's just a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers." Isabella smiled, but she added, "I hope he doesn't let me down." The show next door, Sweetheart Girl, aired first, so it can't lose in ratings or will be criticized. How can that be possible? Chapter 18, Camera Crew, Get in Place. Technical Team, Get in Place. Coordination Team, Get in Place. Attention all departments, countdown, 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Snap. As the headlights came on, the recording of Brilliant Sun officially began. There was no live audience for this show, and the arrangement of the show was also unique. We were divided into 3 rooms, each room representing a track. Next to each track, there were mentors and helpers, friends from the entertainment industry, who helped the mentors make decisions. The host walked onto the stage under the lights and began to introduce the program rules enthusiastically. Although there were no audiences, he was still professional and passionate. Advertisements were then inserted, becoming part of the program investment. As the recording began, the noise backstage suddenly disappeared, and everyone became like good kids, waiting quietly. I'm no longer surprised by this kind of scene. Most celebrities look glamorous in front of the camera, but they are a completely different person behind the scenes. The first step is to choose the track. Although I know that the track has been chosen, I still have to go through the process for the sake of the show effect. The program team will score the contestants based on their preliminary videos and social media influence. Contestants with higher scores will have priority in choosing tracks, and each track will accommodate a maximum of 27 people. Players with low scores who want to choose a dream track may be assigned to other tracks because the quota is full. Next, we will look at the players with the highest scores. As soon as the host finished speaking, the screen began to display the contestants' poster. Soon, the picture froze, and a handsome young man appeared on the screen with his personal information next to him. Name, Michael, age, 23, company, Dongwon Entertainment. Experience, 3 years of artist training at XM Company in Korea before the age of 20. Rating, 9.7. The camera followed him closely, and he stood up amidst envious gazes and walked towards the track selection room. I noticed that he was from Dongwon Entertainment, and I couldn't help but wonder, is he from the same company as Maria? Michael chose the dream track without hesitation and sat at the top. The arrangement of the program team became more and more obvious, and the free choice of the contestants was not completely free. This part did not progress as quickly as expected. Every time a contestant's poster was unveiled, there would be applause and exclamations from the backstage. Everyone was celebrating and hugging each other. It was obvious that this was not just a competition, but more like a show-off. The boys were even more flamboyant than the girls, and I couldn't help but shake my head. Finally, the track selection process dragged on for an hour and a half. There were not many spots left, and the dream track and the Janine track were almost full. When the second to last contestant left, the camera began to focus on me. I sat quietly, without any tension or anxiety in my eyes, as if I was just a spectator. In the studio, director Isabella smiled and said, "Is this guy going to sleep?" I was also curious about how the production team would rate me. The previous contestant only scored 6.3 points. My personal information appeared on the screen. Name, Johnson, age, 25, company, experience, unknown, rating, unknown. When I saw the word unknown, I guessed in my heart that the production team had temporarily asked me to replace a contestant, and there was no time to make posters and get scores. I heard the discussion next door, and everyone started talking about me, but I didn't rush to respond. I put my guitar on my back, stood up, and walked towards the preparation area. As soon as I entered the preparation area, all eyes were on me. Since I was the last person to choose the track, almost all the seats were full, and the only vacant seat left was the last spot of the Dusho track. I looked around, smiled, walked to the front, took down the sign of the Dusho track, and stuck it on myself. Then, I walked step by step to the top of the Dusho track and sat down. My action caused quite a commotion. "What do you mean? There's only one seat left. You have to sit there. Why are you acting so high and mighty?" I looked down at my phone and saw Jessica sending me a message. "Have you finished recording? It's just started. You haven't gone on stage yet. How do you have time to reply to my message?" "It's not my turn to go on stage yet. The staff didn't say I can't use my phone." Isabella was a little surprised to see me so relaxed and laughed. This guy doesn't take the show seriously at all. After he finished joking, he picked up the intercom and said, "Okay, let's move on to the next part." The host came on stage again and announced the rules for the next round. In the following competition, each contestant performed in the order of their seat selection, and I happened to be the last one. Being the last act wasn't a good thing. When recording until the late night, everyone might not be in their best condition. But I didn't care. Facing this group of young people, I didn't feel any pressure. Chapter 19. The assessment has begun. The contestant on the right at the bottom stood up first and walked along the solo track to the recording room. At this time, Mentor Aldrich, gang leader Kayla, and host Nick were already waiting in the room. In order to let the subsequent contestants understand the situation, 3 large screens played the recorded images in real time, alleviating everyone's anxiety. I calculated that there were 27 people and each person had 5 minutes, which would take 2.5 hours. But I knew that everyone would not only perform, but also introduce themselves and receive comments from the instructor, so it would take at least 3 or 4 hours. I sent Jessica a message. "The show is about to start. Let's not talk for now." She replied okay, and I put the phone back in my pocket. The first contestant started to perform. I listened to the first half and closed my eyes when I was not satisfied. Maybe because I was not nervous, the cameraman would point the camera at me almost every time. He wondered in his heart, "Everyone else is so nervous. Why does Johnson look not nervous at all?" Time passed. More and more contestants came on stage, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. The contestants realized that the mentor's requirements were much higher than they thought. After each contestant performed, the mentors had only 3 choices: advance, wait, or be eliminated. 50 minutes had passed, and no one had advanced, leaving the best result to be determined. This made the already nervous contestants even more anxious. At this time, 2 players were eliminated from the Janine and Dushio tracks at the same time, and the word pass appeared on the screen. The atmosphere in the preparation area became extremely tense. The cameraman quickly captured the contestants' micro-expressions, and the camera swept across everyone, with heavy expressions everywhere. Then the camera stopped at the top of the solo track me. I was sitting at the top, with my eyes closed, seemingly asleep, totally oblivious to what was happening around me. The cameraman adjusted the lens, but director Isabella instructed, "Shot 2, close-up of Johnson." I didn't even notice. After listening to so many terrible original songs, I was no longer in a mood to listen to them. When Aldrich read my name, "Johnson," he paused and smiled. When I heard my name, I realized it was me. Aldrich was obviously looking forward to it, because he remembered my song Actor. I stood up dazedly and found that everyone was looking at me. Someone beside me whispered, "Is he playing badly? Does he not care about the show at all?" I stood up, picked up my guitar, and walked towards the recording room. The 3 mentors in the room seemed relieved. "Why did you take so long to come?" Aldrich asked. I answered honestly. "I waited too long and fell asleep." They looked at each other and couldn't hide their smiles. Aldrich smiled and said, "I've heard your song Actor. It's a good song. If you hadn't already released it, I'd like to buy the copyright." I smiled and responded, "My price won't be cheap." Aldrich was stunned for a moment, and the preparation area next to him immediately shouted in surprise, "The instructor wants to buy the copyright of your song, and you actually talk about money?" Kayla smiled and said, "It seems that you are very confident in the songs you wrote." I simply replied, "I guess so." Aldrich continued, "I'm looking forward to your performance. Start when you're ready." I looked around and suddenly realized that I was still standing. I said awkwardly, "Can you give me a chair?" The host, Nick, immediately instructed, "Move a chair over." The staff quickly brought a chair. I sat down, adjusted the microphone and guitar, and tested the sound. Aldrich and Kayla turned to the last page, which turned out to be the lyrics of my song, Xiaomei. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes to adjust myself. I plucked the guitar strings skillfully, and the sound began to echo in the room. At this moment, I seemed to have become the protagonist here. Chapter 20. The slightly tired look just now gradually disappeared, replaced by a faint sense of loss. Only the sound of the guitar remained in the recording room. The preparation area backstage was also shrouded in silence. The prelude was brief, the melody was gentle, and I began to sing. When you walk into this happy place, carrying all your dreams and thoughts, the sound reverberated in the recording room, carrying a hint of sadness, as if even the air was gently vibrating with my singing. This song was once extremely popular in another world and was widely sung. Although it is not complicated, No one who covers it can surpass the original version sung by Mao Bai. Mao Bai's voice can sing every word and sentence into people's hearts, and no one else can compare. As I sang, some images emerged involuntarily in my mind. Students may hear their own loneliness in this song, while office workers may hear their own fatigue and depression. Everyone sees themselves in this melody, awakening my yearning, softening the cold window, flying against the wind. In the chorus, I tried my best to integrate emotion into every note. Aldrich frowned unconsciously, his eyes fixed on the lyrics in his hand. This song is not complicated, but the way I sing, it is a little different. He noticed that although the original songs performed by the other 26 contestants had their own characteristics, none of them could touch him. But Xiaoqiu was different. It had emotions and stories, which were the essence of a good song. In Aldrich's mind, I was more than just another player. He saw a potential player. As I sang the last few lines of the song, my mind suddenly flashed back to the night Maria broke up with me, and I brought that memory into the song. Sober people are the most absurd. I couldn't help but laugh, with a little bitterness. As the last note fell, the performance was over. I gently put down the guitar and nodded slightly to Aldrich and the others. The three mentors looked at each other and then clapped their hands at the same time. When the other contestants saw this, they were all shocked. They never thought that I, the last one to go on stage, would be so strong. The preparation area was silent, and everyone looked at me quietly, their eyes full of envy and confusion. Is he pretending to be weak? He's not nervous at all, yet he's so casual. In the director's room, Isabella laughed happily. I didn't expect this little guy who was found temporarily to be so talented. The assistant director also laughed. I thought he was an ordinary contestant, but the result completely surprised me. The camera returned to the recording room again, and Kayla was obviously excited. This is the best song I have ever heard, without a doubt. She was intoxicated by my singing the whole time, and even couldn't help shaking her head and sighing. Aldrich was also touched. I have studied lyrics for so many years, and I actually want to ask you for advice. Nick quickly responded, "How did you write this song?" "There is a story in your singing." I answered calmly, "I wrote this song after I broke up with my ex-girlfriend. The inspiration came quickly, and I finished the whole song in half an hour. Written because of a broken heart." Aldrich smiled and seemed to understand something. Nick also blurted out, "You wrote a song in half an hour. You are a genius." Aldrich nodded. "You should have studied music, right?" "Yes." He went on, "I've seen many professional singers, but there are really not many who can sing with such emotion as you do." "Thank you," I responded politely. Aldrich looked at me and picked up the microphone. "There's nothing more to say. You've advanced." "Thank you." I nodded slightly, carried my guitar, and left the recording room. When I returned to the preparation area, all eyes were on me again. I didn't show any special emotions, but went straight back to my seat, put away my guitar, and continued to rest with my eyes closed. The recording is not over yet. Some tracks are full and need to be decided through PK, while some tracks are still waiting for substitutes. But all this has nothing to do with me. I rested in the preparation area until 4 a.m., when the staff woke me up and told me that the recording was over. I took the bus back to the hotel and saw that the bus was empty. When I got back to the hotel, took a hot shower, and prepared to go to bed, I sent a message to Jessica, but she didn't reply, probably because she had already fallen asleep. I put my phone on the bedside table, lay down on the bed, and slept until dawn. Chapter 21. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The vibration of the phone woke me up from my sleep, and I answered the call in a daze. "Hello. You advanced." Jessica's scream woke me up all of a sudden. I reluctantly put my phone on speaker mode. "It's early in the morning. It's just a promotion. Why are you so excited?" "Johnson, I didn't expect you to make it," I said as I put on my clothes. "I'm sorry to disappoint you. Not only did I make it, but my instructor is also very optimistic about me. Tell me quickly, how was last night?" I put on my headphones and walked in the bathroom, peeing and saying, "Don't ask me, I was almost asleep when they were performing last night." "Sleep? Yeah. Are you crazy?" Jessica said anxiously. "How can you sleep while recording a show? It would be so bad if it was broadcast. 7 or 8 hours, I just sat there doing nothing." I responded casually. "You do whatever others do. I have nothing in common with them." I pulled on my pants. "Why do you care about these things? What are you doing? Why is there a sound of water?" "P. Rogue," Jessica said angrily, blushing, but continued to ask, "When is the next show recorded?" "It's Friday night." "Oh, by the way, You'll be able to see the first episode next week because the last episode is live and the recording and broadcast schedules are almost the same. So what are you going to do these few days? I brushed my teeth, my mouth was full of foam, and I mumbled, I haven't thought about it yet. The staff said that the third round will be a PK within the track. 9 people will compete against each other in pairs. The winners will advance, and the losers will compete in a round-robin match. 1 person will be eliminated in the third round, so there won't be much pressure. Hey, stop bragging. Just wait and see. It's okay. I'm starving. Okay. On the same floor, after Michael finished washing up, he sent a message to Bruce, inviting him to have dinner together. Michael worked as a trainee at South Korea's XM company for 3 years. After returning to China, he has been training with newcomers from East Emperor Entertainment. Bruce is the only trainee in Dongwon Entertainment who can write his own songs and has good singing skills. Michael recognizes him very much. 10 minutes later, when the two came out of the room and were about to go downstairs, I also walked out of the room. The 3 of us met, stared at each other for a moment, and then continued downstairs like strangers. There were already people in the restaurant, and I ordered and sat down by the window. Last night, we recorded until 4 or 5 in the morning. Except for me, everyone else looked a little tired. I sat alone, and the people around me whispered. Seeing Bruce staring at me, Michael raised his eyebrows. What are you looking at? Bruce glanced at me and said, I was there when he went on stage last night. He is very strong, and the instructor said he is a dark horse. Michael sneered, him? Dark horse? He was sleeping all night last night, just making a stunt. But his strength cannot be ignored. Bruce insisted, are you afraid of losing to him? Michael asked with a smile. Bruce replied, I'm not afraid of him, but if I meet him, I will have to use my best songs. Michael's performance in the Dream track last night was also very impressive, and he received high praise from Yonkai Wei. He is not optimistic about other domestic trainees. After dinner, I left alone, standing out from the crowd. No one dared to approach him, and no one wanted to talk to someone who might become a rival in the future. This isn't a show like Boy Group Trainee, where contestants are chased by the camera all day long to act up. As soon as I left, Bruce's phone rang. It was a message from Manager Zhang. How's the show going? Bruce replied, I advanced. Thank you, Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang asked, is there a contestant named Johnson on the show? Bruce was stunned for a moment and replied, yes, he's on the same track as me. Manager Zhang was silent for a moment and then replied, take a photo of him and send it to me in the next few days. Bruce didn't understand, but he agreed. At Thompson E. Peen's house, Jessica was watching the gossip about Brilliant Sun on the sofa. Although she likes to chase stars, she is not very interested in talent shows. If I hadn't participated in the competition, she wouldn't have paid attention at all. Jessica was about to send me a message, but when she saw that he hadn't replied, she decided to call him. When the call was connected, her father's voice came, my dear daughter, Dad is back in Shanghai. I will take you to the party tonight. I don't want to go. Tonight is Uncle Lou's birthday. There are many outstanding young men. Jessica interrupted impatiently. Dad, you still wanted to go on a blind date. I really don't want to go. The mother's voice came from the other end of the phone. You were so anxious to get married. How could a boyfriend fall from the sky? Jessica said irritably, I already have a boyfriend. You don't have to worry about him. Her parents were stunned for a moment, and Shue's father asked hurriedly, who is it? How is your family? What do you do? Jessica hung up the phone directly without giving them a chance to continue asking. Father Shui sighed. Xiaozhang, drive faster. Okay, boss. Chapter 22. The business car parked steadily downstairs in the community, and Shue's father and mother quickly took the elevator directly to the living room of the large flat. After opening the door, they saw Jessica sitting on the sofa, eating takeout leisurely, her eyes fixed on the TV screen. The two parents looked at each other, quickened their pace, and walked to Jessica's side and sat down separately. Shue's mother asked gently, Jessica, is what you said on the phone true? Do you really have a boyfriend? Jessica had a premonition in her heart, knowing that if she lied, tonight's business party would be unavoidable. She nodded casually and replied, yes, I have it. Shue's mother's eyes lit up and she asked eagerly, who is it? What's her name? The Shue couple had always doted on Jessica, but she had extremely high standards for boys and had never been interested in her. Although her parents arranged many blind dates for her, she remained indifferent and even blocked the boys who showed interest in her. Shue's parents had long been worried about their daughter's marriage, fearing that her not getting married and having children would affect the family's future. Jessica pretended to be relaxed and answered, His name is Johnson. Johnson? How much older is he than you? 1 year older than me. So what does he do now? He just quit his job and is looking for a job now. Father Schwen nodded, as if in deep thought. The age is right. The job is not important. The most important thing is good character. Jessica couldn't help but mutter, "You only care about money." Although the Schwe family is wealthy, Schwe's father is busy with work and rarely seen at home. Jessica always feels that he plays a flattering and compromising role in order to maintain the family. Father Schwe said seriously, "When will you bring your boyfriend home so we can meet him?" Jessica's heart tightened, and she replied casually, "He's been very busy lately." Schwe's mother asked suspiciously, "Didn't you say he just resigned?" Jessica quickly explained, "He's not in Shanghai now." Schwe's mother still didn't believe it and asked, "Are you lying to us?" Jessica hurriedly shook her head. "No," Schwe's mother said sternly. "Then call the boyfriend he mentioned now." Jessica was in a heavy mood, so she could only turn off the TV silently and pick up her phone to make a video call. She prayed in her heart that I would cooperate with her. After the call was connected, I asked in confusion, "Why did you suddenly call me via video?" Ahem. Jessica coughed twice. Her expression was a little strange. She deliberately made a hint. I asked in confusion, "Is there something wrong with your eyes?" Jessica shot back, "You have a problem with your eyes." Before she finished her words, Schwe's mother suddenly twisted her thigh. Jessica couldn't help but make a sound, but still sat down and deliberately turned the camera of her mobile phone to the left. I realized that there was more than one person around Jessica, and it was obvious that she was cooperating with her in a play. So he asked leisurely, "What are you doing?" Jessica turned the camera and patted the takeaway on the coffee table. "Are you eating?" I then asked, "Are you still on the phone while eating?" Jessica chuckled. "Don't I miss you?" My heart was shocked, and I clearly felt a subtle atmosphere. Looking at the uncomfortable father, Schwe, beside me, I understood that it was her parents who were watching, but she showed another kind of warmth in front of them. I quickly responded, "Baby, I will go back to Shanghai to find you when I'm done." The name, baby, made Jessica's face turn red immediately, but she suppressed her inner shyness and responded with a smile. "Then come back soon." I responded softly, "Yes." Later, I made an excuse. "I'm going to have dinner first. Let's talk in the evening." After Jessica hung up the phone, she confidently said to her parents, "Well, I didn't lie to you, did I?" Schwe's father was speechless, and he was obviously dissatisfied, but he didn't say anything more. Schwe's mother ordered seriously, "When he returns to the Magic City, bring him home and we will meet him." Ah, Jessica was a little surprised. "Oh, what? You have to be on guard against others." "Oh." Jessica nodded helplessly. Before leaving, Schwe's mother patted Jessica on the shoulder and reminded her, "Don't always eat takeout. If you want to eat, ask Aunt Lou to cook." I know. After the elevator door closed, Jessica quickly sent a voice message. "Thank you for saving my life." I quickly replied, "I only knew something was wrong when I saw your winking expression." "Have your parents left?" I asked. "Yes, they went to the party." Jessica replied, "But hero, good things must be done to the end. After you finish recording the show, you have to act in a play with me again." What do you mean?" "My mother asked me to take you home. They want to see you." "I go to your house. Meet your parents?" "Jessica, are you crazy?" "You are crazy. My mother gave the order. What can I do?" "But I don't have any experience at all." "Nonsense. I have experience." Chapter 23. Every day in the same hotel, the contestants see each other everywhere. Bruce took a picture of me in the restaurant, sent it to Jareth, and didn't think much about it. However, on the eve of the third episode recording, Bruce received a strange phone call. "Hello, who is this?" He answered the phone with a puzzled tone. The person on the other end of the line smiled. "Hanyu, it's me." "Who are you?" he asked tentatively. "Jareth." "Manager Zhang." Bruce immediately turned serious. "Manager Zhang, is there something?" "I looked at the schedule. Your track has the knockout round tomorrow night, right?" Jareth's voice was steady. "Yes." Bruce replied, confused. "How about doing me a favor?" Jareth suddenly changed the subject. Bruce raised his eyebrows. "What favor? Can you help me eliminate Johnson?" Jareth got to the point. Bruce was stunned. "Huh. I have some conflicts with him, and I don't want him to go too far." Jareth said calmly. Bruce hesitated and said, "But only one person was eliminated in the third round. Johnson's strength shouldn't be enough to get eliminated, right? I know you are strong, and you can't let it be eliminated. At least you can beat him. I will remember this favor." Bruce was silent for a moment and finally agreed. "Okay, I will choose him as my opponent. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Jareth hung up the phone, chuckled, and said to himself, still want to turn things around? I won't give you a chance. Whenever I thought about how Maria could find a beautiful and rich girl after she left, Jareth's heart burned more and more. Bruce's strength in Dongwon Entertainment was unquestionable, and Jareth had full confidence in him. At 6 p.m. on Friday, the bus brought the 27 contestants to the venue on time, and they began to put on makeup and do their styling. The staff read out the program schedule for this episode in advance. Different from the previous episodes, this time the stage was bigger, and there were hundreds of lucky audiences on site. Most of these people come from the industry and are actually arranged by the program team. The backstage was exceptionally quiet. I handed the guitar and lyrics to the staff, then closed my eyes and adjusted my state. Soon, Isabella's assistant came over and called me a few times. What's up? I opened my eyes and looked at her. She smiled and said, let's go put on some makeup. No need. I was a little impatient, and I thought I could rest for a while longer. She smiled and said, this is Director Wu's order. Go ahead and cooperate. I followed her into the dressing room, feeling somewhat helpless. She pushed me to sit down and said in an unquestionable tone, sit still, don't move. Xiao-chun, come here, give him a photogenic look. She said to the makeup artist. The makeup artist walked up to me, looking young and confident. Just keep it simple, okay? I nodded. Keep it simple, don't be too exaggerated. The makeup artist smiled and said, don't worry, the foundation is good and it won't be made too complicated. 10 minutes later, I looked at myself in the mirror. My hairstyle was simple and neat, but I had some doubts in my mind. Will this make others remember me? I nodded slightly. Well, it's okay, can I go now? The female assistant looked at me with satisfaction. Good, go backstage and wait, the recording will start soon. Backstage, everyone looked at me, and Bruce's eyes were filled with anxiety. He knew that if he wanted to beat me, he would have to give it his all tonight. I know that tonight, I must let him know that competing with me is not an easy task. In the studio, the female assistant returned to Isabella, and Isabella asked, how is it? It's done. He has a good foundation. With just a little makeup and hairstyle, he can beat many contestants in seconds. Isabella nodded. I hope he won't let me down. There was anticipation in her words. With everything ready, the show officially began. The opening segment went smoothly, and the host announced the rules. This episode will have a PK battle. Among the 4 contestants in each track, one will be drawn as the challenger. The rules are simple, but there are hidden variables behind them. Each challenger can challenge any player in the track, and the final decision is made by the track winner. There are currently 9 contestants in the track, and only 8 can enter the finals. Those who are not selected are often the strongest contestants and advance directly. 3 blind boxes are prepared backstage, and the contestants come forward to draw lots one by one. I randomly drew a ball and was relieved to see that there was no word on it. The other players also showed their balls, but I couldn't help but wonder, can I stand out in today's challenge? The host announced, please come forward contestants who have been drawn as challengers. In the next session, challengers choose their opponents in turn. I challenged Guo Pingping. I challenged Sun Ke. I challenged Kai Boyan. The 3 quickly made their choices, and the microphone was handed to Bruce. His hesitation instantly became the focus. I thought to myself, did I prepare this song for nothing? Finally, Bruce said firmly, I challenged Johnson. The instructor Aldrich was stunned. I thought he would choose someone else, but he chose me. The other contestants whispered, and everyone speculated why Bruce chose me. I breathed a sigh of relief, my lips slightly raised, and thought to myself, is he from Dongwon Entertainment? Don't blame me for being ruthless later. Chapter 24. On the solo track, the contestant who was not selected by Bruce had an unconcealed smile on his face. He knew that he was really lucky today and was spared the upcoming challenge. In the other 2 tracks, the contestants with the best performance in the first 2 rounds were not selected by anyone and advanced smoothly and directly into the next round of eliminations. It was finally my turn in the solo show track. Bruce chose me as his opponent, and I knew that this challenge was not only about personal glory, but also an opportunity to get more exposure for myself. Compared to those contestants who have no hope from the beginning, I can stay in one more game and appear in front of the camera once, even if it is just for a few minutes. In talent shows, it is often not the champion who becomes famous, but those who leave a deep impression on the audience. The more shots they get, the greater their chances. The performance officially began, and the 3 tracks were performed alternately in the order selected previously. The contestants in each track demonstrated high-level performance, especially those insignificant contestants who were eliminated in the first 2 episodes and no longer appear on the stage. I sat lazily in my seat, holding my guitar, and heard the singing of other contestants in my ears. I have to say that the level of the contestants in this episode has obviously improved a lot. The mistakes have been greatly reduced, and the original songs have become more acceptable. In the Janine track, the contestants' singing skills were strictly tested, and each contestant was able to show considerable strength. Especially mentor Xia Fei. His comments were always full of professional terms, often leaving the contestants speechless. The Dream track was much more lively, as it was almost entirely populated by singing and dancing contestants trained by the company, who could liven up the atmosphere every time they took the stage. Mentor Yang Kaiwei didn't seem to have any substantive opinions, and her sounds were casual and perfunctory every time. After each contestant's performance, some were happy while others were sad. The audience and mentors had different reactions. Finally, it was Bruce and I's turn. Aldrich smiled and said, "The next 2 contestants to appear are 2 that I am very optimistic about. One is Bruce from Dongwang Entertainment, and the other is Johnson. His performance of Xiao Chou in the last episode was very impressive. Okay, let's welcome the 2 contestants." Bruce and I walked onto the stage side by side. Yang Kaiwei smiled and said, "Last week when Teacher Xia and Teacher Zhang were having supper together, Teacher Zhang praised you too. I am looking forward to your performance." Xia Fei added, "I hope you are as outstanding as Teacher Zhang said." Bruce, as the challenger, walked to the center of the stage with a strong aura. The song he was going to sing was called Homecoming. Bruce was very confident about this song and even thought that it would help him to secure a place in the top 9 and make it to the end. Schwa, the spotlight hit him, and the stage instantly became bright. The accompaniment sounded, and the picture unfolded on the big screen. Beside the window of a train, a young man was gazing at the scenery outside the window. Just from his picture, one can guess the emotional tone of this song. Sentimental. Bruce took a deep breath and began to sing the song. Although the lyrics are well written, the melody is touching, and the chorus is particularly resonant. For some reason, I always feel that although this song is good, it lacks some soul. The mentors in the audience were also intoxicated by the singing. Aldrich nodded, and Yang Kaiwei and Xia Fei also expressed their appreciation. The scene was harmonious. Michael, who was in the preparation area, frowned slightly after hearing this song. Although this song is good, if Bruce really wants to win the competition, how should he deal with it if he came up with such a song so early? It's time. Bruce's singing gradually ended, and the audience burst into warm applause. Aldrich smiled and said, "How is it? I was right, wasn't I?" Yang Kaiwei also said, "If he were a contestant in my track, I would definitely let him advance." Xia Fei was relatively conservative. This song is well written, but the singing skills need to be improved. There are still some flaws in the transitions in a few places. It looks like the pressure is on Johnson. Aldrich chuckled and pointed at me. "Bruce, take a break. It's your turn next." I stood up and walked towards the stage. When I passed Bruce, I saw his confident smile, but I sneered in my heart. "You sing well, it's true, but to me, it's just a performance." In my mind, there are already countless classics that you cannot compare to. I am here not to compete with you for the championship, but to tell the world that mine is the name that is truly worth remembering. Seeing the smile on my face, Bruce's expression suddenly became serious. What happened to him? He was actually smiling? Bruce, who was originally full of confidence, seemed to be a little uneasy. Chapter 25. With the microphone on the stand and the guitar in my arms, I looked at the audience and raised my index finger to make a gesture of silence. The noise from the audience gradually died down, and the place became quiet. I plucked the strings of my guitar, checked the pitch, and then bowed to the band. This band was specially invited by director Isabella, so I had no pressure. For words appeared on the big screen. Ordinary Road, in black letters on a white background, simple but powerful. Although the program team didn't have time to make a complete background, it didn't matter to me. I plucked the guitar strings skillfully, and the prelude sounded. This song has its own emotions, deep and simple, as if it carries a sense of vicissitudes. The melody of this song is more touching than the lyrics. The 2 professional instructors in the audience were quickly attracted and felt the depth of the melody. My voice resonates with the song, and every note touches me deeply. Wandering on the road, are you going to go via via? I sang softly, with countless thoughts surging in my heart. This song carries my past confusion and persistence, and every word hits my heart like a hammer. Yang Kaiwei whispered to Xia Fei beside her. It sounds nice. But he did not respond. His brows were furrowed, and he was obviously listening carefully. My singing voice echoed in the air, carrying with it all my unspoken emotions, and the audience gradually began to wave their arms along with the melody, as if they had found their own resonance. In the director's room, Isabella was all smiles as she excitedly directed, "Camera number 1, shoot my face, and camera number 3, shoot the audience's expressions." She knew that this performance would never disappoint her. As the song reached its climax, my thoughts slowly returned to the past. This is the only way for me to go. I sang with deep emotion, and the audience applauded fiercely along with the music. After the last chord was played, I took a deep breath, bowed, and thanked the audience, and the whole scene was filled with the song for a long time. The audience burst into applause. Aldrich raised the microphone excitedly. "Johnson, I'm impressed. This song is really great." He turned to the other two mentors and asked, "What do you think?" Xiaofei said directly, "This song is really impeccable." Johnson performed like a mature singer. Yang Kaiwei smiled and said, "Johnson, I am your fan." Her eyes were filled with admiration, and my heart was filled with peace. This affirmation is more real than any language. Aldrich asked me, "When did you write this song?" I answered softly, "I wrote it when I was in college." The loneliness and struggle of those years suddenly came to my mind. "Genius!" Aldrich exclaimed sincerely, "I wrote songs in college, but nothing compared to this one." He added with a smile, "If I hadn't debuted earlier, maybe you would be standing here today." A few minutes later, the results were announced, and I made it to the next round. Bruce went to the loser's room. Although this episode was almost over for me, the staff suddenly mentioned that there was a special session. I was planning to go back to the hotel, but now I had to continue. I sat back in my chair and waited for the next game. Michael stared at me from a distance, and the threatening look made it clear to me that he saw me as a competitor. Then, the loser group's extra round begins. Each loser has to perform alone, and one person will be eliminated in the end. Bruce was not eliminated, and although he also participated in the extra game, Aldrich was obviously reluctant to let him go. There was an atmosphere of farewell in the backstage. Everyone knew that this was not only a singing competition, but also a test of dreams. The host announced the next part, the proposition test. The solo track requires contestants to create based on the keywords given by the mentor. The dream track requires them to rehearse the boy group MV together and perform together on stage. The perfect soundtrack requires everyone to sing the same song together to see who is the best. When Aldrich announced the topic was Chinese style, there was a silence. The other contestants obviously had not prepared Chinese style songs, but I was delighted because Chinese style is exactly what I am good at. At this moment, my heart beat faster and the road ahead seemed to suddenly become clear. Chapter 26. The production team gave each contestant a difficult question. After the third episode was over, the 24 contestants were taken back to the hotel by bus. The bus was filled with questions about discussion of question assessment. I was the only one holding my phone and grinning. "Ms. Xue, I've been promoted again." I sent a message to Jessica. "Really?" She replied immediately. "Of course it's true." "Sure. What song will we sing in this episode?" "You'll know when the show airs next week." I replied to her. "It doesn't seem to be the week after next. Penguin Video will update the first 2 episodes tomorrow. The first episode is free, and the second episode requires a membership, so you will be able to watch the third episode next week." Jessica replied quickly. "I am not surprised. Son of Brilliance is originally a self-produced program of Penguin Video. Increasing traffic is a common means, and the post-production efficiency of the program is also quite high. The fourth episode is quite interesting. It's a test question. Right now, the contestants around me are all worried. Test question question? Well, the instructor gives us a topic, and we have to create based on it, which means we have to write a song within a week." "Ah," Jessica responded quickly. "Who are you looking down on? I can write a song in a minute." I replied, "Go ahead and blow it, but don't blow it too loudly." "I'm at the hotel. It's getting late. You should go to bed first. I'm going to take a shower too." I ended the conversation. Jessica gave me an okay gesture and said goodnight. I smiled and said goodnight too. Bruce sat on the sofa, staring out the window, feeling terrible. The song he had planned to sing in the last show was used in the third episode. The most important thing was that he lost to me in singing Homecoming, which he was most confident in. Bruce knew clearly that once a song like Ordinary Road was broadcast, it would definitely become a hit. By then, Who would care about homecoming? The phone screen lit up. He picked up the phone and saw a message from Jareth. Hanyu, was Johnson eliminated? At this moment, Bruce clenched his phone tightly, furious. You bastard, if it weren't for you, why would I choose Johnson as my opponent? After calming down, he still replied, no. At this moment, Jareth was hugging a charming lady. After hearing the news, he was stunned for a moment and sat up straight. Did you choose him as your opponent? Yes, I lose, Bruce said in a low voice. Jareth was anxious. How could you lose to him? What happened? Bruce was too lazy to say more and directly typed a reply. Manager Zhang, you will know after the show is broadcast. Johnson is not the person you think. With resentment in his words, he turned his phone to do not disturb mode, threw it on the bed, and then opened his notebook to write a song. It was not easy to complete a song with a Chinese-style theme within a week. Bruce sat with his notebook for a long time, but he had no idea. The next morning, I went to the restaurant for breakfast. Usually at this time, the restaurant is always crowded. But today it was unusually quiet and empty. I finished my breakfast leisurely and just returned to my room when the production team called me. I glanced at the caller ID, hesitated for a moment, and answered the call. Hello. Johnson, are you still awake? The female assistant on the other end of the line was from last night. I asked directly, what's the matter? Other contestants are rehearsing in the training room. Why aren't you there yet? She asked anxiously. Rehearsal? What are you rehearsing for? I'm not performing singing or dancing. I was a little impatient. The female assistant was a little anxious, but the other contestants in your track are writing songs in the instrument room. Didn't I tell you last night that there would be shots this week? I replied, I can write songs in the hotel, and I don't like to put on airs in front of the camera. If there's nothing else, I'll get some more sleep. The female assistant on the other end of the phone hung up angrily. She returned to Isabella and reported angrily. This Johnson, he actually hung up on me. Isabella smiled softly after hearing this. Instead of being angry as expected, she found it very interesting. Such a unique personality may be more likable in front of the audience. You see, there's so many talent shows that people are already tired of them. If he was as eager to grab the spotlight as others, he might not necessarily attract the audience's interest. On the contrary, his feeling of being out of place might become a highlight. Highlight. The female assistant was surprised. Isabella instructed, go, send a cameraman to the hotel to take pictures of him. The female assistant couldn't believe it. Isabella laughed and scolded, go, don't just stand there. Oh, the female assistant muttered, took a camera teacher, and drove to the hotel. Half an hour later, there was a knock on my door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. I still didn't respond. I've been busy lately and stayed up very late last night. I slept so soundly that I didn't even hear the knock on the door. The female assistant kept calling me, but no one answered. The only sound in the room was my light snoring. Chapter 27. Female assistant Chun Xian stood anxiously outside the door, tapping the ground with her fingers. As time passed, her anxiety grew. Finally, she contacted the hotel staff to get a spare room card and forced the door open. When Chun Xian entered the room, she was about to scold me, but when she saw me sleeping soundly on the bed, she was stunned for a moment. She turned around quickly and lowered her head, afraid that I would see her expression. The cameraman had no worries and picked up the camera to start filming. Everyone knew that the parts that should not be shown would be processed later. I didn't sleep very deeply, and the hotel was well soundproofed, so nothing outside could disturb me. But the air became heavy, and I felt something vaguely. In a daze, I heard scolding. When I opened my eyes, I found a bearded, middle-aged man standing in front of the bed and smiling at me. Who are you? I was so scared that I covered myself with the quilt. The cameraman was not in a hurry and continued to film. Chun Xian said calmly, Director Wu asked that the cameraman will follow you all the time except when you sleep and go to the toilet. Is it really necessary? I asked doubtfully. This is Director Wu's request. If you have no objection, go find him. Chun Xian said calmly. I give up. I sighed, continued to lie down, and buried my head in the quilt. You guys take pictures and remember to close the door when you leave. Chun Xian obviously didn't want to stay any longer, so she recorded a video and sent it to Director Wu, who replied with a voice message. Asked the cameraman to stay. Chun Xian, come back. Chun Xian turned and left. The camera teacher Jiang Wanson thought I was joking, but when he saw that I really slept for 2 hours, he couldn't help but call Director Wu. Director Wu, I really can't shoot anymore. He just lay down and slept for 2 hours. Director Wu smiled and said, okay, go and arrange a few cameras. Remember to stay and get a room next door. John Watson agreed and decided to wait for me to wake up and continue filming. When I woke up, there were already several cameras installed in the room. After washing up, I sat on the sofa and watched Owing. At 8 p.m., the show was launched on Penguin Video and had already been promoted. Jessica was wearing a bathrobe and drying her hair while watching the show. She had a mediocre reaction to the contestants on the show until she saw me, and then she suddenly felt a little happy. In the show, the contestants showed themselves one after another, but Jessica didn't care about the contestants with greasy expressions. It wasn't until the camera moved to me that Jessica suddenly became interested in me. When she saw that my profile had no poster photo, only a TikTok profile picture, she was a little puzzled. Other people have posters, why doesn't he have one? At the beginning of the show, I chose the top seat, which triggered heated discussions in the comments. Why does he dare to sit in the top seat? The barrage exploded. Jessica ignored it. She felt that this position was the only option left, and she felt that the barrage was too noisy. Finally, it was my turn to go on stage. Jessica woke up immediately, but the camera turned to the preparation area and saw me sleeping. Jessica muttered angrily, "Asshole, I fell asleep during the recording of the show." I woke up when the staff reminded me. I casually picked up my guitar and walked onto the stage, wearing an ordinary white t-shirt and jeans, no makeup, looking a little casual. "Why are you here so late?" someone asked. "I waited too long and fell asleep." I replied calmly, jokingly. "Have you heard of your actors? It's good. If you hadn't released it, I would have wanted to buy the copyright." The program screen suddenly switched, and the barrage of comments instantly exploded. The audience's reaction exceeded expectations. Backstage, Chun Xian excitedly told director Wu. As soon as he came on stage, the number of viewers and the amount of barges soared. Isabella breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "It seems that we need to spend more time on him." Just then, my performance was about to begin, but the show was suddenly stuck. The audience was immediately furious and cursed the production team on social media platforms, while opening memberships and complaining. Jessica was no exception. Although she knew I had advanced, she still wanted to know what song I sang. She clicked on the second episode and moved the progress bar to the previous part. The sound of guitars started, and my singing echoed in the air. Chapter 28. I sang the song Xiao Chou in a relaxed and natural way. It lasted for 3.5 minutes. There was no affectation in my singing style, nor any showmanship. I just sang quietly. That kind of singing, like flowing water in the mountains, can wash away restlessness, make people intoxicated, and feel extremely comfortable. When the program was broadcast, the subtitles and lyrics were added. The combination of the soulful melody and the philosophical lyrics stunned the audience who originally wanted to attack me. Especially the line, "Sober people are the most absurd," and the bitter smile at the end, which seemed to elevate the song to a new level. At this moment, I'm not only a singer, my songs have already touched everyone's heart. This is more than just singing. It creates a deep emotional connection between me and the audience. Other singers' songs may only reach their ears, but my songs can go directly into their hearts. Aldrich, Kayla, and Nick, as well as the audience in front of the screen, were stunned after hearing this. After a long time, the three of them applauded at the same time, and the air was filled with shock. Jessica excitedly opened the barrage, and the comments scrolled so fast from the right side of the screen that it was almost invisible. She smiled, her heart full of satisfaction. During the show, Kayla and Aldrich took turns praising me, but I was in no hurry to leave. After returning to the highest position, I fell into a deep sleep again. And whenever the camera scans me, the questioning voices in the barrage have disappeared, replaced by more praise and support. People are always like this. If they don't have the ability, their unique personality is often misunderstood as grandstanding. But if they have the ability, being different from others becomes fearlessness and confidence. This reversal makes me feel emotional. After the show, the other contestants' performances were not bad either, but compared to my song Xiao Chou, they were a bit bland. The atmosphere on the scene was high because of me. After the recording was over, Jessica couldn't wait to call me. When I received the call, I had just finished watching the first 2 episodes of the show. She asked me, "Did you sleep?" I answered, "No, I recorded late yesterday, and it was hard to get back from the time difference." She smiled and said, "It's a good performance. I think you can win the championship." I responded, "I came to the show just to win the championship." She smiled but didn't argue. Jessica asked again, "How's the new song going?" I answered, "I just slept all day today and haven't started yet." She urged me, "Hurry up, there's not much time left to submit the song." I smiled and answered, "Don't worry, I'll start tomorrow and go over there to write the song tonight." She said helplessly, "You are so famous. Whoever marries you in the future will probably be exhausted to death." I joked, "You are so talkative." After hanging up the phone, I was planning to continue resting, but when I heard her snoring, I turned off the lights and continued to rest. The next morning, other runners started off one after another, but I was still lazy and prepared to go downstairs to get some fresh air. Jiang Wansun followed me, and suddenly I decided to ride a shared bike and left a message. "Old Jiang, stop taking pictures. I think it's too eye-catching." Jiang Wansun was so angry that he kept cursing, but I didn't care and rode away. At 10 o'clock in the evening, I came to the instrument room. When the staff was about to turn off the lights, I walked over with my guitar and computer bag and asked, "Is this place closed at night?" The staff was frightened and asked, "Didn't you practice enough during the day?" I smiled and replied, "I didn't come today. I have to come later." After entering the instrument room, I started trying all the instruments like a lonely band conductor. Jiang Wansun watched me play easily and was secretly shocked. This guy is really a genius. I sat down at the piano, played the melody, and wrote the lyrics almost without thinking. Jiang Wansun was surprised that I finished a song so quickly. When we left the recording building, it was already dark. I was not sleepy, but rather very awake. I turned to Jiang Wansun and asked, "Old Jiang, let's stop filming and go have a drink?" Jiang Wansun hesitated and agreed. "Okay, then take my car." Chapter 29. Jiang Wansun had never experienced such a complete relaxation as today. Amid the noise of the food stall, he ordered a few spicy dishes to go with the wine and a table full of barbecue and ice beer. For him, this moment was like heaven after a busy day, and all the stress seemed to disappear in an instant. "Lao Jiang, your job isn't easy, is it?" I asked casually while eating skewers of barbecue. Jiang Wansun took a sip of beer and burped with a smile. "What job is easy nowadays? At my age, it's good enough to have a job." "You are quite open-minded." I laughed. "Don't tell anyone about what happened tonight. Otherwise, I will definitely be criticized. You are young and you can still find a new job if you lose your job, but it's difficult at my age." He whispered, "Don't worry. It's not that I don't have friends. No one on the show pays much attention to me." I waved my hand in response. Jiang Wansun immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that almost no one was looking for me in the hotel. The other contestants were in groups, and I was the only one eating and practicing singing all by myself. "You don't have many friends in life, do you?" he asked curiously. "Yes, I don't have many friends," I answered calmly. "Who was that woman who called you every day?" Jiang Wansun's intuition told him that something was wrong. "She," I said casually, "she's a friend I just met a month ago. She gave me clothes and guitar." Jiang Wansun almost spit out his beer and widened his eyes. "Are you being kept by someone?" "Bullshit. You're being kept by someone," I retorted somewhat unhappily. "Then why does she buy so many things for you?" he continued to ask. "Maybe it's because of my talent." I suddenly felt proud. Jiang Wansun sneered and stopped asking questions. I also reminded him, "Old Jiang, don't edit my privacy. Director Wu is stupid. He actually installed a camera in my room and made me feel like I was in prison." Jiang Wansun drank a sip of wine with a guilty conscience and did not dare to reveal that it was he who suggested installing the camera. In fact, I invited him a drink because I wanted to have a good relationship with him. Although camera operators are small staff, their camera presentation can determine an artist's exposure. If you offend them, the later scenes will specifically pick on the artists to make them look bad, which is not a good thing for the artists. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became cheerful. Jiang Wansun began to show off his alcohol tolerance. The most I drank was 1.5 boxes at one time. "How about your alcohol tolerance?" I casually stretched out a finger and said, "A box." "You're just bragging. Keep drinking. I'll let you see what Lao Jiang's drinking capacity is like," he said with a smile. "Lao Jiang, I won't care if you get drunk," I teased. The two of us were completely drunk, and the wine tasted like boiled water in our mouths. Although our heads were dizzy, we still remained rational. Drinking and having sex is actually an excuse. Many times people just take advantage of being drunk to do things they wouldn't normally do. I sat there, looking at passersby with a wandering gaze. Jiang Wansun got drunk faster than I did, lying on the table without moving. The owner of the food stall looked at us and shook his head. Before we drank, everyone was so arrogant. They got drunk before they even finished a box of wine. At about 11 o'clock at night, A tricycle slowly passed by the street, and my eyes were attracted by it. Suddenly, I remember my childhood. My father was a worker, and my mother used to ride this tricycle to sell fruits. When I was a child, even though most fruits were rotten or in poor shape, being able to eat fruits was a luxury for our family. Thinking of my parents' hard work for me, I was more eager to make a career as soon as possible and change the fate of my family. Seeing an old lady pushing a cart with difficulty, I couldn't help but stand up and walk over to help her push the cart like I did when I was a child. "Auntie, do you need help?" I asked. "Thank you, Uncle. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do," she said gratefully. "It's okay, just a small favor." I smiled in response. Everyone else around was drinking, and no one noticed this. However, Jiang Wansun did not turn off the camera on the chair, and the lens was just aimed at the scene where I helped the aunt push the cart. I called Lao Jiang several times, but he didn't respond and remained lying on the table. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, no one took the order, so I decided to call the director's assistant, Chen Xian. "Hey, big sister, can you help me?" I said. She was furious. "You're the big sister. Your whole family is the big sister." After she finished her greetings, I quickly told her the situation. After a long silence, Chen Xian finally said, "Wait," and hung up the phone. 20 minutes later, Chen Xian arrived angrily. Seeing Jiang Wansun passed out, she was furious. "Drinking during the break of the show, really?" She pointed at Jiang Wansun and said, "Help him get in the car." The next day, Isabella frowned and looked at me. "Johnson, did you take Jiang Wansun to the food stall to drink last night?" Chen Xian was indignant. The two were drunk, and Johnson couldn't find a designated driver, so he called me to pick them up. Isabella took a sip of coffee and asked, "Did they cause any trouble?" "No." Chen Xian shook her head. When I went there, Jiang Wansun was sleeping on the table, and Johnson was sitting there stupidly, doing nothing. Isabella smiled. "Then why are you afraid of others knowing?" Chen Xian was anxious. "Johnson is our brilliant son. Jiang Wansun is just a staff member. They are like this." Isabella interrupted. "How are they now?" "Probably still sleeping in the hotel," Chen Xian replied. "Jiang Wansun's camera is still in my car." Chen Xian took back the camera, and Isabella connected it to the computer to check the video, which showed me trying out the instrument in the instrument room. Then, I started to compose the music. Could it be that he has written the original song needed for the 4th episode so quickly? Chen Xian was shocked. Isabella didn't say anything and continued watching the video until she saw the part where we went to the food stall and the camera recorded our conversation. "Are you being kept by someone?" Jiang Wansun asked, and I replied, "Bullshit. You are being kept by someone." Then, the screen showed me pushing a cart after getting drunk, and Isabella's brows were furrowed, as if she was thinking about something. Chapter 30. Last night's hangover made me feel uncomfortable all over. When I woke up, it was already noon. My head was splitting and my stomach was protesting. I struggled to get up from the bed, but I didn't have the strength to go downstairs, so I called room service and ordered a simple meal. Jiang Wansun didn't wake up until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. When he saw the sunlight outside the window, he suddenly realized that so much time had passed. As a cameraman, his first reaction was not to brush his teeth, but to start looking around for his equipment, a camera. After searching for a long time without finding it, he rushed out of the room, came to my door, and knocked anxiously. "Where's the equipment?" he asked anxiously. "Equipment." I was dizzy and had no idea what he was talking about. "Camera." Jiang Wansun was like exploding. I replied while eating, "Don't worry, I got it. Director Wu's assistant brought us back yesterday, and the camera is in her car." He breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately frowned again. "How did she know we were drinking?" I felt a little helpless and joked. I called her to come over. "It's so late now. If she didn't come to pick us up, would we have to lie on a roadside all night?" Jiang Wansun was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "You drank a lot that night. 2 boxes of beer?" I didn't drink enough, so I ordered another box. I answered casually. He gave me a thumbs up and said admiringly, "You are awesome." "Awesome? Stop it. Go wash up. You smell like a drunkard. Director Wu is looking for you later. Didn't you see him?" I interrupted him. Jiang Wansun went back to wash up with a helpless look on his face. Unexpectedly, a few days later, Director Wu did not blame him for what happened last night. Instead, he asked Chen Xian to return the video equipment to him. In the following days, we returned to our peace. Until Friday night, when the 4th episode of Brilliant Sons began to be recorded, I walked out of the dressing room at Chen Xian's urging and sat back in my seat. In this episode, in addition to the 3 mentors each having 10 votes, Two well-known creators were also invited, each with 10 votes. The 150 lucky audience members on site each have one vote, which means that the ranking is not only determined by the mentors, but also influenced by the creators and the audience. Such a rule undoubtedly increased the pressure on the contestants. The atmosphere became tense, and the 23 contestants backstage were a little anxious. Many of them began to look down at the lyrics, and it seemed that they had not fully memorized their own works. At the beginning of the show, after the host briefly introduced the rules, two mysterious creators, Song Kangwon and Chun Ming, appeared on the stage. Their arrival made the atmosphere even more heavy. Song Kangwon is a famous songwriter in mainland China. He has composed more than 60 songs, many of which were tailor-made for top singers. Chun Ming is a composing genius in the music industry, with representative works such as Letter from the Moon and Dream, which are still firmly on the domestic hot song charts. Seeing them, I know in my heart that today's challenge is not small. I didn't have much of an impression on me from the performances of the first few contestants, especially the Janine track. Although their singing skills were of a certain standard, to me, their performances were mediocre. The contestants in our track have lyrics with an ancient flavor, but the melodies are almost the same as today's market songs. Finally, it was the turn of the Dream track. The singing and dancing performance led by Michael was indeed wonderful, and the cheers from the audience instantly made the atmosphere hot, but I could hear some traces of lip syncing in their singing. But who cares about that? The audience only cares about the visuals. It was my turn. The production team always let me go last. I heard my name and walked onto the stage. The piano was pushed to the center of the stage, and Song Kangwon and Chun Ming looked expectant. I know their expectations were not high. After all, a contestant had disappointed them before. I sat down at the piano, adjusted the microphone, and the image of blue and white porcelain appeared on the big screen, with the words lyrics, Johnson, music, Johnson next to it. I took a deep breath and began to sing. The blue and white strokes on the blank are thick and then light. The peony painted on the bottle is just like your first makeup. The sandalwood fragrance comes through the window, and I understand your thoughts. The brush is halfway put down on the rice paper. My voice flowed out like the sound of nature, instantly calming the restlessness at the scene. Then the lyrics scrolled on the big screen, and the audience gradually quieted down. The sky is blue and waiting for the rain, and I am waiting for you. The smoke from the cooking rises up, thousands of miles away from the river. I write the elegant Hanli style at the bottom of the bottle, imitating the style of the previous dynasty, just as I foreshadow my meeting with you. As the song ended, the silence in the audience made me feel that every pair of eyes were focused on me. Song Kangwon and Chun Ming's eyes were filled with incredible amazement. Aldrich jumped up from the chair next to the instructor's seat and blurted out, "Fuck." Although he didn't open a microphone, the camera still captured his words. Song Seung-win's eyes lit up. He was completely shocked by the song. Xiafei whispered to Aldrich, "I will never be able to write lyrics like this in my lifetime." Every note echoed in the air. The combination of piano, flute, guqin, and guzheng seemed to lead everyone into an ancient and harmonious world. My voice rang out again. The sky is blue and waiting for the rain, and I am waiting for you. The moonlight is salvaged, and the ending is blurred, just like the blue and white porcelain handed down from generation to generation, which is beautiful in its own way. This song seems to have some kind of magic, and I on the stage also deeply felt the tranquility and confidence. When I bowed, I glanced at the audience with a calm look and full of confidence, as if I was not a contestant, but standing on the stage of my own concert. Chapter 31, Admirable Lyrics. The three mentors and two creators who rushed to comment after each performance were unable to say a word at this moment. 5 full seconds passed. The whole audience burst into thunderous applause. This was not a shocking performance, but it was a performance that crushed all previous contestants in every aspect. Word, song, singing skills, impeccable. In the backstage preparation area, the 7 people in the solo track looked ashen after listening to Johnson singing the song Blue and White Porcelain. Johnson stood on the stage, enjoying the applause and cheers. The camera is pointed directly at him. Johnson, who is not very noticeable among a group of handsome young men, now shines brightly in the eyes of everyone. Forehead, the urging of director Isabella, Aldrich finally spoke up for comment. If the full score is 100, this song can get 101 points in my heart. Teacher Xia, and I just said that even if you give me a year, I can't write a song like this. Johnson, if there's a chance, I hope we can work together on a song. Aldrich is considered a top-tier singer, and taking the initiative to invite a contestant to collaborate is undoubtedly a great affirmation. The audience below the stage also exclaimed after hearing this. Aldrich smiled and asked, Johnson, can you tell us how you wrote this song? Johnson picked up the phone and was about to make an excuse. In the broadcast room, Isabella immediately ordered, Quick, push the video to the big screen. Just before Johnson opened his mouth, the video of Jiang Wansun filming Johnson suddenly began playing on the big screen. Hearing the voice from the audience, Johnson turned around curiously and saw the video on the big screen. He put the microphone down again and thought to himself, What the hell? Why are they playing this video at this time? In the video, Johnson is alone in the instrument room, playing various instruments in it frantically. Piano, electric guitar, drums, and even suona. He can handle each of them with ease. It seemed as if a band was rehearsing in the empty instrument room. Finally, he sat down in front of the piano and played the song Blue and White Porcelain without any delay. The program team also added subtitles in the later stage. He came to the music room only once this week. The rest of the time, The screen began to switch between various photos, all of which were photos of Johnson sleeping on the bed, playing with his phone, eating, and finally there was a photo of Johnson pushing a tricycle, but the picture was too dark and the photos cut too quickly, so few people could see it clearly. No one expected that Johnson would be so relaxed when he was not recording the show, which formed a sharp contrast with his performance in the instrument room just now. After the video on the big screen finished playing, the famous lyricist Song Kangwon couldn't help but ask, was this song really written in such a short time? Yes. Johnson generously admitted that he doesn't care about so many things now. He wants to be famous, and he wants to make his debut. He wants to buy a house in Shanghai and bring his parents and sister from the small county town to live in the big city. Teacher Song, you should know that for us, writing lyrics depends on inspiration, not time. Song Kangwon saw that the audience was looking at him eagerly. He paused and said, You may not understand the meaning of the lyrics. At first glance, some parts of the lyrics seem unreasonable. For example, the sky is blue and waiting for the mist and rain, and I am waiting for you seems to be inconsistent. But everyone should know that sky is the color of Ryukiln. If you want to produce a beautiful color like sky blue, you must wait until there is a thunderstorm before firing it. The sky is blue and waiting for the mist and rain, followed by an I am waiting for you, immediately expresses the artistic conception. This line alone is enough to convince many lyricists. If you really wrote this in such a short time, then I have no right to comment on your poem. I will give you 10 points. After Song Songwon's explanation, the audience understood it instantly. Compared with the lyrics written by the 7 contestants in the previous solo track, the difference is obvious. After Song Kangwon finished speaking, Chun Ming immediately said, The melody of Blue and White Porcelain is also impeccable. I will give you 10 points as well. Both special guests gave it 10. The camera pulls back to the mentor again, and Aldrich smiles and says, Johnson, of course I give you 10 points. Yang Kaiwei also echoed, I'll give you 10 points too. Finally, the camera focused on Xia Fei. He thought that if he gave Johnson too high a score, the gap between him and the contestants in his own track would widen. He wanted to give him 8 points, but everyone was applauding the song. If he gave him 8 points, he might be criticized when the show aired. He hesitated for a moment and said, Then I'll give you 9 points. If I give you full marks, I'm afraid you'll become proud. Johnson smiled and nodded in thanks. Johnson from the brilliant solo show track received in this episode. The big screen started scrolling. The full score is 200 votes. Before Johnson took the stage, the highest number of votes was only 181, which was won by Michael from the Dream track. After that, there were 3 others with more than 170 votes, and the rest were basically around 150 votes. In this round, 2 people will be eliminated from each track, which means that as long as the votes are above 160 points, you will advance. After the numbers scrolled for a few seconds, they finally stopped. 197. 197 votes. Only 3 votes away from a perfect score. The contestants backstage were all stunned. How the hell can you compare this? Johnson did not seem very excited when he saw his vote count. He bowed on the stage and slowly walked off. The following segments went quickly. The 2 contestants with the lowest votes in each track were automatically eliminated. After giving some speeches on stage, The fourth episode was completed. Johnson was about to leave. A slightly plump woman in high heels came over, handed him a business card, and said, "I'm Yang, Siway's agent. This is the business card of our studio. If you don't have a choice of agency, you can consider our studio. The recently popular Wang Yi and Sun Ming were both promoted by our studio. Thank you." Johnson took the business card and left. After stars have been in the industry for a long time, they will either invest or use their own resources to open a studio. This has become a fixed development rule in the industry. Johnson was not surprised that Yang Kaiwei asked her agent to give her contact information. After these 2 episodes were aired, there would definitely be more agencies or studios that would find him. But Johnson is not in a hurry. He is waiting. He will choose a company to sign a contract only after he becomes famous enough and has a certain amount of traffic. In this way, the initiative will be in your hands. 6 people were eliminated at once. The bus on the way back was much emptier. Johnson sat in the back seat, took out his phone, and watched the trailer for the 3rd episode of Penguin Video, then went back to WeChat and sent a message to Jessica. "Are you asleep?" "Asleep. I've finished recording here. Friendly reminder, I might become famous after the 4th episode is aired. Tisk, I don't believe it. I just checked my Weibo followers. It's 560,000 now. Do you believe it will increase to 1 million after the 4th episode is aired? You're just daydreaming. How about a bet? Okay, what do you want to bet on? If I have 1 million followers on Weibo, you can treat me to a meal at the most expensive restaurant in Shanghai. If I don't have 1 million, it's up to you." I answered. Chapter 32, Girlfriends Gathering. Saturday evening. After staying at home for several days, Jessica finally decided to go out. She was going to attend a gathering among her best friends. As a rich girl who could live in Thompson first floor at such a young age, the status of her best friends would naturally not be too bad. After putting on makeup early and changing into clothes that looked neither formal nor too casual, Jessica drove her BMW and quickly arrived at a villa area. Jessica now looked very girlish, and no one would doubt that she was 18 years old if she walked on the street. At this kind of gathering with close friends, the younger the better, of course. Jessica got out of the car, walked to the gate, and pressed the doorbell. The door of the villa opened quickly, and a girl in a pink plaid dress quickly pulled Jessica in. "Jessica, why did you come just now? I was waiting for you alone." The girl in the dress looks about the same age as Jessica. Her name is Qin Yuhan. Her father is the president of the China region of a multinational company, and her mother is also a senior executive of a securities company. Like Jessica, she was born into a wealthy family with a silver spoon in her mouth. Besides you and Chung Tingting, who else is there? Come on, you'll know once you get in. Qin Yuhan dragged Jessica into the living room of the villa, where 4 girls were already sitting on the sofa. Hearing the voice, all the girls on the sofa turned their eyes to Jessica. Jessica recognized the 3 people inside. She was very surprised and stepped forward and said, "Sister Mei Shuhua, you are back home too?" Lu Mei, Shun Shuhua, Chung Tingting, and Qin Yuhan are all Jessica's high school classmates, and they all knew each other in high school. Jessica originally attended an aristocratic middle school where all the students came from well-off families. Lu Mei was 2 years older than Jessica and was the president of the school's student union at the time. Shun Shuhua, Jessica, Chung Tingting, and Qin Yuhan were all classmates in the same grade. The 5 people knew each other not only because they studied in the same school, but also because they gradually became familiar with each other and became good friends after following their parents to participate in various business activities. But basically half of the students from that school went abroad after graduation, so they had rarely been in touch in recent years. Hugged Jessica excitedly. "Long time no see. Jessica, you are still as beautiful as before. You too. Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were returning to your country? Haha, this is just a surprise for you. Okay, everyone, take a seat and try the freshly squeezed juice from our auntie." Several people sat down. Jessica glanced at the only girl she didn't know and asked, "Sister May, who is this?" LV May introduced. "Oh, she's my college classmate when I was studying abroad. Her name is Zhao Shengnan, and now she's my entrepreneurial partner." "Hello." Zhao Shengnan also greeted them all. Jessica asked curiously, "Sister May, are you going to start a business?" The people in this circle are all rich girls who have no worries about food and drink and just live one day at a time. So when Jessica heard that Lu Mei wanted to start a business, she was a little surprised. Lu Mei was the president of the student union when she was in high school. She had extraordinary personal abilities. After graduating from Oxford University, she studied in the UK for 2 years. Although she was not short of money, she did not want to live a life of idleness and waiting for death. Well, I came back to China just to start a business. Sister May, what kind of company do you want to start? Lu Mei smiled and said, Shangnan and I had already discussed it before we came here. We plan to set up an agency. As you know, my father owns a theater chain and knows a lot of people in the industry. The domestic market is quite large. Although there are many agencies, it is not saturated yet, so there shouldn't be any problem. Agency. Jessica's eyes widened. When the beauties around saw Jessica's big reaction, they quickly asked, Jessica, what's going on? It's just opening a company. Why are you so surprised? Jessica drank a sip of freshly squeezed juice to calm down, and then asked, the most important thing about opening an agency should be the artist you sign, Sister May. Who are you going to sign? Lu Mei sighed. We are also worried about this. Since we have decided to start our own business, I will definitely not ask my parents for a lot of money, but we didn't expect that domestic artists would charge such a high price. Of course not. There are so many people chasing stars in China, let alone a second-tier star. Even a third-tier star can easily earn millions or even tens of millions a year. Jessica, are you still a fan of James? Jessica was stunned for a moment and replied, It's okay now, but I don't like it as much as before. I don't know why, but since Johnson appeared on Radiant Sun, Jessica has stopped paying attention to James' news. Lu Mei said, We have found a new person, but we haven't talked to him yet. I asked Yuhan to organize this meeting today so that you can have a look. If you all think it's okay, I will try to use all my connections to contact him. Which new guy? Lu Mei deliberately kept the question a secret and asked, Have you watched the Penguin video show Brilliant Sun recently? The young ladies looked at each other and shook their heads. Jessica wanted to say something, but stopped herself when she saw everyone shaking their heads. Zhao Shengnan glanced at the time and said, The third episode is about to start. Let's watch it together. Okay. Qin Yuhan got up, found the remote control, and turned on the TV. Zhao Shengnan used her mobile phone to open Penguin Video, clicked on the third episode of Son of Brilliance, and then played it on TV. The six girls watched the show while reminiscing about the past. Every time a new contestant came on stage, Qin Yuhan and Cheng Tingting would ask, Sister May, is this the newcomer you've chosen? Every time, Lu Mei would smile slightly and shake her head, saying, No, you guys keep watching. The person I'm looking at is different from the other contestants. The progress bar keeps moving forward. Jessica became inexplicably nervous. Finally, when the progress bar is about to end, Bruce and Johnson finally appeared. The six girls who sang Homecoming were all intoxicated. Even though they had never felt the kind of homesickness described in the lyrics, they were still infected by Bruce's singing. Sister May, this is for sure. So far, he's the best singer and he looks okay too. But Lu Mei still shook her head. After singing Homecoming, Bruce walked off the stage and Johnson stood in the middle of the stage. After everything is ready, Johnson's singing voice echoed in the huge living room. After the 4-minute song Ordinary Road was sung, not only did the audience on the stage quiet down, but the six girls on the sofa also fell silent. Just when a smile was about to appear on Jessica's face, Lu Mei suddenly said, Shengnan and I have our eyes on him, Johnson. He is not signed to a company and is participating in the program as an individual. The program is only in its third episode. If the chips we offer are appropriate, I think you should agree. Jessica was dumbfounded, but seeing that Lu Mei had already made up her mind, Jessica still said cautiously, Sister May, Johnson, he is my friend. What? Chapter 33, could he be your boyfriend? 5 pairs of eyes stared at Jessica. Jessica herself felt a little embarrassed. She lowered her head and explained in a low voice, I have only known him for 2 months, but he is okay, and we have been chatting. Lu Mei stood up and sat next to Jessica, put her arm around her shoulders, and said with a faint smirk on her face, He's okay? You said he's your friend. Could he be your boyfriend? What? Jessica stood up and said, We're just friends. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Yuhan, Lu Mei, and Shen Shuan noticed that Jessica's face was a little red, and they all tacitly understood what was going on, but didn't say anything. Jessica wasn't usually like this. Johnson is probably the first person who can make Jessica blush. Lu Mei took Jessica's hand and said with a smile, Since we are all friends, why don't we find a time to ask him out to chat? He's recording a show. How can he have the time? The Brilliant Sun should be recorded in Pengcheng. Take me to Pengcheng to find him, and I'll pay for the air tickets and hotel. Jessica thought about it and said, This is not good. Zhao Shengnan suggested. Why don't you call him now to test his attitude and see if he has this idea? If he does, then make an appointment with him? I think so. Qin Yuhan smiled and said, Jessica, hurry up. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to let go? Qin Yuhan's provocation directly broke Jessica's defense. She said righteously, What are you reluctant to do? Don't talk nonsense. Just fight. Who's afraid of who? Jessica took out her cell phone and opened the WeChat dialogue box with Johnson. Qin Yuhan leaned over to take a look and found that the last conversation between them was about good night. The smirk on her face became even more intense. Don't talk when I'm on the phone. Jessica glared at the girls around her and warned them fiercely. I know. Go ahead and fight. Jessica directly dialed Johnson's voice phone. At this moment, Johnson, who was lying on the bed in the hotel, had just finished watching the show. Seeing that Jessica called on time, he asked as soon as he answered, Ms. Shui, how is my song? So. If you praise someone, he will die. Being stared at by 5 pairs of eyes, Jessica felt a little uncomfortable and didn't know what to say. Have you got a meal yet? It's already past 8 o'clock. What do you think? At Lu Mei's signal, Jessica asked, Well, have you decided which company to sign with? Not yet. Johnson continued. After recording the 4th episode yesterday, Yang Saiwei's agent gave me the business card of the head of their studio. They probably wanted to sign me. 2 small agencies also added me during the day, but I didn't agree to either of them. Are you dissatisfied with the conditions they proposed? Johnson laughed and said, Didn't I tell you? I can't negotiate terms with the company right now. Once I record a few more episodes and my fame rises, I'll have the leverage to negotiate terms with them. I have to be careful about this. Jessica didn't know what to say. Lu Mei snatched the phone from Jessica, put it to her ear, and said, Hello, Johnson. I'm Jessica's best friend, Lu Mei. Johnson almost spit out the soda he had just drunk when he heard another woman's voice coming from the microphone. After coughing several times, Johnson responded twice, Hello. It's like this. I just returned to China and founded a management company. I'm looking for new people to sign recently, and I just happened to choose you. I didn't expect Jessica to know you. Jessica and I are best friends, and you and Jessica are friends. Should we find some time to talk? Johnson didn't agree immediately. After all, if it was a new company, many aspects might not be professional, and there wouldn't be that many resources. He was about to reply when Lu Mei asked again, Are you worried about the lack of resources in the new company? Johnson's heart tightened. Although the conversation was over the phone, Johnson could feel that the person on the other end of the line was a shrewd, strong woman. Seeing that Johnson didn't say anything, Lu Mei directly revealed her cards. I have acquired an agency. There were also a studio before. Later, after the boss behind the studio was banned, I took over. In addition, my dad is the 2nd largest shareholder of Starlight Cinemas, so you don't have to worry about resources. Even Qin Yuhan, Cheng Tingting, and others, after hearing LV May directly reveal her family background, knew in their hearts that LV May really wanted to sign a contract with Johnson. Starlight Cinemas is one of the top 3 cinema chains in China. Johnson hesitated for 3 seconds before replying, Let's find some time to talk. Next Sunday, I'll bring Jessica to Pengqing to see you. Jessica immediately said, Why should I go too? Lu Mei gave Qin Yuhan a look, and the latter immediately covered Jessica's mouth. Good. That's it for now. Bye. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Lu Mei also breathed a sigh of relief. He and Zhao Shangnan had finally chosen Johnson, and now she needed a capable artist to make a name for the company in the entertainment industry. She is actually more anxious than Johnson, who is anxious to make his debut. Jessica, after she saw the call, was over. Lu Mei returned the phone to Jessica and couldn't help but hug Jessica and kissed her on the face. Jessica, thank you. You really helped me a lot this time. Jessica snorted, took the phone, and said, You just know how to bully me. Cheng Tingting asked curiously, Jessica, how did you get to know him? Can you tell us? Yeah, tell me about it. You're a bunch of gossips. I won't tell you. If I tell you, everyone will know about it the next day. Will you tell me? Qin Yuhan walked up to Jessica and started tickling her. Jessica was most afraid of this trick since she was a child. The 2 beauties soon rolled into a ball on the sofa, laughing nonstop. The 5 people stayed in the villa until almost 10 o'clock before leaving. After agreeing on the next meeting time, Jessica drove back home. As soon as she got home, Jessica took out her phone and typed, Are you asleep? Not yet. I'm sorry about what happened today. They are all our good friends. There's nothing to be sorry about, but your best friend is great. She started her own business and became a boss at such a young age. Sister May is 3 years older than me and was very capable when she was in high school. Will you come to Pingching next Sunday too? Seeing the message from Jessica, Johnson smiled and typed, "Send me a message or call me when you get there. I'll leave early because it's hard to get to this place by car. We'll pick you up then." "That's fine. You're still with your group of girlfriends?" "No, I just got home. It's getting late. Go take a shower and go to bed." "Yeah, you too. Good night." "Good night." Chapter 34, Is It Too Late for Me to Get Along Well with Him Now? Johnson was actually happy when he thought that Jessica was coming to Pingching this weekend. Although many of Johnson's former WeChat friends sent him messages after the show was aired, when he was not on the show, apart from his parents, few people contacted him on WeChat in a year. So Johnson ignored those friends who only sent him messages after he was on the show. He had even planned to change his mobile phone number and WeChat account after officially signing with the company, as he didn't have many people on WeChat anyway. After sleeping for a whole day and tinkering with the guitar in the room in the morning, when it was time for dinner, Johnson went downstairs to the restaurant alone to eat. The next 2 episodes will be 1v1 PK battles. The difference is that the opponents will no longer be in their own track. This is definitely good news for the remaining contestants in the solo track, because they will finally not encounter the pervert Johnson. However, this is bad news for the players of the Janine track and the Dream track. However, Johnson doesn't care what the competition system is like. As long as he can go on stage to sing, it doesn't matter who his opponent is. Sitting down in the restaurant with his meal, Johnson ate while looking at his mobile phone. There was a large screen hanging on one wall of the restaurant. The screen was turned off when Johnson came, but now it was turned on. "My name is Wu Xing. I'm 18 years old, and my dream of becoming a girl group member started in junior high school. My name is Chun Jing. I'm 22 years old. I also dreamed of being in a girl group when I was 15. I'm Shangwan Yuer. I'm 20 years old, and I've been a trainee for 3 years. I must make a successful debut this year." In the picture, on the triangular stage, a group of sweet-looking girls stood in rows and introduced themselves. In the lower right corner is the name of the show, Sweet Girl, a talent show for girl groups. Unlike Son of Brilliance, this program is recorded in a closed format, similar to the previous boy group trainee. But that's not the point. The point is that Maria also participated in this show. "My name is Maria. I'm 22 years old, and I graduated from the Magic City Conservatory of Music. My biggest dream is to have the opportunity to perform on such a big stage in the future." Johnson looked up at Maria, who was dressed pure and beautiful on the screen. After listening to Maria's introduction, Johnson couldn't help but smile bitterly. "You're only a few months younger than me, but you changed your age to 22 just to appear on a show?" Johnson looked away and ate his meal quietly. Although he still felt a little shaken when he saw Maria, the moment Johnson came to this parallel world from that world, he knew that he and Maria were two different people. He wanted nothing to do with this woman. A few days passed quickly, and it was Friday night again, time to record the show. Johnson arrived backstage early and waited. Since 6 people were eliminated in the last episode, there are only 18 people left, including Johnson in the backstage. In the next 2 episodes, a total of 7 people will be eliminated, and by the last episode, only 11 people will be left. As the number of people decreases, the program flow becomes simpler. The rules of this episode are very simple. Opponents are randomly matched and then go on stage for a PK. The audience and 30 music critics invited by the program team will vote. Whoever gets more votes will advance, and whoever gets fewer votes will have to compete in the second round. It can be said that the quality of the program has only been improved in this episode. After all, those who were just filling in the numbers have been eliminated. Those 3 internet celebrities who had millions of fans on TikTok were all eliminated in the previous episode. Internet celebrities are internet celebrities. Most of them rely on beauty filters and voice cards. Their abilities cannot be compared with those of real singers or even trainees who have trained for several years. The program recording begins. The contestants are randomly matched to the stage. In this episode, Johnson finally didn't go on stage last. In the third group, Johnson was drawn, and his opponent was a contestant named Lee Chu from the Janine track. Saw that his opponent was Johnson. The expression on his face was uglier than crying. After the two walked onto the stage, the instructor asked directly, "Who of you two will go first? If neither of you wants to sing first, then let's play rock, paper, scissors to decide." Johnson was about to speak when Lee Chu hurriedly said, "Let me sing first." Johnson didn't say anything more. The reason why Li Chu asked to sing first was because he was afraid that after Johnson finished singing, he would not have the courage to sing again, because Johnson's performance in the previous show was too eye-catching. No one expected that the song Li Chu was going to sing was actually a song from Aldrich's new album. Aldrich was extremely happy when he heard the prelude. After all, this is his newly released album, and if the contestants sing it, it would be a disguised form of promotion for himself. The song was sung smoothly, and apart from the poor transitions, there was nothing wrong with it. Having come this far in the Janine track, his singing skills are actually not that bad. Please wait aside, Li Chu. Johnson, start your singing. Johnson walked onto the stage, holding a guitar. The three mentors and a group of music critics who had watched the previous episodes of the show all focused their attention on Johnson, with obvious anticipation in their eyes. Johnson on the stage with a loving look, but she was secretly thinking in her heart, why hasn't he contacted my studio yet? The lights dimmed. Johnson began to play and sing, and as soon as the prelude sounded, everyone could hear that the style of this song was very similar to his first and second songs. 4 big words appeared on the big screen. Horse Herding City. Johnson sang deeply. It seemed as if he once again treated this stage as his own personal concert, wandering in the streets and buildings. In my heart are horses and hunting grounds. The most amazing fragility and confusion. But that's it. There is always something beyond your reach. There are mountains beyond mountains, and there are other places. Fell and bumped. My heart is still back to the old place. Johnson's singing echoed in the silence. The sound was steady, without any fluctuation. The most important thing is that every line of the lyrics is full of emotion, as if every line of the lyrics has a story behind it. This is very rare. When Li Chu heard Johnson's chorus, he knew he had lost. There is no comparison. This guy is a total bug. I'm afraid anyone who comes will lose. When all the thoughts, words, desires, and loves, all squeezed in the heart, there's no room for me in the suitcase. The place I want to go. This is what comes and goes, what is given and what is owed. It's a compliment. The wind blows the grass low, and I feel melancholy. At least there is light when you look up. The audience was immersed in it. When the camera swept across, everyone's face was filled with an intoxicated expression. Really, Johnson never disappoints. Chun Xian in the director's room couldn't help but say, how come every song he sings is so good? Isabella smiled and said, if nothing unexpected happens after the end of Brilliant Sun, he will gradually become the most popular singer in the country. Chun Xian knew that Isabella had a very sharp eye, and she would never make a mistake when she set her eyes on someone. Chun Xian said self-deprecatingly, then is it too late for me to get along with him now? Isabella looked up and gave Chun Xian a chestnut and continued to control the development of the entire program. Chapter 35, Your Boyfriend, seems to be very popular. The 5th episode ends. The entire process of Son of Brilliance has already been completed for the most part, but after recording the 6th episode, there should be a 2-week break. After all, the last episode will be broadcast live, so we'll at least wait until the 6th episode is finished before the live broadcast. Saturday evening. In the office building of the Magic City Commercial Center, LV Mei and Zhao Shengnan were touring the newly renovated office. Zhao Shengnan said, the previous studio only had the publicity department and the affairs department, and under the affairs department were the agents and assistants. Now that we have taken over, we will definitely not just have these 2 departments like before. Lu Mei asked, are you going to start recruiting people? It has already started, Zhao Shengnan said. The company initially has 6 departments: Public Relations Department, Advertising Department, Artist Management Department, Affairs Department, Finance Department, and Legal Department. If we can successfully sign Johnson this time, then our company will have to start operating as soon as possible. It should be operational in 2 months at most. Lu Mei nodded and said, I will go to Pengcheng with Jessica tomorrow morning. You will be in charge of the company. The 2 of them walked around the renovated office, looked at the time, and Lu Mei took out her cell phone and called Jessica. Johnson used that night. Miss Xue, are you up? Jessica heard Lu Mei calling her Miss in a sarcastic tone. She immediately sat up from the sofa and shouted, you go to Pengcheng by yourself tomorrow. I'm not going. Lu Mei suppressed her smile and quickly admitted her mistake. I was wrong. I was wrong. Have you eaten? If not, come out and eat. With whom? Just me, Shengnan, and you. I don't want to go out. Don't talk nonsense. I'll pick you up and call you when I get downstairs. Lu Mei said decisively, and hung up the phone without giving Jessica a chance to refuse. Jessica heard that there was no sound on the phone, she immediately kicked her little white legs and complained like a spoiled child. What? You all just know how to laugh at me. Since the party last week, Jessica and Johnson had a phone call. Now in their girlfriends group, Qin Yuhan, Shun Shuhua, and others often forward short videos about Johnson to the group, and every time they hit Jessica, they say, "Jessica, your boyfriend is so handsome." Jessica repeatedly emphasized in the group that she and Johnson were just friends, but it still didn't help. After charging her phone, Jessica went to the cloakroom to change into clothes suitable for going out and spent some time in the room putting on makeup. When it was almost 7 o'clock, Lu Mei called again. Jessica changed into a pair of white dad shoes, answered the phone, said, "I'll be right down," and hung up. When they reached the downstairs of the community, Jessica got directly into Lu Mei's Mercedes-Benz G. Lu Mei quickly took Jessica to a French restaurant. After ordering, Lu Mei took the initiative to say, "The flight is at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll pick you up at 6 o'clock in the morning." So early, 2.5 hours past 8 o'clock, driving to Johnson's place is just about time for dinner. Jessica hesitated to speak. Seeing this, Lu Mei took the initiative to ask, "Has Johnson ever told you what kind of agency he wants to sign with?" Jessica shook her head and said, "He just kept emphasizing that you have to be cautious when signing with a company. Also, although this is his first time participating in a variety show, he seems to know a lot about the entertainment industry, and he knows a lot of things that outsiders don't understand." When Lu Mei heard Jessica talking about Johnson one word at a time, an ant-like smile appeared on her face again. Zhao Shengnian nodded and said, "He was not nervous at all when he went on stage in the first episode. From this point of view, he is indeed much more mature than other newcomers. This is why we chose him. Such a person is most suitable for a newly established agency like ours." Jessica pouted and said, "If the talks fail, don't blame me. I won't get involved in this." Lu Mei smiled and said, "Jessica, I'll tell you the truth. As long as your boyfriend's request is not too excessive, I will accept it for your sake." "Sister Mei, what boyfriend? Don't talk nonsense." Jessica's face turned red, and she looked around hurriedly to see if anyone heard what she said. Lu Mei held back her laughter, and when she saw the waiter bringing the snacks, she stopped teasing Jessica about this matter. "The 4th episode has started. Do you want to watch it together?" Look. Zhao Shengnian took out a tablet from her bag, and the three of them sat in a row and watched the 4th episode of Brilliant Sons. After watching for a few minutes, Lu Mei said directly, "Others don't need to watch it. Let's just watch Johnson." Having said that, Lu Mei exited the full screen, found the Johnson blue and white porcelain pure edition below, and clicked on the video directly. Jessica couldn't help but say, "This episode is a test with a proposition." The topic for the solo track is Chinese-style songs. Johnson even made a bet with me that after this episode, his Weibo followers will increase to 1 million. The two people next to him listened with great anticipation. With Jessica around, Lu Mei actually still has confidence that she can sign Johnson. Although Jessica denied that they were just ordinary friends, if they were really ordinary friends, Jessica would not blush every time she mentioned it. These days, a girl's blushing face says it all. In the picture, Johnson also began to sing the song Blue and White Porcelain with a Chinese style. Every line of the lyrics is extremely elegant. It's like reading a poem. The fingers played a series of pleasant notes on the piano keys. Johnson in the picture. "The sky is blue and waiting for the rain, and I am waiting for you." What a beautiful lyric. I'm afraid that after this song is sung, many people will change their signatures to this sentence tomorrow. This sentence obviously also hit Lu Mei, Zhao Shengnian, and Jessica. Nowadays, there are handsome guys everywhere, but finding a talented handsome guy is like looking for a needle in a haystack. And Johnson is that needle. When a song was almost over, a young couple happened to walk by behind the three of them. When they heard the song, the girl stopped first and waited until Johnson finished singing the last line. "Your eyes are smiling." Then the girl asked quickly, "Hello, what show is this?" Lu Mei turned her head and smiled. "The Brilliant Son of Penguin Video. This song is so beautiful. I want to listen to it again later." The girl said and walked away holding her boyfriend's hand. Lu Mei smiled slightly, retracted her gaze, and said to Jessica, "Jessica, your boyfriend seems to be very popular." Jessica rolled her eyes at Lu Mei, not wanting to bother with her. She took out her cell phone and opened Johnson's Weibo homepage. The number of fans has increased to 850,000. The 4th episode of the show has just been aired, and not many people saw Johnson on stage. It was only after the live version of the song was released that Johnson really gained fans. Jessica quit Weibo and thinking that Johnson would soon become famous, she had a bright smile on her face. Chapter 36, Arranged Marriage. Coming out of the airport, Lu Mei and Jessica walked to the side of the road. The driver of the black Audi got out and asked, "Ms. Lu, do you need me to drive?" "No, I'll drive myself." The driver handed the car keys to Lu Mei with both hands, and then said, "If Miss Lu needs me to drive in the next 2 days, I'll be there whenever you call. Thanks for your hard work." "It's not hard, not hard." The driver was several years older than Lu Mei, but in front of Lu Mei's powerful aura, he was still respectful and didn't dare to say a word. Like Lu Mei, Jessica, and Qin Yuhan have been the upper class since childhood. In their worldview, they never feel inferior because of someone's noble status. Over time, they naturally develop a noble temperament. But this kind of temperament will make many people afraid to approach. It can only be viewed from a distance and not played with. In the car, Jessica asked, "Do you want to send a message to Johnson?" "Call him when we get downstairs at the hotel. Give him a surprise." Jessica pouted. "What a surprise. He knew we would come here today. By the way, you didn't tell us how you and Johnson met last time?" Lu Mei turned her head to look at Jessica and said with a smile, "Tell me now." "So, I went to see James' concert, and he sat next to me. Then he went on stage to sing a song called Actor. I saw that he sang well and was a very honest person, so I gave him a ride home. Then, we kept in touch. So simple. What else?" Lu Mei remained skeptical. Jessica asked back, "Sister May, what about you? Didn't you have a boyfriend in the UK before?" "We broke up a long time ago." "Why?" Lu Mei said, "We've only known each other for 3 months, and he just wanted to have sex with me. I didn't want to, so he actually flirted with other girls. When I found out, we broke up right away. You have to be careful when choosing a man, because few men are good." Jessica nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lu Mei smiled and asked, "What about Johnson's character?" He is okay. I haven't found any problems with his character yet. He had a girlfriend before. Before Johnson appeared on the show, his girlfriend ran away with an executive of an agency in order to enter the entertainment industry. Johnson dated his girlfriend for 5 years and never had any relationship with her. His values are pretty positive. When I gave him a guitar before, he refused to accept it. Lu Mei asked Jessica so many questions about Johnson because she wanted to find out what kind of person Johnson is. Johnson is afraid of meeting a bad agency. As the boss of an agency, Lu Mei is also afraid of encountering an artist with bad character. "Jessica, it's hard to find a man like this now. You have to seize the opportunity." "Sister May, how come you're the same as them?" "I've already told you that I've only known him for 2 months. Lu Mei asked directly. "Then why are you nervous?" Jessica was silent all the way. After driving for more than half an hour, the Audi finally stopped outside the hotel. Jessica sent a message to Johnson via WeChat. Johnson, who was in the hotel, put his phone in his pocket, changed into a pair of pure white Air Force shoes that Jessica bought for him, and went downstairs. Johnson appeared at the door of the hotel. The 2 people in the car saw him. Lu Mei originally thought that Johnson's appearance would be a little different in front of and behind the camera, but she didn't expect that there was no difference when she saw him offline. Johnson's looks are the kind that are pleasing to the eye. He is 1.78 meters tall, which may not sound very tall, but there are only a few people in the entertainment industry whose information on the encyclopedia is true. Johnson has also seen people who are just over 1.7 meters tall and dare to claim that they are 1.8 meters tall. The passenger window was lowered, and Jessica waved to Johnson. After seeing this, Johnson quickly walked to the front of the car, opened the door, and got in. Lu Mei turned sideways, stretched out her hand, and said with a smile, "Lu Mei, I've already talked to you on the phone." "Hello. I booked a restaurant on the way. You don't have any dietary restrictions, right?" "No." Johnson shook his head and took the initiative to ask Jessica, "Jessica, have you read my Weibo?" "No." Johnson smiled and said, "We have already reached 1 million followers this morning. Don't forget to treat me to a meal after the show is recorded." Jessica hummed and replied, 1 million fans is 1 million fans. What's the big deal? Many celebrities have over 100 million fans. You have to take it step by step. In the restaurant, the 3 of them ate their food with their own thoughts. Lu Mei had been waiting for Johnson to bring up the matter of signing with an agency first, but this guy seemed to be doing it on purpose. He was eating from beginning to end, as if he had forgotten the purpose of this meal. Lu Mei couldn't help it and kept winking at Jessica. But Jessica, who usually called her sister May in a very intimate way, pretended not to see it and kept eating. Forget friends when you see beauty. Lu Mei was indignant, but she spoke first in the end. "Johnson, What do you think of what I said on the phone? Lu Mei was waiting for Johnson to speak first, and Johnson was also waiting for Lu Mei to speak first. In this kind of situation, whoever speaks first will be in a passive position. Johnson put down his chopsticks and smiled. I want a brilliant son, and Jessica helped me a lot. You're Jessica's best friend. Logically, I should sign a contract with your company, but this matter concerns my future development, so I can't make a decision easily. I came here to discuss this with you. You can ask for anything you want. Johnson looked up at Lu Mei and smiled. Then tell me first, beside what you said on the phone, what other advantages will there be for me if I sign with your company? How come this guy's eyes seem to be able to see through people's hearts? It was the first time that Lu Mei was being stared at, and she felt inexplicably nervous. Our company has just been established. If you choose to sign with us, we will definitely use all our resources to package you. Johnson held up a finger and said, 1. If you can name 3 advantages, I can talk to you about the profit sharing. Also, my father owns a cinema chain. Through this relationship, if you want to make movies or TV series in the future, I can find you the resources, and they are relatively good resources. The second one. Lu Mei racked her brains and frantically tried to think of a third advantage. But after thinking for a long time, she couldn't figure out what other advantages their company had besides these. After all, it is a new company and cannot compare with other companies in other aspects. The first 2 advantages are actually quite far-fetched. Lu Mei suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Before coming here, she thought she could take the initiative in this negotiation, but just when Lu Mei was speechless, an idea flashed in her mind, and she suddenly pointed at Jessica and said, Jessica is also a shareholder of my company. If you sign with our company, she will also be your boss. This is the biggest advantage of our company. After all, if you sign with another agency, you will not be able to meet often in the future. Jessica was halfway through her meal when she heard this. Her almond-shaped eyes widened. She stared at Lu Mei blankly and suddenly felt like she was in an arranged marriage. When? Become a shareholder of your company? Johnson was also stunned. He turned his head and glanced at Jessica. After a long silence, he smiled and said, Okay, let's talk about the profit sharing. Chapter 37, How can a father call to care about his son? Why are we talking about profit sharing now? What do you mean? Jessica looked around, but found that neither of them paid any attention to her. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to start. She stomped her feet angrily under the table, and her fierce expression was so adorable. When an agency signs a contract with an artist, the most important thing to discuss is the profit sharing. For domestic first and second-tier artists, the profit split is roughly 7:2:1, with the artist taking the lion's share, the agency taking 20%, and the agent who is responsible for finding work for the artist taking 10%. But for artists with average fame, their income is usually split with their companies or agents at a rate of 60%, 20%, and 20%. Famous artists have jobs that find people, while unknown artists have people looking for jobs. The profits are basically distributed according to the amount of effort put in, which is relatively fair. The profit will be split 60% to 40% within a year, and then adjusted based on your status in the industry after a year. What do you think? About half a year. Johnson said, After the show is over, I will release an album. This album should be enough to put me on the second-tier list. Okay. Lu Mei did not doubt Johnson's ability. She raised her head and met Johnson's gaze again. She pursed her plump red lips and said, Just as you said, in the next 6 months, the company will provide you with all the resources, including your food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Then please help me find a quieter house. I like quietness. Lu Mei smiled and said, No problem. Johnson picked up the cup filled with coconut milk and said, Just draft the contract and mail it to me. I wish you a pleasant cooperation in advance. It's been a pleasure working with you. Lu Mei also raised her glass, and then the two of them looked at Jessica again. Jessica raised her glass helplessly, clinked glasses with the two of them, and drank half a glass of coconut milk. You guys eat first. I'm going to the bathroom. Lu Mei took her cell phone and left the private room. She said she was going to the bathroom, but she was taking her cell phone out, so she must be going to make a call. Johnson saw through it, but didn't say anything, so he said to Jessica, I signed the contract with your bestie because of your face. Jessica rolled her eyes at Johnson and said, Should I thank you? Certainly. You are so beautiful. Johnson smiled and said, When are you going back? Sister May asked me to come with her. I will leave when Sister May leaves. I thought you would stay in Pengcheng for 2 days. Johnson said casually. Jessica was stunned for a moment, turned her head slightly, and smiled. Is he trying to keep me? Johnson, let's add each other on WeChat so we can keep in touch anytime. Good. Downstairs in the hotel, the two scanned the QR code and added each other on WeChat. Lume said, then let's go back first. Goodbye. Johnson got out of the car, closed the door, and was about to go back to his hotel room. Johnson, Jessica suddenly shouted and got out of the car. Seeing this, Lume smiled and rolled up the car window. She didn't want to hear them showing off their affection. What's wrong? When will you be able to finish recording the show? We recorded the 5th episode yesterday, and the 6th episode will be recorded next week. If nothing goes wrong, the 7th episode will not be recorded until 2 weeks later, probably around June 20th. What's going on? Jessica handed the phone to Johnson somewhat embarrassedly. Johnson took it and looked at it. It was a WeChat chat interface. The other party's avatar was a lotus flower, and the note was Mother, which should be Jessica's mother. The 2-day record of the two was also very simple. Jessica's mother would ask every 2 or 3 days, Jessica, when are you going to bring your boyfriend home? Johnson scratched his head and said, does your mom really think after you finish the show, please come home with me. Otherwise, my parents will definitely, make me go on a blind date. Just treat it as an emergency. Johnson thought about it for a moment and nodded. Okay, I'll take that as your agreement. Well, go back and go to bed early. Good night. Good night, Jessica said quickly, and immediately turned around and got into the car. They said good night to each other on WeChat, and Jessica didn't feel anything. But saying good night in person made Jessica feel her heart beating faster. The 4th episode of Brilliant Sun has been aired. Johnson, Xiaoqiu, Ordinary Road, and Blue and White Porcelain have already been listed on Penguin Music's new song chart and rising chart. All 3 songs are in the top 10, and Blue and White Porcelain even directly topped the new song chart and the rising song chart. In just one day, it had millions of listeners. The reason why Blue and White Porcelain has such good results is not only because the song itself is good, but also that before this, there were almost no good Chinese-style songs in the country. The emergence of Blue and White Porcelain filled a gap, and it was within Johnson's expectations that it attracted such a huge market response. Most of the comments under the song are positive, but there are inevitably 1 or 2 doubts among the dozens of comments. This song was written in 1 week? I don't believe it. If a new singer can write a song of this quality within a week, other singers in the country will have no chance of survival. The melody sounds familiar. Is this song not plagiarized? It must have been prepared in advance, but I have to say, even if it was prepared, this song is pretty cool. Johnson read the comments for a while, then put down his phone and went to take a shower. In a remote small county town, after selling fruit all day, Chan Laneying closed the shutter of the shop and walked to the kitchen on the first floor carrying a bag of grapes that were not in good condition. On the living room bench, a middle-aged man was watching the news broadcast with a remote control in his hand. The girl sitting next to him had her back to the TV. She looked thin, about 16 or 17 years old, and was doing her homework. Chan Laneying washed the grapes, put them on a plate, and brought them to the girl. Seeing that the girl was doing her homework seriously, she showed a gratified smile on her face. Come on, have some grapes. The family of 3 sitting in the hall are Johnson's parents and sister. His father, Marlon, is a factory worker working from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. His mother, Chan Laneying, is the owner of a small fruit shop. And his sister, Nana, is a student who is about to enter her senior year of high school. Their family background was ordinary and inconspicuous, even in a small county town. Chan Laneying walked to the bench and saw the cigarette ashes on the ground. She looked up and slapped Marlon's hand, cursing unceremoniously. If you want to smoke, go outside. If you smoke at home again, I will punish you. Marlon was not surprised at all. He waved his hands and said, no more smoking. Dad, let me tell you something. When Xiao Lu came to the store to buy fruit today, he inexplicably told me that our Xiao Yang was on TV. I didn't take it seriously at the time, but when Qin came to the store this afternoon, she also told me about it. Could it be that our Xiao Yang was really on TV? Marlon turned down the volume of the TV and raised an eyebrow and said, this kid hasn't called home in 2 months. I don't know how he's doing out there. Nana put down her pen and ate some grapes while saying, Mom, the Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon. Didn't my brother say whether he would come home or not? Chan Laneying laughed and said, do you think your brother is still in college? He only has 3 days off for the Dragon Boat Festival. It takes a whole day to go home and back. The train ticket costs a lot of money. What is he going to do with his trip? Nana pouted, looking a little unhappy. Johnson is 7 or 8 years older than her. Since childhood, when Marlon and Chun were busy outside, it was Johnson who took care of Nana. The relationship between the two siblings is much better than that of siblings in many families. It's getting late now, Dad. Why don't you give Xiaoyang a call and ask him how he's doing? If I want to hit you, hit me. How can I call you to show my concern for my son? Chun held the phone and slapped her man again. At this time, Nana suddenly stood up, snatched the phone from her mother, and said with a smile, "If you don't fight, I will." Chapter 38, I will support you from now on. Just came out of the bathroom. Someone made a video call on WeChat. Johnson originally thought it was Jessica calling, but he didn't expect it was actually his mother who called. Johnson hurriedly rubbed his freshly washed hair with a towel, sat on the sofa with his mobile phone, and answered the video call. The person who appeared on the phone was not Chun but his sister Nana. When Johnson saw his sister, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Are you done with your evening study?" "Yeah." Nana laughed happily, revealing two beautiful dimples. "Brother, where are you? Why is it different from where you lived before?" "Brother is in the hotel." "Brother, are you on a business trip?" No, are Mom and Dad around?" Johnson asked. Nana sat between her parents and put her phone far away, so that all three of them appeared in the camera at the same time. "Dad, Mom, is everything okay at home lately?" "Very good," Chun asked with a smile. "How are you doing out there?" Johnson decided to come clean. It was only a matter of time before he could hide the fact that he resigned to participate in the draft. Now that he had gained some fame, this was the perfect time to speak out. "I quit." Johnson smiled and said, "But don't worry, Mom and Dad. I'm participating in a talent show right now and will soon reach the finals. Recently, an agency has approached me to discuss signing a contract. I will definitely make more money in the future than I did in the previous advertising company." Before Marlon and Chun could say anything, Nana jumped up excitedly. "Brother, you are so awesome. Are you going to be a star in the future?" Seeing the smile on his sister's face, Johnson also smiled and said, "Study hard in your senior year and try to get into Jiaodong University. I will support you in the future." "Okay." Chun patted Nana's thigh, took the phone and asked, "Xiaoyang, our family has no money or power. Will this path work for you?" "Mom, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Today, your Aunt Lou came to the store and said that you were on TV. I thought she saw it wrong. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether you make money outside or not. Just take care of your health. Your father and I can still do it." Johnson switched to the rear camera, scanned the hotel, and said, "Mom, look, I've been living in this hotel for almost a month. It was arranged by the program team. I don't have to spend money myself, and meals are free. I'm living well outside, so don't worry." Chun didn't understand all this. Seeing that her son was indeed more energetic than before, she didn't say much. Nana leaned into Chun arms again and asked, "Brother, what show are you on?" "The Brilliant Son of Penguin Video." "Brother, let's hang up first. I want to watch you on the show." After saying, before Johnson could reply, Nana hung up the phone. She downloaded a Penguin Video and was about to log in when Johnson sent her his account number and password. "Beware, my brother's account has been activated. Please log in to this account." Nana quickly replied with an OK gesture and logged in using the account and password sent by Johnson. "Is he okay?" Chun who was sitting next to him, urged. She was more looking forward to seeing her son on TV than Nana. "It will be ready soon." Nana clicked on the first episode of Shining Suns, skipped the beginning, and fast-forwarded until Johnson came on stage. Nana said excitedly, "It's my brother. He's really my brother." The old couple also moved closer, looking at the phone screen with some pride on their faces. In the eyes of the older generation, having their son appear on television is a glory for the family. Johnson on the phone finished singing a song of sorrow with great emotion. The old couple didn't know much about music, so they asked immediately after listening to it, "How was your brother singing?" Listen what the instructor says. Aldrich and Kayla posted their comments on the phone. The old couple finally felt relieved. Nana excitedly clicked on the third and fourth episodes of the show. After listening to Ordinary Road and Blue and White Porcelain respectively, Nana excitedly praised, "Brother is so amazing. Dad, Mom, brother will definitely become a big star in the future." Look at the comments. Everyone is praising brother for his good singing. For some reason, I saw the barrage of comments floating across my phone. Chun eyes were red, as if she was about to cry. Marlon touched his wife's back calmly, and a hint of relief appeared on his stern face. A week goes by quickly. In a blink of an eye, it's Friday recording day again. Johnson felt a little excited when he thought that the program would be recorded in 2 weeks. After all the contestants arrived, Chen Xian came backstage again and said the process of this episode is similar to the last one. Everyone, be prepared and try not to make any mistakes. After recording this episode, you will be given 2 weeks to prepare for the finals. You can invite your own dancers or ask others to help sing. The finals will be open to the whole network for voting. Whether you can make it to the top 9 and debut depends on your previous popularity and your performance in the finals. Those without makeup go to the dressing room. Johnson, don't look at me. I'm talking about you. Johnson, who was called, stood up reluctantly and walked into the dressing room. 7:15. After the mentors and music critics arrived, the recording began directly. Because the rules were similar to the previous one, this round went by very quickly, and with the number of contestants being much smaller, before we knew it, we had already completed most of the progress. The big screen randomly matched opponents, and the players who were not on the stage and the backstage were a little nervous. There was no other reason. Johnson has not played yet. Based on his performance in previous episodes, no contestant would want to face him at this time. The picture scrolling on the big screen finally froze. On the left was Johnson's avatar, and on the right was a singing and dancing contestant from Clover Entertainment on the dream track. When the singing and dancing contestant saw that his opponent was Johnson, he felt disappointed. He went on stage with Johnson with a bitter face. Seeing that the other party did not speak, Johnson said directly, "Then I will go first." Johnson didn't carry his guitar today. He just stood on the stage holding a microphone. When the accompaniment sounded, his deep voice echoed again. The title of the song also appeared on the big screen, 10 years. Lyricist, Johnson. Composer, Johnson. Singer, Johnson. Johnson sans passionneté. If those 2 words didn't tremble, I won't find myself feeling uncomfortable. How to say it out? It's just a breakup. If there is no request for tomorrow. Holding hands is like traveling. Thousands of doorways. Someone has to go first. The song 10 Years is one of Eason's classic songs, and it is a song that you never get tired of listening to. Johnson has listened to this song countless times, and he gains new insights every time he listens to it. His current voice is surprisingly suitable for singing this song, almost indistinguishable from the original. Since every song Johnson sang brought surprises, the people at the scene had become numb. The audience was so enchanted that even mentors Aldrich and Yang Kaiwei couldn't help but wave their hands. 10 years ago, I don't know you. You don't belong to me. We are still the same, accompanying a stranger, walking through the gradually familiar streets. 10 years later, we are friends and we can say hello. Just that tenderness. I can no longer find a reason to hug you. Lovers will inevitably become friends in the end. Until I've been friends with you for many years. Only then did I understand my tears. Not for you, and shed tears for others. After the song was over, Johnson bowed slightly. The audience remained the same as before. There was silence at first, and then warm applause broke out. Aldrich stretched out his hands and kept bending down, making a gesture as if he was worshiping Johnson. He praised Johnson profusely. "Johnson, do you know that the 3 songs you sang before have already been on the new songs chart? If I am not mistaken, the live version of this song will definitely be on a new songs chart, or even a hot songs chart after it comes out. I don't know what to say anymore. You always surprise us. I'll give you 10 votes. I don't think anyone will object to this." After the 3 mentors and music critics finished their comments, Johnson stepped aside. When it was the singing and dancing contestants' turn to perform, I don't know if it was because he was not prepared or Johnson put too much pressure on him, but he actually made a mistake. Needless to say, the result is obvious. Johnson won the competition with an almost overwhelming number of votes and advanced directly to the final round. It is worth mentioning that Bruce, who was also highly expected, actually lost to a contestant from the Janine track in this round, and lost another game in the extra game, so he was naturally eliminated. After recording the 6th episode, Johnson suddenly felt relieved. When they were about to return to the hotel, Yang Kaiwei suddenly came backstage and called Johnson. Chapter 39. Johnson, do you have time to chat? A tight tank top, a pink pleated skirt, and a pair of flesh-colored stockings that enhance her leg shape. As a female star who debuted 5 years ago, Yang Kaiwei is not inferior to the female artists who debuted in recent years in terms of appearance. Perhaps it's because there are too many talent shows, or perhaps it's because the threshold for this industry has been lowered. Although there are many artists who have debuted in recent years, their quality is uneven and they are probably not as good as these previous veteran artists. Johnson, do you have time to talk? Yang Kaiwei went straight to the point without beating around the bush. Female artists like Yang Kaiwei have achieved a certain status in the circle. In order not to offend anyone, Johnson nodded and agreed. Yang Kaiwei smiled and said with a pursed mouth, "Come with me." The two left the recording site one after another, and her agent was already waiting at the door in a car. Yang Kaiwei got into the car first. Johnson walked to the front of the car, stopped, and said with a smile, "If the paparazzi took pictures of US, would we be involved in scandals?" Yang Kaiwei was a little surprised. She also smiled and said, "I'm not afraid. So what are you afraid of? Besides, having a scandal with me. Isn't that a good thing for you?" Johnson smiled awkwardly and got into the car. "Sister Wong, let's find a coffee shop with fewer people." The agent glanced at the time and smiled. "I'm afraid there won't be many people in any coffee shop at this hour." After navigation, the agent drove away directly. Johnson smelled the faint scent of perfume on Yang Kaiwei next to him and was filled with emotion for a moment. The idol in the hearts of thousands of men is now sitting next to you. This treatment would probably make many people envious, right? Although Johnson had dealt with countless top stars in that world, he was later diagnosed with stomach cancer. But few people in the circle visited him, which made Johnson understand what real acting means. Most people in the circle are only interested in profit. If you're not popular and have no fame, no one will pay attention to you. If you're popular, artists who have nothing to do with you will find ways to cooperate with you. "Johnson, what have you thought about?" Yang Kaiwei's words brought Johnson back to his senses. Johnson blurted out, "What's going on? Didn't I ask Sister Wong to give you the contact information of my studio? Aren't you considering signing a contract with my studio?" Johnson said honestly, "If I say no, will Sister Kaiwei be angry?" Sister Kaiwei? This title made Yang Kaiwei stunned for a moment. She turned her head to look at Johnson and found that Johnson was also looking at her, but his eyes were not dodging. Yang Kaiwei asked in confusion, "Aren't you participating in the show just to sign a contract with the company and debut? My studio has already made Wang Yi and Sun Ming famous. If you want to sign a contract with my studio, I will definitely make you famous in the shortest possible time." Johnson said, "This show is just a stepping stone for me. Even if I win first place, I will not consider the agencies that cooperate with the show crew." Yang Kaiwei was about to speak. "We're here," the agent said as he pulled over. Yang Kaiwei gave Johnson a wink. Johnson opened the car door and got out, and Yang Kaiwei put on a mask and followed Johnson out of the car. The two walked side by side into the coffee shop. Since it was already 11 o'clock in the evening, there were only 2 customers inside who were still working overtime. After choosing a seat in the corner and ordering 2 cups of coffee, Yang Kaiwei continued the previous topic and asked, "Why don't you consider these agencies?" "2 reasons," Johnson explained. "The first reason is that these companies are established companies, and each company has several artists. I won't agree to their conditions, and they won't agree to my conditions either. The second reason is that I was able to participate in the Brilliant Sun because a female friend of mine helped me a lot. The clothes I'm wearing and my guitar were all given to me by her. Some time ago, one of her friends called me and said that she was going to open an agency and wanted to sign me. I've already agreed." Seeing Yang Kaiwei's changing expression, Johnson quickly added, "Sister Kaiwei, please don't misunderstand me. She and I are the same age and are friends. She is not the so-called financial sponsor in the circle." Yang Kaiwei smiled when she heard this. She reached out and grabbed the teaspoon, stirring the coffee in the cup, and said, "You seem to know a lot about the entertainment industry. It's okay. Because of a friend, I signed with a newly established agency. This decision is actually quite stupid," Yang Kaiwei said. "Although the established brokerage companies can't give you a very high share, they at least have resources and experience, which are incomparable to those small companies, let alone a newly established brokerage company." Johnson took a sip of coffee and said, "Although it's a newly founded company, she acquired a studio that specializes in packaging artists. Also, my friend's father owns a cinema chain that ranks among the top 3 in domestic market share, so she has no shortage of resources." Yang Kaiwei was stunned for a moment. Then a smile flashed across her lips, and she said, "You still say you're not the sponsor?" "Really not. I still have my bottom line." "Bottom line?" Yang Kaiwei put down the teaspoon and said, "This is really a rare thing in the entertainment industry." Johnson looked up at Yang Kaiwei and saw that she was a little disappointed. He said, "Sister Kaiwei is going to join the crew to shoot a new movie soon, right?" "Yes, a Qing Dynasty drama. It's my honor that Sister Kaiwei has chosen me." Although the cooperation has not been concluded, the deal is not done, but the friendship remains. How about I write a TV drama theme song tailor-made for Sister Kaiwei? You write songs for me? Johnson nodded and said, yes, it was written especially for you. Okay. Yang Kaiwei agreed without thinking too much. She still believed in Johnson's talent. She took out her mobile phone, opened the QR code of her business card, and said, add me as your friend. When you finish writing the song, send it to me. If I am satisfied, I will pay you. I'll go back and write it tonight and send it to you tomorrow afternoon at the earliest. Yang Kaiwei asked curiously, can you write a song in one day? It's not hard for me. Johnson, with a seductive look. There was a hint of admiration in her eyes. She said softly, I'm curious about how high you can climb after entering this circle. In fact, there are many talented people in the entertainment industry, but this circle is not a place where gold will shine. As long as I tighten my belt and stick to my bottom line, there shouldn't be any problems. I still have confidence in myself. Tighten your belt and behave yourself. Yang Kaiwei giggled and said, are you mocking those male artists who were banned because they couldn't control their lower body? Johnson shrugged, as if in agreement. After they finished half a cup of coffee, Yang Kaiwei stood up and said, let's go. I'll let Sister Wang take you back. I'll ride my bike back by myself. I've been lying down all day, so it's nice to ride a bike in the evening and enjoy the fresh air. Then I won't see you off. I look forward to the song you're going to send me tomorrow, and I also look forward to your performance in the finals. That certainly won't disappoint you. Yang Kaiwei smiled meaningfully, waved her hand, got into the car, and left. Chapter 40, Windfall. When Johnson talked to Yang Kaiwei about writing songs, he already had in mind which song he wanted to give her. Not to mention one day. Even if Johnson was only given half an hour, he could still write the song for Yang Kaiwei. However, in order not to make it too conspicuous, he still gave himself 1 day's leeway. The next morning, Johnson went to the instrument room in the recording building. There were still 2 weeks before the finals, and according to the rules, people could be hired to help with singing and dancing. Most of the contestants did not stay in the hotel anymore and were trying to find help. The instrument room was empty at this time. Johnson about an hour to roughly come up with the accompaniment and another 10 minutes to record a vocal demo. After returning and having lunch in the hotel restaurant, Johnson slept until 3 or 4 in the afternoon before converting the demo into MP3 format and sending it to Yang Kaiwei. And at this moment, the crew of Palace Love has just held an opening ceremony, and Yang Kaiwei is arranging schedules with the director and producer. As a first-line actress in TV dramas, Yang Kaiwei cannot always stay in the crew and be on call, so the filming time must be arranged in advance to avoid colliding with a series of subsequent activities. On June 18th, we Kaiwei will go to the finals of Brilliant Sons, so we will not be available for those 2 days. On June 29th, we have an event in Hunan province to attend, so we need to set aside 2 days. On July 7th, we will be recording the variety show Good Mood every day for 1 day. After her agent Sister Wang finished telling Yang Kaiwei about her schedule for the next 3 months, Yang Kaiwei asked, Director Yu, how long will it take to shoot this drama? If everything goes well, it will take 3 months. If there are special circumstances along the way, it may take 5 or 6 months. Does Director Yu think this drama can be a hit? The director is a 200-pound fat man with a round face, a round belly, and round parts of his body. You could tell at first glance that he is a rich man. He smiled and said, it should be no problem. We adapted a novel of the same name. On the basis of the original story, we also added the emotional drama between the second and third male lead. You also know the current domestic market. This kind of plot is very popular. Yang Kaiwei was about to speak when WeChat suddenly rang. She took out her phone and saw that it was a message from Johnson. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she said, Director Yu, have you found someone to sing the theme song and ending song for our play? Not yet. There's no rush for this. Yang Kaiwei immediately said, I recently asked someone to write a song for me. It's very suitable for the theme song of a TV series. Director Yu, would you like to listen to it? After listening to it, Director Yu instantly became interested. Yang Kaiwei originally debuted as a singer. Although her singing skills are average, and she hasn't sung for a long time after entering the entertainment industry, if she could sing for Palace Love at this time, it would itself be a gimmick. Okay, let's listen to it. Yang Kaiwei clicked on a voice message sent by Johnson, and immediately Johnson's voice rang out on the phone. Sister Kaiwei, let me make it clear in advance that I never revise the songs I write for others. Not even a single word. After listening to this, Yang Kaiwei couldn't help but laugh and said, This guy is really confident in his work. After saying, Yang Kaiwei clicked on the file labeled Love Offering Demo Version.mp3. Soon the accompaniment began to sound. Since it was just a demo, Johnson didn't sing very formally. He just hummed along with the accompaniment. After all, this song was not his key. Hold you in my hands. Burn incense devoutly. Cut off a candle. Light up the sutra. Not seeking heart-wrenching. Just want love. Love ended up getting hurt. I cried so desperately. After singing the main part of the song, Director Yu's expression became particularly serious. After Johnson finished singing the chorus, there was a noticeable sparkle in his eyes. I have spent my entire life to support you. There are too many troubles in this world to forget. Your old self is floating in the sea of suffering. While I looked back, I realized that I had already stepped out of the world of mortals. After the song was sung, Director Yu quickly opened a script in his hand. The play tells the story of a modern girl who traveled through time to the Qing dynasty, growing up step by step from a little palace maid and becoming entangled with several princes. But in the end, after experiencing a series of emotional blows, she returns to modern society. The lyrics of the last part fit the plot perfectly. Director Yu said excitedly, "Where are the lyrics? Are there any lyrics?" Seeing this, Yang Kaiwei sent a voice message to Johnson asking him to send the lyrics. After Director Yu read the lyrics, he immediately decided, this song is tailor-made for our TV series. This is the theme song. Seeing Director Yu's big reaction, Yang Kaiwei smiled widely. She said, then I'll find time to record this song in the next few days. Director Yu, we've settled on the theme song. No problem. Yang Kaiwei stood up and said, then I'll go back to the hotel first. Goodbye, Director Yu. Goodbye. Yang Kaiwei led her agent out of the room. She took a look at the lyrics Johnson sent her and said with a smile on her face, it's a pity that he was not signed, but this guy is really likable. Kaiwei, did he write this song for you for free or? He didn't mention money, but I really like this song. Give him some money and buy it out. The agent asked, how much? Yang Kaiwei thought for a moment and said, 500,000? Is that enough? He's a new artist who hasn't even made his debut yet. Isn't $500,000 too much? How much? Yang Kaiwei asked. Director Yu has agreed to make this song the theme song of this play. How much will you ask him for then? The agent smiled and said, then give him 500,000. Yang Kaiwei got in the car, took out her phone, and sent a voice message. Johnson, I like this song very much. I want to buy it. Please send me a bank account number. Johnson sat up immediately after seeing the message. He didn't expect Yang Kaiwei would want to pay to buy out the song. Thinking that he really needed the money now, Johnson didn't refuse. He sent his bank account number and added a thank you boss emoticon. Yang Kaiwei smiled when she saw the emoticon package. After forwarding the bank account number to her agent, she put away her phone and went to sleep. She was really tired from running around all day to attend to various announcements. Being famous has its advantages, but it also comes with endless announcements and filming. This is why many artists in the circle will invest and open studios after they become rich. Only one night passed. Johnson received a text message about a bank transfer. He excitedly counted the amount on the text message. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, 500,000. Windfall. Johnson didn't expect Yang Kaiwei to be so generous. He suppressed his excitement, first declared his personal income tax on the personal income tax app, and then immediately called Jessica to share the good news. Chapter 41, Where's Your Guest Singer? How is it? Isn't it great? Isn't it just 500,000? Look how happy you are. You must have a smug look on your face right now. Jessica sat cross-legged on the sofa, holding a bucket of Haagen-Dazs ice cream in her arms. When she heard Johnson finish talking excitedly about selling songs, she snorted twice in derision. Johnson laughed and said, 500,000 may not be a big deal to you, but even if I worked for 5 years before, I probably couldn't save that much money. How can I not be excited? So what are you going to do with all this money? Jessica wanted to know whether Johnson would spend the money extravagantly like other wealthy people. After all, there's an old saying that goes, men become bad when they have money. Johnson didn't hesitate at all. He replied directly, after the show is recorded, I will go back to my hometown and give the money to my mother. My parents are already old. With this money, they won't worry about me. In addition, my sister will soon go to college. With this money, my parents don't have to get up early and go to bed late every day. If someone thinks about giving his first big money to his parents as soon as he makes it, then he's a good person regardless of other things. This answer satisfied Jessica. Jessica took a bite of ice cream, changed the subject, and asked again, Sister May has asked someone to find a house for you recently. She asked me to ask you if you have any other requirements besides being quiet. It's fine as long as it's quiet. I've lived in a 20 square meter rental house before. What else can I ask for? You can't ask you to provide me with a villa with a swimming pool, right? Haha, it's not impossible. Jessica smiled and said, Sister May, she has a small villa that no one lives in, but there is no swimming pool. Forget it. It's actually quite uncomfortable to live in a big house alone. Just an ordinary house will do. Okay, I'll tell Sister May. Dongwon Entertainment. In the conference room, after looking at the popularity rankings of the 11 contestants who advanced to the finals of Brilliant Sun, Vice Chairman Lu Min said, Michael is currently ranked second in popularity, so there will be no problem for him to advance to the top 9. Does anyone know the origin of Johnson, who is ranked first? He is ranked above Michael, and his popularity is actually several points higher than Michael's. The managers and directors of various departments sitting on both sides looked at each other, and finally Luo Chao from the agency department said, I've asked around, he's participating in this program as an individual, and he's not signed to any company yet. How can an amateur be so popular? Regardless of the result of the finals, Robert, you and Harrison should go talk to him and ask him if he is willing to sign with our Dongwon Entertainment. They both nodded at the same time. Okay. Jareth, who was sitting in the corner, looked dejected. He never dreamed that Johnson would make it all the way to the finals, and his popularity was even higher than Michael's. Now the company actually still wants to sign Johnson. If he really comes to the company, wouldn't that be a slap in its own face? But Jareth didn't dare to say a word. Maria and Johnson in front of everyone, he would probably be in trouble. After all, the company strictly prohibits executives from having relationships with new employees trained by the company. Director Liu, we can invite guest singers for the finals of Brilliant Sun. Michael wants to get those trainees from his time at XM to help out. He said that if we let them go on stage together, we'll have a good chance of winning first place. How much does it cost to bring those trainees to China? It shouldn't cost a lot of money. After all, they haven't debuted yet. Also, our company has been working with XM for so many years, and it has helped them make a lot of money in China. They should be willing to let those trainees come over. Then you arrange it. The company spent a lot of money to train Michael, so we have to make him debut this year, no matter what. Good. Lu Min asked again, how was the situation with the Sugar Girl? They have just finished recording the second episode, and all the people in our company are still there. Lu Min nodded, stood up, and said, Today's meeting ends here, let's go. A group of people just walked out of the conference room. Michael found Harrison and asked expectantly, Manager Wu, has the higher-ups agreed? Harrison nodded and said, I agree. Your trainees in Korea will arrive in China within 5 days at the earliest. Great. Thank you, Manager Wu. Michael bowed 90 degrees. This was a habit he developed in Korea. After all, the status of trainees who have not debuted there is actually very low. No matter whether they meet company leaders or seniors in the circle, they have to bow respectfully. Perform well and don't waste the company's cultivation of you. Harrison smiled and walked away. Michael was extremely excited. He had been training with those trainees in Korea all day, and they had a perfect understanding with each other. He firmly believed that as long as he joined them on the stage and sang and danced to the song they were most familiar with, he would definitely rock the house. Michael to have such confidence. Singing and dancing programs are more suitable for boy band performances. One person's words are too monotonous, and performing with a group of strangers will lack tacit understanding. Michael has been training in Korea for so many years and has practiced every dance move countless times with his companions, so he still has this confidence. After the 5th and 6th episodes were broadcast, Johnson as Horse Ranch City and 10 Years also ranked in the top 10 of the new song list. 5 of the top 10 songs on the new song chart are sung by the same person. Even many first-line singers don't receive such treatment when releasing albums. All of a sudden, many management companies in the circle paid attention to Johnson. In the past 2 weeks, Johnson has received calls from countless agencies, all of which want to sign Johnson, including someone from Dongwon Entertainment. Johnson declined all offers from other agencies. Johnson heard the call from Dongwon Entertainment. He hung up immediately without even bothering to respond. After spending 2 weeks in the hotel, living a life of eating, sleeping, and eating. On the evening of June 18th, the live broadcast of the finals of Brilliant Suns is finally about to begin. But because it was the last episode of Shining Suns, almost every contestant invited guest singers. So, at 6 o'clock, the staff gathered all the remaining 11 contestants. Johnson came backstage. He saw many familiar faces. I don't know what connections the other 10 contestants used, but they were able to find a lot of celebrities who have already debuted. The lowest profile contestant is an internet celebrity singer with tens of millions of fans. It seems that in this last episode, these people are going to give it their all. Chun Xian caught Johnson. She walked up to him and said, "Johnson, come on, let's go put on makeup." Johnson stood up and followed him to the dressing room. Chun Xian took the initiative to ask, "Where's your guest singer?" "I don't know." Chun Xian glared and said, "Didn't we say in the 6th episode that we could invite someone to help sing for the last episode? Why are you—" Before he could finish his words, Johnson said, "I don't need it. Did you know that the last episode was based on online voting? Other contestants hired help singers, and some even hired big stars. How can you compete with them alone? It doesn't matter. It's okay even if I didn't get first place. I really admire you. Forget it. It's too late to say anything now. Go put on your makeup." Johnson sat down in front of the makeup mirror. The makeup artist came over and thought Johnson was going to wear light makeup like before, so she started to work directly. Unexpectedly, Johnson said at this time, "This is the last episode. Please give me a more exaggerated makeup." "How exaggerated?" "Curl my hair and paint half of my face black." "Huh? Are you sure?" "Sure." Chapter 42, Brilliant Sun Finals. 11 contestants. There are 4 people left on the Dushio track and the Janine track respectively. The Dream track has the least people, but there are still 3 people. But now in the backstage, the most eye-catching thing is the group of people sitting next to Michael. 9 handsome guys wearing black leather jackets, all shiny and over 1.75 meters tall, sat together. Such a scene would surely attract the attention of the crowd, no matter where they were. The 9 people communicated in the Korean language throughout the whole process, which no one could understand, but Michael talked and laughed with them, and seemed to be considerate of the other contestants. Johnson stayed in the dressing room for a full hour before coming out. When walking backstage, everyone's attention was attracted by Johnson's look today. In previous episodes, Johnson was too lazy to even put on makeup, so why did he go for such an exaggerated look today? Is it to cooperate with his guest singer? Many people had doubts in their minds, but Johnson was not familiar with any of the players, so no one asked him about it. After waiting for almost half an hour and everything was ready, the live broadcast of the Son of Brilliance finals finally kicked off on Penguin Video. A bigger stage, more viewers. As soon as the live broadcast began, the camera scanned the entire venue. 3,000 spectators cheered in unison. The atmosphere reached a climax before the performance began. The 11 contestants who made it all the way to the finals are actually quite talented. After recording so many episodes of the show, they have gradually gotten used to standing on the stage and performing. Of course, they're still a little nervous, but they're more excited. Welcome everyone to watch Son of Brilliance, sponsored by Orange Beverage. I'm host Nick. The host warmed up the audience on the stage, and the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room began to scroll wildly. "Host, stop talking nonsense. Let's get started. I'm using traffic. Brother Xia Fei is so handsome. I hope that talents will never be buried. I am here to listen to Johnson, the eternal god of blue and white porcelain. Kai Wei, my eternal goddess." Live streaming is live streaming, and the audience is more willing to send barges to interact. The number of people in the live streaming room quickly exceeded 1 million. Although there may be some water in this result is already higher than the expectations of the program team. The rule for the final episode are actually very simple. The 11 contestants will perform in order from low to high according to their previous popularity rankings. Every ordinary audience watching the live broadcast will have 3 votes to cast, and member audiences will have 5 votes to cast. After all the contestants have finished their performances, the voting window will be opened, and the final top 9 will be determined by the number of votes. Those 9 contestants who have companies can debut on the spot. For those who don't have companies, the program team will talk to the cooperating agencies to ensure that the top 9 contestants can sign contracts with agencies. This was also the first gimmick that the Brilliant Sun used. Johnson and an internet singer from the Janine track. All the others who remain on the stage already have management companies. Their participation in this program is nothing more than an attempt to gain some popularity before their debut. Okay, without further ado, let me invite Kai Boyan from the solo track to come on stage and perform his own original song for us. After the host left the stage, Kai Boyan also walked onto the stage with his guest singers. Kai Boyan is from Manga Entertainment Company, and his guest singer is none other than Meng Tao, a popular singer from the company. The first performance featured a star, which also made the barrage scroll faster. Jessica sat on the sofa, with Qin Yuhan sitting next to her, Shun Shuhua leaning on her shoulders, and Cheng Tingting leaning on Shun Shuhua's shoulders. The four of them sat in a row, watching the live broadcast with great interest. Although Lu Mei and Zhao Shengnan did not come, they're definitely watching the last live broadcast of the Brilliant Sons. Jessica, who did your boyfriend ask to sing with you? Jessica, who was already numb, said calmly, I don't know. How would you not know that? He didn't tell you. Why would he tell me? Hey, stop pretending. The four girls were chatting and laughing on the sofa, while the contestants on the stage were replaced one after another. Although they all invited guest singers, the first 4 or 5 performances were not very eye-catching and could only be described as average, without giving people any surprises. Backstage, Johnson rarely slept while other contestants were recording. The song he prepared today was actually a bit difficult for him. Not only him, but this song would be difficult for anyone to sing. The contestants came on stage one after another, and the audience did not hesitate to applaud and scream after each performance. 1 hour and 20 minutes later, Michael, who was ranked second in popularity in the previous episodes, finally took the stage after much anticipation. Johnson earlier were all on the new song charts. Michael's performances in every show were good. His dancing skills are indeed very strong, and his basic skills are solid. After he came on stage, many light signs with the word Michael written on them lit up. He is so popular. Shen Shuhua couldn't help but say as she looked at the audience's reactions. Jessica nodded and said, well, his and Johnson's popularity is almost equal to the sum of the other 9 people. I heard from his netizens that he had been training at XM Agency in Korea before, and this is the first variety show he participated in after returning to Korea. I know XM Entertainment, the leading company in the industry in Korea. They have produced 5 or 6 top boy and girl groups. No wonder they are so popular. Qin Yuhan looked at the group of trainees who followed Michael onto the stage, chewing potato chips and muttering, this is really a big show. Seeing 9 handsome guys wearing the same clothes standing on the stage, Jessica was also worried about Johnson. This posture, it really feels like a concert. The lights in the venue dimmed, and the spotlight shone on 9 people. The sound of heartbeats rang out at the scene. The scene soon became quiet. As the formal accompaniment sounded, 9 people danced a very trendy street dance on the stage in unison. The atmosphere on the scene immediately reached a climax. The screams almost drowned out the accompaniment. Michael, who was in the center, had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Hearing the voices from the audience, he sang and danced even harder. This is a singing and dancing performance that is close to perfection. This program alone has surpassed many boy bands that have already debuted in the country. Michael took the lead in bowing to the audience, and warm cheers rang out again. Michael stood up, a confident smile on his face again. He was sure that his performance was definitely better than any of his previous ones. The host came on stage, and Michael and his group went off stage first arrest. After an introduction, finally it was Johnson's turn to take the stage. At this moment, many viewers came to watch this live broadcast just to hear Johnson's songs. Although Michael's performance was impeccable, after hearing the host say, please welcome Johnson to the stage, the barrage of comments started rolling like crazy. In advance, Johnson had already told the staff to turn off the lights when he went on stage, so when Johnson went on stage, there was only a beam of light in the center of the stage. Johnson took the microphone, put on a gentleman's hat, and walked slowly into the spotlight. The whole place fell inexplicably quiet. The 4 girls on the sofa also sat up straight, staring intently at the TV screen. The next song will directly determine Johnson's final ranking in Shining Sun. In a remote small county town, Marlon, Chun Lanying, and Nana, a family of 3, were also sitting in front of the TV, watching Johnson on TV with great nervousness. Chapter 43. A exaggerated song that ignites the whole audience. Swish! The big screen suddenly lit up, magnifying Johnson countless times. Even the audience sitting in the last row could clearly see Johnson's outfit at the time. Black cape, gentleman's hut. Half of his face was painted black. This exaggerated look is in stark contrast to the previous Johnson. But there were still some supportive audiences who burst into enthusiastic cheers at this time. Johnson! 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 Many audience members even shouted Johnson's name in unison. This is the popularity Johnson accumulated from his previous 5 songs, which other contestants cannot even envy. Hush. Johnson performed his signature moves from previous episodes. Seeing Johnson's silencing gesture, the audience fell silent again. In the director's room, 6 million. There are already 6 million people watching this live broadcast. Chen looked at the data sent by Penguin Video and said excitedly to director Isabella. Isabella also seemed extremely nervous at this time. She waved at Chen, signaling her not to speak. The accompaniment sounded. People who have studied music can tell that this is the sound produced by electric guitar and electric bass together. This prelude seems particularly tense. In total silence, Johnson held the microphone and finally started singing. If someone asks me, I will tell. But no one came. I look forward to helplessness. I have something to say. Can't get loaded. My mood is like a bottle lid waiting to be opened. The mouth is growing moss. The moment Johnson opened his mouth, the number of barges in the live broadcast room suddenly soared. It's a Cantonese song. Oh my goodness, this is the ultimate weapon. How come he can sing all kinds of songs? He's coming, he's coming, he's coming. I fell in love with it from the beginning. Added to playlist. The lighting effect is perfect. Love it, love it. Sitting on the sofa in the living room of the large flat, the 4 little girls all had infatuated looks on their faces when they heard Johnson singing a Cantonese song passionately. Johnson has ever heard, MANHUA is definitely one of the top 5 songs in terms of difficulty to sing. There are very few people who can sing this song to the original level. If you don't sing well, your voice will be out of tune. Not only will you not be able to accept it, even the audience won't be able to accept it. But as long as it is sung well, Johnson believes that compared to this song, other songs are not worth mentioning. This is also the reason why Johnson saved this song for the finals. As the comments scrolled by, Johnson's singing continued. You think I'm exaggerating. Exaggerating because I'm scared. Words like wood and stone. Get attention? I'm actually afraid of being forgotten, so I'll just magnify it. I'm very uneasy about how to be elegant. Does the world still praise silence? Not explosive enough. After the first half was sung, shouts sounded like a tsunami. I don't know who led the rhythm in the barrage. At this moment, everyone is posting Johnson Bull asterisk. The data peak of Penguin Video background has been breaking records. When the contestants who had already finished their performances heard the cheers from the front stage, they were all stunned after seeing the smiles on their faces. Just one song can make the place so hot. Putting aside their celebrity status, how many singers in China can do that? Long time no see. Such a stage. Johnson's mouth curled up slightly. But at this moment, the camera was aimed at him. At this moment, the expression on his face was cold on one side, but smiling on the other. He seemed to be immersed in the song. After the second chorus ends, Johnson's voice suddenly dropped a few notes. He knew that the next part was the most difficult to sing. For the final climax part, he had to give his throat a break at this time. There aren't many lucky people. If you haven't been there, you know why I use 10 times more effort to make a highlight. Are normal people as argumentative as me? You call me boastful? He repeated the chorus again, and for the crazy part at the end of the song, Johnson held the microphone stand with one hand, held the microphone with his right hand, and bent down to let his breath go as much as possible. Stare at me. Stop looking at the ceiling. The hysterical voice echoed throughout the audience. The camera zoomed in, and the veins on Johnson's neck were clearly visible. The voice was almost on the verge of breaking, but not breaking. It was like a hand that fell off a cliff and grabbed a branch and shouted at the last moment of its life. I'm not your cup of tea, so you can drink as much as you want. Don't forget that someone is singing for you. The sound resounded throughout the venue. The sparks in front of the stage all lit up at this moment. The atmosphere reached an unprecedented peak. On the barrage, everyone stand up. Oh my God, whoa, I have goosebumps all over my body. Awesome. It's amazing that a song can blow up the stage like this. It's on fire. The second half is full of high energy. Who can compare with this singing skill? Fuck, it makes my hair stand on end. What the hell, what the hell? Cool. It feels so good. Johnson sang such a vocally challenging song on such a stage. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping from his forehead onto the stage, and the sweat melted the black paint in the sky. The microphone fell to the side, and Johnson's heavy breathing came through the microphone. The miserable appearance was recorded on the big screen, but the screams and shouts from the audience did not stop. On the sofa, Qin Yuhan came back to her senses and hugged Jessica's arms directly. She kept rubbing her head against Jessica's arms and said coquettishly while rubbing, Jessica, Your boyfriend is so handsome. Jessica, are you guys together? If not, I want to pursue him. Jessica shook off her two best friends, drank 2 mouthfuls of juice, and said with an unconcealed happiness on her face, "Go away. Get out of my way." Qin Yuhan, Shun Shuhua, and Cheng Tingting looked at each other and finally raised their middle fingers at Jessica at the same time. Jessica snorted and turned her head away, not caring at all. On stage, Johnson stood up and bowed. After freezing for 5 seconds, he left the stage in a dashing manner. Then comes the voting phase. The 11 contestants were invited to the stage again, and Johnson's makeup had been removed. The host first announced the 2 people with the least votes, which meant that these 2 people would be eliminated. After the 2 eliminated contestants gave their speeches, the next step was to announce the top 9. Starting from the 9th place, the votes will be announced in order. 9th place, 420,000 votes. 8th place, 450,000 votes. 7th place, 510,000 votes. 3rd place, 910,000 votes. The difference between 3rd and 9th place was only a few tens of thousands of votes. But the number of votes for the 2nd place suddenly soared to 1.92 million votes. Even if it was only a fraction of that, it was still more than the 3rd place. After the votes for the 2nd place are announced, it will be announced which contestant received so many votes. The picture scrolled for 10 seconds and then froze. Michael appeared next to it, which means that the 2nd place winner of the Brilliant Sun competition was Michael from the Dream Track. Although many people already know who the 1st place is, they still feel a little excited when they see the votes rolling in. Finally, the scrolling number stopped. 602. More than 1 million votes higher than the 2nd place. Even if each viewer cast only 3 votes, that means at least 1 million people voted for Johnson at the same time. In a remote, small county town, Nana jumped up when she saw the final result. She danced with excitement and said, "Mom and Dad, did you see that? My brother is the 1st place. My brother's the 1st place." Chun Lanying had already burst into tears. The moment I saw my son become the 1st, it seemed that all the suffering I had endured in the past few decades was worth it. Marlon put his arm around Chun Lanying's shoulders. At this moment, he felt extremely proud, because the most dazzling person on TV is his son. Chapter 44, Little Fangirls of Big Stars. After the votes are announced, is the part where you express your gratitude. The microphone was handed to Johnson. He did not thank the company or the guest singers like the previous contestants did. He just stood in the center and said calmly and confidently, "Please continue to pay attention to my works in the future. Thank you." A short sentence. No sensationalism. Didn't seem very excited. It was as if he was supposed to be the 1st one. This unique speech once again drew applause from the audience. The recording of Shining Sun finally ended here. When Johnson appeared from the recording site, there were still hundreds of spectators waiting outside. Some of them were holding Johnson's signboards, obviously waiting for Johnson. When they saw Johnson coming out, the fans immediately ran towards him. In just a dozen seconds, Johnson was surrounded by a dense crowd of people. Although he had expected it, he was still a little at a loss when he saw so many crazy fans around him. "Everyone, be quiet and listen to me." After singing a grandiose song, Johnson's voice was a little hoarse. He shouted several times before the fans around him gradually quieted down. "I'm really tired today, and I have to catch a plane later. Can we forget about the autograph and just take a group photo?" When they heard Johnson's voice was a little hoarse, the fans immediately agreed. Johnson stood in the middle and took a few photos with them, then carried his suitcase and got into a black Audi parked at the door. "Mr. Xiao, shall we go directly to the airport?" the driver asked. Before the live broadcast, Lu Mei sent a message to Johnson, saying that she would arrange someone to pick him up after the show, and also sent the license plate number to Johnson. Johnson nodded and said, "Well, let's go directly to the airport." On the way, Johnson's WeChat was almost bombarded. People familiar and unfamiliar all sent messages of celebration after the live broadcast. Even mentors Yang Kaiwei and Aldrich sent messages of congratulations on their debut. Johnson picked out a few necessary ones and replied to the messages. Just when he was wondering why Jessica didn't send him a message, he was inexplicably pulled into a group. There were not many people in the group, only 7 in total, including Johnson. The other 6 people are LV Mei, Zhao Shangnan, Jessica, Qin Yuhan, Shun Shuhua, and Cheng Tingting. The name of the WeChat group is Little Fans of Big Stars. Right now, on the sofa in the living room of the large flat, Qin Yuhan had already pressed Jessica under her body and kept asking, "Are you done? Are you done?" Shun Shuhua and Cheng Tingting took Jessica's phone and operated it for a while. They smiled and said, "I pulled him in. I pulled Johnson in." Qin Yuhan let go of Jessica when she heard the voice, picked up her phone, and sent a message in the group. "Big Star, hello. I am Jessica's best friend Qin Yuhan." Shun Shuhua and Cheng Tingting also quickly sent a message. Johnson made a surprised expression and added, "Hello." Johnson didn't expect Jessica to have so many close friends, but Jessica's family is so well off, so her close friends must not be bad either. Jessica sat up from the sofa in disheveled clothes and looked at her 3 resentful girlfriends beside her with grievance. Seeing them staring at the screens of their phones and typing nonstop, Jessica hurriedly took back her phone and read the messages they sent. "Big Star, when are you coming back to the Magic City? Our Jessica is going to prepare a celebration banquet for you." "Yes, yes. Our Jessica can't wait to meet you." Qin Yuhan took the lead, and Cheng Tingting and Shun Shuhua added fuel to the fire. Within a few minutes, more than a dozen messages were sent out. "Ah!" Jessica stamped her feet wildly and said madly, "Can you bitches stop talking nonsense?" Johnson didn't know what to say in response. Jessica's girlfriends are really enthusiastic. Johnson added, "I'm going to go back home first and take care of things at home. I'll be back in Shanghai in a few days. Ladies, please don't call me a big star. I can't bear it. Big stars, don't be modest. Even if it's not now, it will definitely be in the future. Everyone in this group is your little fan." He. 3 women in one drama. Under such bombardment, Johnson really didn't know what to say. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Lu Mei spoke in the group. "Johnson, the company plans to announce your contract early tomorrow morning. Do you have any questions? Didn't you say before that the company name hadn't been decided yet? Has it been decided now?" "Well, the names we originally thought of were repeated, so now we've decided on them." Johnson quickly asked, "What's the name of the company?" "Yang Brokerage Company, Limited." Johnson was shocked when he saw the name of the company and asked, "Sister May, are you kidding? Is this really the name of the company?" LV May explained, "We thought of several names, but they were all registered." Later, Shangnan said that since the company only signed you, we might as well call it Sunshine Agency. As a result, this name was also registered. Later, we tried Eyang Agency and found that there was no duplication, so we used this name. Eyang means a ray of sunshine, which has a lot of meaning, so we decided on it. Johnson responded with a string of ellipses. Lu Mei asked again, "When will you return to the Magic City?" Number 24. "Okay, I'll ask Shengnan to book a plane ticket for you, and I'll have someone pick you up at the airport." As soon as LV May posted the message in the group, Qin Yuhan immediately sent a message. "Sister May, just let Jessica pick it up? Yes, we will hold a celebration banquet for the big star at that time." Lu Mei, "You 3 vixens stay calm. It's not spring yet. Why are you making trouble? Stick out tongue, emoticon. Stick out tongue, emoticon. Stick out tongue, emoticon." Johnson saw the car stopped and quickly sent a message. "I'm at the airport. That's it for now. We can talk later." After sending the message, Johnson put his phone in his trouser pocket and pulled his suitcase into the airport. Jessica didn't say a word from beginning to end. After seeing the message sent by Johnson, she quickly left the group chat and sent a private message to Johnson. For short words, "Bon voyage. I took a plane to the airport closest to my hometown. I took another DD and returned to the small county town in the 18th tier where my hometown was." It was past 2 in the morning when Johnson got off the bus. Small county towns are not like big cities where you can see people everywhere on the streets, even at night. In small county towns, basically after 9 or 10 o'clock, except for a few people in the late-night snack shops in the central block, no one else can be seen. There are no other lights except street lamps. Johnson's home is on the roadside, and there's a middle school opposite his home, which is why Nana is a day student. Johnson pulled out his cell phone, turned on the flashlight, and walked to the door of his house, carrying his suitcase. Bang, bang. Johnson knocked twice, but because it was night, he didn't dare to knock too hard. Marlon and Shenlaning were so excited that they couldn't sleep. When they heard a noise outside, they thought it was the wind blowing on the door at first, and then there were 2 more noises. Marlon got up from the bed and walked to the yard and shouted, "Who is it?" "Dad, it's me." Marlon was startled and quickly went forward to open the door. Marlon saw his son appear in front of him. He thought he was seeing things. "Why are you back so late?" "I took a plane back home right after I finished my work there. I'll stay at home for 2 days first, and then I'll rush back to the Magic City to deal with the things I have at hand." Xiao Yang. As if she had heard the conversation in the yard, Chun Lanning also got up and walked to the yard. Seeing Johnson standing at the door, she hurried forward and asked, "Why are you back so late? Have you eaten? Do you want to cook you a bowl of noodles?" "Mom, I've eaten. It's late. You guys go to bed first. I'll take a shower and go to bed. Then go upstairs and take a shower and go to bed." Um, the house has 3 floors and a sloping roof. The first floor is actually a basement. The kitchen, living room, and Marlon and Shenlaning's bedrooms are all on the first floor. The second floor is a fruit shop, and there's a room at the back that is used as a warehouse. Johnson and Nana's rooms are both on the third floor, and the decoration of the third floor basically imitates that of commercial housing, with 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. This was originally intended for Johnson's marriage, but now people pay attention to buying new houses when getting married, and they don't like this kind of small country house that they have decorated themselves. Nana must have fallen asleep by now. Johnson tiptoed back to his room, took a hot bath, and fell asleep on the bed. The bed at home is still the most comfortable to sleep on. After a few minutes, regular snoring sounds began to be heard in the room. Nothing happened overnight. Chapter 45. Home in a small county town. Chun Lanning, who had only slept for 2 or 3 hours that night, got up early in the morning and started rolling out the dumpling skins. At 6:10, Nana came down from upstairs and saw her mother making dumplings early in the morning. She asked curiously, "Mom, how are you making dumplings today?" At this time of day, Chun Lanning usually goes upstairs to spray water on the fruits in the store to ensure that they look better. In the morning, people basically just eat a little bit. Chun Lanning couldn't hide her joy as she said, "Your brother came back last night." "My brother is back." Nana was stunned for a moment and was about to run upstairs. As a result, Chun Lanning stopped her directly. "What are you doing, girl? Your brother didn't come back until 2 or 3 last night. Don't wake him up. Go to school after you finish eating. It's not like he won't be back at noon." Nana sat down again with a hum, ate breakfast, and went to school. Johnson slept until almost 9 o'clock. When he brushed his teeth and washed his face and went downstairs, many people came to his house. They were all relatives and friends from the neighborhood. They had heard from their children that Johnson had been on TV and won first place, so they all came to the house to join in the fun. Johnson came down. He was targeted by this group of aunts and uncles. They all talked about some past events, whose truth or falsehood was unknown. At this time, they tried to establish relationships with him. Chun Lanning didn't hang out with him very often. Marlon has only one younger sister, who married and moved to another province. They only see each other during the Chinese New Year. Chun Lanning also has only one younger brother, who was in the army when he was young. After retiring, he has been working in the station and has now bought a house in the city. Johnson had never seen his grandparents since he was born, and his grandmother died when he was in college. Only an aunt and an uncle can be considered close relatives. These people who crowd into the house to join in the fun only get together when a son or daughter gets married, and they never get together at other times. Johnson called out a few general terms of aunt and uncle, then went to the kitchen to find something to eat. At this time, Chun Lanning drove out the group of people who she didn't usually interact with and ran to the kitchen to make dumplings for Johnson. "Mom, where's Dad? Your father went to work early in the morning." Johnson yawned and said, "Dad's back is not good. Tell him to stop working. I can make money now, and you don't have to worry about you are going to college. Your father is only in his early 50s. How can he retire so soon? If you really have nothing to do, let Daddy sell fruit with you. It will be good to have someone to help you when you two are together." The aroma of fried eggs filled the kitchen. After frying the eggs, she poured the boiled water into the pot. After it boiled, she put in a dozen dumplings that she had just made that morning. Chun Lanning smiled and said, "Xiaoyang, do you really make money from singing?" "Yes." Johnson just remembered an important thing at this moment. He got up and went upstairs, then came down quickly and stuffed a card directly into Chun Lanning's pocket. "What is this?" Chun Lanning asked while scooping dumplings with a spatula. "Bank card." Johnson took the bowl full of dumplings and said, "When I was on the show, a female star asked me to help write a song. She gave me 500,000 yuan to buy out the copyright. The money is in this card. The password is my sister and my birthday." 500,000? 500,000 was definitely a huge sum of money in Chun Lanning's mind. She was so surprised that she couldn't speak. Xiaoyang, writing a song can sell for so much money? Yeah. Nowadays, it's easy to make money as long as you have fame and traffic. When I have money in the future, I will buy a house in Shanghai and then bring you all to live there. Johnson wolfed down the dumplings while expressing his vision for the future. Chun Laneying was holding the bank card and was a little at a loss for a moment. Oh my God, this is 500,000. It's enough to buy a house in a small county town. Chun Laneying carefully sat down next to Johnson. She first asked, is that enough? If not, Mom will cook some more for you. That's enough. Xiaoyang, how are you doing with your previous girlfriend? Johnson was stunned for a moment. Then he continued eating dumplings and said, we broke up. She dumped me and ran off with a rich man. Had a voice chat with Maria before and thought that Maria would become her daughter-in-law. Now, after hearing Johnson's words, she was immediately disappointed with Maria. But it was because she broke up with me that I participated in the show. Otherwise, I would still be working from 9 to 9 in my previous company. Chen Lanning held up the bank card and said, then, Mom will save this money for you to use when you get married. Johnson didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom, you don't have to worry about this. This money is for you to subsidize the family. Only if you and Dad take care of your health, I can work with peace of mind outside. Chun Laneying smiled with relief and said nothing more. After the live broadcast ended last night, the entire video was uploaded to Penguin Video as the 7th episode. The song Fukua appeared on the new song chart the next day and even directly surpassed the previous song 10 years on the soaring chart, ranking first. Many online singers on TikTok also started to cover this song. But what's interesting is that none of them could sing the ending part and finally held up a sign saying challenge failed. For a while, covering the song, Fukua, seemed to become a trend on TikTok. 10 o'clock in the morning. Eong Agency's newly registered official Weibo account released its first announcement, officially announcing the signing of Johnson. After last night, Johnson's current Weibo and TikTok followers have reached an astonishing 3 million. This is definitely a good start. After watching videos about herself for the whole morning, Nana ran all the way back home as soon as school was over at noon. Brother. Seeing Johnson sitting on the chair, Nana rushed over to him. When the two siblings were young, Marlon and Chun Laneying were both busy making money. Johnson is nearly 8 years older than Nana. When he was in elementary school, his sister was just born. When he was in junior high school, his sister had just started kindergarten. Johnson spends almost as much time taking care of Nana as Chun Laneying does. When Nana was a child, she followed Johnson around all day long. Ever since Johnson went to college and stayed in Shanghai to work, Nana has always talked about taking the entrance exam to Jiaodong University. Nana is not joking. Her grades are indeed good, and she has consistently been among the top 30 in the grade. If she maintains this level, it will be no problem for her to be admitted to Jiaodong University. Brother, you are so amazing. When I went to school today, many classmates were talking about you. Didn't you tell them I was your brother? No. Nana smiled with her signature dimples. If I told them, they would definitely bother me every day. I don't want them to know that you are my brother. Johnson rubbed Nana's head violently and said with a smile, let's take a day off tomorrow, right? Let's eat first. I've made some money, and I'll take you shopping tomorrow. Okay. Chapter 46 Ponzi Cave. Weekend. Johnson took Nana shopping on the street for a whole day. When they came home, they brought back lots of bags, all of which were new clothes that Johnson bought for Nana that day. Girls change a lot when they grow up. After working, Johnson had no chance to go home except for the Chinese New Year. The occasional video calls always ended hastily. He didn't feel much change when watching them on video, but this time when he went home, he felt that his sister had grown up a lot. Seeing his sister still wearing the t-shirt he bought 2 years ago and the washed-out jeans, Johnson felt a little guilty. He had spent so much money on Maria, but ended up with such a result. But today, he just bought his sister some new clothes, but she was extremely happy. Be nicer to your family in the future. Johnson thought to himself. The 3 days passed quickly. Knowing that her brother was going back to Shanghai today, Nana's eyes were red when she went to school. After Johnson finished breakfast, he went upstairs to pack his luggage. When he was about to go downstairs, Johnson walked to Nana's room and put the 1,000 yuan he had prepared long ago in a book called 5 Years of College Entrance Examination and 3 Years of Simulation on the table. Johnson picked up a pen and left a small note. Don't tell your parents, the 3rd year of high school will be very hard. Keep it as pocket money. Putting the note on the table, Johnson gently closed the door and went downstairs with his suitcase. Did you leave anything behind? Chun Laneying asked with concern. No, I just brought a few sets of clothes when I came back. Would you like some change for the ride? No need. I've already called an online taxi and will go directly to the airport. The company has arranged a flight for me. Chun Laneying followed Johnson to the street. When she saw the online car-hailing vehicle coming, she couldn't help but ask, Xiaoyang, can you come back for the New Year this year? Sure, Johnson said with a smile. Maybe I'll spend more time at home during the New Year than before. Mom, the car is here. You can go back. Be careful on the road. Yeah. Johnson put on a mask, got in the car, and drove away. Yang Brokerage Company. In the conference room, Johnson has photo on the screen and said, currently our company has only signed him as an artist, so everything we do now has to be centered around him. He currently has 3.6 million followers on Weibo, and I hope this number can double within half a year. Sister May, let me be Johnson's agent. An overly plump woman raised her hand and said, her name is Yang Lan. She is a veteran agent that Lu Mei poached from Banana Entertainment. Her abilities are beyond doubt. The reason she left Banana Entertainment was that the character of the artist she previously managed deteriorated after he became famous. Yang Lan predicted that he would be banned sooner or later, so when Lu Mei contacted her, she didn't think much about it and switched from Banana Entertainment to Yang Agency. Well, I was thinking of you. Lu Mei continued. Today is the first formal meeting. Let's meet first and get familiar with each other in the next few days. Johnson will come to the company tomorrow. With his current fame, I believe he will be found by a program soon. Then he will be busy. That's all for today. Let's go. Yang Lan, please stay for a moment. The people in the conference room left quickly. Lu Mei took out her cell phone and called Jessica. Jessica, dear, are you leaving yet? On the way. We'll be there soon. Jessica's voice. There were other voices on the phone. Lu Mei raised her eyebrows and asked, are those three vixens also in the car? Jessica said angrily, that's right. These shrews came to my house early in the morning. Lu Mei was also speechless. These young ladies have nothing to do all day long, and now they finally find something fun to do. Wherever Jessica goes, they follow her. Have you booked a restaurant yet? Not yet. Lu Mei said, I'll make the reservation and send you the location later. You can drive Johnson directly here. Good. After hanging up the phone, Lu Mei said to Yang Lan, Johnson has gotten off the plane. I'll take you to meet him later. It's a good opportunity for you to get to know each other. The house I arranged for him is not far from where you live. You can go directly to him if you have any questions. End of June. The weather in Magic City is a bit hot. Johnson was dressed casually today, wearing an oversized white t-shirt and loose black shorts. He was still wearing the classic pair of Air Force Ones that Jessica bought for him. After leaving the airport, Johnson walked towards the road with his suitcase. Before he took 2 steps, he saw a group of beautiful women waving at him. Johnson suddenly felt as if he had arrived at the Ponzi cave ahead. Jessica stood between Qin Yuhan, Shun Shuhua, and Cheng Tingting with a frown on her face, clasping her hands on her chest without saying a word. Johnson stepped forward, and Qin Yuhan was the first to greet him. Hello, big star. Hello, hello. Qin Yuhan, from now on, just call me Yuhan like Jessica. Just call me by my name. Calling me a big star makes my scalp tingle. Haha. The 4 girls were all wearing short skirts, shorts, and suspenders, and they attracted a lot of attention when they walked on the street. Johnson stood in the middle of the 4 girls, and people passing by cast envious glances at him. Johnson felt a little uncomfortable with the crowd. He scratched his head and said, it's too sunny outside. Let's talk in the car. Get in the car, get in the car. Johnson put the suitcase in the trunk, and when he got in the car, only the passenger seat was empty, so Johnson sat in. Jessica took a look at the location sent by Lu Mei and navigated directly there. In a private room of a high-end restaurant, Lu Mei, Zhao Xingnan, and Yang Lan waited for almost half an hour before Jessica and her group arrived at the restaurant. As soon as the door was opened, the cool air from the air conditioner blew on the body, making people feel very comfortable. Johnson, you're finally here. Sister May, who are these 2? Lu Mei quickly introduced. Zhao Shangnan, my partner. This is Yang Lan, who will be your agent from now on. Hello. Johnson walked up to the 2 men and shook hands with a faint smile on his face. Yang Lan couldn't help but say, your appearance ranks among the top 3 artists I've seen. Johnson smiled and said, is it our company's procedure to compliment each other when meeting each other? Hearing this, several people laughed, and the awkward atmosphere of the first meeting was resolved in the laughter. The waiter knocked on the door and came in. Ms. Lu, can you serve the food? Okay. Lu Mei acted like an older sister, pressed her hands, and said, everyone, please sit down. We'll just meet today. Johnson, after we finish eating, I'll take you to see the house I found for you. Good. Zhao Shangnan said, LV May spent a lot of effort to find this house for you. In order to meet your requirements, she even specially decorated a recording room and spent a lot of money on the equipment inside. Johnson said, "Then I will record a formal version of the song I sang on the show in the next few days." Jessica, do we have plans for tonight? Have. What arrangements? Jessica blurted out, "It has nothing to do with you." As soon as these words came out, several people's eyes became strange. It has nothing to do with you. This is just another way of saying, Johnson and I have plans tonight. As for you, go wherever you want. Jessica saw their expressions changed. She realized that they had misunderstood, but she didn't know how to explain it. You can't just tell them, "I'm going to take Johnson to meet my parents tonight," right? Chapter 47. Jessica, be safe. In an ancient and quaint street in the Magic City, two cars parked one after the other outside a two-story villa. The house doesn't look luxurious from the outside, but what's rare is that there is a small courtyard inside the small Western-style building. In a place like Shanghai, where every inch of land is valuable, there are not many houses with courtyards. After Lu Mei got out of the car and opened the door with the key, she threw the key to Johnson. "My house belongs to a friend of my father. Now the whole family has moved abroad. No one has lived in this house, so I rented it. As you can see, this road is basically full of small houses with single doors and single households. There is not much traffic, which should meet your requirements." Johnson nodded and said, "It looks good. Let's go in and take a look." A group of people got out of the car and followed Lu Mei in. The yard is not big, but not small either. There's no problem parking two cars. Walking into the living room, it is decorated in typical Chinese style with all the furniture you need. You almost don't need to buy anything extra. The first floor is mainly the living room, dining room, and kitchen. Johnson, do you usually cook? Before, I didn't have the conditions, so I could only order takeout. Now that I have a kitchen, of course I will cook for myself. Qin Yuhan praised him in every possible way. "Wow, big star, you can cook too?" Johnson felt a little embarrassed after being praised like that. He said awkwardly, "I learned it when I was in middle school. Is it a great thing to be able to cook?" For Johnson, being able to cook is nothing special. Johnson would usually cook for me. The food was really bad at first, but after learning from the videos, it started to taste good as time went by. But for these pampered young ladies, being able to cook is definitely a plus. Then you can cook for yourself in the future. Lu Mei continued, "There are 2 bedrooms and a study upstairs. You can go and see them yourself later. Come on, I'll take you to the basement to see the recording room I prepared for you." Johnson, who was also intrigued by the studio, soon followed. Walking down the stairs to the basement, Lu Mei pushed open the door with a "No Trespassing" sign on it, and a recording room of about 15 square meters appeared in front of Johnson. The walls are covered with soundproof cotton, and it's a basement, so even if there's drums and gongs playing inside at midnight, people outside can't hear the sound. It's simply a paradise for musicians. Johnson walked to the electronic keyboard and pressed a few keys at random, and pleasant music came out. Thinking that this place would belong to him in the future, Johnson couldn't help but feel uncontrollably happy. Lu Mei saw Johnson's expression and knew that he was very satisfied with this place. She said, "The other rooms in this basement are empty. You can decide what to use them for later. In addition, Yang Lan will take you to the company tomorrow morning to meet with the people in the company." "Good. Then I'll leave this place to you. I won't bother you anymore." After saying this, Lu Mei and Zhao Shengnan left first. After saying, "I'll pick you up tomorrow morning," Yang Lan also left. Jessica glanced at the time and winked at Qin Yuhan and the other 2. Qin Yuhan snorted twice, waved her fair wrist, and said, "Forget it. Let's not disturb their world of 2. Sisters, let's go home. Jessica, be safe." Jessica raised her fist as if to hit someone, and the 3 girls burst into laughter and ran away immediately. As soon as Qin Yuhan and the others left, the world suddenly became quiet. Johnson and Jessica returned to the living room on the first floor and opened the refrigerator, where even the mineral water was ready. Johnson handed a bottle to Jessica and asked, "This place seems to be not far from where you live, right?" "It's a 20-minute drive." "That's pretty close." Seeing that Jessica couldn't unscrew the bottle cap, Johnson snatched the mineral water from her hand and handed her the bottle he had already unscrewed. Jessica took it. She finally spoke. "At 6 o'clock, you and I will go somewhere together." "Where are you going?" Johnson unscrewed the cap of the bottle and drank the water. "To meet my parents." Johnson spat out the mouthful of mineral water he had just drunk. "Tonight." Jessica nodded dumbly. "Well, tonight. But I'm not prepared at all." "What are you going to prepare?" Johnson was speechless, as if there was really nothing to prepare but he had never had any experience in this regard before. Even though he had been dating Maria for 5 years, he had never talked to Maria as family. Johnson even suspected that Maria had never told her family that he was her boyfriend. Should I buy something for my first visit? Jessica shook her head. No. Johnson asked again, what did you tell your parents about me before? Don't reveal it tonight. Jessica thought for a moment and said, nothing was said, but they didn't know you were on a variety show. I said you were on a business trip. If they ask you what you're doing now, just say you work at Sister May's company. Will your parents think I'm a gigolo? Give me your respect then. If Johnson were asked to sing on a stage in front of thousands of people, he might not be nervous. But meeting parents was something he had never experienced in his 2 lifetimes, and he felt a little panicked. My parents are not as scary as you think. They don't eat people. It's easy for you to say that. Why don't you come home with me and meet my parents? Johnson's words left Jessica speechless. Johnson glanced at the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. He opened his suitcase and pointed at the clothes that were mostly bought by Jessica and asked, which one do you think is suitable? You ask me. Who should I ask? Johnson rolled his eyes, thought for a moment, and took out the casual suit. He ran upstairs to change his clothes, fix his hair, ran downstairs, stood in front of Jessica and asked, how is it? Is this okay? The distance was so close that Jessica could even feel the hot breath from Johnson's mouth when he spoke, which made Jessica a little confused. Her heart was pounding as she stammered, I think it's okay. This one then. Seeing Johnson jumping up and down with a nervous look on his face about meeting his parents in the evening, Jessica suddenly found it a little funny. But this guy looks more and more pleasing to the eye. 6 o'clock in the evening. In the BMW. Although the air conditioner was on, Johnson still felt a little hot. Don't you really need to buy something? Your parents won't think I'm rude, will they? No, I've already told them. You just came back from outside today, so you don't know about this. Johnson shrugged, sighed, and said resignedly, Jessica, after I help you with this, you owe me a big favor. How are you going to pay me back? How do you want me to pay you back? Johnson laughed and joked, please support me. Okowo. Chapter 48 Dad. Are you checking the household registration? When the car drove into the gate of a villa area that was more luxurious than the gate of his own university, Johnson, who had just calmed down after hearing 2 jokes, felt nervous again. This place clearly looks like a scenic spot, and there are actually people living here. Johnson can guess that the housing prices here are probably comparable to those in the most prosperous city center of Magic City. I still underestimated Jessica's family background. When you get nervous, I get a little nervous too. Seeing Johnson sitting in the car with his upper body straight, she slowed down and said, Johnson asked, now can you tell me what your dad does? Jessica hummed for a long time and then said carefully, my dad. He is the rotating director of the character jumping company. The words, the characters are jumping. Tushio, Douyin, Shigwa Video. Are they all products of your father's company? How could Johnson not know about Character Jump, which is known as one of the 3 major internet giants along with Penguin and Alibaba? Johnson had guessed that Jessica's family background would be unusual, but he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. The characters jump. The top level exists in domestic private enterprises. Seeing Johnson staring at her, Jessica hurriedly said, Character Jump now has 5 rotating directors, and my father is just one of them. He is the chairman for at most 1 week a month, which is nothing special. Is it too late for me to leave now? It's too late. Jessica stepped on the accelerator, and the car turned into the gate of a villa. The camera on the door opened automatically after it captured the license plate of the car. The moment the car drove in, Johnson's heart sank. Never mind. Just accept your fate. It's too late to regret now. Johnson took a deep breath, opened the door, and got out of the car after it stopped. In the room, the noble woman who had specially changed into a dark red Cheongsam seemed to have heard the sound of a car in the yard. She stood up and asked, is Jessica back? Father Shui was sitting on the sofa, holding an iPad Pro in his hand, watching the financial news. When he heard what his wife said, he didn't even raise his head, but just smiled and said, come back if you want. Why are you so nervous? How can I not be nervous? Today is the first time my daughter brings her boyfriend home. You said Aunt Lou didn't ask for leave yesterday or tomorrow, but today. I haven't cooked for several years. Will the food I cook later be delicious? Father Shui asked tentatively. How about we just go out to eat? No. Shui's mother refused sternly. How can we have to eat at a restaurant when our future son-in-law comes to visit? Father Shui recalled the taste of the first time he ate his wife's cooking when he was young, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The taste is really Hard to describe. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang, and Shue's mother was startled. She took a deep breath and walked quickly to the door. The door opens. Johnson and Jessica stood side by side in the doorway. Although he was very nervous, Johnson still instinctively forced a smile and shouted, "Hello, Auntie," when he saw Jessica's mother for the first time. Perhaps it was because he had been in the entertainment industry for too long, but the smile that Johnson forced himself to smile at this moment looked very sunny and kind to Shue's mother. Shue's mother smiled. Seeing the smile on her mother's face, Jessica knew that Johnson's first impression score must be high in her mother's heart. 2. Johnson's appearance is the kind that is easy to look at. When he got out of the car, although he took off his suit jacket, he still looked very handsome in the combination of white shirt and casual pants. Otherwise, Lu Mei and Zhao Shangnan would not have chosen Johnson among so many newcomers. How could a boy who was chosen by a big leftover like Lu Mei have a bad appearance? Illo, come in. Shue's mother warmly invited the two in. The living room was very large, as high as 2 floors. A crystal chandelier that cost an unknown amount of money was hung on the ceiling, illuminating the entire living room. "Hello, Uncle." Seeing Shue's father sitting on the sofa, Johnson hurriedly called out. Father Shue looked up at Johnson and smiled. He nodded and pointed to the sofa next to him and said, "Sit down." Johnson nodded and glanced at Jessica. Jessica knew what Johnson meant by that look and wanted her to stay beside him. Jessica rolled her eyes at him, but still sat down on the sofa beside him with Johnson. Vincent saw the entire process of their eye contact. He smiled slightly, put down the tablet in his hand, and asked like other parents, "Is your name Johnson?" How old?" 26. Vincent nodded and asked, "How many people are there in your family?" The questions were all normal, but the atmosphere still made Johnson a little nervous. He replied, "I have a younger sister who is in high school." Shue's mother brought a fruit plate and handed Johnson a glass of water. After listening for a while, she saw that it was getting late, so she interrupted and said, "You guys chat first. I'll go make dinner for you." Jessica heard this. She asked in surprise, "Mom, where is Aunt Lou?" "Aunt Lou has something going on at home, so she's taking a day off today." Jessica was stunned for a moment, glanced at her father, and then asked cautiously in the same tone as Vincent just now, "Mom, do you really want to cook for yourself?" Jessica ate the food her mother cooked only once, but that time, Jessica will never forget it in her life. However, Shue's mother didn't seem to learn a lesson from it. She still went into the kitchen with full confidence. The father and daughter looked at each other, and everything was said without words. Jessica gave shot in advance and said, "Eat less food later." Why? In line with the principle of not airing family disgrace in public, Jessica shook her head and said, "You'll know in a moment." "Where do you work now?" Vincent brought the topic back to the topic. Johnson answered using the words Jessica taught him. Vincent nodded again and said, "I've met Xiao Mei. She's willing to start a company with you, which means you should be pretty capable." Johnson was about to explain when Jessica put her hand on his waist and twisted it hard. Johnson almost cried out in pain. He turned around and looked at Jessica, who was smirking at him, so Johnson didn't continue to explain. Vincent was about to ask further. Jessica coughed twice and said, "Dad, are you going to check the household registration?" In the Schweff family, the one who holds the final say most of the time is not Vincent, but the eldest lady sitting next to Johnson. Sure enough, as soon as Jessica spoke, Vincent did not continue asking questions. Johnson felt relieved and felt a lot more relaxed. Just then, a shout suddenly came from the kitchen. The 3 people on the sofa were so scared that they stood up at the same time and ran to the kitchen. Shue's mother stood in the kitchen at a loss, holding a spatula with flames raging in the pot in front of her. Jessica, who had never been in the kitchen, was also shocked. At this moment, Johnson rushed forward almost instinctively, slammed the lid on the pot, and turned off the gas. The gun smoke in the kitchen finally dissipated slowly. Vincent shook his head and said, "Let's go out for dinner." Jessica was about to second the motion. Johnson glanced at the several dishes already cut on the chopping board, scratched his head, and asked tentatively, "How about I do it?" Chapter 49. Our Jessica has nothing good except her looks. Johnson inexplicably put on an apron and started busying himself in the kitchen. At the kitchen door, the 3 members of the Schweff family stood there, watching Johnson skillfully clean the pot, put the pork belly cut into squares on the chopping board into the pot, and blanch it with cooking wine, star anise, and ginger. Cook for 3 or 4 minutes, then remove from the heat and let cool. Chop the green onion, garlic and dried chili peppers. Slice the onion and green pepper. Put the pork belly into the hot pan and stir-fry until the oil comes out. After a while, add the ginger, garlic, and dried chili peppers into the pot. It will take a while. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of twice-cooked pork. Johnson, who was concentrating on cooking, her eyes seemed to ask, "Is this appropriate for us?" Vincent smiled, although he didn't say anything, but as an old couple who had slept in the same bed for nearly 30 years, they knew what the other was going to say just by looking at each other. Vincent's face clearly meant, "It's already like this. What else can I do?" He watched for a while, then returned to the sofa and continued reading the financial news. The mother and daughter were still standing at the kitchen door, watching Johnson skillfully prepare each dish. "Go, bring the dishes to the table." Shue's mother patted Jessica's arm and motioned for him to go in. Jessica was a little unresponsive. Johnson's serious look in the kitchen while cooking was a beautiful scenery. She was so immersed in the scenery that she couldn't extricate herself. Seeing that her daughter didn't respond, Shue's mother reached out and twisted her arm. Jessica screamed in pain, then stepped inside and brought Johnson's fried, twice-cooked pork and fish-flavored shredded pork to the dining table. Johnson actually enjoyed it. He would rather cook in the kitchen than be outside and accept the interrogation from Shue's father and mother. "That king crab should be steamed. You could take it out too." Where is it?" Jessica asked. "In the steamer." "Ow, where do I open it?" Johnson was speechless. If Shue's mother hadn't been outside, Johnson would have definitely asked, "Jessica, is this your home or mine?" Johnson put on gloves and brought out the steamed orange king crab. The dipping sauce had already been prepared. After Johnson put the dipping sauce bowl aside, he took off his gloves and handed it to Jessica, asking her to take it out. Seeing this, Shue's mother smiled like a loving mother and sat back in front of Vincent. She snatched the tablet from Vincent and asked in a low voice, "How is it?" In the company, Vincent is a respected chairman, but at home, Vincent is the man with the lowest status in the family. He replied, "It's okay. You need to get to know his character and ability through more interactions." "I think it's good too. Think about it. Our Jessica has nothing good to offer except her looks. Now she lives alone and eats takeout every day. I just secretly tasted the dishes made by Xiao Xiao, and they tasted no worse than those made by Aunt Lu. It's not easy to find a boy who looks good and can take care of others these days. The more I look at them, the more I think our Jessica and Xiao Xiao look like a good match." Vincent was a little confused. Isn't it too hasty to say something like this so early? Vincent couldn't help but recall the first time he met his wife. It was when he had just graduated and was having dinner out with friends. Jessica's mother was also having dinner in the restaurant with some friends at the time. While eating, the group of men started playing Truth or Dare. The game that Vincent drew required him to find a beautiful stranger nearby and add her contact information. As an engineering student who had never been in a relationship, his face turned red, and he didn't even have the courage to find a stranger of the opposite sex and add his contact information, which made Vincent's friends laugh at him. Jessica's mother at the next table couldn't stand it anymore. She put down her chopsticks with a snap, walked directly to Vincent, and said to him like a female warrior, "What are you looking at? Take out your phone and write down my number." So, just like that, Vincent got her contact information, and after chatting for a while, they made plans to meet a few times, and finally they became boyfriend and girlfriend, and they have been together ever since. We have been married for nearly 30 years. Vincent has never quarreled with his wife. The couple is also a model couple in their circle. After all, other men, when they have money, tend to spend money on wine and women, but Vincent has never done such a thing. "Why are you in a daze? Speak now." Vincent didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You even said the words couple look. What else can I say? I think you're eager for Jessica to marry Xiao tomorrow." "Not that I can't. I have a pretty good eye for people." Vincent suppressed his smile and said, "It's quite accurate." Shue's mother didn't react at first, but later she reacted and slapped Vincent on the back, scolding him with a smile. "You are lucky that I fell in love with you in the first place." Yes, I didn't say no. Although my wife can't cook, there is nothing wrong with her in other aspects. The relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is very good. Interpersonal relationships are also well managed. When the two first got together, Vincent hadn't made a fortune yet. His career development only started after the two confirmed their relationship, and it was out of control from the beginning. After staying in the kitchen for nearly an hour, Johnson finally finished cooking the last dish. Although the air conditioner was blowing cool air, he still sweated a lot from standing in front of the boiling oil pan. Johnson brought the last sweet and sour pork to the table. Jessica saw that he was sweating all over and handed him a tissue. Johnson saw this and raised his hands and said, "I just cut an onion." Jessica raised her hand to Johnson's forehead to wipe the sweat off his face. Johnson also bent down slightly. See this scene. Shue's mother, who was sitting on the sofa, was laughing so hard that she couldn't stop. Vincent, standing by, was a little envious. The feeling of the cabbage being eaten by the pig became even stronger. "Mom and Dad, it's time to eat. I'm coming." Shue's mother walked forward with a smile and said embarrassedly, "Xiao Xiao, I'm so sorry. It's your first time at home, and I have to ask you to cook." "Annie, it's okay. Cooking is my hobby." Shue's mother followed up with another question. "Then what other hobbies do you have? Does music count?" Shue's mother smiled and said, "Auntie, I heard that children who like music have simple personalities. Is that true?" Johnson scratched his head awkwardly. He really didn't know how to respond. Vincent came over, sat down calmly, and said, "It's getting late. Let's eat and talk." "Yes, yes, yes." Shue's mother ordered Jessica, "Go, bring the dishes and chopsticks." Jessica glanced at her mother, who was smiling in front of Johnson but bossing her around. I suddenly envied Johnson. This guy. How come he is so popular wherever he goes? But it doesn't matter. He is my boyfriend now, although only for now. Chapter 50. Johnson. I'll be your assistant. Xiao Xiao, come and have some chicken. Shue's mother picked up a piece of chicken and put it in Johnson's bowl. Poor Johnson's bowl. Only half of it was filled with rice, but the vegetables were piled up like a small hill. All of them were picked by Shue's mother. Johnson couldn't refuse such kindness. The old saying is indeed true. If you want to conquer a woman, you must first conquer her stomach. Here, woman can also be changed to mother-in-law. Fortunately, Johnson didn't eat much at noon, so his appetite was still good now. Xiao Xiao, where are you from? A small county town under Zhejiang City, Gan Province. Seeing that Johnson spoke in a very low voice, Shue's mother hurriedly said, "Xiao Xiao, you have seen the situation of our family. Maybe the situation of our family is a little different from yours, but don't worry, your Uncle Shue and I are not old-fashioned people. As long as you treat Jessica well, we will not care about your family situation. As a man, it's good to be willing to make progress. When I was with your Uncle Shue, he was also penniless." Johnson stopped eating. Jessica, who was sitting next to Johnson under the table, stretched out her hand again and pinched Johnson's thigh. Johnson then hurriedly replied in a sonorous voice, "Don't worry, Auntie, I will definitely treat Jessica well." Shue's mother was very pleased. She picked up another piece of meat and put it in Johnson's bowl, which he had just eaten a little. "Come on, eat more meat." Johnson glanced at Jessica. Jessica immediately understood and helped Johnson out. "Mom, are you feeding Johnson like a pig?" "Don't talk nonsense." Shue's mother scolded him softly, then put on a kind smile and asked, "Xiao Xiao, where do you live in the Magic City now?" "I rent a house on Maple Leaf Road." "Maple Leaf Road?" Shue's mother recalled and said, "The rent there is not cheap. Jessica's house is over 400 square meters. If you two can make some money, you can just move there and live with Jessica. We as parents are worried about Jessica living alone." Johnson had planned everything, but he never expected that Jessica's mother would take the initiative to let him live with Jessica. Jessica, in your mother's eyes, have you become an old leftover woman who can't get married? Johnson was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. Vincent also felt that his wife's words were a bit too much. He coughed twice and said, "Let them handle their own affairs. Why are you worrying about them?" Shue's mother blurted out, "I just want to have a grandson sooner." "Mom." Jessica's little face turned red. Mother Shue seemed to realize that she had let the cat out of the bag. She quickly put her hand over her mouth and said repeatedly, "Mom, I won't say any more. Mom, I won't say any more." She didn't say anything more, but looking at Johnson's eyes, she was clearly saying, "Good luck, young man." You can't blame her for this. Although she doesn't look it, she is in her 50s this year. There's a nanny at home, so she doesn't have to do any housework. She doesn't have any hobbies. When she was young, she liked to go out shopping, but now she doesn't want to go out much. I am in my 50s, my husband is busy with work all day, and I don't have any hobbies. Now all I want is to hold my grandson in my arms and play with him as soon as possible. After dinner, Johnson stayed for half an hour. At around 9 o'clock, Shue's father finally spoke. "It's getting late. You should go back early." Johnson heard this. He was almost happy to death, but he did not show it. After saying goodbye to Shue's father and mother politely, he took the car keys from Jessica, and they went out together. "Xiao Xiao, Come to my house often when you have time. Okay, Andy. Johnson waved his hand, stepped on the accelerator, and the car left the yard. The moment he drove out of the villa, Johnson obviously breathed a sigh of relief. How was it? Was the performance okay? Jessica gave a thumbs up and praised. You are awesome. My mother seems to have regarded you as her best son-in-law. I came to your house to meet your parents, and I even made a meal for you. Jessica, you have to return the favor. I know. Jessica waved her hand generously and said, Didn't we agree to support you? Johnson didn't know whether Jessica was joking or not, so he didn't dare to respond. Although Jessica's mother just emphasized that she doesn't mind her family background. As a man who has been hurt in love, he is unwilling to show his true feelings to others before he has the ability to make his future girlfriend or wife happy. Are you sleepy? Not bad. Then let's go back to my previous rental house, so I can move my things to my new home. Good. Street lights guide the way home. All kinds of people walked on the road. There are happy ones. There are unhappy ones. Looking through the windshield at the bustling lights outside, Johnson suddenly envisioned the future. Johnson, let me be your assistant, Jessica said suddenly. Johnson came to his senses and stopped at the red light. He turned his head and said, Are you kidding me again? Jessica said seriously, I'm serious. I have nothing to do at home anyway. If I follow you, I might be able to meet many big stars later. Don't be ridiculous. You are a rich lady, and you want me to be your assistant to a young artist who has just debuted in the entertainment industry. Isn't this crazy? Seeing that Johnson didn't agree, Jessica didn't discuss it with him anymore. He crossed his arms over his chest and said to himself, Why should I tell you? I'll just tell Sister May tomorrow. Anyway, the company is his. Ding, ding, ding. The light turned green, but Johnson was slow to drive, and the vehicles behind him honked their horns. Johnson stepped on the accelerator, and the car continued to move forward. There was no conversation in the car for a long time. After a long time, Johnson said, Being an assistant is very tiring. Although there are not many announcements now, there will definitely be more and more in the future. By then, you'll have to follow me around and have no time to rest. Then wouldn't it be better to postpone some announcements? But even if I don't want to make money, the company wants to make money. Jessica pouted and said, I forgot to tell you that I also own 10% of Young Brokerage. Did you invest money? Yeah. Jessica said, I have saved several million in pocket money. After I came back from Pengcheng with Sister May last time, I invested all of it in the company, and Sister May gave me shares. Pocket money? Million? Johnson was stunned for a moment, and before he could speak, Jessica said, So I am now the third largest shareholder of Young Agency. As an artist signed by the company, you have to listen to me. Johnson didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and asked, So if you become my assistant, do you want me to serve you? Or, do you want me to serve you? Snort. Jessica turned her head to the side, raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and said, It depends on my mood. Chapter 51 come alive. There wasn't much luggage worth taking away in the rental house. All the valuables belonged to Maria, and she took them all last time. Johnson stuffed some seasonal clothes and bedding into a woven bag, took down the photos on the wall one by one, and looked around the rental house of less than 20 square meters. Many things that had happened here before came to his mind again. Why? You can't bear to part with it. After all, I've lived here for so long. I'm afraid I won't come back after I leave this time. Jessica stretched out her hand and said, Give me the things. I'll help you take them down. Johnson handed the photo he took down from the wall to Jessica. This bag is too heavy. I'll take it down myself. You wait for me in the car. I'll call the landlord. Okay. Jessica took the photo and returned to the car. It's late at night. It was quiet outside the car window. Jessica flipped through the photos in her hand one by one, and when she saw some of Johnson making faces and posing in exaggerated poses, she laughed out loud. Seeing Johnson coming down from the stairs, Jessica quickly selected a photo and put it in her bag. Have you packed it? There's nothing to pack anyway. Johnson fastened his seatbelt and asked, Should I take you back to Thompson first or to my little mansion first? Let's go to your place. Taking Jessica back to the villa, Johnson tidied up the room. By the time everything was ready, it was almost 11 o'clock. Let's go, I'll take you back. I could drive back by myself. It's not far. Don't. Johnson smiled and said, When we had dinner tonight, I promised your mom that I would treat you well. Let's go. I'll be back on my bike later. Johnson said, reaching out and grasping Jessica's slender wrist, pulling her downstairs. Jessica hesitated to speak. The next morning at 8:30, Agent Yang Lan drove to the small villa on time. She thought Johnson was still asleep, but as soon as she sent a message to Johnson, Johnson walked into the yard and opened the door. Morning. Yang Lan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Good morning. By the way, I'm 26. How old are you? 28. Johnson pointed inside the yard, motioning for Yang Lan to go in, and said, Then I will call you Sister Lan from now on. Okay. The agent can be said to be the person closest to the artist. Basically, the agent follows the artist wherever he goes. If the assistant is the artist's maid, then the agent is the artist's nanny. A qualified agent can not only help artists get various notices, but also manage their lives. If they are fat, they need to lose weight. If they are thin, they need to gain muscle. When they go out, they cannot do indecent behavior, and they cannot be alone in a room with strangers of the opposite sex to avoid being photographed by paparazzi. In short, the role of an agent is very tiring, extremely tiring, but they also gain a lot of benefits. Some famous agents have a net worth of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Sister Lan, have you had breakfast this morning? I ate it on the way. Johnson smiled and said, I don't think I'm in a hurry. I just cooked a bowl of noodles. Don't worry, you can go anytime. Then Sister Lan, please sit wherever you like. Johnson got a bowl of noodles from the kitchen and ate it alone at the dining table. He opened his phone and took a look at his followers on Weibo. The number had increased a bit, but it was still far less than in the previous few days. This was within Johnson's expectations. In today's fast-paced life, it is basically impossible to become popular for a long time with just a few songs. Among those top stars in the circle, which one didn't become a shining star through a large number of works and accumulation of little by little. After quickly finishing a bowl of noodles and washing the pots and bowls, Johnson changed his clothes and went out with Yang Lan. The business center where the company is located is not far from where Johnson lives. If there is no traffic jam, it will probably take 15 minutes to get there. Although Yang Lan looks a little bit fat, she has a very cool personality. In the original Banana Entertainment, she had a private nickname called Fat Lady. The artist she had previously managed was very good to Yang Lan when he was not famous at first, but as his popularity grew, he began to take Yang Lan less and less seriously. Glancing at Johnson, who was walking beside her, Yang Lan thought to herself, I hope Johnson won't be like him. After getting off the car, the two took the elevator all the way to the floor where Eong Brokerage Company was located. It was exactly 9:15, and everyone in the company was there. Johnson and Yang Lan walked into the company. They were seen by the receptionist, who was a young girl who had just graduated. After being stunned for a moment, she quickly stepped forward and led Johnson and Yang Lan to Lu Mei's office. Jessica, why are you here too? As soon as I opened the door, I saw Lu Mei sitting in her office chair in the office, Jessica standing next to her, and Zhao Shengnan sitting opposite her. Before Johnson and Yang Lan came in, the three of them must have been chatting about something. Jessica said unhappily, Why? Only you can come, but I can't. That's not what I meant. Johnson pointed to the clock on the wall and said, It's only a little after 9. You should still be dreaming at this time. After being exposed in public, Jessica took a step forward and ran towards Johnson. Johnson, I'm going to fight you. Jessica had just taken 2 steps when she was caught back by Lu Mei. Stop making a fuss so early in the morning. Lu Mei smiled and asked, Did you sleep well last night? Good. Jessica just told me that she wants to be your assistant. What do you think? Johnson was about to speak, but found that Jessica was staring at him intently, her eyes full of warning. Johnson swallowed what he was about to say. He shrugged and said, She's the boss. What do I think? Does it work? Of course it's useless. Jessica put her hands on her hips, looking proud. Forget it. Let's go to the conference room and discuss our future arrangements. Zhao Shengnan, Jessica, and Yang Lan went first. Lu Mei walked over to Johnson and whispered, Don't worry. Jessica is always quick to react. If you let her stay with you for a few days, she will quit in no time. 2. After entering the conference room and exchanging a few polite words, Lu Mei began to tell them how the company would develop in the future. It can be said that her outlook was reasonable, and she was not just making empty promises. This is pretty much how the company will develop in the future. Johnson, what are your plans for the future? Johnson casually said, First, I'll release a few albums and participate in a few variety shows. After that, I might want to try my hand in the film and television industry. Before Johnson came into this world, he had acted in several TV series and movies, played the leading male role in a web drama, and a second male role in several dramas. His acting skills were indeed very average at the beginning. Later, he went to watch movies and studied with an acting teacher for more than half a year, and then his acting skills improved a lot. At the age of 28, he was nominated for the Best Newcomer Award at the Academy Awards, but unfortunately, he did not win in the end. When Lu Mei was halfway through her speech, Yang Lan went out to answer a phone call. After Johnson finished speaking, Yang Lan hurried back to the conference room and said excitedly, "Johnson, we're here to make the announcement." Hearing this, everyone looked at Yang Lan. Yang Lan smiled and said, "The semifinals of the Rap of China need to invite 11 judges." After listening to the songs Johnson sang in Brilliant Sun, they wanted to invite Johnson over. In addition, they also need Johnson to sing a song during the halftime performance. Lu Mei quickly asked, "How much did you negotiate with them for the notice fee?" "If Johnson sings an old song, he will only be paid $800,000. If he sings a new song, the announcement fee will be $1.5 million. Several people turned their eyes to Johnson again, obviously waiting to see if he had prepared any new songs. Johnson laughed and said, "I didn't expect to get a job so soon. It's worth $1.5 million, so of course I'll do it. I've just debuted, so it's good for me to show up more on the show." Lu Mei also said happily, "Sister Lan, you will arrange the itinerary. Jessica, aren't you going to be Johnson's assistant? Then you can go with him this time. Let's go." Chapter 52, The Program, Team Scheming. The Rap of China is a rap show produced by Chi Video. Johnson had also seen videos of this show when he was browsing Douyin before. Because it is the first rap show in China, the video playback volume of each episode has reached more than 25 million since the first episode, which shows its influence. According to the competition system of the program, the semifinals are 6-4, and 2 people are eliminated from the 6 contestants. The program team also came up with an idea on the spur of the moment and invited 11 singer-songwriters to be judges. First of all, it can attract a wave of traffic to the program. Secondly, if the judges vote, it can also avoid the audience from accusing others of shady dealings. After all, after competing episode by episode, the 6 people who are still on the show already have a lot of fans, and the program crew doesn't want to offend any of them, so they came up with this idea. When a rapper that fans like is eliminated, the audience will not blame the program team. The semifinals will be taped on Saturday night and aired next Friday night. Friday evening, Yang Lan drove Johnson and Jessica back from the mall. Johnson slumped in the car, looking hopeless. One afternoon, the whole afternoon, I followed Yang Lan and Jessica to buy clothes in the brand name clothing stores in the mall. After trying on countless clothes, Johnson felt more tired than working an entire afternoon in an advertising agency. But Jessica was full of energy. Seeing Johnson was lifeless, she slapped Johnson on the arm and cursed, "You're going to die. Didn't you just buy few clothes? Are you so tired? Sister Lan, is this necessary? Miss Xue has already bought me several sets of clothes before." Yang Lan smiled as she drove. The contestants on the rap show are all dressed very fashionably. Although you are a judge, you can't be outdone by them. I think the clothes Jessica chose today are quite suitable for you. That's right. My vision is no worse than anyone else's. Yang Lan said, "This is also the first time you have appeared in public since your debut. When you become more popular, we can look for some luxury brands to cooperate with. That way, it will be much easier." Johnson nodded and asked, "When is the flight to Beijing tomorrow?" "It's a little after 10 in the morning. I'll pick you up at 7:30. Jessica, please drive to Johnson's house before 8 o'clock. Johnson turned his head and looked at Jessica and smiled. "Can you get up so early? Who do you look down on? If you're late, we won't wait for you." Jessica was so angry that she reached out and pinched a piece of flesh on Johnson's thigh, then twisted it hard. "Ah!" Johnson screamed in the car. "Jessica, a gentleman should use words instead of fists." "I'm not a gentleman." "Shrew, what is shrew? Say that again." Jessica pointed her index finger at Johnson and said in a threatening tone. Johnson rubbed his red thighs and closed his eyes, pretending to be dead. Capital City, in the Hua Ting Hotel. Liu Peng, the director of The Rap of China, is discussing the recording of the next episode with several assistant directors and producers of the program. "Have all 11 judges been contacted?" Liu Peng asked. It's the semifinals now. We can't let down our team at this critical moment. As long as we maintain the current ratings, we will have the second and third episodes. We don't have to worry about not getting sponsorship." "Director Liu, how do we arrange the order of these 11 judges?" "Just arrange it according to their reputation." Assistant Director Leader reminded. "But if the first 10 judges have the same number of votes in the semifinals, then no matter how the last judge votes, he will offend people. Liu Peng reacted and asked his assistant to bring the list of 11 judges. He looked at the list with a frown for a while and finally looked up and said, "Let Johnson vote last. He's a newcomer." The implication seems to be, he's a new guy anyway. We can afford to offend him. The assistant director and producer beside him nodded, and the matter was confirmed. The next day at noon, Johnson got off the plane. He went directly to the recording site and met with Assistant Director Li De. After knowing the recording process in the evening in advance, he took Yang Lan and Jessica to the hotel. On the way, Yang Lan said angrily, "This is too much. It's really too much." Johnson was a little slow to react. Seeing Yang Lan so excited, he asked in confusion, "Sister Lan, what's wrong? It's already very risky for a newcomer like you to be a judge. They even let you be the last judge. If the first 10 judges vote in a tie, then no matter how you vote, you will offend people. They must have arranged it this way on purpose." Yang Lan was angry, so her speech speed naturally increased. These rap contestants all have a lot of fans. No matter who is eliminated, their fans will definitely. Yang Lan didn't finish her words. She sighed, feeling helpless. She had seen many newcomers being bullied, but she didn't expect that it would be Johnson's turn so soon. Originally, Yang Lan thought that Johnson could expand his fame by relying on the popularity of Shining Sun and appearing on a popular show. But now it seems that it would be good enough if he doesn't get scolded after the show. Johnson smiled and said, "It's okay. Maybe there won't be a tie." Is it possible? Not likely. For the sake of program effect, this kind of variety show will never give up the opportunity to create suspense and public opinion. As someone who had experienced this, Yang Lan sighed and said nothing more. After returning to the hotel, Johnson began to prepare for the evening show. Yang Lan rested next door, and Jessica sat next to Johnson, watching him use his notebook to accompany him. "You haven't finished it yet?" Jessica couldn't help but ask when she saw that Johnson had been trying for a long time without finishing it. Johnson explained, "We prepared 2 songs, one softer and one more exciting. We'll decide which one we'll sing in the evening." "What's the difference?" Johnson laughed. "One is just pure singing, and the other is..." Johnson deliberately kept it a secret and said with a smile, "You'll find out tonight." Jessica pouted and lay down directly on the bed in the room. Johnson said helplessly, "That's my bed. I don't care." Jessica waved her hand weakly and said, "Remember to call me when you leave." This girl doesn't think of herself as an assistant at all. She is clearly just a little follower. Free food and free drink. The kind that doesn't work. Johnson finished the accompaniment of one of the songs, looked at the time, walked into the room, turned up the air conditioner temperature by 1 degree, and threw the air conditioning blanket on Jessica. Then he sat back in front of his laptop. Time passes by every second. In the blink of an eye, it's evening. "Jessica, Jessica." Johnson changed into the clothes they picked for him and walked into the bedroom. He saw Jessica lying on the bed with her arms and legs spread. He called her twice, but she didn't wake up. Johnson simply reached out and pinched Jessica's nose. This trick really worked. Jessica, who was out of breath, raised her little hand and patted Johnson's arm. She opened her eyes dazedly and said in a coquettish tone, "What are you doing? Wake up. We're going to record the show soon." Jessica sat up from the bed very reluctantly and stayed there for a long time before she lifted the blanket and went to put on makeup. Jessica didn't react until she got in the car to go to the recording site. I don't think I covered myself with a blanket when I slept." Chapter 53 Questions Behind the Stage. There were a lot of people backstage at the recording. The staff were busy moving around in the corridor, preparing for the recording to begin. Johnson and his team were taken to a special lounge for the judges. When they pushed the door open and walked in, there were already quite a few people inside. What surprised Johnson was that there was someone he knew inside. Johnson walked in with Jessica and Yang Lan, sat down next to Chen Ming, and took the initiative to greet her. "Teacher Chen Ming, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon." Chen Ming, one of the 2 mentors for the Brilliant Sons assessment. Johnson didn't expect to meet her backstage at the Rap of China today. "Johnson here." She smiled and said, "I've watched the last few episodes of Brilliant Sun. Your songs are very nice. Although Fuqua is the most popular, I still like 10 years." Chen Ming is not considered an insider in the circle. As a songwriter, she seldom appeared in front of the camera before. She has participated in programs so frequently in recent times. She must be short of money. "Really? It's my honor." Chen Ming knew that this was just a polite remark, so she changed the subject and asked, "Were you also invited by the program team to be a judge?" Chen Ming lowered her voice and said, I don't know much about rap. I only came to this show for the announcement fee. Johnson didn't expect Chen Ming to be so straightforward, and he held back his laughter. Chen Ming continued to kindly remind as a person who has experienced it. So when you are recording later, do it if you can. It is best not to talk if you can. After all, you're in different circles. If you say something wrong and get criticized by fans online after the show, it will not be worth it. Johnson also lowered his voice and said with a smile, I understand. Thank you, Teacher Chen Ming, for your guidance. Jessica, who was standing by, couldn't help but snort when she saw Johnson and Chen Ming lowering their heads and chewing their ears. Yang Lan, who was standing next to them, said meaningfully, the more popular Johnson becomes, the more people he will come into contact with, and the more temptations he will face. Most artists, after becoming famous, will not be able to withstand the temptations around them, and thus lose their original intentions and bottom line. Jessica, do you think Johnson will be like them? He dares. Jessica made a knife-wielding gesture and said in a murderous tone, if he does that, I will castrate him. Yang Lan suppressed her smile and said nothing. It wasn't until the staff reminded them that the recording would start in 5 minutes that Yang Lan said, shall we go out? Where are you going? After we start recording, there will be cameras coming in from the backstage, and we can't appear in the camera. After seeing that the assistants of other guests had left, Jessica followed Yang Lan and left the backstage. 5 minutes later, 11 guests walked to the stage door and waited. After the chief director and host Liu Peng introduced the rules of this episode at the opening, he began to invite the guests who would serve as judges for this episode. One after another, data pictures appeared on the big screen. In fact, most of these creators were not insiders in the circle. They just wrote songs for some famous singers, but their representative works were all well-known works. The audience was very cooperative, and every time a judge walked onto the stage, there would be cheers from the audience. Unlike other programs, rap shows do not have audience seats. Everyone stands. Perhaps this is an attempt to imitate the underground culture of the rap circle. But this time, the production team put 11 chairs at the back of the audience seats. They were positioned very high and lined up in a row, which looked quite impressive. Johnson were left. Next, let us invite the well-known composer Ms. Chen Ming. Her representative works include Rainy Day and 10,000 Miles of Spring Breeze. Liu Peng shouted, and Chen Ming walked onto the stage under the guidance of the staff. But before he left, he turned around and glanced at Johnson with a look of surprise. Finally, let us welcome the talented new singer-songwriter from Shining Sun, Johnson. Johnson's final appearance surprised not only the previous guests but also the audience, because in most cases, the finale person is often someone with seniority or great fame. As a newcomer who just debuted in Shining Sun, Johnson is not qualified to be the last to appear. A pair of questioning eyes were cast towards Johnson, causing Yang Lan, who was watching the situation on the big screen backstage, to sweat. Pop music and rap are not in the same circle. Here, Johnson doesn't get much recognition, let alone letting him be the finale. Johnson certainly noticed the doubts from the audience, but it didn't affect him. He walked all the way to the judges' table and took a seat with a faint smile on his face. When Liu Peng introduced the segments of this episode in detail, Chen Ming asked in disbelief, why did they let you play last? Before the recording started, the staff told the 11 guests that the order in which they would appear on stage would be the order in which they would record and vote. Chen Ming is not stupid. She certainly knows that the judge sitting in the last position is an offensive person. Even if there are other candidates, no one will choose to be the last to appear. Johnson smiled bitterly and said, they arranged it. What can I do? I have to be managed by others. I have to eat their food and look at their faces. Money has never been so easy to make since ancient times. It doesn't matter. Seeing Johnson's helpless expression, Chen Ming said, I will try my best to avoid a tie later so that you won't lose face. Thank you very much. After the host stepped down, the show officially began. Among the 6 contestants remaining in the semifinals, 2 groups are from the same rap label. One is called CSC. The other one is called Tianshan Society. The former reminded Johnson of a game called CSGO, and the latter reminded Johnson of the name of a gang in martial arts novels. However, Gogo from CSE and Zhou Hansheng from Tianshan Club are also 2 favorites to win the championship in the rap of China. But it's a pity they did not meet in the semifinals. Maybe this is how the show was intentionally arranged. However, Su Hua and Jiang Bing, who were from the same label as them, became their rivals in the semifinals. Although there will be an extra match after the first round of PK battles, It is too difficult to break out from the three people, so the first round of PK battles is crucial for them. The performance officially begins. The first to go on stage were Brother Go from CSE label and another contestant. After two performances, there is still a gap. The favorite to win is obviously better than the other contestant, so the voting process is basically one-sided. Johnson's turn to comment and vote. The score was already 8-1, so Johnson adhered to Chen Meng's warning just now, and after a few simple perfunctory remarks, he voted for Dog Brother. After the two players left the court, another favorite to win the second game, Zhou Hansheng, also came on stage with his opponent. The style is completely different from that guy, called Go Go. Go Ji's singing style is more of a Chinese rap style, while Zhou Hansheng's singing style is more of a purely showy style. Both of them have very unique styles. Zhou Hansheng's performance had almost no mistakes, although his opponent did not make any mistakes either. Judging from the reaction of the audience, he was clearly at a disadvantage. The voting process went smoothly, and when it was Johnson's turn, the votes were already 7-4. After the second game, Chen Meng smiled and said, "There's only one game left. It looks like you're lucky." Johnson shrugged and said, "I hope so. After the third match is over, I will go on stage. You want a halftime show? I'm looking forward to it." Chapter 54, he knows nothing about rap. Since Go Go and Zhou Hansheng were both favorites to win the championship, the audience knew that they would definitely enter the finals, so there was basically no suspense in the first two PKs. However, the upcoming third game is what the audience is looking forward to. One is Su Hua, nicknamed Huazi, who is also from the CSE label and is also Go Ji's loyal follower. In the first episode of the show, this guy said something arrogant like, "Go Go won the championship, and I won the runner-up." If it happened on any other variety show, anyone who dared to say something like that would definitely be cyberbullied by keyboard warriors. But saying this kind of thing on a rap show not only does not disgust the audience, but instead attracts people's attention. Another member, Jiang Bing, who also came from Tianshan Club, has similar abilities to Yang Hua and likes to study some more trendy rap techniques. Whoever loses this game will prove that their label is weaker. The two of them had made sufficient preparations for today early on. After stepping down from the stage, Go Go and Zhou Hansheng stared at the big screen intently. As the big brothers of their respective labels, they absolutely did not want to see the players of their own label lose to those of the other side. The first person to come on stage is Su Hua, Huazi from the CSC label. The spotlight shone on Su Hua, instantly making him the protagonist of the stage. The restless accompaniment echoed in the scene, making Johnson feel like he was in a bar. Su Hua held the microphone with both hands and quickly began to rap. Johnson took a look at the lyrics, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. The lyrics were half Chinese and half English, but even so, there were still many logical differences. Some of the words at the end of sentences seemed to be forced into rhyme, without any basis at all. The rap of China, where the two words Huaxia reflected. When the song ended, the audience applauded so loudly that Johnson began to wonder if there was something wrong with his taste. Su Hua walked to the corner of the stage and replaced Jiang Bing. Johnson turned to the next page. Although there were some English lyrics mixed in, the proportion was much smaller. The lyrics at least seemed to make sense. Johnson was just feeling a little excited, but when Jiang Bing opened his mouth, he was immediately disappointed. Electronic music. He actually added sound effects. Are you Pikachu? Do you need to add electronic music? This shows how little confidence one has in one's own voice. Johnson was speechless. It seems that there are not many talented people in the domestic rap circle in this world. The top 6 in the country are of this level. I could be on the show too. The magical electronic music accompaniment finally ended, and the host walked onto the stage and called Su Hua and Jiang Bing to his side. Voting begins. The first 5 judges made a few comments and then quickly cast their votes. Everything went fine at first. After the 6th judge finished commenting on the vote, the situation gradually became abnormal. 3:3 draw. After the 8 judges voted, the score became 4-4 again. After the 9th judge cast his vote, the vote ratio became 5-4. The final 2 votes are crucial. Chen Ming glanced at Johnson and sighed inwardly. Forget it. He's a newcomer, and he'll have to survive in the industry. I'll be the bad guy. Just as Chen Ming was about to vote, the voice of assistant director Li Da suddenly came from her headphones. "Teacher Chen Ming, please vote for Jiang Bing." Chen Ming was stunned and froze for a moment. In the headphones, all 11 judges heard the voice of assistant director Li Da, including Johnson. Chen Ming stole a glance at Johnson, and when she saw him nod at her, she finally said, "I'm voting for Jiangbing." Swish. The score is updated on the big screen. 5:5 draw. Johnson votes for, and the last vote will go directly to the finals. All eyes turn to Johnson. Really? The thing I least wanted to happen still happened. Johnson sneered in his heart and blurted out, "I vote for Jiangbing." There was an uproar in the audience. "Did you cast your vote so readily?" Seeing this, Lu Peng deliberately asked, "Johnson, why did you vote for Jiangbing? Please give us a reason." Once again, all eyes turned to Johnson. When the other judges cast their votes just now, there was no question from the host. Feeling that the program director was targeting him, Johnson could no longer bear it and simply told the truth. "In fact, I think the performances of these two contestants are average. Both the lyrics and the arrangement are not up to standard. The reason why I voted for Jiangbing is that his lyrics are not very English. After all, this program is called China Has Hip Hop. A song is mostly in English. I don't think it's appropriate to sing it on this stage. It's boiling." After he said this, the whole audience was boiling. Johnson in surprise. "Didn't I just tell you to talk less? What are you doing now? It's not enough to offend one side, but you have to offend people on both sides? As a newcomer, are you going to ruin your own future?" Not only Chan Ming, but the other 9 judges also started whispering to each other. The area where the audience was below was even noisier. What's even worse is, when Johnson finished saying this, the backstage scene appeared on the big screen. Dog brother threw the necklace that symbolized his advancement to the finals to the ground and said angrily, "He knows nothing about rap." Zhou Hansheng on the other side also said sarcastically, "People in the entertainment industry should just go back to the entertainment industry. The rap industry also has a threshold. Not everyone can come in if they want to." The current situation. This is exactly what director Lu Peng wanted to see. I'll cut this clip out tomorrow and use it as a trailer for this episode. I'm sure the episode will get a lot of views. When Yang Lan saw the situation, her face turned pale. Sensing that something was wrong, Jessica asked in a low voice, "Sister Lan, is Johnson in trouble?" Yang Lan said with an unpleasant expression, "I'm afraid he doesn't want to be in the entertainment industry anymore." Hearing this, Jessica was directly shocked. She also hopes that Johnson will become more and more popular. The situation has come to this. Lu Peng finally announced the PK, and Jiang Bing from Tianshan Society won. Both contestants left the stage somewhat angrily. The audience was still talking, and the noise did not stop. Johnson with warm applause to perform one of his original songs for us. In a commotion, Johnson stood up and walked towards the stage. Before going on stage, he handed the USB flash drive that he had prepared long ago to the staff. There are 2 songs accompaniments and lyrics in it, and Johnson specifically asked the staff to play the second accompaniment. Halftime show. It is neither important nor unimportant. It mainly depends on the status of the invited stars. If we invite a top star, the scene will definitely not be as depressing as it is now. But Johnson was unfazed. These guys know shit about rap. They just follow along and shout blindly. Sure. Johnson used his signature move again. The scene became quiet, but everyone had an indifferent expression on their face. After all, this was a rap stage, and a pop singer like Johnson, who was a newcomer at the time, was not welcome at all. As for the rappers backstage, he was even more dismissive. Even director Lu Peng took the opportunity to take a break and chat with a few assistant directors. Johnson made a gesture and the accompaniment sounded. At the same time, a picture appeared on the big screen, with only 2 big red words on it, Chilin. Chapter 55, he blew up the place. This accompaniment. This song is called. It doesn't sound like a pop song. The audience couldn't help but look at Johnson. Just when everyone's attention returned to Johnson, Johnson opened his voice. "My voice is loud because I'm doing the right thing. Wherever you go is a road to heaven. Walk with big strides. Don't be afraid of your shadow. Those who disturb my heart have long been ignored. There is a universe in the lyrics. In the middle of the road, silently chant the word caution." Johnson finished singing the first line. The audience's eyes widened instantly. Rap. It turned out to be a rap song. How is it possible? Doesn't he sing pop music? How is it possible? Fuck. These lyrics, these rhythms, these speeds, these flows, they're absolutely amazing. Puff. Director Lu Peng spat out a mouthful of soda water when he heard Johnson-esque singing. He quickly ran to the big screen and looked at Johnson in front of the camera with a confused look on his face. This guy, he is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Who's Jianghu? I will extinguish your incense and candles with just a little bit of sword energy. Take it as a blessing if you suffer a loss. When I teach you, get out of class ends at noon. Let the scorching sun burn away your foul air. Why should you be afraid of following in the footsteps of the past? I have my own breath. A sword opens the gate to heaven. Johnson chose the song, Chilin, is because this song can blow up the audience. In fact, he had thought about it as early as the afternoon. If I encounter a situation at night where the program crew deliberately embarrasses me, I will sing this song during halftime. The first is to let people in this circle know that I am qualified to be your judge. The second is to let the fans in this circle understand that I am qualified to comment on your idols. The third is to let the program crew know that even though I just debuted, don't try to step on me. Don't wake me up. I can't bear to hide. Up the steep slope. Weed fire. It's good to let the wind blow. Don't wake me up. I can't bear to hide. Up the steep slope. Weed fire. It's not bad to just let the wind pass. Johnson before were inexplicably infected by the atmosphere of the scene. Everyone couldn't help but raise their hands and wave. The red fluorescent bracelets on the wrists formed a sea of red flowers, which immediately livened up the atmosphere. Chen Ming, sitting on the judges' panel, was stunned for a long time before coming back to his senses. Thinking of what Johnson had just said and seeing his performance on the stage, Chen Ming realized that she had still underestimated Johnson. This kind of talent, this appearance, he will definitely make a name for himself in the entertainment industry in the future. In the director's room, Lu Peng held up the intercom and shouted belatedly, "Quickly give him the camera. Zoom in, zoom in. Lighting team, turn the lights on the set to red for me. Damn, who found this guy? He can rap. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Lita said helplessly. He just debuted and has never rapped before. Who knew he could do this? One person, one sword, one pot of wine. One step at a time, one step away from reaching the sky. A breath, a force, a fire, burning the dark abyss. Let me remember this moment. The bold words engraved on iron. Then please come and bear witness for me. Look at me, a wildfire spreading across the prairie. Although the song has a fast tempo, Johnson's pronunciation is very clear, much better than that of Go-Go and Zohan Sheng. He was wearing a black leather jacket that Jessica bought for him and a black baseball cap on his head. Before going on stage, Yang Lan put a silver necklace around Johnson's neck. If you don't tell who is on the stage, no one doubts that Johnson is not a rapper. This typhoon, this kind of singing skills. For Su Hua and Jiang Bing in the previous match, it was definitely a crushing victory. At this moment, backstage, Go-Go, Zhou, Wensheng, and the other 6 people were all staring at the big screen in amazement, as if they had been struck by lightning. This is not the right person to be a judge. It's obvious that they are here to mess things up. But this song is just the beginning. After singing the line, "Look at me spreading a wildfire," the sound of Swona suddenly rang out, making people's hair stand on end and their skin covered with goosebumps. Swona, the king of musical instruments. As the old saying goes, among all musical instruments, Swona is the king. It can either lead to ascension to heaven or marriage. This unique sound can attract people of all ages. Johnson took the microphone and shouted, "The world's storms are created by our generation. Once you enter the arena, time will pass by. The emperor's plan for hegemony is in the midst of laughter and conversation. Life is a drunkenness." From monologues, accompanied by the sound of Swona, and the coordination of rap and Swona directly brought the atmosphere of the scene to a new level. Crazy. It's crazy. Jessica stared at Johnson on the screen with her almond-shaped eyes wide open. Although she was not under the stage, she could hear Johnson's voice on the stage, even in the backstage lounge. At this moment, she became a little fangirl of Johnson. She couldn't help but pull Yang Lan's hand beside her and raise it high, swaying to the rhythm. Yang Lan was also very excited. It was hell 1 second and heaven the next. Johnson, it will definitely be a hit. For a manager, nothing makes him happier than seeing his artists become popular. The chorus was sung again. Johnson walked to the front of the stage, stretched out his hand to sweep over the audience, pulled his cap down, and shouted, "Are you ready?" Screams rang out in response. The climax of the song begins. Johnson half bent over, with one foot on the speaker in front of the stage, and began to sing quickly. "I will carry my flag and my medals. Take my brothers, posing on top of a mountain. I want more than you've ever seen or heard. All those bells and whistles. Add them together, and you'll have to top it. I want this between heaven and earth. Dye all red. I want to become A. 6,000 miles of burning clouds. From Wudong to southern Shaolin. From Wudong to southern Shaolin. Finished once. The atmosphere had reached a climax that the show had never experienced before. Just when everyone thought it was time to end, Johnson sang this part again. 20 seconds. 140 characters. You can hear every word clearly even without looking at the lyrics on the big screen. The place was blown up by Johnson. After singing the last line, like a Chilean, Johnson held the microphone and shouted, "Thank you," loudly, then threw the microphone on the stage and strode off the stage. Originally looked down on Johnson, surrounded him crazily the moment he threw away the microphone and walked off the stage. Among thousands of flowers, Johnson struggled to squeeze his way back to his seat and sat down. The 6 contestants appeared on the big screen again, and at this time, regardless of which label the contestants were from, their expressions at this moment were surprisingly the same, all of them. Duh. Johnson caught his breath, he unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and took a big gulp as if nothing had happened. Director and host Liu Peng hurried back to the stage to stabilize the situation. No one expected Johnson to blow up the place like this. The 3 players who needed to play extra games were in extremely low spirits. In such a hot arena, who the hell could handle it? But these things have nothing to do with Johnson anymore. He sat quietly for half an hour, and after the 3 contestants finished their ordinary performances, he left the recording site directly. Johnson's favorability towards the program crew has dropped to 0, and now he is unwilling to come to the show, even if he is paid. Chapter 56, a little bit handsome. Let's go. Johnson found Yang Lan and Jessica backstage. He strode outside. Yang Lan and Jessica looked at each other and quickly followed. Leaving the recording site, without the protection of air conditioning, the hot weather in July made it impossible to wear a leather jacket even at night. Johnson took off his jacket while walking and handed it to Jessica behind him. He was wearing a black vest inside. He usually looked skinny, but when he took off his outer clothes, Johnson's figure was quite well proportioned. Jessica honestly took the clothes handed to her by Johnson and handed a bottle of mineral water to Johnson. She couldn't help but smile and said, "Johnson, it's okay. You looked a little handsome on the stage just now. Are you sure it's just a little bit? Humph, you'll be brilliant if you get some sunshine." Jessica pursed her lips, took the half-drunk bottle of mineral water from Johnson, turned her head and asked, "Sister Lon, should everything be all right now?" Yang Lon smiled and shook her head. "It's okay. Maybe after this show airs, Johnson will be able to attract a wave of fans. The performance just now stunned everyone on and off the stage. I think when it airs, the audience watching this show will also like this song." Jessica then remembered what Johnson said this afternoon. She took 2 steps forward, walked side by side with Johnson, and asked, "Did you think about this situation this afternoon? So you prepared 2 songs, one of which is rap." Luckily your performance was a blast. When we saw you vote for them in the 3rd round, Sister Lon and I were stunned." Johnson smiled and turned to speak, but saw a few very conspicuous red dots on Jessica's fair and smooth arms. Johnson grabbed Jessica's wrist and asked, "What's going on?" Jessica pulled her hand out of Johnson's. She turned her head and said, "What's going on? It's just a mosquito bite." Seeing the mosquito bites on Jessica's hands, she had pinched them into the shape of a cross or a cross. After leaving the recording building, Johnson saw a pharmacy across the street. So he crossed the street and bought a small bottle of cooling oil in the pharmacy. Just came out from inside. The online taxi that Yang Lan ordered arrived. The 3 of them got in the car. Yang Lan sat in the passenger seat, and Johnson and Jessica sat in the back seat. The car was on the way to the hotel. "Give me your hand," Johnson said almost in an imperative tone. Jessica really stretched out her snow-white arm and handed it to Johnson. Johnson unscrewed the small cap of the cooling oil and carefully applied it to the area bitten by mosquitoes, saying, "In our family, cooling oil is almost a must-have. Whether it's mosquito bites or dizziness and drowsiness, just apply a little and it will work quickly." Jessica did feel that the itching sensation had subsided a lot. After Johnson finished applying the lotion on his hands, Jessica twisted her body and stretched one of her long white legs in front of Johnson again. "What?" Jessica said aggrievedly. "It's on my feet, too." Johnson took a look at Jessica's legs, silently chanted a few words of Umitba in his heart, then held Jessica's calf with one hand and applied medicine to her with the other hand. Yang Lan, who was standing in front of him, looked at her nose with her eyes and thought to herself, "Let the company arrange a car next time." Recording scene. The audience guests and contestants all left one after another. After Lu Peng finished his hosting work, he hurriedly called several assistant directors and producers of the program team to the conference room for a meeting. After everyone is gathered, Lu Peng asked directly, "What do you think? After this episode is broadcast, Johnson's song will probably become a hit. Didn't he debut for Shining Sun? How come he can rap? He left as soon as the show was recorded. Is it because we were put in the most offensive position?" In the conference room, a group of people were discussing their views. Lu Peng raised his hand, interrupting everyone's discussion, and asked directly, "Do you think we should continue to invite Johnson to be the guest performer for the opening performance in the finals? Director Lu, if he sings another song like today, Brother Go and Zhou Hansheng will be embarrassed. It's a real problem." Assistant Director Lita said, "That's easy. Why don't we just ask him not to rap in the last episode?" Lu Peng's eyes lit up. Yes, the finals invited Johnson to be the guest for the opening performance. The original intention was to bet that Johnson would become popular after the semifinals were broadcast. Anyway, it was just to take advantage of the popularity. After all, a guest is a guest. No matter what, he cannot steal the limelight from the contestants on the final stage. If Johnson sings a pop song, he can take advantage of the popularity of his song Qilin and will not affect the finalists. Lu Peng quickly instructed his assistant, Xiao Lu, call Johnson's agent right now and ask him to continue to be a guest in the finals. Good. Just got off the bus. Yang Lan's phone started to ring. She took her phone out of her bag and checked the caller ID. She turned to Johnson and said, "Is it from the Rap of China crew?" Johnson thought for a moment and seemed to have guessed the intention of the production team calling at this time. He said directly, "If they want me to continue to be a guest in the finals, then don't agree yet. Just say that I have plans next and see what they say first. In short, don't agree easily." Yang Lan nodded and answered the phone. "Hello. Oh, that's right, but we Johnson have plans next Saturday. If that's the case, then we'll wait and see and give you an answer tomorrow." "What? You can only sing pop songs in the finals, right? Okay, I get it. Let's do this for now." After saying a few simple words, Yang Lan hung up the phone. Johnson said, "They thought my song would be popular after the semifinals were broadcast, so they invited me to the finals just to take advantage of the popularity. They specifically asked me to sing a pop song because they didn't want my performance to outshine the other 4 contestants in the finals. The production team really had a good plan. So what are your plans?" The announcement fee was mentioned at 2 million. If they agree, they will agree. If they don't agree, they won't go. Yang Lan hesitated to speak. It is actually not in accordance with the rules to raise the announcement fee of a newcomer to a show to 2 million. She thought that Johnson was a newcomer after all, and he should not give up such an opportunity and should show up more often at this time. But Jessica interrupted and said, "Sister Lan, Johnson fought for this opportunity himself. If he doesn't perform well today, the production team won't continue to look for him. Just listen to him." Well, the company's 3rd largest shareholder has spoken. What else can Yang Lan say? She smiled with relief. "Okay, then I'll listen to you." The next morning, Yang Lan called to talk about the increase in notice fees. When director Lu Peng heard the news, he was furious. A newcomer has just made his debut, and their notice fees are increased. "Do you really think you are an important person? Tell his agent that if he doesn't come, forget it. We will hire someone else." Yang Lan was not very surprised to hear the rejection call, as it was all within her expectations. That afternoon, the 3 of them flew back to Shanghai. I thought the matter ended here. But just after returning to Johnson's small villa, Yang Lan found that LV Peng, the director of China's hip-hop, had posted a Weibo. Her face changed, and she immediately handed the phone to Johnson. The newcomers in this circle are becoming more and more unruly. They ask for exorbitant prices right after their debut, which makes me sick. Johnson returned the phone to Yang Lan expressionlessly and said to her, "Sister Lan, I have to record songs at home for the next week. Don't let anyone disturb me if you have nothing to do." Oh, Johnson went straight upstairs. Yang Lan seemed to see a hint of murderous intent in his cold eyes. Chapter 57 Hold My Waist. Johnson's performance on the Rap of China. Yang Lan told Lu Mei about it the same day she came back. After listening to her, Lu Mei did not comment, but just said, since Johnson wants to write a song, don't let anyone disturb him these few days. Originally, Yang Lan planned to have someone take a few poster photos of Johnson after returning to Shanghai. After all, although the performance in the Rap of China was not pleasant, it was at least the first step. He will definitely be on more shows in the future. It's not possible that the big screen will show Johnson's previous photos when he was in shining sun every time he appears on a show. The next morning, after returning, Yang Lon called Jessica, probably asking her to stay at the small building for a few days, help order takeout or something, and not let anyone disturb Johnson from writing songs. Jessica didn't refuse, as this was what an assistant should do. To use this excuse to be with Johnson than to stay at home alone with nothing to do. So this day, Jessica got up early, bought 2 breakfasts on the road, and drove directly to the door of Johnson's small villa. Johnson was a little surprised to see Jessica coming so early. You know, before Jessica decided to be his assistant, she had to sleep until at least 9 or 10 o'clock every day. Well, I know what you like to eat, so I bought a little bit of everything. Why are you here so early today? Jessica pretended to be reluctant and explained. Sister Lon asked me to come here. She said that she wanted me to help order takeout or something, and not to let anyone disturb you. Anyway, I came here to be your nanny. Johnson took the breakfast from Jessica and laughed. You make me feel a little embarrassed. Jessica followed Johnson into the house and groaned. I don't see why you're embarrassed. Have you eaten? Nonsense, of course I didn't eat it. Then let's eat together. Johnson went to the kitchen and got a few plates, put the buns, steamed buns, and pot stickers on the plates, then got 2 cups, heated 2 cups of milk, and handed 1 cup to Jessica. The two sat opposite each other, and Jessica asked while eating, Are you writing songs for the purpose of releasing an album? Album. Johnson shook his head and said, If I hadn't participated in the Rap of China, I would have planned to do this. Now let's put the album on hold and make a few rap singles first. Jessica understood when she heard this. Johnson wrote the song not for the purpose of releasing an album, but because of the Weibo post that the Rap of China director Lu Peng posted last night. Although no name was mentioned, as soon as the show airs next Friday, the audience will naturally guess that the newcomer Lu Peng was talking about is Johnson. Jessica didn't ask any more questions and started eating quietly. Jessica, who is used to having brunch at 10 o'clock, the feeling of having breakfast at 8 o'clock seems quite fresh. She was obviously very sleepy when she woke up in the morning, but now she is full of energy sitting at the dining table. Ding-a-dee. On the table, Jessica's phone rang with a WeChat notification tone. Jessica clicked on it and took a look. She found that it was a WeChat message from her mother, so she opened it directly. Jessica, are you up? I'm going to your aunt's house to play today. Do you want to go? Hearing Shue's mother's voice, Johnson looked up at Jessica, and Jessica also looked up at Johnson. After staring at each other awkwardly for a few seconds, Jessica said, Cooperate with me and take a photo with my mother. How about to cooperate? Jessica turned around, turned on her phone, and made a scissors gesture. Quick smile. Johnson leaned forward and smiled slightly at the camera. Jessica pressed the shutter, took a photo, and sent it to her mother, then sent a voice message back. Mom, I won't go. I'm having breakfast with Johnson. After replying to the message, the two continued eating. Inside the villa, Shue's mother, who was also having breakfast, saw her daughter replying to the message and said in surprise, Jessica, you actually replied to my message today. She usually hasn't gotten up at this time. Vincent also asked, What did Jessica send you? As she was talking, Shue's mother had already opened WeChat. When she saw the photo sent by Jessica, a happy smile immediately appeared on her face. Look, Jessica and Johnson are having breakfast together. Shue's mother handed the phone to her husband. Vincent clicked on the voice message below. Mom, I won't go. I'm having breakfast with Johnson. After hearing the voice message, Shue's mother quickly grabbed the phone and happily replied, Okay, you guys eat. Mom won't disturb you anymore. Putting down the phone, Shue's mother said excitedly, Look at our Jessica. She is a different person when she is in love. She has never gotten up so early before. Yes, you're right. Come and eat. Shue's mother rolled her eyes at Vincent and happily saved the photo Jessica sent her. She couldn't help but show it off to her sister. The air conditioner blows cold air regularly. On the sofa, Jessica was hugging a pillow and scrolling through TikTok boredly. Next to her, Johnson was sitting on the floor with a notebook in front of him and a pen and paper beside him. He would think for a while, write for a while, and sometimes on a rhythm. Except for a trip to the bathroom and squeezing a glass of apple juice for Jessica, he remained in this state throughout the afternoon. Jessica really thought Johnson was a god. If she were asked to sit like this for an entire afternoon, she felt like she would go crazy. 6:30 in the evening. In winter, it would have been dark at this time, but now the sun is still outside, although it is about to set. Johnson saved the recalled lyrics into a Word document and finally closed the notebook. Are you done? Jessica asked, immediately putting down her phone. The lyrics and beat are ready. So what now? What are we going to do now? Johnson glanced at the time, walked into the kitchen, and opened the refrigerator door. Seeing that it was empty, he shouted outside, "Shall we go to the supermarket?" "What are you doing in the supermarket?" "Buying groceries." "Do you want to cook?" Johnson smiled and said, "What else? Am I really going to eat takeout with you?" Jessica felt a little embarrassed. Yang Lan clearly asked her to take care of Johnson. Apart from buying breakfast for Johnson in the morning, she really didn't help with anything. Johnson asked her to go to the supermarket with him, obviously wanting her to stay for dinner. In order to avoid being labeled as a freeloader, Jessica stood up and said, "Okay, then I'll drive you there and I'll pay." Johnson didn't argue with Jessica. He said, "Don't drive. It's rush hour right now. It won't take more than 20 minutes to walk. It might take even longer to drive. I'll take you there on an electric bike." "Electric car?" "Well, I bought one not long after I moved here. After all, there's no supermarket here, and I don't have the money to buy a car." Johnson found a white helmet and handed it to Jessica, then put on a black helmet himself. Jessica tried to put on the helmet as Johnson had done, but it was too small for her head and looked baggy. Johnson stepped forward and reached out to tighten the strap under his helmet. The two men walked into the yard, and Johnson got in the car. "Come up." Jessica grabbed Johnson's arm, sat sideways in the back seat, and held the corners of Johnson's clothes with her small hands. Johnson started the car, turned the handle, and drove out of the yard. While going downhill, Jessica bumped her head into Johnson's back. Johnson said helplessly, "What's the point of grabbing my clothes? Can't you grab somewhere else? Who told you to drive so fast?" "Miss, this is a national standard electric vehicle, and the fastest speed is 25 miles per hour." Jessica muttered. "Then where do I grab it?" "Hold my waist." "Oh." Jessica put her small hands around Johnson's abdomen, a thin layer of clothing. Jessica could clearly feel Johnson tense up, his abdomen as hard as steel. Chapter 58. Okay, boss. The warm summer breeze blowing on my body feels particularly comfortable. The electric bike stopped outside the supermarket. Johnson took off his helmet and saw Jessica was still sitting in the bike. He reached out and knocked on the helmet on Jessica's head and said, "Why are you standing there? Get off the bike." Jessica closed her eyes, rolled her eyes at Johnson, and jumped off the electric bike. Seeing that Jessica was fumbling to take off the helmet for a long time, Johnson reached out to her chin and gently pressed the buckle, then took the helmet off her head. Johnson was about to take Jessica into the supermarket, etc. What happened again? Jessica took out a black mask from her shoulder bag and handed it to Johnson. "Here, put it on." Johnson was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Sure, you are a very professional assistant." "That's right, I did a lot of homework, okay." Jessica put her hands behind her back and looked proud. Johnson put on a mask and went into the supermarket with Jessica. On a hot day, there were many elderly people in the supermarket who came to escape the heat. Johnson was about to go straight to the vegetable stall, but Jessica grabbed his clothes. "We have finished our snacks at home. Please accompany me to buy some snacks first." "Aren't you afraid of getting fat?" Jessica snorted softly, raised her delicate little face, and said, "I will never get fat no matter how much I eat. I tell you, Yuhan, Shu Hua, and the others envy me." After that, Jessica dragged Johnson to the snack area. Johnson immediately became her tail chaser, pushing a shopping cart beside her. Within 10 minutes, the shopping cart was filled with large and small bags of snacks. Johnson saw that Jessica didn't seem to be ready to finish, so he immediately stepped forward to stop her and said, "Ms. Shui, we came here on electric bikes. You bought so much, you'll have to carry it back later. Think it over carefully." "Oh yeah." Jessica reacted belatedly. She thought for a few seconds and put a few bags of potato chips that were taking up space in the shopping cart back on the shelf. "Then I'll just buy this much first." Johnson pushed the shopping cart with Jessica to the grocery area. After spending nearly 15 minutes weighing various vegetables and fresh meats, the two finally pushed the cart to the checkout counter to pay. When the cashier saw that it was Jessica who scanned the code and paid, she looked at Johnson meaningfully. Johnson also noticed the strange look in her eyes, but he was no longer surprised. A large bag of things was placed in front of the electric car, and the other two bags of snacks were carried by Jessica. Jessica held the things in both hands. She was wearing a skirt today and could only sit sideways. In order not to fall off the car, she could only bury her head in Johnson's back. And so, the two returned home the same way. Johnson put most of the dishes in the refrigerator, carried a box of wings, a handful of greens, a corn, and half a pound of ribs into the kitchen and began to prepare to show off his cooking skills. Jessica opened a bag of potato chips and sat on the sofa to watch TV. But after watching for a while, Jessica turned off the TV again. She walked to the kitchen door and asked with a guilty conscience, "Is there anything I can help you with? What do you think you can do to help me? I can wash the dishes." Johnson said helplessly, "If you had told me 5 minutes earlier, I would have left these dishes for you to wash. Now I've washed them all. Then I can." And after thinking for a long time, Jessica couldn't think of what she could do. Jessica, like her mother, was a kitchen killer and knew nothing about cooking. Johnson pointed at the apron hanging on the wall with a spatula and said, "My hands are greasy. Please help me put on the apron, and then you can go out and watch TV. Give me half an hour, and we can have dinner." "Oh." Jessica stepped forward, took off her apron, walked in front of Johnson, put it around his neck, and felt that she was too close to Johnson. Jessica lowered her head and walked behind Johnson, tied a bow, and ran out in a hurry. Blanched the ribs and put them into the soup pot together with the corn. Put the chicken wings in the pot after adding oil. While the soup was boiling, Johnson also started making cola chicken wings. The humming sound of the range hood echoed with the commercials on TV, making the house full of the smell of smoke and warmth. Half an hour later, Johnson brought the cooked corn and pork ribs soup to the table and called to the sofa, "Jessica, it's time to eat." "Here I come." Johnson washed his hands, took off his apron, took out 2 sets of dishes and chopsticks from the sterilizer, and handed one set to Jessica. Jessica took the bowl and chopsticks and took a look at the meat, vegetable, and soup on the table. Although she had seen Johnson's cooking skills, she couldn't help but praise him at this moment. "It's good. It looks very appetizing. Serve yourself the food." "Okay." After filling up half a bowl of rice, Jessica gently picked up a piece of wing tip, which was stained with the burnt red juice from the boiled cola and chopped green onions. Jessica carefully put it into her mouth and bit it with her pearly teeth for a few times. The fresh fragrance immediately filled her mouth. She couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praised, "It's delicious." For a chef, the happiest thing is to have someone praise his dishes for being delicious after he has cooked a table full of dishes. Johnson smiled and said, "If it tastes good, eat more. You won't get fat anyway." "Yeah." Jessica put the food into her mouth, looking very content. After finishing most of the bowl, she politely scooped another spoonful of rice. After finishing it, she wiped her mouth with satisfaction. Johnson stood up to clean the table. He said, "I'll take you home after I wash the dishes, okay?" "No, I could drive back by myself. It only takes about 10 minutes. "That's fine," Johnson said. "Then send me a message when you get home. Also, will you come tomorrow?" "Come, of course I'm coming." Jessica finished speaking. She realized that she seemed to be too enthusiastic. She smiled and said, "I am your assistant now. I should follow you and be your little follower." An artist assistant will usually only follow the artist when they are working, but Johnson did not expose this. He deliberately cooperated and said, "Then you should come early tomorrow and develop a good habit of going to bed early and getting up early." "I know. You're so long-winded." Jessica stayed in the small Western-style building until 8:30 before driving away. It took less than 20 minutes to reach the community. Throwing her bag on the sofa, Jessica ran straight to the bathroom and filled the bathtub with water. After the water was full, Jessica took off her clothes and lay comfortably in the bathtub. Phew, so comfortable. Jessica picked up her phone and sent a voice message to Johnson. "Johnson, I'm home." Johnson quickly replied, "Why didn't you take the snacks you bought today home? I'm going to be at your place in the next few days anyway, so I'll just leave it there." "Okay, go to bed early, and I'll be your accompaniment." "Okay, boss." "Boss, what the hell?" Johnson said goodnight, put down his phone, and continued recording. A week passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was Friday night. On the sofa in the small Western-style building, Johnson and Jessica sat side by side, and the semi-final video of The Rap of China was playing on the TV screen. Right now, at least hundreds of thousands of people were watching this show at the same time. The barrage kept floating by. Johnson folded his hands in his arms and looked at it calmly. Chapter 59. Sorry, I apologize loudly for what I said earlier. Since the Young Agency has only signed Johnson as an artist at present, the employees do not have much to do. Lu Mei also does not advocate the 996 working week that is popular in China. She thinks that as long as you finish your work, it is okay to leave work early. So at 5 o'clock on Friday afternoon, when it was not yet time to get off work, seeing that the company's employees had nothing to do, Lu Mei sent them off early. The employees were all so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. Today is Friday. In the summer, we can get off work at 5 o'clock and go out for fun in the evening. For office workers, this is a huge benefit. Lu Mei and Zhao Shengnan stayed behind and waited until the Rap of China was online before Zhao Shengnan stood up and said, "Lu Mei, the Rap of China semifinals are now available. Go to the conference room and watch it on the projector." The two walked into the conference room together. After connecting the laptop to the projector, images of the Rap of China semifinals soon appeared on the screen. Lu Mei said directly, "Let's fast forward to when Johnson came on stage." Zhao Shengnan did as she was told. Johnson finally made his final appearance on the show. After he came on stage, the camera turned directly to the audience. Every pair of eyes showed undisguised doubt, which was completely different from the reaction when Chun Ming and others came on stage just now. Although Yang Lan had already given Lu Mei a heads up, she was still a little worried when she saw this situation. The program team has made a very good plan. Johnson debuted in Shining Sun, and his popularity has not yet subsided. The Rap of China invited him to be a judge. So the fans that Johnson has accumulated before will naturally go to watch this episode, which will invisibly increase the number of views of the show. But Johnson was scheduled to appear last. If the votes were tied, Johnson would be eliminated no matter who he voted for. Fans of one contestant started cyberbullying him, and fans in the rap circle were more vicious than each other when it came to scolding others. With both traffic and public opinion, the program will not have to worry about its playback volume. Shengnan, turn on the barrage. Okay. Zhao Shengnan slid the mouse and turned on the barrage. Really? Johnson took the stage. Almost 80% of the comments were talking about him. Who is this person? Why is he the last one to appear? Johnson, I know him. He's a newcomer who just debuted on the talent show next door. What the FK? He just debuted on the next show, and he came to be a judge on the Rap of China? Who the hell does he think he is? Stop talking. They are talented. Several of their original songs are on the new song charts. Go Ba is really strong. This is China has hip-hop, not China Go voice. For a rap stage, you invited a newcomer to be a judge, and you even put him at the end. The production team should treat him as a human being. Never mind the judges, just watch the performance. After the judges introduced themselves, the performance session officially began. Lu Mei was not interested in this and asked Zhao Shengnan to fast forward to the part where Johnson would give comments. Comments on the first round of PK slacking. The second round of PK was also a review of slacking off. The progress bar was halfway through, and after the third round of performances by Manhwa and Jiang Bing, it was time for the part of this episode that Lu Mei was most looking forward to. The votes kept leveling off, from 3:3 for 4, and finally to 5:5. Seeing this, Lu Mei couldn't help but say, "Yang Lan told me that when recording the show, Chun Ming originally wanted to vote 4:6. But the production team asked Chun Ming to vote 5:5 through headphones. This is the shady deal. The production team is clearly trying to put Johnson on the spot." Zhao Shengnan didn't say anything, but there was some anxiety in his eyes. He really wanted to know what Johnson would say. After all, Yang Lan didn't tell them the details. In the picture, after Chun Ming cast her vote, Johnson blurted out, "I voted for Jiang Bing." There was an uproar in the audience. The director and host continued to ask, "Johnson, why did you vote for Jiang Bing? Please give us a reason." Immediately following, Johnson finally said the most shocking thing in this episode. "In fact, I think the performances of these two contestants are average. Both the lyrics and the arrangement are not up to par in my opinion." After these words were spoken, the whole audience was boiling. The bullet screen scrolled in extremely fast speed. "May I ask what you are? Before you comment on others, can you please take a piss and look at yourself?" He seems to really think of himself as a big star. Look at how arrogant he is. Even Brother Go can't compare to him. This guy really dares to say that. I'm really impressed. What kind of person did the production team invite? Does he know how to rap? Damn it. After watching the show, I went to Weibo to criticize the director. If you can't choose someone, then don't choose him. All negative comments. If Yang Lan hadn't told Lu Mei about the follow-up before, Lu Mei would probably have been so angry that she would have died after seeing this. In the picture, Dog Brother in the backstage also openly sneered. He knows nothing about rap. Zhou Hanqing also sarcastically said, "People in the entertainment industry should just go back to the entertainment industry. Rap has its own threshold. Not everyone can be a judge." As the two favorites to win the championship spoke, the barrage of comments scrolled faster. The show goes on. Next comes the halftime performance. When the audience who were watching the show heard that the guest for the halftime performance was Johnson, they all posted question marks on the public screen. Johnson stood up and walked onto the stage. When he stood still with a microphone in his hand, there was still a commotion in the audience. It was not until Johnson made a gesture to keep quiet that the crowd gradually quieted down. On the barrage. Damn, you're really good at pretending. I can't watch this anymore. I want to fast forward. How poor is the production team? They invited such a person to perform at the halftime of the semifinals. Everyone stopped arguing and just treat it as fun. Under the dense barrage of comments, Johnson was going to sing. Next appeared Chilin. The deep red background dyed the entire stage red. The catchy accompaniment didn't last long before Johnson picked up the microphone and finally started singing. And a few seconds after Johnson opened his voice, the scrolling speed of the barrage soared again. Rap. Oh my god, this guy's a professional. Fuck, these lyrics, this flow, guys, this is not amateurish. It was intentional. This must be intentional. The production team must have deliberately created public opinion to let this guy play the pig and eat the tiger. Fuck, is it too late for me to apologize now? Johnson's voice, and there is no English forced into the lyrics for the sake of rhyme. The lyrics are coherent enough that anyone with a little taste can hear that the level of this song is absolutely overwhelming, and it can even be said to be a dimensionality reduction attack on the previous 6 songs. Kneel down, I kneel down. I'm sorry. I apologize for speaking so loudly earlier. Sorry. What's interesting is that when Johnson was halfway through singing, the audience who had just been criticizing him actually shouted sorry in unison. The screen was filled with messages. Lu Mei let out a long sigh of relief, folded his hands in his arms, and said with a smile, "It seems that our vision was not wrong." Zhao Shengmian nodded in agreement. The sound of Suono was heard. Johnson just started his monologue. The ups and downs of the world are created by our generation. Once we enter the world, time will pass by. We can talk and laugh about our hegemony, but it is not as good as a drunken life. The camera turns to the 6 contestants backstage. Their expressions at this moment were surprisingly consistent. They were all dumbfounded. But this is not the end yet. When Johnson walked to the front of the stage, stepped on the speakers, and performed the last part of the fast talk, the barrage suddenly disappeared. Zhao Shangnian thought something went wrong, but the app popped up a prompt. Oops, the barrage crashed. Please give feedback immediately. Fortunately, when the song ended, the barrage returned to normal. The dense barrage of comments covered the entire screen. Thank you, Johnson shouted, raised his right hand, dropped the microphone vertically, and then strode off the stage. The fairy stage. It exploded. This song alone would be ranked number 1 on this show. Guys, what's going on? Did I just fast forward? I become a fan. Is the live version uploaded to Penguin Music? I'm going to add it to the playlist. In the small Western-style building, Johnson saw this and turned off the TV. Jessica saw Johnson pick up his phone and open Weibo. She leaned forward and asked, "What are you doing?" "Post a tweet." "What are you going to post?" "I can't pretend I don't see it when people are making sarcastic remarks about me." Johnson was typing as he spoke. Are newcomers easy to bully? If I didn't sing this song, this episode would be ruined by you guys. At the Rap of China, director LV Peng. Do you want to add him directly? No. Should I talk to Sister Lan about this? Need not. Chapter 60, I am a man after all. After the semifinals, those viewers who had turned from passersby to fans or haters to fans immediately went to Penguin Music to look for the live version of Chilin. But after searching for a long time, they couldn't find it. So they went to director LV Peng's Weibo to urge for an update. As a result, the Weibo post that Lu Peng posted last Saturday was seen by many viewers. The audience is not stupid. At this point in time, with such a Weibo post, anyone would be able to guess that the newcomer mentioned by Lu Peng in this Weibo post is Johnson. Some netizens who had nothing to do went to Johnson's Weibo and saw the post he had just posted. Seeing that Johnson directly confronted Lu Peng and tagged him, the audience was delighted and commented below, and the number of likes increased. Capital City. In the recording building of hip-hop, Lu Peng was meeting with a group of assistant directors and producers to discuss matters related to tomorrow's finals. His assistant hurried to the meeting room and said, "Director Lu, what's wrong? Look at Weibo." Weibo. Seeing that his assistant's expression was not right, Lu Peng frowned and opened Weibo. He found that there were 99 plus comments and private messages in the background. He immediately clicked on a few comments and started reading. Soon, we traced the thread and found the Weibo post that Johnson had just posted that night. When Lu Peng saw this Weibo post, his face turned green. He never expected that Johnson, a newcomer, would dare to challenge him. After his brain went blank for a few minutes, Lu Peng quickly responded with a Weibo post. At Johnson, don't forget who gave you the platform to sing the song Chillin'. Don't you understand the principle of remembering your roots? I want to see how long you can stay in this circle. After posting on Weibo, Lu Peng was still not satisfied. He asked Assistant Director Li De to preside over the meeting, and he walked out of the meeting room and sent a message to a dozen people on WeChat named Rap Family. Johnson has criticized me on Weibo. Can you please comment on my post? The people in this group are some of the more popular contestants in the hip-hop show. Everyone has their own fan group. Although Lu Peng did not say it directly, everyone in the group understood that Lu Peng wanted them to take sides when they saw the message. Chilin's sudden popularity had already made these rappers dissatisfied. And since LV Peng was the director of Rap of China, these rappers agreed without hesitation after seeing the message sent by LV Peng. Soon, a group of rappers led by Go Gu and Zhou Hanshin commented on the Weibo post that Lu Peng had just posted. Dog brother, everyone in the industry knows what kind of person Director Lu is. He eats someone's food and then insults their mother. There is no such thing in the world. Zhou Hanshin, if you want to get to the top, there's no need to step on others, right? I support Director Lu. Su Hua. Director Lu, calm down. This guy just wants to get famous. Jiang Bing. I support Director Lu. With the participation of this group of people, the number of likes on Lu Peng's Weibo post increased rapidly. When Lu Peng saw that his Weibo post had received more likes than Johnson's, he put his phone back in his pocket with satisfaction. In the small Western-style building, Johnson saw Lu Peng's post on Weibo. Jessica glanced at the phone screen in Johnson's hand and said, "Did he respond?" What are you going to do?" "No hurry," Johnson said calmly. "I've almost finished writing the songs this week, and they should all be recorded by next Friday. I can't compete with them in popularity right now, so I'll compete with them in production." Jessica reached out and clicked on Lu Peng's Weibo post. Seeing the comments below were all from rap players, she said anxiously, "But there are a lot of them." Johnson smiled confidently and said, "I may not be able to compete with them in popularity for now, but in terms of productions, even if you put all of them together, I won't lose." "Then do your best." Johnson turned his head and asked in surprise, "Why don't you say I'm bragging this time?" Jessica pouted, waved her hands, and lay down on the sofa, saying, "After all, I'm your assistant, so I can't turn my elbow outward." Jessica was wearing a pair of preppy-style brown leather shoes, black calf socks, and a pink and white plaid skirt today, paired with an off-white shirt on the upper body, giving her the temperament of a pure high school girl. She was obviously off guard against Johnson. They were originally sitting on the sofa, and when she laid down in her short skirt, everything looked wrong to Johnson. "Be careful. I'm a man after all." Johnson stood up and threw the blanket on Jessica, then got up and went to the refrigerator to get a bottle of ice water and drank most of it in one gulp. Jessica's face flushed, and she cursed in her heart. "This bastard. I was obviously wearing leggings, okay? He made it seem like I did it on purpose." In the era of traffic where variety shows are rampant, not long after the broadcast of the Rap of China, produced by Chi Video, Bilibili also set its sights on this piece of cake. Right now, a group of people from the B Station Rap New Century program team are watching the semi-final video of the Rap of China in the conference room. After watching the video, director Mayano asked directly, "What do you think?" The highlight of this episode seems to be the song Chillin'. Johnson is a newcomer, but he can switch back and forth between the pop and rap circles. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely become very popular in the future. I've heard his songs in Shining Sun before, and I also studied music. In my heart, he is simply a genius. Director Gong, do you have any ideas? Mayano nodded and admitted, "We will record the first episode next Monday. Although the schedule has been arranged, I still want to invite him to be our opening guest. Wouldn't this be too hasty?" Yet today is Saturday. Director Gong, Johnson's song is so popular in this episode, should the Rap of China continue to invite him to the finals? Just as Mayano was about to speak, the assistant behind him came up with a cell phone and whispered something in Mayano's ear. Mayano opened Weibo and laughed. The Rap of China's director, Lu Peng, and Johnson started swearing at each other on Weibo. Johnson will definitely not go to the Rap of China's finals. You started cursing? Well, the offensive from both sides is quite strong. If we invite Johnson at this time, it will simply bring its own heat. Director Gong, you decide. We will listen to you. Yes, Director Gong, we all listen to you. Maiano immediately instructed his assistant, contact Johnson's agent and ask him if he is willing to participate in the recording of our show next Monday. Good. It was almost 9 o'clock. Johnson, who had just come out of the bathroom, received a call from his agent Yang Lan. Hey, Sister Lan, what's the matter with you calling so late? Johnson said with a smile. Are you going to scold me for taking the initiative to tag Lu Peng on Weibo? Yang Lan smiled and said, it's not that. It's good news. What good news? Billy's self-produced variety show, Rap News Century, will start recording this Monday. They want to invite you to be the opening guest. They are willing to pay you 2 million yuan for the announcement fee, but they need you to sing a new song. Johnson's expression changed, and he replied directly, no problem, I can sing the new song. Yang Lan also smiled and said, I know you have been writing songs at home for the past week, so I've already promised them, and the recording location is in Shanghai, so we don't need to catch a plane. Yeah, that's great. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing I need to tell you. This show is also broadcast on Friday, so the first episode of Rap News Century will be broadcast at the same time as the finals of the Rap of China. Johnson was stunned at first. Then he raised his mouth slightly and said, that's great. Chapter 61, Billy, cheers. The biggest advantage of platform-produced variety shows is that the broadcast time can be set as desired. Rap of News Century was chosen to be broadcast on Friday at the same time as the Rap of China, which is obviously intended to compete with the Rap of China for traffic. And this is exactly what Johnson wanted. He was worrying about how to release the songs. If Rap News Century didn't contact him, he would have to upload these songs himself. In this way, his traffic would probably be greatly reduced. Monday afternoon at 3 o'clock, Yang Lan drove Johnson and Jessica to the recording site. After arriving downstairs at the company, Yang Lan called Director Maiano's assistant. Not long after, a staff member came down to greet her. Following the staff into the elevator, the three of them quickly arrived at the floor where the program was being recorded. At this moment, there were a lot of people coming in and out. The staff led the three people to the lounge, left a document for Johnson, and then left. Johnson glanced at the document, which contained the entire process of this episode. This program is very interesting. The competition system is completely different from ordinary talent shows. Other programs are recorded at night, while this program starts recording in the afternoon. Moreover, the first episode was recorded in 2 locations. The program team specially built a rap base in the suburbs of Shanghai, and the manager Huang Zixing was responsible for the recording there. Only a host and opening guest were left here. In other words, it is enough to just record an opening scene here. He can go home after the recording, and Johnson doesn't need to do anything else. The program team temporarily invited Johnson to be the opening guest, obviously just to take advantage of Johnson's popularity in recent days. But as long as the program team doesn't push themselves to the forefront like the Rap of China and doesn't engage in shady dealings, Johnson wishes there were such announcements every day. 2 million yuan in announcement fees may be very high for ordinary people, but it is not high for artists in the circle. After deducting taxes from the 2 million, only about 1 million is left. The remaining 1 million has to be shared with the company. If it is split 60% to 40%, after deducting some miscellaneous items, you can get about 500,000. But this money has to be used to pay assistant salaries. Some artists also hire bodyguards, drivers, makeup artists, nutritionists, etc., which means one person has to support a large group of people. But Johnson is already very content. At least until now, his career has been going relatively smoothly. 7:27. Johnson was taken backstage. After the lighting and camera teachers adjusted the equipment and camera positions, the staff directly let Johnson go on stage. Johnson stood in front of the microphone stand, the light shining on him. Didn't wait long. The accompaniment sounded suddenly. Johnson started singing. Rap songs are generally about 3 minutes long, and the song Johnson sang today was the same. In the director's room, the assistant director's face was filled with surprise after hearing Johnson's song. Johnson's song, he called General Director Maiano, who was at another recording location. Hey, Lao Gong, you made the right decision to invite Johnson this time. The song he sang today is no worse than Chilin. Really? When you're done there, direct a sample video for me to see. Okay, it won't take me long. After the song was over, even though there were no audience members but only a bunch of cameras, Johnson still bowed to express his gratitude. As the finale came to an end, the host Li Yuchio walked onto the stage, stood next to Johnson, and said, "Hello everyone. I'm Li Yuchio. Welcome to Billy." This is the stage for the first large-scale music variety show, Rap New Century, produced by Billy Billy. Today, I am invited by Billy Billy to come here as a special witness of Billy Billy, to witness the new generation together with all the friends who love Billy Billy culture. The show is about to begin. Let me welcome the excitement that is to come. The program process document stated that the last slogan needed to be read out by Johnson and Lee Yuchio together. So when Johnson saw that Lee Yuchio was about to finish, he glanced at the teleprompter, then looked at Lee Yuchio and raised the microphone in his hand. Beep, beep, cheers. When the director saw this, he immediately shouted cut. The whole process took no more than 10 minutes, and the recording was over. On the way back in the car, even Jessica couldn't help but sigh. Being a star, the money is too easy to make. We were only there for half an hour. Yang Lan laughed and said, "That's nothing. I've seen many first-line actors who use stand-ins for half of their scenes in a TV series. When it's their turn to act, they just shout 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After finishing a drama, they get paid at least 8 figures. TSK, robbing money." Yang Lan continued, "The domestic market for this is so huge that many people have been trying their best to get into the entertainment industry in recent years." After hearing what Yang Lan said, Johnson actually thought of his ex-girlfriend again. Her, Sugar Girl, should be almost finished recording, right? Grass. Why did I think of her? What bad luck. Johnson, what are you thinking about? I'm wondering if the song I just sang will become popular after the show airs. Jessica, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned her head and said to Johnson, "I think it's similar to the song we played last time. It will definitely be fine." Yang Lan saw through Johnson's inner thoughts. She smiled and said, "Johnson, the Rap of China has already aired 8 episodes. The first episode of Rap of New Century is unlikely to have more viewers than the Rap of China." "I know." Johnson smiled and asked back, "But what do you think would happen if, after the Rap of China finals, the top 5 rap charts on Penguin Music were all my songs? The top 5 songs are all yours." Yang Lan raised her eyebrows and said, "Including the last song, Qilin, didn't you only sing 2 songs? Sister Lan, you don't think I wrote a song in just 1 week, do you?" Yang Lan immediately asked, "You wrote 4 songs? I plan to release them all together on Friday. Since they want to gang up on me on Weibo, I don't mind using these 5 songs to smack them in the face." Yang Lan was stunned for a moment, and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. For an agent, having talented artists under him can definitely save him half the worry. If he is really a vase, his agent will have to package him in various ways. But as long as he has talent, the agent doesn't need to do anything. No matter how bad the entertainment industry is, talented people can still come to the fore. Jessica finally responded and said, "They have been playing rap for so long. If they're suppressed by you alone, how can they still have the face to talk? This is exactly the effect I want. Damn it. It was not easy to cross. How can I be bullied by you bastards?" Chapter 62, Our Johnson. After the song Qilin was listed on the Penguin Music New Song chart, Johnson's Weibo followers increased to more than 3.9 million in just 1 week and broke the 4 million mark in just 2 days. Johnson's fans within half a year. Looking back now, the goal she set was really too small. After recording the opening of Rap of New Century, Johnson stayed at home for a few days. Every day, Jessica came in the morning and left in the evening. Except for the morning meal which she would bring from outside, she had lunch and dinner in the small Western-style building. However, the two of them were willing to fight and be beaten. Although they were caught by Yang Lan twice, Yang Lan, who knew Jessica's identity, did not say anything. In front of a capitalist like Jessica, it is reasonable for Johnson, a newcomer who has just debuted, to swallow his anger in silence. On Thursday, Johnson went to the company with Yang Lan and took photos for most of the day. Some of these photos will be used by the company, and some will be used by Johnson himself. After all, when releasing a song, he can also add a cover. With these photos, he can also change his Douyin and Weibo avatars. On the way back, Johnson went to the mobile company on a whim and bought himself a new SIM card. Johnson still kept his previous mobile phone card and used this new card as a work-only card. Friday night, Johnson and Jessica sat on the sofa, waiting for the 2 programs to go online. As the largest ACG website in China, Billy Billy has always had higher traffic than the 3 video apps Penguin, Tudo, and Qi. Although Rap New Century has not been promoted much, rap has been popular during this period, and coupled with the high traffic of the website, many netizens still paid attention to it. Ever since Jessica took out her phone to chat in the group, The WeChat notification sound on Johnson's phone has never stopped. Little fans of big stars. Jessica, brothers and sisters with big breasts, log on to Bilibili now and give Johnson a shout-out. Which show is it, Jessica? Johnson on again. Jessica, the new era of rap on Bilibili. Shenhua, of course. The rap of China just ended not long ago, and he participated in the rap of New Century. Jessica, your boyfriend is quite popular now. Chung Ting Ting at Jessica. Where are you now? Messages came one after another in the group. Johnson took out his mobile phone and took a look. Although they were chatting about topics related to himself, Johnson did not dare to join in. He had seen how powerful these rich ladies were. Johnson pretended not to see it, and after finding out that the first episode of Rap New Century had been aired on Bilibili, he clicked on it and played it on TV. The show begins. It wasn't Johnson's show. Instead, it was an MV show recorded in advance by the four mentors of the show. The graphics are cool, and the sound effects are impressive. Johnson didn't want to comment on the songs of the four mentors. Originally, rap is a new culture, and few people in the circle understand it. They can fool the audience, but forget about fooling Johnson. After the four MV shows were over, the screen finally switched to the stage. After editing, when the screen cut over, Johnson was already standing in the middle of the stage. The audience who were watching the show left comments one after another when they saw that the person on the stage was Johnson. I have to say, compared with the barrage on other platforms, the barrage on Bilibili is much friendlier. It's the one who sang Qilin. Qilin, the eternal god. I have listened to so many songs on the rap of China, but this song Qilin left the deepest impression on me. Bilibili is still rich. As soon as Qilin became popular, they invited Johnson. You still have to watch self-made variety shows on Bilibili, mentioning Johnson, which is normal. For a newcomer who has just debuted for less than 2 months, it's great that his work can be known by people. When the barrage is scrolling, Johnson's opening performance also began. The beginning is a very rhythmic accompaniment, with the drum beats being the loudest, giving people a very shocking feeling. The lights kept switching. The smoke machine in front of the stage also kept emitting smoke. The visuals are still pretty good. As the drum beats progressed, Johnson held the microphone stand in one hand and the microphone in the other. The moment he opened his mouth, a very recognizable voice suddenly rang out. Thinking back to the 7-foot snowstorm, the months seem endless. Blood-stained cherry blossoms in the clouds, like a silent foreshadowing. All are united and the smoke of war rises. If the dead soul wants to return to his hometown, missing the bright moon falling into the water. Children are heroes and confidants. As soon as the song was sung in just 4 sentences, the screen was completely covered by a barrage of comments. Johnson was also surprised by the enthusiasm of the B Station audience. He thought the audience would like this kind of rap with a special Chinese flavor, but he didn't expect the audience to be so supportive. Oh my god, I found a treasure. Brothers, put on your headphones, it's super cool. Fire tongs Lu Ming. Bull, bull, bull. Shit, the headphones are cracked. What kind of divine singer is this? I have goosebumps all over my body. This opening scene is just explosive. With one heart and one mind, the flames of war rise. If the dead souls want to return to their hometown, this sentence is awesome. It's so exciting. It has that flavor. Although the barrage blocked the picture, it did not block Johnson's voice. The sound must have been simply processed in the later stages of the program. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so clean without any noise. Shoulder in the sunset. Horse hooves clattering on water. A brave man follows the army and does not seek disgrace. I never thought about returning. Baptism of fire. The courage to be alone. Seeing the dead leaves covered with frost. The wasteland is full of graves. After singing the main song once, the chorus at the beginning was continued. A song was sung from beginning to end, and the accompaniment gradually disappeared, but the speed of the barrage did not slow down. There was hardly a single bad review from beginning to end. This is much better than when the Rap of China was broadcast. Although most of the comments were positive after Johnson sang Qilin on the Rap of China, there were still some fans from the CSC and Tian Shanhui labels who criticized him. But this time it was different. From the moment Johnson appeared on the screen to the moment he finished singing the song, the comments were all positive. I'm a dragon on horseback and a tiger on horseback. I cut through thorns and brambles. I wave my flag under the sky, and on the lus. This sentence can really be used as the ending of the composition. Amazing stage, amazing singer. I'm going to play this song on repeat. The lyrics are so well written. The situation changed all of a sudden. You can always trust the vision of Billy Billy. I feel like my phone is vibrating all the time, from iPhone 15 Pro Max 2 terabytes Premium Edition Black. Johnson finished singing. The host Lee Yuchio walked onto the stage and gave a few words of advertising for Billy Billy. After the two of them said the classic Billy Billy, cheers, the screen switched to another recording venue. Jessica excitedly took Johnson's hand and said with a smile, "Johnson, your song is popular again. I know, just talk if you want to, don't pinch me." Beep Beep, who also watched Johnson's opening performance, also frantically sent messages in the group. Shin Yuhan, big star, my idol. Shun Shuhua. At Jessica, please let the big star speak out. Sheng Tingting. Jessica, please tell your boyfriend that I'm single recently and I can be flirted with. I can seduce him with just a little flirting. Jessica knew they were joking, so she happily sent a voice message on her phone. Get out of the way, our Johnson doesn't have time for you. Qin Yuhan, our family. Shen Shuhua, our family. Cheng Tingting, our family. Jessica seemed to realize that she had said the wrong thing. Seeing Johnson was about to pick up his phone, she hurriedly said, "Didn't you say you were going to release a song today? Go quickly." Johnson nodded, then stood up and left. As he was about to go down the stairs, Johnson looked back at the man sitting on the sofa with his knees hugged, a smile appearing on his lips. Chapter 63, Are You Jealous? In addition to this song, Flame Horse, sung by the new generation of rap, Johnson has recorded 4 new songs: Unblinking Eyes, Slave, Empty City Strategy, and In the Name of the Father, including Chilin and Flame Horse, which were re-recorded in the studio. There are a total of 6 songs. These 6 songs have different styles. This is not Johnson's fault. He listens to rap music, but not a lot. These are the 6 more classic rap songs he can recall in his mind. Each song is a representative work of several famous rappers in that world, and has also been tested by the market in that world, so there won't be any problems. Johnson sat in front of the computer and uploaded the 6 songs to Penguin Music. After they were reviewed and approved, he took out his mobile phone and posted the links of the 6 songs on Weibo. Each Weibo post was accompanied by a picture with 4 large characters on it. Don't get involved. After doing all this, Johnson returned to the living room. Jessica. Johnson handed the phone to Jessica. Come and help me take a video. What video? Like before, I made a short video to promote the new song. Okay. Jessica put down her phone excitedly, stood up, and took the phone handed to her by Johnson, then pointed to the sofa and said, "Just sit on the sofa." Before joining Brilliant Sun, Jessica had already filmed several videos for Johnson, and now they have a tacit understanding. While Johnson and Jessica were busy shooting the video, had just received a message from Johnson, also walked into the office area and held up her phone and said, "Johnson, this new songs have been released. I don't care what method you use. Make these new songs of Johnson popular as soon as possible." This was the first time that the employees at Eong Brokerage Company had to work overtime, and everyone worked very actively. In a hotel near Hongdian. After the big star Yang Kai-wei finished today's filming, she returned to the hotel with her agent and assistant. After taking a comfortable hot bath, Yang Kai-wei had just come out of the bathroom when her assistant came over with takeaway. "Sister Kai-wei, I ordered the crayfish you requested. They're garlic-flavored, spicy flavor, and braised flavor." Yang Kai-wei glanced at the large and small bags in her assistant's hands, wiped her hair with a towel, and ordered, "Put it on the table." "Oh, go and call Sister Wong over for me, and then go and have some rest." "Good." After the assistant put down the things, he quickly went out. Yang Kai-wei, wearing a bathrobe, took an iPad and put it on the table. She put on disposable gloves, sat on the sofa in the hotel, watching variety shows and eating crayfish. Agent Wong Man soon came over from next door and saw the table full of crayfish. She quickly sat down next to it, put on gloves, and started eating with Yang Kai-wei. "Sister Wong, there shouldn't be any other announcements this month." "Well, there was originally a commercial event, and they were only willing to give me 6 million as the announcement fee, which was too little, so I didn't take it." Hearing this, Yang Kai-wei breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I've been too tired from filming lately, so I'll just postpone all unnecessary announcements." Wong Man replied without agreeing or refusing, "Well, I will help you check it. There will definitely be fewer announcements in the second half of the year than in the first half." Yang Kai-wei agreed and asked casually, "How is the studio lately?" "It's pretty good. Wang Yi is also filming, and Sun Ming is also doing well, but Yang Kaiwei sipped the juice from the shrimp tail and asked, "But what's wrong? Do you remember Johnson from the Radiant Sun?" Him. Yang Kaiwei smiled and said, "Of course I remember. How's this guy now? I haven't paid attention to him during the filming period." Wang Man said, "He's been quite popular recently." Very popular? Well, this month he participated in Chi videos, The Rap of China, and Billy Billy's Rap of New Century. Both songs became popular. I just checked, and his fans have exceeded 4 million. And just now, he released 6 songs in a row. I guess he wants to take advantage of this wave of popularity to increase his traffic. Yang Kaiwei had a deep impression of Johnson. After hearing this, she quickly said, "Find her video for me to see." Wang Man took off her gloves, found Johnson's video on her iPad, and played it. Yang Kaiwei watched it with great interest. Although she is not good at singing, it does not mean that she cannot tell good from bad. After listening to a song of Qilin, Yang Kaiwei could not help but sigh. This guy's stage presence is still as good as ever. He doesn't look like a newcomer at all. There's one more song. Wang Man played Fiery Warhorse again. Seeing that the comments were all filled with 100 million more times, Yang Kaiwei smiled and said, "I haven't seen such a talented newcomer in a long time. I should have tried to get him again." The company he signed with is called Yang Brokerage. Although it is a new company, its key employees were poached from various companies. The background of the boss of this company must be very unusual. Otherwise, other brokerage companies would not allow him to poach people like this. Johnson seemed to have mentioned to me that her boss behind the scenes is indeed very powerful. Yang Kaiwei took a sip of the milk and said, "He is so talented and his company has a strong background. He will definitely become popular. Do you think he will remember this favor forever if I help him promote his new song now?" You want to help him promote his new song? Well, this shouldn't be a problem. After all, I was a mentor in the Radiant Suns. Wang Man said, "The problem is that there is no problem, but with your current popularity, it's too cheap for him to help promote his new song." Yang Kaiwei said with a smile, "You can't judge a person by his present. He is still a newcomer now, but what about a year later, 3 years later, 5 years later? Who knows? Maybe I won't be as popular as him in the future." Speaking of, Yang Kaiwei took off her gloves, picked up her mobile phone, and started editing her Weibo posts skillfully. This is not the first time she has helped others promote new songs, so she knows exactly how to post on Weibo. Sistorme. After seeing the Weibo post edited by Yang Kaiwei, a director of the publicity group of the Public Relations Department hurried to the door of Lu Mei's office. "Enter." After Lu Mei responded, she walked in quickly, holding her phone, and said excitedly, "Sister Mei, Yang Kaiwei is helping Johnson promote his new song." Yang Kaiwei? Yes. Yang Kaiwei is currently a popular actress in the circle. She has several young artists under her management and is definitely a top-tier female star. After Lu Mei took the phone and read it, she asked in confusion, why would she help Johnson promote his new song? Johnson previously participated in the Brilliant Sons program, and she was a mentor on the show. Have she and Johnson been in contact privately? Hearing this, Lu Mei quickly said, "You go ahead and do your work. I'll ask Johnson." Lu Mei took out her cell phone and called Johnson. "Hang up the phone." Johnson also quickly opened Weibo and took a look. After discovering that Yang Kaiwei really helped him promote his new song, he thought for a moment, quickly returned to WeChat, and edited a message of thanks to Yang Kaiwei. After the message was sent successfully, Johnson sat down on the sofa with ease. But I didn't expect. Jessica walked behind him, grabbed his ear, and asked in a very domineering tone, "Tell me the truth. When did you hook up with Yang Kaiwei? What are you doing? It hurts. Tell the truth now. What did I confess? Didn't I just say on the phone? I just wrote a song for him. I don't believe it. Why would a star like him help you promote your new song for free?" Johnson picked up the phone, handed it to Jessica, and said, "Here, look at the chat history yourself." Jessica then let go and looked at the chat history. After finding that there were only a few chat records in total, Jessica asked, "Didn't you delete some of them?" "I don't have the time." "No, Jessica, Yang Kaiwei is helping me promote my new song. Why are you so excited? Are you jealous?" Jessica's voice suddenly doubled in volume. "I didn't." Chapter 64, There's a long way to go. Yang Kaiwei's Weibo followers have already exceeded 50 million. More than half a month later, as soon as she posted this Weibo, it was immediately seen by tens of thousands of fans. Word of mouth spread from one person to 10, and from 10 to 100. In addition, Johnson's recent popularity was already high, and the company had a series of promotions. Just 1 hour. Johnson's 6 new songs soared at a terrifying rate. Penguin Music. In the office area of the Content Operations Department, Jiang Wenchang looked at the data on the computer screen, and the expression on his face changed from sleepy to energetic to surprised, and then to shocked. Manager Wu, could you come over here for a moment? Xiao Jiang, what's wrong? Jiang Wenchang said. Johnson just released 6 songs at once. Within 2 hours, the number of plays of these 6 songs exceeded 3 million. The song, In the Name of the Father, was added to the playlists of more than 1 million people. Hearing Jiang Wenchang's words, Manager Wu quickly stepped forward to take a look. Refresh. Let me take a look. Jiang Wenchang quickly refreshed the data. Manager Wu was stunned for a moment when he saw the data marked in red on the screen. He immediately ordered, ask the art team to make a promotional graphic now and replace the banner graphic later. This growth rate is faster than when first-tier singers release new albums. These songs will definitely be in the top 10 of the new song chart tomorrow. Maybe they can bring us a lot of traffic. Xiao Jiang, you keep watching. I'll go to the copyright department to see if I can get the exclusive rights to these songs. Okay, Manager Wu. Half an hour later, the scrolling image on Penguin Music's homepage was replaced with a banner photo of Johnson. Everyone who enters Penguin Music will see this promotional image at first glance. 2 words. The cards. Johnson was originally planning to go to bed at this time, but a screenshot Jessica sent him instantly made him lose his sleepiness. The traffic is horrible. Today, a series of chain reactions have made the name Johnson known to tens of millions of people overnight. Johnson couldn't sleep anymore when he thought that tens or even millions of people were listening to his songs at this moment. At this time, those who also couldn't sleep included the director of China has hip-hop, LV Peng, and those rappers who had previously stood up for Lu Peng. Originally, the final of the Rap of China tonight came to a successful conclusion. When Lu Peng was looking at the barrage of comments happily, he suddenly found that a lot of them were talking about the next-door rap of New Century. He immediately turned around and saw that B Station's Rap New Century had invited Johnson to be the opening guest, and the song Fire Horse attracted countless audiences. Watching Johnson sing Flaming Horse, Lu Peng was already in a bad mood. As the director of the Rap of China, he certainly knows how valuable this song is. Even if Go Go and Zhou Hansheng used their best songs in the finals, they couldn't beat this hot horse. But the story doesn't end here. Johnson's subsequent Weibo posts were what really made Lu Peng uncomfortable. He released 6 songs in a row, and apart from Chillin' and Fiery Horse, the other 4 songs were all of top quality. I guess any song would win the championship if it were performed on the Rap of China stage. Johnson chose to release these 6 songs at once on Friday night, and under each Weibo post he wrote the words, "Don't get involved," which was clearly a hint to Lu Peng. As more and more people heard Johnson's 6 songs, more and more comments appeared under Lu Peng's latest Weibo post. The comments are very interesting. Director Lu, we really lost this time. Although the Rap of China finals was great, Johnson's song is #1 in the world. Johnson's 6 songs can beat any song by all the contestants of the Rap of China. I won't watch the Rap of China Season 2 without Johnson. Have you listened to Eyes That Never Turn Away? Have you listened to Slave? Have you listened to Empty City Strategy? Have you listened to In the Name of the Father? Can you still sleep? Why did you invite 2 celebrities who don't know how to rap to the finals? Damn it. The Rap of China's biggest failure was not inviting Johnson to be a mentor. Go Go and Zhou Hansheng won the first season of the Rap of China, but they were not happy. I originally thought that with the popularity of the hip-hop show after I won the championship, the internet would be full of news about me that evening. But the result was that Johnson's songs were all over the internet. They listened to those 6 songs as soon as possible, and after listening to them, their expressions immediately became gloomy. There is no comparison. There is really no comparison. They knew very well that their song could not compare to any of these 6 songs. They're still self-aware of this. So they all chose to remain silent. Silence is Cambridge tonight. When Johnson's 6 songs became popular, Yang Lan's phone, as his agent, was bombarded with calls. The people who called wanted to invite Johnson to participate in some commercial activities and variety show recordings in advance after seeing his sudden popularity. After all, in this era where traffic is king, if you call today, the notification fee might be 1 or 2 million. If we make the call tomorrow, the notification fee will most likely rise to 3 or 4 million. After all, Yang Lan is an experienced agent. She did not agree to everything. Instead, she first asked what exactly was to be done and then slowly considered it. Lu Mei and Zhao Shengnan stayed in the company until after 11 o'clock before driving back. Both of them couldn't hide their happiness on their faces. Before the two started their business, they had never expected that everything would develop so smoothly. Before that, they had even prepared for failure. Signing Johnson is probably the best thing we have ever done in our lives. Well, I didn't expect him to become famous so quickly. Zhao Shengnan said, "We have to thank Jessica. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have been able to sign Johnson. I think Johnson signed a contract with us mostly because of Jessica." Yeah. Lu Mei smiled and said, "We have to thank her, but she is also a shareholder of the company now. Johnson's popularity is also a good thing for her. Do you think a simple girl like Jessica would be happy for money and benefits?" Zhao Shengnan said, "Anyone with a discerning eye can see that she is interested in Johnson. Maybe Jessica herself hasn't realized this yet. Johnson should be able to see that Jessica likes him." "Of course. Then why?" Zhao Shengnan whispered. "When I first met Johnson, he gave me a very mature feeling." As soon as he opened his mouth, Lu Mei interrupted him and said, "I feel the same way. Mature people consider things more comprehensively. Johnson may feel that he is not worthy of Jessica at the moment." Lu Mei thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. If Johnson hadn't entered this circle, then Jessica is the top white, rich, and beautiful lady, while Johnson is just an ordinary office worker. If Johnson likes Jessica, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he's like a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. But now, Lu Mei smiled and said, "Don't worry, there's still a long way to go." Chapter 65, Sweet Girl Recording Completed. The next day, Penguin Music's various charts have been refreshed. Johnson alone took the top 6 spots on the New Songs chart. The song In the Name of the Father ranked first on both the New Songs chart and the Rising Songs chart. The combination of pop and rap has attracted audiences no longer limited to rap listeners. Many passersby have become fans of this song. There are also only positive reviews under the comments. This time, Johnson's work that's popular. Due to a series of events, Johnson himself has also become popular. It was just getting light. Johnson had just gotten up when his agent Yonglon drove to the outside of the small villa. Johnson, who was brushing his teeth in the bathroom, heard the doorbell and opened the door. Seeing Johnson just getting up, Yonglon smiled and said, "Congratulations. Now you are truly in the circle." "Sister Lon, it's so early?" "Don't mention it." Yonglon walked into the living room and said, "I was on the phone all night last night and barely slept, but I'm used to it. Go wash up. I have more than 10 notices on my hands right now. Some of them have conflicts in time, so I have to turn them down. See which one you want to take." Johnson nodded and went back to the bathroom to continue washing up. 5 minutes later, on the sofa, from some popular variety shows to concerts and bars, you can check them out yourself first. Johnson a piece of A4 paper she had sorted out, saying, "I still prefer variety shows. Although small commercial activities like this pay a lot, if you accept it now, it will be a bit of a downgrade because the people who go to these bar activities are basically some internet celebrities, but the money is indeed easier to earn." Johnson took a look at the content and said without hesitation, "Just pick some popular variety shows, preferably ones where you can sing." Yonglon smiled and said, "Don't worry, these announcements all require you to sing, otherwise they wouldn't call you to invite you overnight. Then Sister Lon, you decide. To be honest, I haven't watched any of these variety shows, so I can't tell which one is good or bad." Yonglon nodded. "Okay, I'll arrange it then." Yonglon took out her cell phone and began to contact the program crews to confirm the recording time, location, and notification fee. Just as Yonglon was communicating with the program crew, Jessica also came over and brought a big bag of breakfast. While the two were eating together, Yonglon put down her phone and suddenly said, "By the way, Johnson, the people from Penguin Music also called me yesterday to discuss the purchase of copyrights. The contract you signed with the company does not include the copyright of your personal works, so I will give you the phone number later, and you can contact the people from Penguin Music yourself." Good. Johnson still understands this aspect. There are generally 2 ways for music platforms to purchase copyrights. One is a direct buyout. The music platform pays a sum of money to buy out the copyright of your song. It has nothing to do with how they use it and the money they earn from the song in the future. The other is agency operation, which is also a profit share model. You give them the songs, they are responsible for the operation, and the profits are divided according to the contract ratio. For less famous singers, buyout is more cost-effective because the buyout money is generally a little higher. After all, no one knows how long a song will be popular. If no one listens to it after a few months, there will be no profit. But for first and second-tier singers, they often choose the second way. I only give you the right to act as an agent, but the copyright remains in your hands. Johnson will definitely choose the second one. These 6 songs, especially In the Name of the Father, have been popular in that world for several years. In the long run, the second one is definitely more profitable. You two should eat quickly. We'll go to Zhejiang province later. Is there work tonight? Well, I'm going to be a guest on Blueberry Channel's The Sound of Music. This show will be broadcast on TV, so don't make any mistakes. Rest assured, when you are famous, you will have many things to do. Johnson was ready for this. The busiest people in this circle are not the top stars, but newcomers like Johnson and those second and third-tier stars. In order to make money and gain popularity, I have to rush to respond to announcements every day. As long as first-line celebrities have been in the circle for 2 or 3 years, they will basically start their own investments or open studios. Take Yang Kai-wei, for example. In another year or 2, as long as she doesn't be greedy, she can completely semi-retire from the entertainment industry. Her studio and the wealth she has accumulated are enough to ensure that she will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of her life. However, once you enter this circle, few people want to quit. It is too easy to make money in this circle, and people's ambitions will always grow. If they have 100,000, they want 1 million, and if they have 1 million, they want 10 million. A few days later, Johnson travels to different cities every day to attend events, singing his songs over and over again on the stages of different shows. Although these programs were not broadcast so quickly, the production crews all asked Johnson for his contact information after he finished recording the programs. Even 2 hosts with over 10 million Weibo fans asked Johnson for his WeChat information. As hosts, they generally have a very accurate eye for people. They took the initiative to ask for Johnson's contact information, which clearly shows that they are optimistic about Johnson's future development. At this point, Johnson and Yang Lan both knew it well. When they came out of the recording site, it was almost 11 o'clock. Not to mention Jessica. Even Johnson felt very tired. In the car, Johnson yawned and asked, "Sister Lan, are we going to the airport?" "No need tonight. You can take a day off tomorrow and return to Shanghai the day after tomorrow. You were previously on Rap News Century, and they invited you back to be a guest. This time, in addition to singing, you will also have to comment on the contestants together with the show's host." Johnson stretched and said lazily, "Great, I can finally take a day off." Yang Lan has been a manager for so long that she has become accustomed to such a fulfilling life. She can find any free time to rest, and even when Johnson is recording on stage, she could take time to take a nap. Unlike Jessica, she couldn't sleep at all if she wasn't given a bed. You two should get some sleep first. It will take more than 20 minutes to get to the hotel. I will wake you up when we get there. Good. Johnson slowly closed his eyes. In just a few minutes, Jessica fell asleep with her head tilted on Johnson's shoulder. At the same time, Tudo Video's self-produced variety show, Sweet Girl, finally finished recording tonight. Like Son of Brilliance, this show also allows the top 9 contestants to have a chance to debut. But the difference is, Shining Sun debuted as an individual, while Sweet Girl debuted as a girl group. Maria's performance in Sweetheart was not outstanding. She still made her debut with a 9th place in the total votes. When Maria came out from the recording site, her face was full of unconcealable joy. The dream finally came true. From today on, I can say goodbye to the past. Maria felt that a bright future was waiting for her. She no longer had to wait for the Double 11 discounts to buy cosmetics, nor did she have to think carefully about asking Johnson for money. Maria, who had been recording the show in isolation for 2 months, got on the car sent by the company and immediately opened WeChat, which was marked with 99 plus unread messages. Most of them are congratulatory messages from former friends and classmates. But watching, Maria's expression gradually became strange. Chapter 66, How Could Someone Like Johnson Become a Star? Why are you all asking me how Johnson and I are doing lately? Didn't they not care about Johnson, the straight man, at all before? With doubts, Maria found Su Fei, the president of the guitar club in college, in the address book. This guy was the only person in college who had topics to talk about with Johnson. When the two of them were practicing guitar together, Johnson spent even more time with Su Fei than with Maria. "Su Fei, are you there?" As soon as the message was sent, Su Fei replied, "Miss Song, what do you want me to do? Had any contact with Johnson recently?" Johnson, Su Fei, who was lying on the bed on the other end of the phone, frowned and asked, "You were his girlfriend. Why are you asking me? Maria thought about it and replied, I broke up with him a few months ago. Break up? No wonder. When he was in college, Su Fei realized that Johnson and Maria were not the same type of people. One was an honest straight man, and the other was a beautiful woman who could play people around. Their personalities were really not compatible at all. He deleted me, and I can't contact him now. Did something happen to him? Maria thought about why so many people came to her to ask about Johnson. Could it be that after breaking up with me, Johnson gave up on himself and wanted to commit suicide? Although Maria now feels that she and Johnson are from two different worlds, after all, they have been together for so long, she doesn't want to see this happen. Maria didn't think that Jessica, whom she met last time, would really like Johnson. She thought she knew Johnson best what kind of person he was. An honest man is never romantic. If he doesn't have some talent, which girl would be attracted to him? About a minute later, Su Fei replied, he is a big star now. Yesterday, a classmate of mine told me that the school has already put up posters of Johnson on campus to recruit new students. Big star? How? How is this possible? Johnson could become a big star. Maria's expression changed, and she asked directly, what happened? Seeing that Maria knew nothing about Johnson, Su Fei knew that their breakup was probably due to Maria. He knew Johnson well. Although he didn't talk much, there was nothing wrong with him. If he was the one who broke up, he would never have deleted Maria. After he debuted in Brilliant Sun, he signed with an agency. He released a few new songs a few days ago, and they're still on the new song charts. He can find out by searching on Baidu. His information is already on Baidu. The message sent by Su Fei made Maria stunned. Johnson also made his debut? How could he debut? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Maria has been with Johnson for so long and knows him very well. In her worldview, it is impossible for Johnson to enter the entertainment industry. But Su Fei would not lie. Maria quickly found the browser, typed the word Johnson into the search box, clicked search, and the webpage refreshed. The first one is Baidu Encyclopedia. Maria was startled when she saw the webpage pop up. She opened the encyclopedia, and all of Johnson's information appeared. The photos in the profile were taken by a professional photographer hired by the company and have been carefully edited, so each one looks very good. Below is a detailed list of Johnson's debut experiences and works, as well as the achievements of these works. Maria was confused. My mind went blank. She couldn't believe that all this was true, but the information above couldn't be fictional. Unwilling to give up, she quickly returned to Weibo and searched for Johnson's Weibo homepage. The profile picture is a photo of Johnson. There is no mistake. I haven't changed my signature yet. It's still the cliché one I learned in college. Facing the sea, spring flowers blooming. Below is Johnson's current Weibo follower count. 465.7. Maria held the phone in her left hand and covered her mouth with her right hand. She looked at the number in shock with her eyes painted with black eyeliner and did not come back to her senses for a long time. I slept until dawn. It feels so good not to have to rush to make announcements. Johnson washed up leisurely and asked the room service to deliver a delicious breakfast. Although the portion is not large, it looks great. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Johnson was about to sit down to eat, there was a knock on the door. Go forward and open the door. Jessica stood outside the door, wearing a white slim-fitting t-shirt and a light gray pleated miniskirt. She was 1.68 meters tall and graceful. She stretched with sleepy eyes, and the t-shirt tucked into her skirt was pulled out, revealing her slender, white waist. Johnson was about to speak. Jessica pushed him away, sat down on the sofa, picked up the chopsticks, and started eating. That's what I just ordered. Jessica was too lazy to talk to Johnson. She was exhausted from running around these days, and now she didn't even want to talk. Johnson dutifully called the hotel waiter and asked him to bring up another portion. On the sofa, two people sat side by side. If you can't stand it, go back. Don't ruin your health, or I won't be able to explain to your parents. I'm not leaving. Why are you doing this? Young lady, why are you experiencing the suffering of the people? You are the only artist in the company. If you fail, the company will fail too. As the third largest shareholder of the company, I have to keep an eye on you to prevent you from losing control of yourself. Jessica picked up a piece of toilet paper and wiped her mouth, then crossed her legs and drank milk, speaking confidently. Johnson's eyes moved from Jessica's round legs to the milk stains on her mouth. After staying there for several seconds, he coughed twice and looked away. I'm not a minor. Why can't I control myself? Johnson finished speaking. Jessica took out a card from somewhere and handed it to him. Johnson looked down. I feel numb. On the card was a photo of a girl in a school uniform with 4 big words next to it. Door-to-door service. Last night, after returning to the hotel, Jessica and Yanglan had a midnight snack in Johnson's room. But Jessica was so sleepy after eating a few bites that she fell asleep directly on the sofa. Johnson had to switch rooms with Jessica. In other words, if he had not changed rooms, it would have been Johnson who received the small card. Johnson said awkwardly, "How can such a high-end hotel have something like this?" Jessica stretched out a finger, moved closer to Johnson, and said, "Sister Lon said that the more famous you become, the more temptations you will encounter, so I have to keep a close eye on you. If you dare, I will snap you. You think too much." Johnson put the card back into Jessica's hand, stood up, and said, "I'm still very clean in this regard." Jessica tore up the small card and threw it into the trash can. "We've slept for more than 10 hours. Let's go out together." "No, I have to go back to sleep." "You pig? Haven't you gotten enough sleep? You are a pig." Jessica raised her legs and kicked Johnson on the butt. Seeing that Johnson almost fell, she ran out laughing. Chapter 67. Aren't you at all wrong? Johnson walked around the hotel alone and found that there were only tall buildings and roads nearby. The car was parked in the hotel parking lot, but Johnson didn't want to drive too far alone, so he returned to the hotel. After watching some short videos, Johnson, who was bored, was just about to open his notebook to write down the lyrics of a few more songs so as not to forget them later. But at this moment, a phone call without any notes suddenly came in. Johnson didn't think much about it and answered the call directly. "Hello." With just one word, Johnson knew who the other person was. Johnson slammed his notebook shut and said coldly, "Maria, do we still need to contact each other?" The cold voice on the phone stunned Maria. She still couldn't accept that Johnson's attitude towards her had changed so much in such a short time. What she couldn't accept even more was that Johnson debuted earlier than her and now had nearly 5 million Weibo followers. If Maria had known that Johnson would become like this, she would never have broken up with Johnson. Although he doesn't understand romance, at least he is devoted to me and has never changed his mind before we broke up. After a long silence, Maria said, "Johnson, you weren't like this before. So what? Continue to obey you like a dog? Forget it. I figured out the night we broke up. You and I are not the same kind of people. Don't call me anymore. It makes me feel sick." Beep beep. The phone was hung up directly. Maria, who was also in the hotel, stared blankly at the screen of her mobile phone. She sat in front of the makeup mirror for 2 minutes, and suddenly, as if she went crazy, she pushed all the cosmetics in front of her to the ground, yelling, "Asshole, asshole, asshole. How could he talk to me like that? What happened to him? He clearly loved me before." The hotel room door suddenly opened. Jareth walked in from outside, closed the door carefully, and when he glanced at the cosmetics scattered on the floor, he guessed that Maria already knew about Johnson. "Why didn't you tell me?" Maria asked with red eyes when she heard the sound of a switch behind her. Jareth played dumb and said, "Tell you what, why didn't you tell me about Johnson?" "That." Jareth walked over quickly, took Maria into his arms, patted her back gently, and consoled her. "I was afraid that you would be affected when recording the show. Come on, stop crying. You've already debuted. With me and Dongwang Entertainment backing you up, you'll definitely be more popular than him in the future. He signed with a small company. He's just lucky to be popular now, but he'll be out of fashion soon. I've seen many examples like this." Maria choked with sobs. Things have come to this. She could only force herself to use Jareth's words to comfort herself, but she was still very unwilling in her heart. "Why don't you go to the show when I'm with you? You have to wait until he breaks up before you go. Apart from the fact that we broke up, are you not at fault at all?" Just hung up the phone. After sleeping all day, Jessica came to Johnson's room again. She had gotten enough sleep by now and looked more energetic than in the morning. Seeing Johnson sitting on the sofa in a depressed manner, she went up to him and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Phoenix." Jessica groaned and asked impatiently, "The word unhappy is written all over your face, and you still say it's okay. Tell me, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. My ex-girlfriend just called me again." "Your ex-girlfriend?" Jessica paused, sat down next to Johnson, and asked, "Why did she call you?" "Nothing was said. I heard her voice. She said 2 words and then hung up." "You can't forget her?" Johnson laughed angrily. "How is that possible? I know her personality well. She will act up when she's unhappy. I spoke a little harshly just now because I was afraid she would do something weird again. At this critical moment, nothing can happen." Jessica patted Johnson's shoulder and said in a tone of an elder comforting a younger person, "Don't worry, don't worry. She was the one who wronged you first. You didn't do anything wrong. What can she do? That's right. Johnson only noticed that Jessica was holding a towel in her hand. He asked in confusion, "What are you doing with the towel?" "It's only 4 o'clock now. There is an indoor swimming pool on the top floor of the hotel." Jessica originally planned to ask Yanglan to go swimming together, but Yanglan was still in bed and she couldn't swim, so Jessica came to find Johnson. Seeing that Johnson was in a bad mood, Jessica's eyes flashed. She reached out and grabbed Johnson's wrist, pulled Johnson up from the sofa, and said, "Come on, I'll take you to a place where you can relax." "Where are you going? Do you need to change your shoes?" Johnson was still wearing a pair of flip-flops. Jessica pulled Johnson out and said, No, we'll be inside the hotel." The two came out of the room, took the elevator, and went all the way to the top floor. The occupancy rate of star-rated hotels is not high to begin with, and it is still evening, so I didn't see anyone in the corridor or elevator. As soon as the elevator door opened, they walked through a white-tiled corridor, and a huge indoor swimming pool appeared in front of them. Looking at the blue water, Johnson asked, "Why did you bring me here?" "There is no one around. Very peaceful." Jessica walked excitedly to the side of the swimming pool. She did not answer Johnson, but looked around. After making sure that there was no one around, she grabbed the corner of her clothes with both hands and pulled them up, taking off her t-shirt. Then she pulled at the waist, and a short skirt slid down her thighs. She was wearing a white swimsuit underneath. Although Jessica's measurements are not exaggerated, they're still very shocking to an old man like Johnson who has not had sex for more than 20 years. Hello. What are you doing? Why take off your clothes when you have a disagreement?" The light shone on Jessica, making her whole body glow whitely. There is nothing wrong with her figure, tall, fair, and well-proportioned. Jessica stretched out her calves and touched the water in the pool with her toes, painted with light pink nail polish. Then she turned her head and said happily, "It's quite cool. Can you swim?" "Yes, but it's not convenient right now. There's no need to worry about so many things." "Forget it. I don't care about you anymore." Jessica turned around, and her snow-white and delicate back was revealed in front of Johnson. The S-shaped curves on both sides made it impossible to look away. Plop! Jessica dived into the swimming pool with a standard move. In summer, it is absolutely a happy thing to be able to swim in a swimming pool with cool water. Johnson sat down on a lounge chair by the pool and tried to remain calm. Jessica swam back and forth in the pool by herself. Her movements were light and graceful, which reminded Johnson of an essay he had learned in high school. On the winding lotus pond, the view is full of lush leaves. The leaves are high above the water, like the skirt of a graceful dancer. Among the layers of leaves, there are scattered white flowers, some blooming gracefully, some budding shyly. They're like pearls, like stars in the blue sky, and like beauties just out of the bath. Beauties. "Ah, Johnson, hurry. My leg cramps." A string of bubbles popped up in the swimming pool, and Jessica, who was fine just now, suddenly sank to the bottom of the pool. Johnson heard the sound. He came to his senses almost instantly. Without even taking off his clothes, he took 2 steps at a time and dived into the swimming pool, bringing Jessica, who was about to sink to the bottom of the pool, to the shore. Jessica! Johnson reached out and patted Jessica's cheek, his brows twisted into a Sichuan shape. From the time Jessica started screaming to the time I carried her out of the water, it was probably only a few dozen seconds at most. It shouldn't have been possible for her to faint. Johnson was thinking. Jessica, who had her eyes closed just now, suddenly opened them. Seeing Johnson's anxious look, she laughed wantonly. "Ha, I was just kidding you. Who told you not to come down?" Johnson was speechless. He rolled his eyes at Jessica and turned around to go ashore. "Hey, what are you doing? You've been busy for so many days. Wouldn't it be nice to relax by swimming? There are only 2 of us here. You're wearing so little. Do you really think I am a eunuch?" Jessica had been with Johnson for a long time and had basically no defenses against him. She brought Johnson up here to swim just to help him relax, and she had never thought about that at all. So this is what he meant by inconvenience just now. This guy, I don't mind. Why does he make himself sound so wronged? I am speechless. Chapter 68, MV Female Lead Interview. Early August. Cities across the country are like furnaces. Fortunately, the programs are recorded at night, unless it is an outdoor reality show, which needs to be recorded during the day. Johnson, Yang Lan, and Jessica run around in various program crews every day. After more than a month, Johnson feels that he has lost several pounds. At night, a little after 10 o'clock, on the way back to Shanghai from Hangzhou, Johnson asked weakly, Sister Lawn, do you have any plans later? Almost done. We've recorded 7 or 8 music variety shows in the past month. We've basically finished recording the ones that have already aired. I'll try to get you a permanent guest spot. But this time when you go back, the company wants to record a music video for you. It'll probably take 3 or 4 days to finish recording everything. Johnson turned his head and looked at Jessica, who had fallen asleep on his shoulder. After thinking for a moment, Johnson said, don't accept any announcements for the next month. I want to write an album. Are you releasing an album? Yanghwa nodded and said, no problem. The programs you recorded will be broadcasted one after another later, and the traffic should not drop. But it's best not to show them for too long. In the current entertainment industry, if you don't show up in front of the camera for half a year, no one will remember you. I understand that. The black business car was driving smoothly on the deserted highway, sending Jessica back to Thompson Epine. It was already midnight when Johnson returned to the small villa. After a quick shower, Johnson fell asleep on the bed. At this time, in a remote small county town, Nana, who was on summer vacation, had just finished a mock college entrance examination paper and was preparing to go to bed. The lights were turned off, and the moonlight shone through the window onto the bedside table. On the bedside table was a picture frame less than 10 inches long. In the frame was a photo of Johnson when he was a freshman in college and came home for summer vacation, holding Nana in his arms and playing the guitar. That year, Johnson was 19 years old. Nana is only 11 years old. The next afternoon, Johnson was picked up by Yanghwa at the company and was going to go outdoors with a camera crew to shoot the MVs for the previous few songs. Jessica didn't come with him today because she was too tired. As soon as he arrived at the company, Johnson saw more than a dozen young girls queuing up with forms in their hands in the rest area at the door. When these young girls saw Johnson coming, they looked at him excitedly. Johnson a few months ago, he has changed a lot now. After his debut, all the clothes and styles worn by Johnson were designed by special people. In addition, Yanghwa forced Johnson to use some skincare cosmetics, which greatly improved Johnson's overall appearance. Johnson has a good foundation to begin with, and his looks are still very good even in the entertainment industry, which is full of handsome guys. Sister May, we are here. Lume was looking at documents in the office. When Yanghwa knocked on the door and Johnson walked in, she thought they were employees of the company and didn't even raise her head. When she heard the voice, she put down the documents in her hand, stood up, and said with a smile, you have worked hard during this period. Johnson asked curiously, are all those people at the door here to apply for jobs? Well, they're all here to apply for the female lead in your music video. Ah. Johnson was surprised. And there's a female lead? Lume replied, those rap songs don't have one, but the songs you sang in Brilliant Sons before, such as 10 Years and Blue and White Porcelain, all need a female lead in the MV. But hiring a celebrity is too expensive, so I asked someone to post the job openings online. Those girls are all graduates of drama academies, so there shouldn't be any problems. Lume picked up her phone and sent a message to the director of the MV. Not long after, a middle-aged man wearing overalls and square-framed glasses walked in. This is Fong Ping. He will be in charge of the MV shoot in the next few days. Hello. Hello. Johnson took the initiative to shake his hand and say hello. Fong Ping was an impatient person who didn't know how to beat around the bush. He quickly asked directly, when do we start? Wait a little longer. The female lead for the MV hasn't been chosen yet. How about, Director Fong, you and Johnson go to the conference room and help with the interview. Johnson and Fong Ping looked at each other, and the two of them, who had nothing to do, went to the meeting. Those in charge of the interviews were Yang Ku, the manager of the administrative department, and Zhao Xiaohua, the script editor of the MV. When the two saw Johnson and Fong Ping coming in, they quickly gave up their seats. Next, Yang Ku shouted outside, and the receptionist at the door led the students from the drama academy who came for the interview into the conference room. A young girl who looked very youthful walked in. She had a white t-shirt tucked into her jeans, slightly curly yellow hair, and was about 1.62 meters tall. From the slightly nervous expression on her face, Johnson could guess that this must be her first interview. Yang Ku smiled and said, don't be nervous. Our interview won't take a long time. There are no strict requirements for shooting MVs. It's not like filming a movie or TV series. As long as you can be on camera and look suitable, there are no requirements for acting skills. These girls from drama academies basically meet the required appearance requirements, so asking them to interview is mostly just a formality. Zhang Sini, is she still a junior student? Yang Ku said, our shoot may last 2 to 3 days. If the interview is successful, are you sure you can come and shoot? Yes. There may not be time in the freshman and sophomore years, but there are not many classes in the junior year, and it is not difficult for students from the drama school to ask for leave if they need to go out for filming. Would you mind standing up and turning around? We need to take a look at your entire appearance. Zhang Sini put the small handbag in her hand on the chair, stood up, took a few steps back, and slowly turned around. After Yanka finished reading it, he asked quietly, "Director Feng, what do you think?" Feng Ping nodded and said, "She is very pretty, but she is too young. If we record 10 years, we may not be able to capture her in a mature way." Feng Ping said whatever he wanted to say. However, after hearing this, Zhang Sini was obviously a little disappointed. If the director rejects me, then the interview will definitely be a failure. After Yang Ke finished listening, he was about to ask Zhang Sini to go back and wait for the result. Johnson looked at Zhang Sini's resume and suddenly asked, "In the specialty column, you wrote singing and dancing, so can you sing for us? Just 4 or 5 simple sentences will do." Okay. After hearing what Johnson said, Zhang Sini became a little nervous again. She asked cautiously, "Then can I sing Blue and White Porcelain?" "Yes." Zhang Sini took a deep breath and began to sing. Her voice was very clean, and she didn't go out of tune during the entire half song. Her breathing was just a little unstable, which clearly showed that she didn't know when to breathe. This should be correctable with special training. Yang Ku and Feng Ping didn't understand why Johnson wanted Zhang Sini to sing. She didn't even need any lines in the MV, let alone singing. But since Johnson was the only artist represented by Yi Yang, they didn't interrupt. Johnson smiled and said, "Sure, you sing very well." "Thanks," Yanka said at this time. "Then you go back and wait for our news. The results will be out before 6 o'clock tonight at the latest." Okay. Zhang Sini left with her handbag. Not long after she left, the next young girl for the interview came in. It wasn't until the 7th girl walked into the meeting room that Feng Ping's eyes lit up. He didn't know whether he was talking to Johnson or to himself. This is not bad. As long as she puts on some makeup, she should be able to look good. The person sitting in front of me is also a student from the Drama Academy. Her name is Zhou. Although she is only 21 years old, she looks more mature than the previous ones, especially when she doesn't smile. That world-weary face has a very sophisticated feeling. After hearing Feng Ping's words, Yanka simply asked her a few questions and asked her to go back and wait for news. "Xiaoming, is there anyone else?" "Sister Yang, no more. All the interviews are over." "Okay, I understand." Yanka asked, "Director Feng, do you also think the last girl is good?" What do you think, Johnson? It's up to you guys." Johnson stood up and said with a smile, "You guys chat first. I'm going to talk to Sister May about something important." Chapter 69, Technology Investment. It is impossible for Eong Broker to make money by taking notices alone. This will put a lot of pressure on the company and on myself. Now that things have improved, I might as well let the company train a group of new people first. Take Zhang Sini mentioned earlier, for example. She is beautiful, a student at a drama academy, can sing and dance. As long as she is given a stage, there will be no problem for her to make her debut. If I write a few more songs for her, she will probably become popular too. But these things cannot be done in vain. I was paid 500,000 yuan for writing a song Love Offering for Yang Kaiwei. Some time ago, she also helped me promote my new song. If Lu Mei agrees to this, it should be regarded as a technology investment. If Lu Mei doesn't agree, she will wait until she saves enough money and then find a way to set up a studio on her own. However, Lu Mei was able to run the company in an orderly manner in such a short period of time. Her ability is naturally beyond doubt, but I have no experience in this area. If I were to be the boss, even if I could handle it, I would probably be exhausted. Johnson plans to retire before he turns 35. Johnson, who has experienced death once, values time and life more than before, and does not care so much about money. After knocking twice, Johnson walked straight into the office. Lu Mei looked up at Johnson and asked, "Have you chosen the person?" They should have made their choice. They're discussing it there. Seeing Johnson sitting down opposite her, Lu Mei put down the pen in her hand and asked, "What's the matter?" Johnson said, "I want to talk to Sister May about the development of the company." "Company development?" Hearing this, Lu Mei asked with interest, "Just say whatever you want to say. Let's not beat around the bush." "Sister May, do you have any plans to sign new people?" "Of course." Lu Mei said seriously, "I've been thinking about this recently. It's easy to sign a few newcomers now, but it's hard to make them popular as quickly as you are. Once we sign a newcomer, we have to spend a lot of resources on them. If they don't become popular, it will be a loss for a brokerage company like us that has just started. Johnson said, when I was interviewing just now, I found a little girl who is in good condition. Oh, Lume's eyes lit up and she asked with a smile, do you want me to sign that girl? Johnson said directly, the company is responsible for signing her, and I am responsible for writing songs for her and making her famous. But this should be considered as my technical investment because I'm confident that the songs I write can make her famous. Johnson has listened to many classic songs by female singers, but the songs sung by these female singers do not suit his voice anyway, so it is better to write them for others to sing. Lume was stunned for a moment. She neither agreed nor refused. Instead, she asked, what if I refuse? That's it. Johnson laughed and said, when I have money in the future, I will set up my own studio, and then I can sign whoever I want. How many shares do you want? Same as Jessica, 10%. This shouldn't be too much. Jessica only offered a few million, but the buyout price for a song I get now is also several million. Lume smiled and said, it's not too much. Why don't we go a little bigger? What does Sister May mean by this? I won't pay you for all your previous announcement fees. In addition, your contract with the company will be renewed for another 5 years. The split will be 6:4 in the first 2 years. If you're still successful after 2 years, the split will be changed to 7:3. If you agree, I can give you 20% of the shares now. This, Johnson was thinking. Lume added, in addition, as long as you can help the girl you mentioned reach 5 million fans within a year, I will give you 10% of the shares. In this way, you will own 30% of the company's shares, making you the second largest shareholder besides me. What do you think? Lume's purpose is actually very clear. The first condition was to tie Johnson and Young Agency together. After all, Young Agency was now supported by Johnson alone. The previous contract was only for half a year. If Johnson terminated the contract with the company, it would definitely be a fatal blow to the company. The second condition is also to see what Johnson's vision is like. If his vision is really that good, and he can help the company make a newcomer with no background famous, then 10% of the shares will definitely be worth it. Johnson was silent. The conditions offered by Lu Mei were too tempting. If Johnson hadn't seen the world, he would have agreed without hesitation. He calmed down and said, the contract must include that I have the right to choose which notices to accept and which not to accept. I can't be treated like a cow. Don't worry about this. Even if you agree, Jessica won't agree. Lume smiled and said, Johnson, I didn't start a company to make money. Since the day I was born, I have never had to worry about food and clothing. That's why I gave you shares so readily. I just want to prove myself. Can you help me? Then it's settled. You draft the contract and have Sister Lon sign it for me. Good. Lume said happily. I will have someone contact the girl you mentioned later. Since we have an agreement, she will be under your care. Is it possible for this company to hire a professional vocal and dance teacher for her? No problem. Johnson stood up and said, when I finish writing my new album, I will hold a concert. I will ask her to be my guest at that time. I am confident that I can make her famous. Good luck. Johnson left the office and walked away with the music video's director phone ping. Zhang Sini just returned to the dormitory. The 3 roommates immediately gathered around and asked expectantly, Sini, how is it going? Can you record the MV with Johnson? The 3 roommates were chattering in her ears. Zhang Sini put her bag on the table, sighed and said, the director said that I look too young and not suitable to play the leading role in the MV, but what? But Johnson sang a song in it for some reason. Johnson is here today too. Did you ask him for his autograph? Zhang Sini was stunned for a moment, then said aggrievedly, I forgot. How could you forget? The Drama Academy is quite far from Young Agency. It takes 2 hours to go back and forth. It was less than 1 o'clock when Zhang Sini left, and now it is already past 5 o'clock. Zhang Sini said with some disappointment and fatigue, forget it. I may not have this fate. Seeing this, the 3 roommates took turns to comfort him. Just at this moment, a phone call came suddenly. Zhang Sini found out that it was the staff of Young Brokerage who was in charge of the interview who called. She thought she was selected and quickly answered the call. The 3 roommates also covered their mouths with their hands, looking expectant. Hello, is this Zhang Sini? It's me. Hello. I'm Yang who interviewed you today. I'm calling to inform you that your image doesn't quite fit the role of the female lead in the music video we need this time. After hearing the first half of the sentence, Zhang Sini's heart, which had just been excited, cooled down again. But after Yonka finished the first half of his speech, he suddenly changed the subject and said, "But we think you're excellent in all aspects and would like to sign you to become a trainee in our company. Are you interested?" Huh? Zhang Sini was stunned, and her 3 roommates next to her were also surprised. Which student who applies to Drama Academy doesn't dream of becoming a star? Zhang Sini stammered excitedly, can I really do this? If you have time, you can come again tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Good. The phone call was hung up. The 4 people looked at each other. After a long while, one of the girls with oval faces shouted excitedly, Sini is going to be a trainee. Chapter 70, can you? Wait until I fall asleep before leaving? Jessica caught a cold after she came back. The reason was that I had an improper sleeping posture and liked to kick off the quilt at night. I wore a vest and shorts and sat under the air conditioner all night. I woke up with a cold and a runny nose the next day. Fortunately, it was not too serious, so Jessica did not go to the hospital. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, with toilet paper stuffed in both nostrils, Jessica sat on the sofa haggardly and dialed Johnson's number. At this moment, Johnson had just finished work. Seeing that it was Jessica who called, he said to Phone Ping, "Director Phone, let's continue tomorrow. Let's stop here today." Good. Johnson then answered the phone. "Jessica, what's going on? Aren't you going to be my follower? Why haven't I seen you all day?" "I have a cold. I feel dizzy and I feel like I'm going to die." With something blocked in her nose, Jessica's voice was different from before. "What are you talking about?" Johnson frowned and asked, "Where are you now?" "Home. Wait for me." Johnson quickly ran to the car and drove to Tangxing Yipentang alone. He got off the car and went to the pharmacy. It was almost 7 o'clock when he arrived downstairs of Jessica. Johnson stood in front of the elevator, took out his phone, and sent a voice message. "Open the elevator." Jessica put on her slippers, walked to the front door, checked the surveillance camera, and saw Johnson standing at the door, so she opened the elevator door and let Johnson up. Jessica, who used to be lively and energetic, now sat on the sofa without any energy. The trash can was overflowing with toilet paper. It's a very hot day. The air conditioner in the room was set to 28 degrees. Johnson walked forward and touched Jessica's forehead. "You don't have a fever, right?" "Without. Besides feeling dizzy and having a runny nose, are you feeling unwell anywhere else?" Jessica's voice sounded like she was about to cry. "I just have no strength left in my body." "Who told you to stay in an air-conditioned room all day long, with your arms and legs exposed every day? If you don't catch a cold, who will?" Johnson lectured like an old man, while taking the cup on the coffee table to get hot water and made a cup of Sanjiu cold medicine for Jessica and handed it to Jessica. "Here, cold medicine. Drink it all in one breath. Then go to bed, cover yourself with a quilt, and sleep. You will be fine after sweating." Jessica timidly reached out her hand, took a sip tentatively, and said coquettishly, "Why is it so bitter?" "Nonsense. Of course the medicine is bitter. Drink it quickly," Johnson ordered. Jessica looked at Johnson with tears in her eyes. Seeing that Johnson was indifferent, she pinched her nose and drank the whole cup of medicine. "Go to bed." "Oh." Jessica nodded obediently, and just as she stood up, her legs became numb from sitting for so long, and she fell back on the sofa. Seeing Jessica's fragile appearance, Johnson sighed softly and walked forward to hold her arm, then walked to Jessica's bedroom. Johnson let go of Jessica and let her lie down on the bed. He set the air conditioner to natural wind and opened the window. Johnson saw Jessica lying on the bed with her feet exposed. He walked forward and pulled the quilt to cover Jessica's body. "Go to sleep. You should be fine tomorrow morning." After saying, Johnson was about to leave, and Jessica reached out and held Johnson's hand, saying pitifully, "Can you wait until I fall asleep before leaving?" Seeing Jessica's pitiful look, Johnson nodded and sat down next to her. Jessica closed her eyes and began to sleep. After shooting the MV for an entire afternoon, Johnson was a little tired now, but looking at Jessica lying obediently on the bed, the light from the bedside lamp shining on her delicate face, a smile inexplicably appeared on his face. But at this moment, Jessica's cell phone suddenly rang. Johnson was afraid of waking Jessica up, so he quickly turned down the volume. Seeing that it was a video call from Jessica's mother, Johnson hesitated for a moment, but still answered it. Jessica's mother, Lucy, had just finished dinner with Vincent and was sitting on the sofa watching TV. "I called to see what my daughter was doing." As soon as the video was connected and Lucy saw Johnson appear on the screen, she was stunned. Johnson smiled awkwardly. "Auntie, Xiao, you're with Jessica?" Where's Jessica?" "He has a cold and is asleep now." Johnson flipped the camera and took a picture of Jessica on the bed. The couple saw their daughter lying quietly on the bed. After looking at each other, Lucy asked again, Jessica is not seriously ill, right? Yeah, it's just a cold. I just asked her to take some medicine. I think she'll be fine after a good night's sleep. Oh, Lucy smiled and said, then you'll have to take care of Jessica for the next 2 days. Don't worry. Auntie, I will take good care of her. That's it for now. I won't bother you anymore. After hanging up the phone, Johnson breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, it's over, it's over. Now my aunt completely treats me as her son-in-law. Seeing his wife hung up the phone, Vincent said sarcastically, when you were sick before, you always informed us immediately. Now that you are well and have a boyfriend, your parents don't care about you anymore. Lucy slapped Vincent on the arm and cursed. According to what you said, are you going to make Jessica single for the rest of her life? I am. Just what? I think you were just jealous. Vincent, who is always intimidating in the company, acted like a child at this moment and said, I am her father. It is normal for me to be jealous. Lucy didn't bother to pay attention to him and said happily, I think this is good. With Johnson taking care of Jessica, I can rest assured in the future. Vincent tried to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Johnson ended up sleeping on Jessica's dressing table in her room all night. He originally planned to leave, but he was afraid that Jessica would get up in the middle of the night to ask for water, so he stayed for a while longer. As he watched, he unexpectedly fell asleep. This kind of cold comes and goes quickly. After taking the medicine and sleeping all night under the quilt, when Jessica woke up the next day, she obviously felt that her head didn't hurt as much as yesterday. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and was about to get up when she saw Johnson still lying beside her. She was suddenly stunned. Was he here all night last night? Jessica's mind flashed back to the scene of last night. She saw Johnson sleeping on the dressing table and suddenly felt sorry for him. This guy. Jessica was moved and wiped her eyes. She stood up, walked behind Johnson, and patted him on the shoulder. Johnson woke up dazed, thinking he was dreaming. What happened? You didn't go home last night. Johnson then realized that it was Jessica who woke up. He stretched and said tiredly, I was going to leave, but your mother called and asked me to take good care of you, so I stayed a little longer. I didn't expect to fall asleep like this. Are you okay? Jessica shook her head gently. Much better. Then make another cup of sanjiu to consolidate your energy. Don't sit under the air conditioner all day in the future. Yeah. Jessica lowered her head, twitched her thumbs, and said, are you sleepy? How can I not be sleepy? It's so hot, and I didn't fall asleep until midnight. Jessica pointed to her bed and said, how about you lie down on the bed and take a nap? Johnson looked at the time and found that it was just after 7 o'clock. He didn't think much about it and just lay down on the bed and said vaguely, I have to go to shoot the MV at 9 o'clock. Remember to wake me up at 8:30. Oh, Chapter 71, Johnson Brother. 10 o'clock in the morning. In the office, Lu Mei sat in the chair and looked at the little girl opposite with interest. Although Lu Mei was only 29 years old, her aura still made Zhang Xini dare not look up at her, let alone make eye contact with her. I'll tell you the truth. Lu Mei smiled and said, in fact, the company has not planned to sign a trainee so early. The reason why I chose to find you to discuss the signing is because Johnson told me that you have good conditions and I can give you a try. Johnson? Did he choose me? Zhang Xini recalled the scene of yesterday afternoon. It seemed like I understood why Johnson asked her to sing a song yesterday. You can take a closer look at the contract in front of you, or you can take it back and read it. If you sign your name on it, the contract will officially take effect. After that, you will come to the company for training every weekend. The company will arrange special dance teachers and vocal teachers to train you. In addition, you will have an opportunity to perform on stage within half a year. Zhang Xini looked up in surprise and said, an opportunity to go on stage? Is it to participate in a talent show? The draft comes later. Lu Mei smiled and said, the company originally didn't have an artist reserve department. We set up this department because we signed you. The company invested so much in you, not because I believe in you, but because I believe in Johnson. Zhang Xini was even more confused. It was Johnson who said he could make you famous, so I signed you. For this reason, there's a bet agreement between Johnson and me. So if you can really debut as an artist in the future, the person you should thank the most is Johnson. Take the contract back and read it. I'll give you 3 days to consider it. Oh, Lu Mei smiled and watched Zhang Xini leave the meeting room in a daze. Sitting on the subway, Zhang Sini was flipping through the contract absent-mindedly, recalling what Liu Mei had just said in her mind. Johnson selected me and signed a bet agreement with Mr. Liu. Will Yang Agency sign me? But why would Johnson take a fancy to me? Could it be hidden rules? Zhang Sini's cheeks flushed, but she soon calmed down and said frantically in her heart, Zhang Sini, what are you thinking? He is a big star. There are all kinds of women around him. Who are you? Zhang Sini returned to the dormitory in a daze, and her 3 roommates immediately surrounded her. Sini, what's wrong? Zhang Sini handed the contract to them and said, this is the contract. Once I sign it, I will be a trainee of Yang Agency. I will have to go to the company for training every weekend. Sini, my dear, please don't forget me when you become rich and powerful. Big star, please sign an autograph for us in advance. Sini, why are you still unhappy? Is there something wrong with the terms of the contract? I heard that some companies sign trainees specifically to make money from the termination of the contract. Sini, don't get cheated. Zhang Sini shook her head and said, no, there's no problem with the contract. It's just, that's what. It seems that a Yang Agency signed me not because the company liked me, but because Johnson wanted to sign me. Johnson, the 3 female roommates immediately sat down next to them and prepared to eat melon. Zhang Sini said, it seems that for my sake, Johnson and the general manager of Yang Agency even signed a gambling agreement. I'm afraid that if I don't perform well, will I? Sini, if you have confidence in yourself, this opportunity is rare. Yes, Sini, if you miss this opportunity, it will be gone. If I were you, I would definitely sign it. We are a group of art students. Don't we all dream of becoming big stars in the future? With the repeated encouragement and comfort from her 3 roommates, Zhang Sini felt much more relaxed. She thought about it all night and went to the company with the contract early the next morning. Johnson drove the company car to the gate of the community. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Jessica came out. Today she wore a beige knee-length skirt with a white t-shirt underneath. Her hair was slightly curly, and she had light makeup on her delicate face. She looked glowing white in the sunlight, like an elf in the forest. Jessica opened the door and got in the passenger seat. Johnson handed her a cup of millet porridge that he had cooked at home and asked, can you make it? You just recovered from a cold. Why don't you rest for a few days? Jessica fastened her seatbelt and said tenderly, didn't you tell me not to sit under the air conditioner all day? Yes, the porridge is hot. Drink it while it's hot. Oh, Johnson drove to the company building. A lot of material has been shot in the past 2 days. Today's shooting is all outdoor scenes, and the MV heroine Zhou Ying, who was selected before, also needs to participate. The time is tight, and the task is heavy. Let's go to the company and meet Director Feng first. It seems that the girl who worked with me today will also be here. Little girl? Which little girl? Jessica immediately grasped the keywords. The 2 walked towards the elevator. Johnson said, the female lead of the music video. The company picked one from a group of girls from the drama school. I have to shoot with her today. Fisk, are you happy? What do you mean by that? You must be so happy that you want to laugh when a female college student plays the leading role for you. Johnson took out a shinmai from his pocket, stuffed a piece into Jessica's mouth, and said unceremoniously, don't be sarcastic to me all day long. No one will think you are dumb if you don't speak. Jessica rushed forward with her little fist raised and punched Johnson on the back with a series of punches, just like tickling him. The elevator door goes from the underground parking lot to the first floor. Ding! The elevator door opened. Since it was past the rush hour, only a few people walked into the elevator from outside. Johnson immediately saw Zhang Sini standing at the elevator door. Zhang Sini also saw Johnson at this moment, and she was stunned. The elevator door slowly closed from both sides. Johnson reached out and smiled. Why are you in a daze? Don't you want to go up? Zhang Sini widened her eyes and hurried into the elevator. The elevator door closed again and slowly rose. Zhang Sini felt her heart pounding and her palms were sweating. She is the heroine who will be filming the music video with you today. Johnson shook his head. No, it's another one. This is the new person the company is going to sign. Newcomer? A trainee? Johnson turned around and saw Zhang Sini lowering her head, looking shy, and took the initiative to ask, is that a contract in your hand? Yes. Let me see. Zhang Sini handed it to Johnson with both hands. Johnson turned to the last page and saw that his name had been signed on it. He smiled and said, did you read it carefully? You can't just sign a contract casually. Look carefully. Thank you, Johnson brother. Zhang Sini blurted out in a rush. Thank me for what? Boss Lu told me that the company planned to sign me because you chose me. Did Sister May even tell you this? Johnson returned the contract to Zhang Sini and said with a smile, Don't thank me. Just study hard. This road is not easy to walk. Yeah. Zhang Sini nodded seriously. The elevator door opened, and 3 people walked out of the elevator together. Director Feng and Zhou Ying had already arrived. Johnson went to the conference room with them to review the general schedule of today's filming, while Zhang Sini went to find Lu Mei with the contract. After a brief chat for half an hour, the group left the company and prepared to go for location shooting. The filming crew took a bus. Johnson, Jessica, and Zhou Ying took another car. As soon as she got in the car, Jessica asked in Zhang Sini's tone just now, Brother Johnson, should I sit in the front or in the back? Johnson rolled his eyes at her and didn't bother to pay attention to her. Brother Johnson, can you drive slower? Brother Johnson. Johnson couldn't stand it anymore, so he covered Jessica's mouth with his hand and said speechlessly, What's wrong with you? Is this endless? Whoa. Jessica couldn't utter a word with her mouth blocked by Johnson's hand. Zhou Ying, who was sitting in the back seat, tried to hold back her smile. Johnson to be like this in private. But who is the girl in the passenger seat? Girlfriend? That shouldn't be the case. Aren't celebrities' love affairs always done secretly and hidden from the public? Zhou Ying couldn't figure it out and didn't dare to ask. Chapter 72, Jealousy. There's not much to say about the MV shooting. It's nothing more than lip-syncing a few songs in front of the camera and then shooting a few simple plot clips. Johnson has filmed TV series and guest starred in movies in that world, so he is very familiar with the process. In addition, he had already worked on it for 2 days. Although there were many tasks today, the filming went quite smoothly. It's just that Jessica kept calling him Brother Johnson and later changed it to Brother Johnson, which really made Johnson feel embarrassed. Is it necessary for this girl to be so jealous? I was like a jealous person the whole afternoon. Okay, click, this one can be passed. When the sun was setting and the last ray of sunset was about to disappear, Director Feng finally shouted cut. Johnson stepped forward and asked, Director Feng, can we finish tomorrow? It should be fine. That's it for today. Thank you for your hard work. Johnson waved goodbye, took off his coat, and walked towards Jessica, who was sitting by the lake. Brother Johnson, what are we going to eat tonight? Jessica, is this never going to end? Jessica snorted and smiled. Don't you like to listen to it? When did I like to listen? Johnson took out his phone and looked at the time, then said wearily, Forget it, it's late, let's go eat. Jessica stood up, put her hands behind her back, and followed Johnson. Where are we going to eat? I don't want to cook. Let's just find a restaurant near home. Okay, Brother Johnson, Jessica called out again in a tender voice. This time, Johnson suddenly smiled, then raised his phone and played the sound he had just recorded. The phone kept repeating Jessica's voice. Okay, Brother Johnson. Johnson lowered his head and smiled. Do you believe that I will send this recording to your mother? You dare? Give me the phone. Jessica was anxious at the time and hugged Johnson to grab the phone he was holding in the air. Johnson was much taller than her, and he was standing on tiptoe, so no matter how hard Jessica tried, she couldn't get the phone away. Jessica was so angry that she grabbed Johnson's other hand and bit it. Johnson immediately pulled his hand away and looked at the teeth marks on his arm. He rolled his eyes at Jessica and cursed. You're in your 20s and you're still biting people. Are you a dog? Jessica took this opportunity to snatch the phone from Johnson's hand, stuck out her tongue at him, and deleted the recording. Have you finished deleting? If you're done, give me your phone. No. If you don't want me to give it to you, forget it. You can pay for the meal later. Jessica said proudly, as if she had won a battle. I'll pay. The two drove to a shopping mall not far from Maple Leaf Road. After walking around inside, they finally chose a steak restaurant and walked in. As soon as she chose a seat in the corner and sat down, Jessica's cell phone rang. Who's calling? My mother. Johnson said, Should I sit over there? Make your mother happy. Jessica moved her hips to make room for Johnson. The two of them sat in a row. Jessica answered the video call. In front of the camera, over there. Vincent and Lucy were sitting together again. Mom, what's going on? I'm having dinner with Johnson. Lucy greeted Johnson first, and then said in a commanding tone, At 8 o'clock in the evening, you bring Johnson to our house. What are you doing? Your Uncle Chun is having a birthday party today. He has arranged a party on the top floor of Longhua Hotel. Yuhan, Shu Hua, Ting Ting's parents will be there. They're all uncles, you know. And I have already spread the word that you have a boyfriend now. If you and Johnson don't come, I Your mother will be laughed at to death tonight. Jessica was a little unresponsive. I'll be waiting for you at home. Come here quickly, and don't force me to sever the mother-daughter relationship with you. Lucy finished speaking. She hung up the video call without giving Jessica a chance to refuse. Jessica was stunned. Finished. Now the truth is revealed. Johnson, what should we do? What should we do? Johnson said. Your mother has said so. Can you not go? But, seeing Jessica's tangled look, Johnson deliberately asked. Jessica, you don't think that being your boyfriend will embarrass you, do you? No. Jessica pouted and said quickly and quietly, I don't think so. Johnson shrugged and said, then go ahead. Anyway, I've already met your parents. In your circle, apart from Qin Yuhan, Chung Tingting, and the others, no one should know that I'm an artist. That's not necessarily true. There are a lot of short videos of you on the internet now. My parents don't watch Douyin very often, but my uncles, aunts, and so on may have seen you. What should we do then? It doesn't matter. My parents won't look down on this profession. Jessica said as she turned on her cell phone. Johnson asked, what are you doing? Jessica said, Qin Yuhan, Chung Tingting, and the others might also be captured tonight. I have to inform them in advance. After that, Jessica pressed the voice button and shouted, brothers and sisters, help me, help me. Little fans of big stars. Jessica shouted, all the rich girls came out. They chatted with each other. Johnson was eating steak while listening. At about 7:30, Jessica stood up and said, come on, come with me to the battlefield. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Jessica said, you don't know. Qin Yuhan, Shun Shuhua, and the others are all single now. My group of aunts always talk about the marriage of us young people. If I take you to meet them, they will definitely nag and ask questions nonstop. What should we do then? My mother is the only one who can stop us. Let's go. The two left the mall and drove all the way to the gate of the villa. Hearing the sound in the yard, Vincent and Lucy, who had been waiting for a long time, also came out. Why are you so late? Johnson quickly made an excuse and said, Auntie, there was a traffic jam on the road. Johnson explained this. Lucy immediately smiled and waved her hands, saying, it's okay, it's urgent, it's urgent. Vincent handed the car keys to Johnson, pointed to a low-key Audi A6 in the yard, and said, Xiao, you drive. Okay. Johnson changed the car and drove Jessica and her family of 3 to the 5-star Manhwa Hotel in Shanghai. On the way, Jessica also gave a shot in advance. Mom, Johnson and I have been busy all day today. If Aunt Chiu and Aunt Wang keep asking questions later, you have to help us block them. Lucy was so happy at the thought that she could show off her future son-in-law in front of her old sisters that she couldn't listen to Jessica at all. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the hotel. Vincent said, just park here. Give the key to the doorman and they will park in the parking space. Okay. Johnson unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Looking at the magnificent 5-star hotel building, he felt inexplicably nervous. Jessica walked forward and naturally took Johnson's arm. The two followed Vincent and Lucy into the hotel lobby. Chapter 73, I heard from my mom that you two are living together? Old Shui. As the 4 people walked into the hotel lobby, a loud voice came from the direction of the elevator door. There were 3 people standing there, and they looked like a family of 3. Johnson recognized one of them. It was Shun Shuhua, who had gone to the airport with Jessica to pick him up before and was also a member of the group Little Fans of Big Stars. Vincent walked over with his family, smiling. After the 2 heads of the family shook hands, they exchanged a few polite words. The elevator door opened and the 2 families walked in together. Wait until the elevator door closes. The woman next to Shun Shuhua finally couldn't help asking, Jessica, is this your boyfriend? The 2 of them stood together arm in arm, and it was obvious that he was asking the question knowingly. But Jessica replied obediently, well, his name is Johnson. Johnson, this is Aunt Wang. Hello, Andy. Johnson smiled and said hello. Johnson wore a formal suit at the end of today's MV shoot. He went straight to dinner with Jessica after the shoot. He didn't have time to change his clothes. He came to this top business gathering in a daze. It didn't look out of place in this outfit. Shun Shua's mother, Wang Meijia, like Lucy, has long been waiting to have a grandchild. The situations of the 2 families are almost the same. Both have only 1 daughter, and the family has long been financially independent. Unfortunately, Shun Shuhua was not very motivated. Every time Wang Meijia mentioned this, she would always find some excuses. Common excuses are as follows. I'm looking for one. It's not that easy to find a boyfriend. Jessica, Chung, Ting Ting, and the others are also single, but you're the only one pushing them every day. If she is really annoyed by being urged, Shun Shuhua will use her last trick. The best of the 36 strategies is to run away. If I can't afford to provoke you, I can afford to hide from you. Wang Meijia is also in her 50s, but she doesn't look like it at all. She must go to beauty salons often, as the skin on her face looks like that of a woman in her 30s. But when she smiles, the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes betray her true age. What a handsome man he is. Wang Meijia chuckled twice and asked, "How old are you this year?" 26. TSK. 26 or 27 is the most suitable age to get married. You two should get along well. When you get married, Annie will give you a big red envelope. Wang Meijiao was obviously hinting at something, and Shun Shuhua beside her was speechless. Mom, he is not your brother-in-law. Why are you so happy? Besides, Jessica, didn't you say that this was just an act? Why do you two not look like you're acting at all to me? If I had known this earlier, I would have gotten there first. Johnson could only respond by saying, "Thank you, Annie." The elevator door opened quickly. In the carpeted corridor, there were some middle-aged men holding red wine glasses standing here and there, and they were obviously business elites. On the surface, this kind of gathering is to celebrate the birthday of the host, but in fact, many people come to this kind of party just to discuss business. Vincent and Shun Shuhua's father appeared. Many people walked towards them. Obviously, they both have a very high status in this circle. But Johnson wasn't surprised. Stringent is already one of the top 3 companies in the country, and it is natural for Jessica as father to have such a high position as a rotating director. Then you guys chat first. I'll take the kids inside to have a look. Lucy and Wang Meijia led their daughters into the party hall. There were more people inside than outside. The sound of soft piano music echoed from the speakers. If nothing unexpected happened, these people would dance in a while. Lucy, Mika, why are you so late? On the right, a group of ladies saw Lucy and waved to call the two over. Now that's better. All the acquaintances came. Qin Yuhan, Chung Tingting, Shun Shuhua. Everyone in the group was here except Lu Mei and Zhao Shangnan, who were probably too busy with company matters. They saw Jessica walking over with Johnson, and they looked at each other with smirks on their faces, and everything was said without words. Jessica stared at them with her almond-shaped eyes, as if to warn them, "Don't tell me about your tricks." "Hey, Lucy, this is Jessica's boyfriend you mentioned in the group." A noble lady in Cheongsam looked at Johnson and asked. "Yeah." Lucy reached out and pulled Johnson to her side, pointing at the ladies and introducing them one by one. Johnson kept nodding and greeting them. Soon, just as Jessica expected, this group of aunties immediately launched a series of offensives. "How old are you? How did you meet Jessica? Which company do you work for now? Where are you and Jessica going to get married? When are you going to have kids?" One problem after another made Johnson feel overwhelmed. Seeing Johnson answering their questions helplessly, Jessica walked to her mother and coughed twice. Lucy reacted and waved her hands. All right, you guys are going on and on. He's my uncle-in-law, not yours. Why are you asking so many questions?" After saying, Lucy said to Johnson and Jessica, "You young people should go and chat over there. I know you've wanted to leave for a long time." Lucy spoke. Jessica grabbed Johnson's hand and walked aside. Shun Shuhua, Chung Tingting, and Qin Yuhan also hurriedly followed. A group of people came to the food counter. After seeing that there were not many people around, Qin Yuhan walked forward, gently bumped Jessica with her arm, and said with a smile, "Jessica, it's okay. I don't think you are acting at all." Chung Tingting and Shun Shuhua nodded in agreement. Jessica felt relieved when she saw her mothers smiling happily. Phew, finally I managed to get through this stage. Keep your voice down. Johnson reached out and took a small cake from the dining table, then took another piece at random, handed it to Jessica, and asked, "Do you want to eat it?" Jessica rolled her eyes at him. "Have you ever seen a beautiful girl eating cake at night? Didn't you say before that you can eat anything without getting fat? Take it and eat it yourself." Johnson didn't indulge her. He came in a hurry and left after eating half of the steak. The lunchbox he had for lunch was not much, so Johnson threw the cake directly into his mouth. "Jessica, what's going on between you and Johnson now? I heard from my mom that you two are living together." "What do you mean by living together? When did I ever live together with him? What are you talking about?" Shin Shuhua could not deny it and said, "That's what my mother said anyway. Your mother must have made this up." "I think so." Johnson interrupted and said, "Could it be that you caught a cold the day before yesterday and I stayed at your house all night and your mom happened to call me on video, and she misunderstood me? Huh. Qin Yuhan and the other two asked eagerly. You stayed at Jessica's house for a whole night? Yeah, what's wrong? Jessica meaningfully. Jessica raised her foot and kicked Johnson, saying coquettishly, Why do you tell them everything? Are you crazy? Johnson scratched his head and said innocently, But we didn't do anything. Is there any problem? You are so stupid. Jessica, no. She kicked Johnson just now. The aunties happened to look at them and saw Jessica pouting and kicking Johnson unhappily. In their eyes, this was clearly a love affair between a young couple. This made them very envious. Why are all the good sons-in-law from other families? Chapter 74, Love Rival Appears. While talking, the music in the lobby suddenly stopped. Outside the door, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s walked in, supported by a group of people. The business elites who were originally discussing business in groups of 3 or 4 all gathered around the middle-aged man. Seeing that Johnson was confused, Jessica introduced him. His name is Chun Rishing, and he is the chairman of Rishing Group. You should have heard of him. The boss of Sunrise Real Estate. Johnson asked quickly. Jessica nodded and said, He saved this game tonight. If he doesn't come over later, you don't have to worry about him. Rishing Real Estate is a real estate company that ranks among the top 3 in China. Although real estate is the main business of Rishing Group, the group actually has many subsidiaries, including Rishing Property, Rishing Finance, Rishing Entertainment, etc., which shows its influence. Chun Rishing catered to these guests, half of whom were invited by himself, and the other half were guests who sneaked in after hearing the news. He had an official smile on his face, and it was obvious that he was a person who did not easily express his emotions. The business world is like a battlefield. These people seem to be polite, but when it comes to their own interests, they can resort to any treacherous and sinister means. No matter how many fans Johnson has now, in a place like this, he is the lowest level. Jessica hadn't been by his side. No one would have even looked at him straight in the eye. Chun Rishing kept accepting business cards handed over by others while walking towards the stage in the lobby. As the host, he had to say a few polite words of welcome before starting. Besides his female secretary, there was also a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses following Chun Rishing. He looked to be about the same age as Jessica and the others, about 24, 25 years old. As soon as he walked in, he scanned the lobby, and his attention was quickly attracted by Jessica, Qin Yuhan, and a group of people sitting next to the food counter. When Chun Rishing was about to walk onto the stage, he strode towards Jessica, smiling brightly. Jessica, Yuhan, Shuhua, Ting Ting, long time no see. When the girls saw the young man walking over, their expressions did not change. His name is Chunyi. He is Chun Rishing's nephew and also a high school classmate of Jessica and her classmates. However, Chunyi is 1 year younger than Lu Mei and 1 year older than them. When Jessica and the others were in their first year of high school, Chunyi was already in his second year. However, not long after he entered his third year, he went to the United States to study at the Berklee College of Music. Chunyi, I didn't expect you to return to China too. Qin Yuhan spoke first. Chunyi nodded and smiled. Returning to China is a trend now. Many international students around me have returned to China after graduation. Yuhan, who is this? Chunyi looked at Johnson and asked. Qin Yuhan was about to speak when Jessica gave her a look. The two of them communicated with each other through eye contact within a second. Qin Yuhan said directly, he is Jessica's boyfriend Johnson. When the word boyfriend came out of Qin Yuhan's mouth, Chunyi's expression froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. He smiled again and extended his hand to Johnson, saying, Hello, Chunyi. Johnson reached forward and shook his hand. Johnson's hand tightly. Johnson frowned, realizing that the Chunyi in front of him was hostile to him, and the hostility was not small. Love rival? Johnson noticed a hint of anger in Chunyi's eyes and said secretly in his heart. He thought so in his mind, but Johnson didn't let him get away with it. He used just as much force with his right hand. The two men held hands for almost a minute, and veins bulged on their arms. Jessica stepped forward and said, Chunyi, are you sick? Why did you hold hands for so long? Chunyi then smiled bitterly and retracted his hand, his entire palm being pinched red. Except Johnson. Jessica since high school, but Jessica rarely paid attention to him. Jessica knew that Chunyi wanted to join the student union in order to create an opportunity to be with her. She told Lu Mei directly that if Chunyi joined the student union, she would quit. After that, Chunyi kept saying good things to Lu Mei for half a semester, but he still couldn't join the student union. The matter came to nothing when Chun-Yi went abroad to study. How did you two meet? Chun-Yi took the initiative to ask. When I was in high school, I pursued Jessica, but failed to get her after a year. I really want to know how you got Jessica. With just one sentence, he made his position clear to Johnson. No beating around the bush at all. He just wanted to tell Johnson, I like Jessica too, and Jessica and I have known each other since high school. Johnson smiled inwardly when he saw the arrogant look on his face when he spoke, then deliberately took Jessica's hand and replied with a smile. I don't understand romance, and I didn't pursue Jessica much. Jessica and I were together naturally. Others don't know what kind of person Chun-Yi is, but Jessica knew it clearly. This guy's a smooth talker, and 9 out of 10 of his words are lies. These are also what Lu Mei said. Back in high school, this guy had relationships with more than 1 or 2 female classmates. Jessica cooperated very well and let Johnson lead her like this. She even took a piece of cake and handed it to Johnson's mouth and asked gently, You didn't eat enough tonight, have another piece of cake. Johnson opened his mouth and ate it. See this scene. Chun-Ye's heart was burning with anger. Qin Yuhan and Chung Tingting, who were standing by, clearly felt that Chun-Yi was a little angry. But Jessica doesn't like Chun-Yi, and they don't like him either. A smooth-talking man can fool those girls who are ignorant of the world, but he cannot fool these rich girls who are used to big scenes. On the stage, Chen Rixing was still speaking politely. Vincent and Lucy also walked towards Jessica at this time. Seeing Jessica's parents coming, Chun-Yi quickly forced a smile and called out obediently, Hello, Uncle Shui. Hello, Aunt Lu. Lucy nodded, walked around him, and walked to Johnson's side, and asked with concern, Xiao Xiao, did you not eat anything tonight? And he saw you eat several pieces of cake just now. Johnson smiled sheepishly and said, I didn't eat anything. Why didn't you tell me before you came? Lucy reached out and grabbed Johnson's hand, then walked over to the food counter, saying, Don't go hungry at night. If you're not full, eat more. Don't be embarrassed. Auntie is here, and no one will laugh at you. Johnson nodded repeatedly. Not to mention others, even Jessica was extremely envious of this treatment. Mom, you can't forget your daughter just because you have a son-in-law. Chun-Yi stared blankly at the backs of Lucy and Johnson, looking a little confused. This guy, has it been approved by Jessica's parents? Damn bastard. Chapter 75, I also studied music. Chen Rixing spoke on the stage for a few minutes. After everyone applauded together, he came down from the stage. The soft sound of piano music rang out again in the lobby. The business elites inside once again gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat about topics related to making money, such as the economy, market environment, and stocks. Chen Rixing took a glass of red wine from the female secretary, glanced around the lobby, and when he saw Vincent, he walked over. There were not many people in the lobby who were qualified to chat with him. Old Shui, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I think the last time we met was at a charity gala at the beginning of last year, right? You are a busy man. How can you have time to meet with me? Huh? Chen Rixing reached out and patted Vincent on the shoulder and said with a smile, The real estate industry is already a sunset industry. Your company is the future. Where? The 2 big men were being polite to each other. Chen Rixing dragged Chen-Yi to his side and asked, This is your Uncle Shui. Did you call anyone? Of course I did. Chen Rixing smiled and said, This kid has been abroad for 2 years. He is finally not as carefree as he was before. By the way, Jessica, how are you doing recently? Jessica stuck out her tongue mischievously and said with a smile, Uncle Chun, you are busy with all kinds of things, so I won't bother you with my affairs. You girl, just chatting. After being fed by Lucy, Johnson, who was full and satisfied, came over with Lucy again. Vincent also introduced him. His name is Johnson. If nothing goes wrong, he will be my future son-in-law. Uncle. Chen Rixing looked up at Johnson, and Johnson also called him Uncle Chen at this time. Chen Rixing frowned slightly. He suffered from uremia when he was 40 years old. It was his brother, Chun Ye's father, who transplanted a kidney to him, which saved his life. So even though Chun Yi is only Chen Rixing's nephew, Chen Rixing basically treats him the same as his own son. Chen Rixing had long known that Vincent had a baby daughter who was about the same age as Chun Yi. Now that Chun Yi had returned to China, he was trying to bring the 2 of them together, but he didn't expect that Jessica had been taken by someone else. Johnson in front of him, Chen Rixing was slightly stunned. He smiled and asked, Old Shui, whose child is this? Vincent smiled and said, Ordinary family, no background. As soon as he finished speaking, Lucy pinched him from behind and Vincent quickly added, but Jessica's mother, and I don't think much of this. Xiao Xiao is still a good person. Lucy obviously did this because she didn't want Johnson to have any psychological burden, and Johnson felt a little warmer at his heart. When Chun Yi, who was standing next to Chun Rishing, heard this, he sneered in his heart. Ordinary family. No background. Haha, isn't this just finding a live-in son-in-law? Is he working in your company now? Chun Rishing asked. Vincent shook his head and said, he and Lao Lu's daughter opened a startup company together. I spoke to Lao Lu on the phone a few days ago. It's true. I heard that the company is currently developing well. Really? Upon hearing this, Chun Rishing knew that Chun Yi and Jessica were no longer possible. He patted Chun Yi on the head and taught him a lesson. I asked you to study MBI, management studies, but you didn't want to study it. Instead, you insisted on going to Berkeley. If you study management, I would have given you a small company to try your hand at. Chun Yi was about to retort, but Johnson smiled and said, actually, there's nothing wrong with studying music. I majored in music in college. Suddenly interrupt with a word. It silenced everyone around him. Chun Yi was delighted and asked hurriedly, Johnson, are you also studying music? Which university did you attend? Johnson replied, truthfully, Magic City Conservatory of Music. Magic City Conservatory of Music? Chun Yi was stunned at first. Then he suppressed his laughter and asked knowingly, is this a 985 university or a 211 university? Seeing the successful expression on Chun Yi's face, Johnson's face turned cold. Neither. Chun Rishing also smiled proudly at this time and said, this kid of mine is quite talented in music. He was one of the candidates for the international piano competition last October. Speaking of this, Chun Yi felt that if he didn't show his talents, he would miss such a good opportunity. He pointed to the piano in the corner of the lobby and said, Uncle, today is your birthday, and there are so many distinguished guests. How about I play a song to cheer you uncles and aunts up? Okay. Chun Rishing brought Chun Yi here today because he wanted people in this circle to get to know him. Chun Rishing clapped his hands and said loudly, please be quiet, everyone. Let me introduce you. This is my nephew Chun Yi. He just came back from studying abroad in Berkeley. Today I would like to take this opportunity to play a song for you to liven up the atmosphere. Please listen to it. Chun Rishing is the host after all. As soon as he spoke, the hall really became quiet. Chun Yi noticed that everyone's eyes were on him, and his face was filled with unconcealable joy. Before he walked towards the piano, he deliberately glanced at Jessica and Johnson. Walking to the piano, Chun Yi sat down upright. With his body straight and his shoulders still, he quickly slid his 10 fingers across the keys. After making sure that there was no problem with the sound of the piano, he took a deep breath and finally began to play. Berklee College is a university that everyone who studies music knows about. Countless stars have graduated from this university and now debuted as singers. Chun Yi has studied music for many years at Berkeley and majored in piano, so naturally his piano level is not low. He was playing a fast-paced piece of music that Johnson had never heard of before, but which must be a well-known piece of music in this world. I have to say that Chun Yi has indeed put a lot of effort into playing the piano. His fingers move lightly on the keys, very skillfully. After Chun Yi finished playing the piece, he stood up and bowed to express his gratitude to the people in the lobby. Good. Applause and cheers immediately broke out in the lobby. Chun Yi treated this as his own piano concert and bowed to all sides like a gentleman. At this time, Johnson still didn't respond. Jessica was the first to get impatient. She shouted, Mom and Dad, Johnson can play the piano too. Let him play a song too. This, if it were at home, Vincent and Lucy would certainly have no objection. But in front of so many people, and Chun Yi just played a flawless song, if Johnson made any mistakes or played poorly, then Lucy asked, Johnson, do you want to play? Johnson glanced at Jessica, who was looking at him fiercely, as if she would fight him to death if he didn't agree. He could only nod and smile at Lucy. Auntie, I can do it. Jessica hurriedly praised. Mom, let me tell you, Johnson is amazing. In addition to piano, he can play guitar, drums, and so on. Seeing that Johnson could still laugh at this time, Vincent nodded and said, Then go ahead, don't be nervous. Good. Johnson stepped forward, and when he passed by Chun Yi, he clearly saw Chun Yi giving him a sarcastic smile. Johnson curiously, looking at the familiar piano keys in front of him, Johnson's slightly nervous mood suddenly calmed down. If he were asked to say a few words on the stage in front of so many people, he might be nervous. But if he were asked to play the piano, which he is best at, in front of so many people, he would definitely not be nervous and might even be a little excited. Johnson, sitting in front of the piano, exudes confidence, just like a swordsman who has obtained a good sword or a hero who has obtained a secret manual. He glanced in Jessica's direction. I already have a song in mind that I want to play. After briefly recalling the music he had played countless times in that world, Johnson raised his hands, and the sound of the piano floated out like gurgling water in gentle breeze. Chapter 76 to Jessica. If Suona is the king of musical instruments in China, then the piano is the king of musical instruments abroad. Its sound is by no means comparable to the onomatopoeia in the computer, and the sound quality is simply not on the same level. This is why a good piano can be sold at a sky-high price of hundreds of thousands or even millions. This piano can be placed in the banquet building on the top floor of a five-star hotel, so it is naturally worth a lot of money, and there is no problem with the sound. As Johnson's hands danced on the piano keys, the entire hall was silent, and no sound could be heard except the sound of the piano. This song is called To Alice, and it was composed by a talented pianist named Beethoven in that world. Anyone who has a little knowledge of music must know this song. It is no exaggeration to say that this piece of music is worthy of being ranked among the top 10 piano pieces. But in this world, no one has ever heard this song. So when a unique piano sound floated in the lobby, everyone was intoxicated by it. This gradual, soft, and pleasant sound cleansed everyone's ears and calmed people's emotions inexplicably. Thousands of people, thousands of faces. Different people will have different feelings when hearing this piano piece. Some people close their eyes and feel as if they're on the beach, with the blue sea and waves rising and falling in front of them. Some people close their eyes and feel as if they are in a bamboo forest, surrounded by green bamboos and the breeze blowing the bamboo leaves. Some people close their eyes as if there's an ear cleaner holding various tools, cleaning their ears, itchy, tingling. As everyone was enjoying the performance, Johnson also gradually got into the groove. His body swayed with the sound of the piano, his slender fingers moved quickly across the keys, and his entire temperament changed. Jessica, Qin Yuhan, and a group of people looked at Johnson, who was immersed in the sound of his piano, like crazy fans. Vincent had a faint smile on his face, and he seemed to have a little more approval of Johnson. Lucy beside him excitedly held Vincent's hand. If it weren't for the silence around her, she would have wanted to boast loudly. "Did you see that? That's my uncle-in-law." Chun Yi, who was standing next to Chun Rishing, looked at Johnson in amazement. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and his mouth was big enough to fit a ping-pong ball. He could never have dreamed of it. A country bumpkin who graduated from a crappy music college in China can actually play such beautiful piano music. What kind of song is this? Why haven't I heard of it? How could I not have heard piano music of this level? Chun Yi seemed to have suffered a critical hit of 10,000 points. He couldn't believe that such piano music was played by Johnson. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 3 minutes later, Johnson finished perfectly, and the piano slowly faded away. He stood up and nodded slightly to everyone. A few seconds later, there was thunderous applause. Everyone in the hall seemed to be whispering to each other, praising the song. Johnson walked back to Jessica. Jessica hugged Johnson's arms and asked eagerly, "Johnson, what song is this? It's so beautiful. I wrote it myself, and I haven't decided on a name yet. How about calling it? To Jessica ? To Jessica. Naturally, it means to give it to Jessica." Hearing Johnson's words, Jessica's cheeks turned red with embarrassment. Just when the two were expressing their affection, Chun Yi, who had just come to his senses, suddenly said, "Impossible. How could you have written this song yourself?" Johnson didn't care about Chun Yi's doubts. He smiled and asked, "You graduated from Berkeley, so you must have heard countless piano pieces. Have you heard this piano piece before?" No, Chun Yi said confidently. "But this could never have been written by you." "Oh." Johnson laughed and didn't argue with him any further. But at this moment, a woman in a purple dress, holding a red wine glass, walked towards Johnson. She nodded to Vincent, Chun Rishing, and the others as a greeting, then walked directly to Johnson and praised him. "You play really well." "Thanks. What's the name of this song? Why haven't I heard of it before?" Qin Yuhan seemed to know this woman. She stepped forward and said with a smile, "Sister Shangguan, it's normal that you haven't heard of it. This was written by Johnson himself." "You wrote it yourself?" The woman Qin Yuhan called Sister Shangguan was stunned for a moment. Then she showed a charming smile and said, "No wonder. I usually listen to a lot of music. How could I not have heard such a beautiful song before? "You are amazing." Where Johnson scratched his head and pretended to be confused. Qin Yuhan saw Johnson like this and hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Sister Shangwan is the founder and chief designer of the Yunxiang brand. She has very high taste. Johnson, you should be happy that you are praised by Sister Shangwan. Hearing this, Johnson felt even more embarrassed and didn't know what to say. The Yunxiang brand is a national trend brand that has just emerged in China in recent years. It mainly designs clothing and jewelry. Every time a new product is released, hundreds of thousands of people rush online to grab it, and it is extremely popular among wealthy people. As the 34-year-old founder, Shang Wanyu is well known in the socialite circle of Shanghai. She smiled slightly, took out a business card from her bag, and handed it to Johnson, saying, "If you want to post this piece online later, remember to give me a link. I like to listen to this kind of pure music when I design." "Okay, no problem." Johnson took the business card with both hands and replied. Shang Wanyu smiled slightly in response and walked away. Looking at the business card in Johnson's hand and Johnson surrounded by the crowd, Chun Ye's face turned dark. Although Johnson said nothing, he still felt he had been publicly humiliated. A sense of shame arises spontaneously. He was obviously very angry and furious, but he couldn't find any way to vent. Johnson suddenly became a hot commodity and was soon surrounded by the aunties again. Jessica hadn't seen her mother so happy in a long time. She looked up at Johnson's profile and thought to herself, "It doesn't seem so bad to have this guy as a boyfriend." An hour later, Vincent made an excuse and left the hotel with his family early. On the way back, Lucy was still immersed in joy. She told Johnson more than once, "When you have nothing to do, come home more often." Johnson agreed immediately. After driving Jessica's parents back to the villa, it was already late, so Johnson and Jessica changed back to the company car and hurried home. After coming out of the yard, Jessica took out her mobile phone and chatted with Qin Yuhan and others in the group. She was very happy tonight, but several girlfriends in the group are complaining. "Jessica, it's all your fault. On the way home, my mom kept urging me to find a boyfriend. I'm almost annoyed to death." Same, my mom urged me to. Ha ha, it looks like we all share the same pain. It's all Jessica's fault. Blame Jessica +1. Blame Jessica +2. Jessica looked at her phone and laughed all the way. Chapter 77. Old woman, come out and speak. The next morning, Jessica drove to the small building early with breakfast bought on the roadside. As soon as they entered the room, Johnson took the breakfast from her and said, "Let's eat quickly. Let's go finish shooting the MV early today so that we can stay at home and write the album later." "Okay." Jessica was in a good mood and agreed as soon as she opened her mouth. The two went out at 8:15, and after arriving at the scene, Johnson quickly entered the shooting state. A day passed quietly, and at the end of the evening, Johnson handed the phone to Jessica and said, "Jessica, please help me buy some Starbucks and share it with everyone." Although the company will pay for the MV shooting, Johnson still feels that he should express his gratitude. Don't underestimate these small favors. If these things accumulate and spread, they will improve your reputation and popularity. Jessica raised her phone and said, "I have money." "Okay, then buy it for me and I'll reimburse you later." "Tisk." Jessica raised her little head and said disdainfully, "How much money do you have?" Johnson laughed. "That's a lot. Has the previous notice fee been paid?" Johnson shook his head. "All my previous announcement fees are gone. My current savings are all from the agency fees for my songs." "Gone?" Jessica asked anxiously. "How could it be gone? Did the program crew not give it to us? Or did the company not issue it?" Johnson explained, "I have already discussed it with May. I won't take any notice fee. The contract has also been changed from 6 months to 5 years. I also have 20% of the company's shares now." "Huh, your father should also know about this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such things to others last night." Jessica was a little slow to react. She thought for a while, twisted Johnson's arm, and yelled, "You're so good. You didn't even tell me about this." "Didn't I tell you now?" Johnson put the phone in his pocket, rubbed his hands, and smiled. "I did this mostly for you." "For me?" Johnson shrugged his shoulders and said nonchalantly, "Your parents say they don't care about this, but which parent in the world doesn't want their daughter to marry a man with better conditions? I am now a shareholder of the company. Although Eyang Agency is not comparable to Ziha Dance, it at least has a reputation." Jessica didn't quite understand. In the distance, after the field management team was ready, Feng Ping shouted, "Johnson, we can continue." "Coming." Johnson agreed, reached out and patted Jessica's head and said, Go buy it quickly. Once we finish shooting this scene, it's over. After saying that, Johnson ran towards Fong Ping. Jessica absent-mindedly drove to a nearby Starbucks. And while waiting for the staff to make her coffee, she kept thinking about what Johnson had just said. I do this mostly for you. Jessica thought about it. I just laughed for no apparent reason. This guy said he doesn't know how to make girls happy. No one in the world can say these sweet words better than you. Half an hour later, Jessica came back driving. We happen to be shooting the last shot here, which will be used in the MV of the song 10 Years. The general plot is that Johnson and Zhou Ying stand face to face by the river. Johnson holds Zhou Ying's cheeks with his hands, and then Zhou Ying raises her hand to wipe her tears. Finally, the two turn around and walk in two opposite directions. After walking a few steps, Zhou Ying looks back at Johnson, and after walking a few more steps, Johnson also looks back at Zhou Ying. The overall goal is to express the feeling of missing each other. Johnson and Zhou Ying had been shooting the MV together for 2 or 3 days and had developed a good understanding of each other. After listening to the director's brief outline, the two of them quickly began to perform. Seeing Johnson and Zhou Ying's affectionate scene by the river, Jessica groaned in the car. Although she knew it was just an act, she was still a little unhappy. Jessica, he's filming a music video. Why are you jealous of this? If he films a kissing scene in the future, won't you go crazy? Behead, behead, behead. If he dares to film a kissing scene, I'll make him a eunuch. Jessica, are you crazy? Your boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Johnson is just an act for your parents. You're just his assistant now. What's wrong with the assistant? I'm still a shareholder of the company. He is now too. I'm really going crazy. Johnson, you idiot, you've made me schizophrenic. Fortunately, Johnson and Zhou Ying performed this scene once and passed it. Director Fong Ping called out cut and shouted to the people around him, "Okay, our filming ends here. Thank you for your cooperation." Clap, clap, clap. A group of people clapped their hands. Johnson also waved to Jessica in the car at this time. Jessica reacted and hurried over with the coffee she bought. Johnson took the cups one by one, handed them to the staff around him, and kept saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your hard work." The 5-day shoot finally came to an end. The variety shows recorded in the previous 1 or 2 months were also broadcasted during this period, and the response was very good. Johnson's Weibo fans continued to increase. On the way back, Johnson, who had nothing to do, took the initiative to ask, "What do you want to eat tonight?" Jessica was scrolling through her circle of friends and replied unintentionally, "Whatever. Eat outside." "No, I'm tired of eating it." "Noodle. It's easy to gain weight." "Rice then." "I don't want to eat." "So what do you want to eat?" "Casual." Johnson was speechless. While waiting for the red light, an idea suddenly occurred to him. "Oh, by the way, when I was cleaning the underground utility room a few days ago, I found a brand new barbecue grill inside, and there was also smokeless charcoal next to it. How about we make some barbecue ourselves tonight?" "Okay, I haven't had barbecue for a long time." Now, Jessica finally became interested in a group of little fans of big stars at this moment. Qin Yuhan, "Sisters, what are you doing?" Chung Tingting, "Thinking of a man." Shun Shuhua, "Missing a man +1." Qin Yuhan, "We haven't met for a long time. Let's get together tonight." Chung Tingting, "I can do anything." Shuhua, "At Jessica, old woman, come out and speak." Jessica didn't care at all that Shun Shuhua called her an old woman. She typed quickly with her thumbs, "I'm busy. I don't have time to deal with you." In the big villa, Qin Yuhan, who was lying on the sofa, heard Jessica talking and sat up and sent a voice message. "What are you busy with? Are you with Johnson?" "Yeah." Jessica also replied in voice. "Any questions?" /disdain emoticon. /disdain +1 emoticon. /disdain +2 emoticon. "We're going to the supermarket now. Johnson said we should make barbecue at home tonight. It is the most comfortable night to have barbecue and drink beer on this day." Jessica couldn't help but show off in the group. After hearing this voice message, Qin Yuhan patted her long legs and sent a voice message in the group. "Shua, Ting Ting, I'm leaving for Johnson's place right away. I can't let Jessica eat alone. If you're leaving, let me know and I'll pick you up." Shun Shua immediately replied, "I'm signing up. Come pick me up." Chung Ting Ting, hurry up, I can't wait any longer." Jessica quickly said, Hey, what are you doing? I didn't invite you." No one in the group responded. Jessica snorted and stamped her feet, saying, "I'm speechless." Johnson smiled and said, "If they want to come, they can come. We could just buy more at the supermarket later." Yes, You're the good person. Chapter 78, Uncle. You are so awesome. The sun sets. The setting sun dyed the sky red. The courtyard door was open and gusts of evening breeze blew in, but it wasn't very hot. After buying a lot of barbecue ingredients from the supermarket, Johnson started to work, cutting the meat into pieces and skewering them with bamboo sticks. Johnson almost always orders whenever he eats barbecue. He even thinks they taste better than meat skewers, but he has a lot of work to do, so the task of washing the vegetables is given to Jessica. In the kitchen, one was washing and the other was cutting. By the time the three young ladies, Qin Yuhan, Shun Shuhua, and Cheng Tingting, arrived, both of them had almost finished preparing. These three young ladies did not come empty-handed. Shun Shuhua and Cheng Tingting each held a bottle of Budweiser beer, and Qin Yuhan held a bottle of freshly squeezed juice that she seemed to have made herself. Seeing Johnson and Jessica working together in the kitchen, Qin Yuhan stepped forward and said with a chuckle, "Now I know what it means to work together without getting tired. Johnson, you are amazing for letting Miss Shue stay in the kitchen to work." Jessica turned around and rolled her eyes at Qin Yuhan. "Shut up and come help me." Johnson washed his hands, dried them on his apron, and said with a smile, "I'll move the grill to the yard. I'll leave this to you. Be careful not to get your hands pricked by the bamboo sticks." Go ahead, go ahead." Johnson left. Qin Yuhan stepped forward and gently slapped Jessica on the butt, laughing softly. "Jessica, tell me the truth. How far have you and Johnson progressed?" Jessica was about to speak. Qin Yuhan hurriedly said, "Don't tell me that you and Johnson are just friends. Do you believe that?" Jessica swallowed the words back when they came to her lips. She deliberately changed the subject and said, "Why are you so gossipy? Coming here to eat skewers can't shut you up. Come and help." "Fisk, you're still embarrassed." In the basement utility room, Johnson moved the barbecue grill, which seemed to have never been used, to the outside yard and used a few pieces of solid alcohol to light the smokeless charcoal inside. Johnson went back to the kitchen and got a large plate, poured the barbecue dip into it, and took it out. There was originally a set of stone table and stone chairs in the yard, which should have been left by the previous owner. Shun Shuhua and Cheng Tingting were very tactful and wiped them clean. While the charcoal fire was burning, Jessica and Qin Yuhan also brought out the skewered ingredients from the kitchen. "It looks like I can have a feast today. I have to take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments." Jessica hurriedly said, "Don't include Johnson in the film. He's an artist." "Don't worry." Johnson became a grill master and started grilling skewers. Unconsciously, it was getting dark. For girls were sitting at the table next to them, chatting and laughing. Johnson was not in a hurry to oil, turn over, and season the skewers. He quickly brought a plate of grilled meat to the table and said with a smile, "Come and try it." Cheng Tingting held her cheeks and said lovingly, "It's so lucky that a big star grilled skewers for us personally." Jessica was not polite at all. "I didn't ask you to come. You vixens came on your own." Qin Yuhan puffed out her chest and said righteously, "Jessica, why are you so stingy? You have to learn to share." Jessica glanced at Qin Yuhan, stared at her chest, and said, "Did you put something in it today? It's obviously not this big." After being exposed by Jessica, Qin Yuhan blushed and said, "It's none of your business." Huh. Jessica picked up a skewer of meat and snorted, "Scheming bitch." Johnson walked away awkwardly and continued to work as a barbecue chef. Unconvinced, Qin Yuhan also began to reveal some embarrassing things about Jessica. The four girls took turns talking and revealed all the secrets between their best friends. After hearing those private things between girls, Johnson wished he could find a hole to crawl into. "Are these topics something I can listen to without paying? You guys really don't treat me as an outsider." Johnson smiled helplessly. It turns out that these young ladies are no different from ordinary people in private. Johnson played dumb and focused on the barbecue. Just at this moment, outside the yard, a little girl with pigtails appeared. She looked about 6 or 7 years old. At this moment, she opened her big, bright eyes and stared at the delicious skewers of meat in Johnson's hand. Johnson accidentally looked up and saw her, and was also stunned for a moment. Maple Leaf Road is lined with small Western-style buildings. People who can afford to buy these small Western-style buildings have well-off families. Usually, people pass by this road in the morning when people go to work or in the evening when people get off work. You will hardly see anyone at other times. The little girl was wearing a very strange skirt. If Johnson guessed correctly, she was cosplaying a character from an anime or game. She looked very cute. This should not be a lost child, but a child from a nearby family. Johnson saw her standing at the door swallowing her saliva, and suddenly remembered the time when he was a child cooking in the kitchen, and Xiao Yuer followed him with a greedy look on her face. Johnson took 2 skewers of tenderloin, brushed them with a little dipping sauce, walked to the door, squatted down, and asked, "Little boy, why are you here alone? Where are your parents?" The little girl pointed to the house next door and said in a baby voice, "That's my house." Johnson looked in the direction of her finger and realized that it was his neighbor next door. Seeing the little girl drooling, he handed her the skewer and said, "Here, it's for you. It's getting late. Go home." "Thank you, uncle." The little girl bent down 90 degrees to express her gratitude to Johnson. Then she took the 2 skewers of meat from Johnson's hands with her little hands at the same time and walked away with small steps, full of satisfaction. This little girl has a pair of particularly lively big eyes and looks super cute, the kind that makes you want to kiss her pink face at first sight. She speaks in a baby voice and is very polite, which makes her very likable. Johnson smiled, stood up, and went back to the yard. "Who are you talking to?" "A kid from a neighbor's house next door. Maybe she came here because of the scent. The little girl is so cute." Shin Shuhua asked, "Isn't our Jessica cute?" Jessica was numb. She chewed something and said, "I'm already 24 years old. Do you think I could be described as cute?" "Ha!" Everyone in the yard burst into laughter. After a while, Johnson finished baking 2 more plates. When he was about to sit down and take a break, the little girl came over again. This time, after being discovered by Johnson, she even walked into the yard. She glanced at Johnson, then at the skewers on the plate, smacked her lips, lowered her head, and muttered, "Uncle, I want to eat more." Jessica, Qin Yuhan, and the others saw the cute little girl at the door. They quickly waved and said, come here, sister has some here. Eat as much as you want." The little girl really passed away. Johnson also moved forward and sat down on a chair. The little girl took 2 bites, her mouth full of oil. Seeing that several older sisters were looking at her, she felt a little embarrassed, but she didn't blush. She tilted her head back, stretched out her little hand, and pulled Johnson's hand, and said like a little adult, "Uncle, you are amazing. You have so many wives." "Huh, puff. Ha, 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 ha." Chapter 79, the little girl is so cute. "Jessica, you have to hold on tight." When the 4 girls heard what the little girl said, they all burst into laughter. Jessica and Qin Yuhan were the most exaggerated, laughing so hard that tears were about to come out. Johnson, with her big, bright eyes, with a dazed look on her face, as if asking Johnson, "Were your wives laughing at?" "Well," Johnson took a tissue and wiped the oil stains off the girl's mouth, explaining, "They're all my uncle's friends, not my wives. Besides, a man can only have 1 wife." "Is that so?" The little girl raised her head to digest the knowledge she had just absorbed, and not long after, she continued to eat. Although her eating manner is not elegant, it makes the little girl look even cuter. Johnson opened a can of beer and drank it leisurely, while Jessica and the others continued to tease this naive girl. 7 or 8 minutes later, Towsy, a female voice sounded outside. Johnson realized that the woman outside might be looking for the little girl, so he quickly asked, "Is that your mother outside?" The little girl nodded. At this moment, it was already dark. Although there were streetlights, there was no one on the street. The woman, who looked to be around 30 years old, looked out the door of her house, and when she didn't see her daughter, she anxiously looked towards the next door. After all, at this time, only Johnson's small yard had its door open, and there was fragrance wafting from the yard. The woman was about 1.55 meters tall and was wearing a small floral dress. She looked quite young, but the girl must be 6 or 7 years old, and the woman was at least close to 30 years old. When the little girl saw her mother coming over, she quickly hid the skewers in her hand behind her back. However, the oil stains on her mouth betrayed her. She didn't feel it was spicy when she was eating it, but now it was so spicy that she gasped. "I'm so sorry." As the woman walked to the door and saw her daughter, she bowed 90 degrees to Johnson, exactly the same as the little girl did when she thanked him just now. "This? No, between neighbors. Is it necessary to perform such a big ceremony?" Johnson was so embarrassed that he stood up and said with a smile, "No, it's okay. The child came here because she smelled the fragrance. She said she lived next door, so I—" "Thank you." The woman bowed again, which confused Johnson. But Jessica seemed to have seen through the clues. She asked, "You are not Chinese, are you?" The woman said quickly, "I'm from Japan. My name is Chiba Keiko. I've lived in China for 9 years. It's our first meeting. Please take care of me." After that, Chiba Keiko pointed at the little girl and said, "She is my daughter, Tao Mei Ching. She is almost 7 years old." Johnson finally came to his senses. It turns out he is from the island country. I said, "How polite." Chiba Keiko felt a little embarrassed when she saw her daughter's mouth full of oil. Although she has lived in China for 9 years, her taste in food has not changed much. She never eats or cooks barbecue, which she considers to be barbaric. This is probably why Taozi is so greedy. "Taozi, go home with Mom." Chiba Keiko walked up to Taozi and took her hand, preparing to go back. Taozi still had the unfinished skewers in her hand. Johnson smiled and said, "Let her take it back and eat it. We grilled it ourselves. It's very clean." "Thank you. I'm really sorry to bother you." "It's okay." Johnson rubbed Taozi's little head and said with a smile, "We are neighbors. There's no need to be so polite." "Thank you." Chiba Keiko took Taozi away. Before leaving, Taozi looked back at Johnson deliberately with some reluctance in her eyes. Her big watery eyes, in Chiba Keiko's hometown dialect, were very kawaii. Qin Yuhan smiled and said, "The little girl is so cute. Jessica, you guys better hold on tight." "Hold on to what?" "Hurry up and give birth to an equally cute baby." Qin Yuhan. Jessica slapped the table. She originally wanted to intimidate Qin Yuhan, but she didn't consider that the table was made of stone. The slap turned her palm red. Johnson didn't dare to join in their previous conversation and drank his beer in silence. The night gradually deepened. The wind seemed to be getting stronger. Johnson felt it was a bit boring to continue eating and drinking like this, so he got up and went downstairs to take the guitar Jessica gave him to the yard. When Shun Shuhua saw the guitar in Johnson's hand, she quickly put down her beer and asked expectantly, "Big Star, are you going to sing for us?" Johnson smiled and said, "I have a song that is almost ready. I will sing it for you today. Please give me feedback later." "Wow, it seems that our trip today is really worth it." Johnson sat down on the chair, briefly recalled the lyrics of the whole song, and then he plucked the strings with both hands and sang. We stopped and walked along the way, following the traces of the boy's drift. The moment before leaving the station, I was a little hesitant. The song "The Wind Rises" was first sung by an internet singer with the stage name My La Jiao Yongquan. Later, after being covered by Wu Qingfeng, the song became popular and won the Golden Melody Award at the Asian New Songs Chart's annual list. In those years, it was very popular. This song is often played on the campus radio, and many netizens express their feelings when listening to it again a few years later. This song is perfect to sing on a quiet night like this. The four girls were quickly attracted by Johnson's singing and were all intoxicated by it. A melodious tune. The voice sounds leisurely yet magnetic, and it has a magical power that catches the ears. I was once unable to extricate myself from the world. Also indulge in dream talk. Don't be true or false. Don't struggle. Don't be afraid of being laughed at. I once turned my youth into her. I also used to play the summer with my fingertips. Just follow your heart and go with the flow. Taozi, who had just finished eating skewers of meat next door, was being taken by Chiba Keiko to wash her hands in the yard. When they heard the sound coming from the other side of the wall, both mother and daughter were stunned. Taozi rubbed the soap bubbles on her hands, pointed at the wall, and shouted, "It's Uncle's voice." Chiba Keiko put her finger to her mouth, motioning Taozi to be quiet. Taozi nodded and really stopped talking. It was not until Johnson finished singing the last line and the guitar music ended that Chiba Keiko blinked and said, "Is the uncle next door a singer? He sings so beautifully." "Mom, how about Taozi go ask that uncle?" "No." Chiba Keiko quickly stopped him. "It's already late. We can't disturb them anymore." "Oh." Taozi turned on the faucet, washed her hands, and then skipped back to the living room. On the sofa, a man wearing glasses was drawing on his iPad with an Apple Pencil. The walls around the living room were covered with various posters and photos of anime characters. It was a simple two-dimensional decoration style. Pa pa pa. Johnson finished singing. The four girls quickly applauded, all with infatuated looks on their faces. "That sounds wonderful. Johnson, you are amazing. What's the name of this song?" Johnson put down his guitar and laughed. "Just call it The Wind Rises." "It sounds like a great story." Jessica asked, "Is this the song you plan to put on the new album?" Johnson nodded and said, "One of the hit songs. What do you think?" "It's just too nice to hear. It's a pity that I didn't record it just now. Otherwise, I would definitely listen to it when I get back. I envy Jessica so much." +1. +1. A few people were chatting and laughing, and time soon came to around 9 o'clock and almost 10 o'clock. Shen Shuhua and Chung Tingting had both drunk some wine and were obviously tipsy. Chin Yuhan had been drinking the juice she brought with her because she had driven here. So Chin Yuhan was the driver on the way back. Drive slower on the road. Johnson stood at the gate of the yard and waved to the 3 people in the car. Thank you for your hospitality tonight, Big Star. You are welcome. Then let's go. See you later. Bye. The car drove away. Johnson closed the yard gate and moved the barbecue grill to the side. Seeing Jessica sitting there in a daze, Johnson asked her to sit in the living room while he cleaned up the mess. By the time Johnson finished washing the dishes and made a cup of strong tea to sober Jessica up, Jessica had already fallen asleep on the sofa. What should I do now? Johnson held the teacup, feeling a little embarrassed. I was drunk and couldn't drive, let alone Jessica. How about calling Jessica's mother? No, she can't tell her mother. Even if she knows, she may not pick her up. She is anxious to have a grandchild. Alas, I should have asked Chin Yuhan to send Jessica back together. Johnson thought for a while, then sighed to himself. Forget it. I'll just sleep on the sofa tonight. Johnson put down the teacup, walked forward and picked up Jessica. Fortunately, Jessica was not heavy, so Johnson carried her to his room easily. After taking off her shoes, covering herself with a blanket, and setting the air conditioner to 27 degrees, Johnson turned off the lights and came out of the room. Nothing happened overnight. Chapter 80, I have a new candidate. A beam of sunlight shone onto the bed through the gap in the curtains. Jessica lay on her side in the middle of the bed, with a pillow under her head and another pillow held in her arms. As for the quilt on her body, she had kicked it to the ground in the middle of the night. A night of hangover. It was past 9 o'clock when she woke up in a daze. My head is still a little dizzy, and I have an uncomfortable feeling of being lightheaded. There was still a faint scent of laundry detergent on the pillowcases and sheets, and Jessica realized that this was not her bed. She was in a daze for a few seconds, then suddenly sat up in bed. Look around. The scene seems somewhat familiar. Isn't this Johnson's room? Jessica woke up instantly, and she looked down at herself. The clothes are still there. There is no pain anywhere on my body. Phew. It seems that nothing of the melodramatic plots commonly seen in TV dramas happened last night. Jessica got up, put on her shoes, gently opened the door, and, after seeing that there was no one outside, she got up and went downstairs. On the dining table, there was a glass of milk, a hot dog, a small piece of steak, and a poached egg, with a note left on a sticky note next to it. The note read, "I'm recording a song downstairs. You can heat it up in the microwave and eat it." Jessica smiled sweetly and put the breakfast on the plate into the microwave. She sat down on the sofa with a glass of milk, where there was a folded quilt. It seems that Johnson slept on this sofa last night. Jessica pursed her lips and cursed softly. What an idiot. Basement. In the recording studio. Johnson spent several hours recording the song, The Wind Rises. Instead of uploading it to a network disk or cloud disk, he directly copied the file using a USB flash drive. After all, the internet is not safe these days. In that world, there have been many cases of people becoming infamous because of computer information leaks or hacking, and Edison Shun is an example of this. Although there was nothing shameful in Johnson's computer, it would still be a loss if the recorded songs were exposed in advance. It is always right to be cautious in this regard. After recording The Wind Rises, Johnson looked at the time and found that it was only 10:15. When he was hesitating whether to continue recording the next song, he suddenly thought of Shang Guanyu, whom he met at the business party a few nights ago. Thinking that Shang Guanyu had specially left a business card for him, Johnson quickly closed his notebook and sat down in front of the piano. About 40 minutes later, Johnson found the business card, picked up his phone, and dialed the number on it. Magic City, in the design studio of Yunshang Company. Shang Guanyu is selecting new clothing samples to be released in the coming fall. The secretary stood there holding a pile of samples, and Shang Guanyu kept taking the factory-made samples from her. Didn't I say the buttons on the sleeves should be made of shell material? Why haven't you changed it? They said that if the shells were made into the style you designed, the scrap rate would be more than 50%, which would increase the cost a lot. I don't care. If they can't do it, they can find another factory to cooperate with. Good. Are we hiring new lathe operators in our factory? Yes, the production capacity could not keep up, so Mr. Luo recruited a group of new people, and they are now on the job. Shang Guanyu shook his head and said, "This won't do. The wiring is too rough. I have no objection to the factory hiring new employees, but this standard is definitely not acceptable. Look, the thread ends here haven't even been cleaned up. I'll talk to Mr. Luo later. Oh, by the way," Shang Guanyu put the clothes in his hand back into the secretary's hand and asked, How is the brand spokesperson matter going? The secretary was obviously well prepared. She said, Shinrue himself really wants to cooperate with us, but the agency behind him seems to be dissatisfied with our offer. President Lan is still negotiating with them. Shang Guanyu was about to speak when the cell phone on the table started to ring. Seeing the unfamiliar number, Shang Guanyu hesitated for a moment, but finally answered it. Who? Shang Guanyu asked directly. When most people answer the phone, if it is an unfamiliar number, the first sentence should be hello or hello, etc. When Johnson heard these two cold words coming from the other end of the phone, he was stunned for a moment. He came back to his senses and said hurriedly, I'm Johnson. I wonder if Sister Shangwan still remembers me. Johnson. Shang Guanyu was stunned for a moment, and she quickly remembered the scene at the party a few nights ago. I remember you. Is that song recorded? Johnson smiled and said, It's recorded and available on Penguin Music. You can just search my name and you can see it. Okay, then I won't bother you anymore, bye. After hanging up the phone, Shang Guanyu smiled and was about to continue the previous topic to talk about the company's affairs. But at this time, the female secretary asked cautiously, Boss you, were you talking to Johnson just now? When Shang Guanyu heard this, his expression changed immediately. She met Johnson at the last business party. How did her secretary know him? Shang Guanyu hummed and asked, Do you know him? The female secretary quickly replied, Johnson is the hottest new star in the past 2 months. Anyone who pays attention to the entertainment industry knows him. Is he a star? Yes, he's quite popular recently. The female secretary was very confused. Didn't President Yu know him? Could it be that he didn't know he was a star? Really? Shang Guanyu nodded and instructed, Go and do the things I just mentioned. The school term is about to start, and Yunchang's new fall products must not have any problems. Yes. The secretary left with a bunch of samples. Shang Guanyu held the phone and thought for a while. Then, she sat down in front of her computer, opened the browser, typed the word Johnson in the search box, and pressed enter. Name, Johnson. Occupation, singer, music producer. Introduction, Johnson, a popular male singer and emerging music producer from mainland China and a national champion of the first season of Brilliant Sons. Representative works, Xiaoqiu, Fukua, 10 Years, Blue and White Porcelain, Qilin. Shang Guanyu scrolled the mouse to look at the information on the webpage, with obvious surprise in his eyes. She turned to the last page, then quickly opened Penguin Music and entered Johnson's homepage. Below is a list of all the singles Johnson has released so far. As for the To Jessica he played a few nights ago, he changed it to Late Summer Wind and uploaded it. Shang Guanyu clicked on the first song, Xiaoqiu, and started listening. She originally wanted to design while listening, but after listening to a few sentences, she found that her attention was completely diverted to Johnson's singing. 1, 2, 3. Listen to the last one. Shang Guanyu looked at the music playback interface, took out his cell phone, and dialed Johnson's number. Hey, Sister Shangwan. Johnson, do you have time to chat? About work. Huh? Without waiting for Johnson's reply, Shang Guanyu said, I'll be waiting for you at the Blue Coast Coffee Shop on Changjiang Road at 3 p.m. today. After saying that, Shang Guanyu hung up the phone. Jessica saw Johnson put down his phone and asked in confusion, Who is it? Shang Guanyu. Sister Shangwan. What does she want from you? I don't know. He said he wanted to talk to me about work and asked me to meet him at a coffee shop at 3 in the afternoon. In the design studio, Shang Guanyu called his female secretary. Xiaoling, tell President Lan to put the brand spokesperson on hold. I have a new candidate here. I will talk to him in person this afternoon. Chapter 81, Shut Up and Drive Your Car. 255. In the Blue Coast Coffee Shop, Shang Guanyu, wearing a dark blue knee-length skirt, sat in the corner, drinking coffee alone. She held an iPad in her hand, and as her slender fingers slid across the screen, the posters of Johnson's photos flipped through one by one. The more Shang Guanyu looked at him, the more she felt that compared to those young, handsome guys in the entertainment industry, Johnson was more suitable to be the brand spokesperson for Yunchang. There are 3 reasons. The first reason is that most of the young and handsome guys in the entertainment industry look too similar. In other words, they have no characteristics. These young, handsome guys may be particularly conspicuous among the ordinary crowd, but for those who are used to seeing handsome guys, they are not attractive enough. What's more, if a young, handsome guy is found to be the spokesperson for the Yunchang brand, it will seem too common. The second reason is that as a newcomer in the entertainment industry, Johnson currently has almost no negative reviews in the circle. For a brand spokesperson, apart from appearance, character is also very important because this kind of contract is usually signed for several years. If a brand spokesperson is suddenly banned one day, it will be a blow to the brand. The third reason is simpler. That is, as a rookie, Johnson's signing fee will definitely not be too expensive, at least not more expensive than Shinrue. Johnson and Jessica arrived at the coffee shop on time. There were not many people in the coffee shop at this time. Johnson saw Shangwan Yu sitting in the corner at a glance. The two of them walked over. Sister Shangwan. Shangwan Yu heard the voice, turned off her iPad, looked up at the two of them, smiled slightly, pointed at the seat opposite her, and said, "I thought you were the only one here, so I ordered 2 cups of coffee. Can I order another cup?" "No, I'm not used to drinking coffee." Hearing Johnson's straightforward answer, Shangwan Yu's smile deepened. She said, "I listened to your songs this morning. You sang very well." "Thanks. I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll just get straight to the point. I asked you out because I actually want you to be the brand ambassador for my company." Johnson glanced at Jessica, and there was some surprise in both of their eyes. "Sister Shangwan." "Call me Sister Yu." Sister Shangwan sounded a bit confusing. Johnson nodded and said, "Sister Yu, I just debuted not long ago. Are you sure you want to sign me?" "Yin Shang, I'm the only one who has the final say. If I hadn't thought it through, I wouldn't have asked you out. I trust my instincts. If you've considered it, Sister Yu, then I have no problem with it. It's my honor to be the image spokesperson for a national trend brand like Yun Shang." Shangwan Yu took a sip of coffee and said with a smile, "It's useless if you agree alone. I will have to ask someone to talk to your agency later." Johnson was about to answer. Jessica laughed first and said, "Sister Yu, the company Johnson signed with is Eyong Agency, and the boss of Eyong Agency is Lu Mei." "Lu Mei?" Shangwan Yu put down his coffee, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "Uncle Lu's daughter Lu Mei? I heard the two of them talking to each other." Johnson then realized that these young ladies actually knew each other. It's no wonder. The Demon City is only the size of a palm on the map, and this circle is so small that it's hard for them not to know each other. Johnson searched for the brand Yun Shang on the internet after returning from the hotel that day. Although it is a new national trend brand that has only emerged in recent years, it is quite popular in China. For a woman in her 30s to be able to run such a company, she must have some background. Shangwan Yu immediately smiled and said, "Then this is easy. I'll call her out to talk in a few days. But I have a personal question for you. Since Johnson is an insider, Jessica, aren't you afraid of being photographed by paparazzi by following him like this?" Jessica hurriedly explained, "Sister Yu, my external identity is this guy's assistant." "Is that so?" Shangwan Yu smiled meaningfully and said, "Then you have to keep an eye on him. I don't want Yun Shang's image spokesperson to be replaced after a while." Jessica did not act like a young lady. She said proudly, "Don't worry, Sister Yu. I promise to keep a close eye on him." The momentum with which she said this was as if she had already controlled Johnson. The three of them sat in the coffee shop for more than half an hour and finished talking about the endorsement. On the way back to the company, Shangwan Yu called the female secretary again. "Hey, Xiaoling, tell On Ping that we won't sign Shanrue." "Boss Yu, we have already discussed almost everything with Dongwang Entertainment, and the only thing left is the final issue of the contract fee. I've already discussed this." "Huh, such an important matter was settled in less than an hour while the boss was away." Xiaoling asked tentatively, "Boss Yu, who should we sign then?" "Johnson." Shangwan Yu ordered neatly. "Go and ask the legal department to draft the contract. The signing fee will be based on our previous standards. This matter can be completed within 3 days. Ask the new media department to prepare for the next related matters." "Oh, I'll do it right away." Johnson didn't even ask about the signing fee or anything like that. Lu Mei would talk to Shangwan Yu about it anyway. But Johnson felt that the price shouldn't be very high. "But at this stage, it would be great if a brand asked me to be its spokesperson. After all, as a spokesperson, apart from shooting some commercials and posters, I don't need to do anything else." Jessica was sitting in the co-pilot's seat and said happily, "I didn't expect Sister Yu to like you. You are so lucky." "What does it have to do with luck? Sister Yu chose me to be the spokesperson because I'm handsome and fit the temperament of their brand, right?" "Don't be so conceited." Jessica said, "You have such a good temperament. Before you debuted, you were just an artistic otaku." Johnson blurted out, "Then why did you let me play your boyfriend?" I. Jessica couldn't say anything when the words came to her lips. She crossed her arms and snorted, "Shut up and drive your car." In the small Western-style building, Chiba Keiko is in the kitchen making her best seaweed roll sushi. Little Towsy sat on the floor in the living room and played with toys for a while. She seemed to feel a little bored, so she stood up and walked to her father and asked, "Dad, can you take Taozi out to play?" Tao Yiming, a professional cartoonist, pinched his daughter's pink cheeks and said with a smile, "Dear Taozi, Daddy is working on his manuscript. Go find Mom and see what she is doing." After being rejected by her father, Taozi immediately became a little unhappy. She snorted and cursed her father as a bad father, then jumped off the sofa with her little butt and walked toward the kitchen. "Mom, what are you doing?" Chiba Keiko cut the wrapped seaweed sushi into pieces with a knife and put them neatly into a bento box. "Mom is making sushi." Xiao Taozi sighed in a condescending manner and said helplessly, "Sushi again. I don't like sushi at all. Can you take these sushi to the uncle next door later? You ate his food yesterday, so let's share the sushi with him today." In China, this is called reciprocity. Reciprocity is the norm. Xiao Taozi certainly didn't understand what this meant, but when she thought of the smell of barbecue last night, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She stretched out her little hand, tugged at Chiba Keiko's skirt, tilted her little head high, and urged, "Mom, are you ready? I'll get it to Uncle now. It will be ready soon." Chiba Keiko filled the lunchbox and carefully placed it in a disposable plastic bag. She handed it to Xiao Taozi and said, "Remember to call someone." "I know." Little Taozi took the bag and ran out laughing. Chapter 82. Uncle. You and I are the best friends in the world. Is Uncle not at home? Xiao Taozi pressed the doorbell on the wall twice with her lunchbox in hand. Seeing that no one opened the door, she pouted and waited at the door sullenly. Fortunately, it didn't last long. Johnson drove back and saw Xiao Taozi standing at the door, staring at the car. Jessica rolled down the window and asked, "Xiao Taozi, what are you doing here?" Xiao Taozi found that the person in the car was one of the 4 big sisters from yesterday, and her 2 little canine teeth showed again. "Mom made sushi and asked me to get it to Uncle." Johnson gave Jessica a look, and Jessica got out of the car, took the little girl aside, opened the door with the key, and walked in with the little girl. Johnson parked the car in the back. As soon as he got in, Jessica handed the lunchbox to Johnson and said, "Here, Xiao Taozi's mother made it for you." After saying that, without waiting for Johnson to answer, Jessica stuffed the lunchbox into Johnson's hand, then put her hands on her waist and said indignantly, "Xiao Taozi said that this lunchbox was made by her mother for you, and you must eat it first." Johnson didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at the particularly beautiful sushi in the lunchbox, he still reached out, picked up a piece, and put it in his mouth. It tasted pretty good. On the way back, Johnson and Jessica went to the supermarket to make pasta for dinner. Now that he had a box of sushi, he didn't have to cook dinner. "Thank you, Zaitozi." Johnson patted her head and said, "When you get home later, remember to thank your mother for your uncle." "Good." Xiao Taozi nodded seriously. She pointed at the supermarket shopping bag in Johnson's hand and asked, "Uncle, what did you buy?" Johnson handed the lunchbox to Jessica, who squatted down and asked, "Can I eat now?" "Okay." "Oomph, you stingy guy." Jessica took the lunchbox handed to her by Johnson, tasted a piece, and sat down on the sofa happily. Johnson put the shopping bag on the ground and opened it for Xiao Taozi to see. There are ingredients for cooking in it, but there are 2 packs of snacks to satisfy your cravings. Johnson took it out and handed it to Xiao Taozi. "Here, eat it." Unexpectedly, Xiao Taozi had no interest in these bagged snacks. She turned her head aside and said with a bit of cuteness and seriousness, "Mom said that eating too many snacks is bad for the body. Taozi doesn't like to eat these snacks either." "Huh?" Johnson was a little confused by what he said. This is strange. What child doesn't like snacks? Seeing Xiao Taozi's serious look, Jessica also burst out laughing. "Then there's nothing else to eat at Uncle's house." "I see." Little Peach blinked her eyes and asked in a roundabout way, "But it's very late now. Uncle, don't you want to have dinner?" Johnson pointed at the lunchbox in Jessica's hand and laughed. "These sushi your mother asked you to bring are Uncle's dinner." Ah. When Xiao Taozi heard this, she felt a little disappointed. She had been thinking about having a meal here tonight like she did yesterday. After all, she was tired of sushi. Although Chiba Keiko has lived in China for many years, she can't cook as many delicious Chinese dishes as Johnson. Children are children. Their happiness and unhappiness are all shown on their faces. Seeing Xiao Taozi's expression, Johnson finally understood. This little girl was greedy yesterday, and she probably came here today to eat for free. "How about Uncle make you some pasta?" "Good." Little Peach was so happy that she almost jumped up. "Wait." Johnson pinched Xiao Taozi's cheek, put the other ingredients in the refrigerator, walked into the kitchen, and started making noodles for the little girl. The method of making pasta is relatively simple. With Johnson's skillful operation, a bowl of fragrant pasta is ready in only about 15 minutes. Johnson brought the noodles to the table. Little Peach followed behind Johnson and looked at him eagerly. She really wanted to sit on a chair, but all the chairs at home were high chairs, and she couldn't sit on them at all. Johnson reached under her armpits and easily lifted her up and placed her on the chair. "It smells so good, Uncle, you're so great." Johnson didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He took a fork and handed it to Xiao Taozi, saying, "It's all yours. Eat slowly. Be careful of the heat." "Okay." Little Taozi forked a small ball of dough, blew on it for a long time with her pouty lips, and then put it carefully into her mouth. After chewing a few mouthfuls, and before she even swallowed the noodles in her mouth, she couldn't wait to praise, "Uncle, the noodles you make are 100 times more delicious than those made by my mother." The little girl obviously had no idea about the number 100 times, but Johnson was still very happy to hear the little girl's praise. Leaving the little girl eating noodles alone at the dining table, Johnson and Jessica sat on the sofa, eating sushi piece by piece. Halfway, Lu Mei called and told her about Yin Shang. Johnson didn't expect Shang Wan Yu to be so quick. After a brief chat, he hung up the phone. The little girl was wolfing down her food at the dining table. About 10 minutes later, "Uncle, I'm done eating." Johnson turned his head and looked. My goodness, Little Peach's face was covered with grease from eating, and now she was opening her arms, waiting for Johnson to pick her up from the chair. Johnson originally wanted to wipe her face, but when he thought about how she hid the skewers of meat behind her back last night, he gave up the idea. What if Xiao Taozi went back and lied that she didn't eat anything, and her mother forced her to eat? She might end up overeating. Johnson carried her down, washed the lunchbox, and handed it to Xiao Taozi, and said, "It's getting dark, Xiao Taozi. Go home first. Don't let your mother worry." "Okay." Xiao Taozi took the lunchbox and walked 2 steps. Suddenly, she stopped and turned around to ask, "Uncle, can I come to your house when I have time?" Xiao Taozi's big, bright eyes looked straight at Johnson. How could Johnson bear to refuse? He smiled and said, "Of course. Uncle, you are so kind." Xiao Taozi said solemnly, "I will be your best friend in the future." After saying, Little Peach ran out happily. Johnson was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. "This little girl is so interesting. Do you like it? If you like it, you can have one too." Johnson chuckled and said casually, "Will you give birth to me?" Jessica wanted to retort, but Johnson's words seemed wrong, so she swallowed her words back and her cheeks turned visibly red. "Mom, I'm back." When Chiba Keiko heard Xiao Taozi's voice, she felt relieved. "What took you so long?" I. Xiao Taozi stammered and was about to find an excuse when Chiba Keiko turned around and saw her mouth full of grease. She knew that she was eating next door again. Chiba Keiko felt a little tired. The sushi delivered today was originally intended to repay a favor from yesterday, but the sushi was delivered. However, his own daughter had a big meal at the neighboring house. It seems that this favor cannot be repaid. Chiba Keiko sighed, took 2 tissues, and walked up to ask, "Are you eating at your uncle's house next door again?" "I didn't," Little Peach said loudly. Chiba Keiko was speechless. She wiped Xiao Taozi's mouth clean, then handed the tissue that still smelled of pasta to Xiao Taozi and said, "Smell it yourself." "What's that smell?" After her lie was exposed, Xiao Taozi lowered her head and said in a whisper, "I don't want to eat it either, but the pasta Uncle made is so delicious." "Have you said thank you to your uncle?" "I," Xiao Taozi said. "I'll go and talk to him tomorrow." "Are you going tomorrow?" "Well, I can go to Uncle's house often in the future. Uncle has promised me." Uncle is the best to Xiao Taozi. Chiba Keiko turned to Tao Yiming, who was lying on the sofa, and said, "Dear, did you hear that? Your daughter has fallen in love with someone else." Tao Yiming smiled and said, "It's good to let Xiao Taozi get to know more people. We don't have time to play with her all day. You're spoiling her again." Chapter 83, Who Stole My Contract? Johnson about the progress every day, so Johnson doesn't need to worry about it at all. For several days afterwards, Johnson locked himself in the studio to write and record songs. For the first album, the songs I choose cannot be too random. Johnson initially decided on 9 songs, which should include music of various styles. Even if they cannot be liked by 100% of the people, at least more than 90% of the people should like them. So Johnson was particularly careful when choosing songs. While Johnson was busy recording songs, 5 days later, Eong Agency and Yun Chong Brand had completed the signing of the spokesperson contract. On the morning of the day the contract was signed, Yang Lan drove to the small villa and told Johnson the good news. According to Yang Lan, the endorsement fees of first-line celebrities in the circle are generally between 8 million and 15 million yuan, and the contract period is 2 years. However, under normal circumstances, as long as the celebrity himself does not have too many problems, the contract will generally be renewed after the contract period. Johnson originally thought that the signing fee would be capped at 2 million, but he didn't expect the final signing fee to be as much as 5 million. Johnson was a little flattered when he heard the number. He is an experienced person. He was well aware that the price Shangwan Yu offered was obviously a bit high. Isn't this price a bit high? Yang Lan nodded and said, it's a bit high, but there are additional conditions in the contract. During the contract period, you must wear Yunshang's clothing brand and jewelry when attending public events. Also, didn't you say that you would hold a concert after the new album comes out? Yunshang will also provide sponsorship at that time. That's all right. Yang Lan followed up the topic and asked, how was the writing of your album going? Half done. Yang Lan said, we are going to Yunshang Company the day after tomorrow to take a set of poster photos. We also have to shoot an advertisement. We should be able to finish it in 1 day. I will pick you up then. Okay. Yang Lan stood up and said with a smile, recently, I have received many notices about the album. Johnson knew what Yang Lan was going to say and knew that she was embarrassed to rush him. So he interrupted, I'll get it done as soon as possible. Well, I'll go back first. Call me if you have anything. See you later. Dongwang Entertainment. Shen Rue hurried to the downstairs of the company with his agent. As soon as he got out of the car, he walked quickly into the company. When the secretary of Zhao Zhongqing, chairman of Donghuang Entertainment, saw Shen Rue coming out of the elevator and heading towards the chairman's office, he quickly stepped forward to stop him. Shen Rue, are you looking for Chairman Zhao? Yes. The secretary said hurriedly, then you sit here for a while. I will go and inform Director Zhao. I'll go find him myself. Well, the secretary stopped Shinrue and said, Director Zhao may not be able to come right now, so? Shinrue was about to speak when his agent came up and stopped him, so he gave up. The female secretary walked to the office door and knocked gently. What's up? A man's voice came from the office, and his tone seemed a little unhappy. The female secretary hurriedly said, Director Zhao, Shinrue is here and he wants to see you. Let him wait. Good. The female secretary heard the faint panting sound coming from inside and walked away with a look of disgust. Shortly after she left, a graceful woman walked out of the office. The white shirt is tucked into the tight red skirt, and the slender legs are wearing a pair of lace suspender stockings, matched with a pair of black high heels. This outfit will definitely attract a lot of attention when walking on the street. However, the woman's appearance was rather ordinary. No matter how thick her makeup was, it could not hide her face that had been worn down by time. She wiped the corners of her mouth with toilet paper, glanced at the female secretary through her square-framed glasses, and a smile appeared on the corners of her mouth, as if she was showing off. The female secretary's face was obviously not looking good. This woman was hired as a personal assistant by Mr. Zhao last month. As for what a life assistant does, you can only rely on your imagination. Shinrue and his agent walked to the office door, knocked, and walked straight in. Zhao Zhongqing sat on the chair and asked calmly, What's the matter? Director Zhao, why haven't I signed a contract with Yunshang as the image spokesperson yet? I called Yunshang's CEO, Lan, this morning. Why did she say that the cooperation had been terminated? Zhao Zhongqing asked his agent calmly. Who is responsible for this? Mr. Zhou from the Public Relations Department's Advertising Liaison Department. Zhao Zhongqing picked up a cell phone and made a call. Within 5 minutes, Zhou Sheng, director of the Advertising Liaison Department, rushed over. Zhao Zhongqing asked directly, What's the situation with Yunshang? Zhou Sheng glanced at Shen Rue and said with a guilty conscience, We had already reached the final stage of the discussion, but Yunshang suddenly changed her mind and said that our company's offer was too high and they had other candidates. Other candidates? Shen Rue was confused. He had been striving for cooperation with Yunshang for a long time. With the speed of development of the Yunshang brand, it will definitely become a leader among domestic trend brands in the next 2 years. If I can become the spokesperson for Yunshang, not only can I make money, but if the Yunshang brand becomes popular, I might also become popular. Although this matter has always been discussed between the company's people and Yunshang, Shen Reich has been paying attention to this matter. The collaboration I had been longing for suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Shen Rue's heart sank. Zhao Zhongqing asked, What is our offer? 8 million. Zhou Sheng added, Given Shun Rue's current popularity, asking for 8 million is not excessive. After all, Shun Rue will be holding a nationwide concert tour soon, and his popularity may rise to another level. Which agency snatched our contract halfway through? Yang Brokerage. Zhao Zhongxing raised his eyebrows and asked, which company is Yang Brokerage? Why haven't I heard of it? It's a new agency that opened this year. The company just signed one artist. It's normal that you don't know about it, Mr. Zhao. Shin Rue asked loudly, who is it? Who stole my contract? Johnson. Zhao Zhongxing said, I seem to have heard of this name somewhere. Boss Zhao. He is the champion of brilliant sons. Michael from our company debuted with him. I wanted to come. I even asked someone to contact him. After listening to this, Shen Rue turned around and left the office angrily. Seeing this, his agent quickly followed him. Director Zhao, Eon Brokerage, a new company, dares to snatch the contract from us. Should we give them a warning? Zhao Zhongxing nodded and said, tell Robert to notify everyone that from now on, any show featuring artists under Eon management will not be accepted by artists from Dong Huang Entertainment. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Chapter 84 Yunshang. Asshole. Johnson is a newcomer who just debuted. Why should he compete with me for the spokesperson of Yunshang? I clearly told Zhou Sheng that I could accept a lower price. So why did Zhou Sheng still offer 8 million yuan? In the car, Shen Rue vented his anger indignantly. His current state is like a child whose favorite toy has been taken away. Uncomfortable, anger, unreconciled. These emotions further transformed into hatred. The agent consoled him. I know Mr. Zhao's character. He won't let this go. Just wait and see. Eong Agency will definitely be suppressed by the company. What's the use of that? Shen Rue almost roared. Yunshang has already stopped cooperating with me. As long as Johnson doesn't become popular, Yunshang will definitely regret it. The agent kept comforting her. By that time, Yunshang might reconsider letting you be the spokesperson. After hearing this, Shen Rue took a deep breath and finally calmed down. He asked in a deep voice, how are the arrangements for the concert going? No one will rent the stadium in Shanghai for the next 2 months. As for venues in other cities, I've already contacted them. It is August now, so the concert should preferably start before October. After all, the traffic will be greater during this period. Shen Rue nodded and said, the last song of my new album will be finished soon. August 30th is my birthday, and my new album will be released on that day. What about the concert? If it's going to be held next month, we have to pre-sell the tickets, so we have to confirm the time. September 5th. Okay. The agent wrote down the date and said, I'll make the arrangements. Do you need me to contact other artists in the company to be guests at your concert? Well, I remember there's a new girl in the company named Maria. She dances really well. Let her dance with me. No problem. The agent smiled and said, she's a newcomer. She should be happy to be your guest at the concert. Oh, Shun Rue sneered. Yunshang Company is located in the economic development zone of Shanghai. This place used to be considered a suburb. Although several industrial parks have appeared here in the past 2 years, there's still not much traffic on the road, which is incomparable to the urban area. Yang Lan drove a business car and took Johnson and Jessica straight to the headquarters of Yunshang Company. On the way, Jessica gave Johnson a brief account of Shangguan Yu's resume, and Johnson then realized that Shangguan Yu's background was not ordinary. But it's hard to explain her background in detail. To put it simply, when her grandfather was dying, there were several shrapnel in his body that had not been removed. After graduating from high school, Shangguan Yu was admitted to Huaxia University of Geosciences, where she studied jewelry design for 3 years. Although this university is not as famous as Peking University and Tsinghua University, it was the first university to offer the major of jewelry design. Before graduating from university, Shangguan Yu received an offer from Central St. Martin's College of Art and Design in the UK. After studying abroad for a year, she voluntarily dropped out and easily got an internship at a world-leading luxury brand company. She returned from abroad 4 years ago and founded the Yunshang brand. In just 2 years, with its amazing artistic talent and strict control over quality, it has become the most promising national trend brand in China. It is also the first brand whose prices are similar to those of foreign luxury goods, but is still sought after by a lot of people. You should know that before Yunshang, there have been many domestic trend brands, but these brands only gained a part of the domestic market by relying on their price advantages. After they became famous, they would choose to collaborate with foreign luxury brands. Only Yunshang is a national trend brand that made it clear from the beginning that it would never collaborate with other brands. After hearing this, Johnson's impression of Shangwan Yu changed again. The car was parked downstairs of the Yunxiang brand's headquarters. This building may not be a big deal in the center of Shanghai, but it stands out in the industrial park. Although the building has only 3 floors, its architectural design style is very unique. The first and second floors are all glass walls, so you can see the scenes inside from the outside. Only the third floor is closed. But there are not many people in the company, and there are no workstations like those in ordinary companies. Everyone is working like at home, either lying on the sofa with a laptop or sitting together chatting over coffee. After parking the car, Yang Lan sent a WeChat message to Shangwan Yu's secretary Zhang Xiaoling. A few minutes later, Zhang Xiaoling came down from the stairs. "Mr. Johnson, everything is ready inside. Please follow me." "Thanks." Johnson followed him in. When the staff on the first floor saw Johnson coming in, they curiously took out their mobile phones to take pictures. A group of people walked to the second floor. Zhang Xiaoling pushed open a door, and a large indoor photo studio appeared in front of them. It's very big inside. It should be about 100 to 200 square meters. On one side are various professional video equipment, and on the other side are rows of hangers filled with Yunxiang brand clothes. Behind the hangers is a whole row of cabinets filled with various jewelry. "Xiao AI, put some makeup on Mr. Johnson first. I'll go get Sister Yu to come down." "Good." Johnson began to be manipulated. "First put on makeup, then do your hair, change into Yunxiang brand clothes, and wear Yunxiang brand jewelry." Soon, Johnson was a changed man. In Zhang Yiling's view, Johnson is a complete clothes rack. Shangwan Yu looked around Johnson and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. If you were 3 or 4 centimeters taller, you could be a model. You can start now." As soon as Shangwan Yu spoke, the filming began. The group of people were worried that Johnson wouldn't be able to strike a pose, so they looked for some photos online and asked Johnson to imitate them. Unexpectedly, Johnson stood in front of the camera very naturally and would change his pose as soon as the flash went off. Zhang Xiaoling stood beside Shangwan Yu and watched for a while. She couldn't help but praise in her heart. "Sister Yu has a good eye?" "Very good," another one. "Yes, this one is fine. Can you give me a side profile?" "Okay, very good. Change your clothes." Johnson went to change clothes, and a few minutes later, he continued filming, and the cycle continued. The morning passed quickly. Shangwan Yu and Johnson walked to the computer screen together and watched the camera teacher flipping through the photos taken in the morning. "Bossy, what do you think?" "Yes, it can be used after a simple repair later." "Then let's get busy. After the photos are processed, I will send them to your email, Mr. Yu." Shangwan Yu raised her hand and glanced at the time on her watch. She said, "Let's go eat too. The company has a cafeteria, and the food is just as good as the restaurant." "Good." As soon as the group of people walked out of the studio, Yang Lan's cell phone rang. "You guys go ahead, I'll take a call." Chapter 85 Suppression from Dong Wang Entertainment. I have to say, the food in Yunxiang Company's cafeteria tastes really good. As Yunxiang's first official partner, Johnson naturally enjoyed the highest level of treatment, sitting in the only private room in the cafeteria and sharing lunch with Shangwan Yu. You should know that usually Shangwan Yu is the only one who can eat here. We'll just shoot a simple commercial this afternoon. It shouldn't take much time. Yunxiang's official expo will officially announce the signing of the spokesperson at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Remember to forward it. Good. From now on, when the season changes, I will ask Xiaoling to send you Yunxiang's new products. Johnson nodded as he ate his meal. Sister Lan has already told me the contents of the contract. I know all of this, so don't worry, Sister Yu. Shangwan Yu usually didn't talk much, so when she heard this, she smiled and didn't say anything else. Not long. Yang Lan came in after finishing her phone call. She held the phone with a puzzled and solemn expression. Seeing that Yang Lan looked a little strange, Johnson asked, "Sister Lan, what happened?" Yang Lan asked back, "Johnson, have you offended anyone recently?" "Offended someone?" Johnson said, "I have been at home all this time. How could I possibly offend anyone?" "That's probably because..." Seeing Yang Lan frowning, Johnson asked, "What happened?" "A program crew just called me. I had originally agreed with them that after your album was finished, you could be a guest on their program. But they called me just now and told me that they had made other arrangements for the guest. They also hinted that this was not their original intention. I think we must have been excluded by our peers." Johnson didn't quite understand. "I have been recording songs all the time during this period and have hardly gone out. How could this happen suddenly? After all, Yang Lan has been in this industry for several years, so she has experience in this kind of thing." She said, "I think it has something to do with the spokesperson this time." "Sister Yu, Who was your previous candidate? Shanghui. Which company? Dongwang Entertainment. Dongwang Entertainment. Johnson couldn't help but repeat. Seeing Johnson's surprised look, Yang Lan couldn't help but ask, "Do you know this company?" Johnson laughed at himself and said coldly, "My ex-girlfriend dumped me after she went to this company. If this is really because of this, then there is really some fate between me and Dongwang Entertainment." Jessica could clearly feel that Johnson was a little angry, even furious. Hearing this, Yang Lan also hurriedly said, "I will investigate this matter. Johnson, you don't have to worry about it. Just focus on writing your new song. Sister Lan, I'm afraid you can't handle this kind of thing." Yang Lan was speechless. If Dongwang Entertainment really wants to suppress Young Agency deliberately, then Young Agency really has no way to fight against Dongwang Entertainment. After all, Dongwang Entertainment is an old agency with countless artists under its banner, while Young Agency only has Johnson. It is impossible for those program teams to offend Dongwang Entertainment for just Johnson. This will lead to a very serious problem. Johnson will not receive any notices and will not be on any shows in the future. It might be okay for a month or two, but if it goes on for too long, not many fans will remember Johnson, which is equivalent to being semi-banned. Shang Wanyu interrupted. "How can I help? Let's eat first." Johnson picked up the chopsticks and said with a smile, "Sister Lan, you can eat too. Don't worry. When my new album comes out, this matter will not be a big deal." Yang Lan sat down uncomfortably. Johnson ate his meal leisurely, saying, "This Dongwang Entertainment has disgusted me again and again. In this case, I want to see if they have the strength to suppress me. Johnson, will your new album really be a hit? If the new album sells well, even if Dongwang Entertainment deliberately suppresses it, those variety shows will never give up the traffic brought by Johnson for Dongwang Entertainment. But the prerequisite is that it must sell well and its popularity must be high enough. This is difficult. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Eat first, we still have to work later." The afternoon video commercial was shot in less than 40 minutes. After finishing the work, Yang Lan took Johnson and Jessica back to the small villa. As soon as he got home, Johnson went into the recording studio. Jessica and Yang Lan sat on the sofa and began to read the news about Shun Rue. Jessica opened Weibo and found Shun Rue's homepage. As soon as she entered, she saw the latest Weibo post published this morning. "Sister Lan, look. What's wrong? Shun Rue will also release a new album at the end of this month." This is what he posted on Weibo this morning. Yang Lan quickly took the phone and took a look at it, then said with a serious expression, "Could it be that it coincides with Johnson's new album?" Jessica asked, "Sister Lan, don't you believe Johnson?" "Of course I believe him, but..." Yang Lan returned the phone to Jessica, stood up and said, "I'm going to the company. When Johnson comes out, you tell him about this and see what he plans to do." "Good." Yang Lan took the car keys and left in a hurry. Johnson didn't come up from downstairs until 6 in the evening. He saw Jessica sitting cross-legged on the sofa, looking at her phone with a serious expression. Johnson slowly walked behind her and glanced at Jessica's phone screen. It is the interface of the web page. All the content on the web page is related to Dongwang Entertainment, including the company's scale, the artists under the company, etc. "What are you looking at so seriously?" Suddenly a voice rang in her ears, and Jessica was so scared that she almost dropped her phone to the ground. "Johnson, you are sick. What's wrong with me? How come you walk without making any sound? You scare me to death." Johnson smiled and said, "Let's cook dumplings tonight." "I don't want to cook." "All right." Seeing Johnson enter the kitchen, Jessica quickly put on her shoes and followed him, saying, "By the way, Sister Lan asked me to tell you something." "What's up?" Shun Rue from Dongwang Entertainment is going to release a new album on the 30th of this month. "What day is it today?" 23. Johnson laughed and said, "Then my album will be released on this day too. Do you really want to go head-to-head with Dongwang Entertainment? I just did a search, and their company has signed many artists. Don't you have confidence in me?" "Yes, of course." "That's it," Johnson said nonchalantly. "I am very confident in my song. Shun Rue will not be my opponent." Johnson spoke. He turned on the gas, poured 2 large bowls of water into the pot, and prepared to put the dumplings in when the water boiled. Jessica muttered, "Anyway, if you think it through, I'll support you no matter what. Go sit down first. After we finish eating, I'll sing you a song from my new album." "What song?" "Confession Balloon. Chapter 86 new album, Fuyao." That evening, Johnson also posted a Weibo post. The content of the post was very simple, with only one sentence. On August 30th, I will release my first solo album, Fuyao, so please stay tuned. Attached below is a photo of the poster. These are the pictures sent back by Yunshang. The pictures are very well taken and full of temperament. Johnson only took a break for less than a month, and during this period, the variety shows he had recorded before were still being broadcast, so Johnson's popularity did not drop. As soon as the Weibo post was published, netizens quickly started commenting below. You've just released a new album not long after your debut. I've never seen such a prolific singer-songwriter. I'm cheering for you, emoji. Wow. Are they going to release an album right away this time? I'm looking forward to it. Oh my god, I just saw Shen Rui's Weibo post. His new album is also coming out on August 30th. How did you two bump into each other? Can you play 2 songs first? My playlist is full of your songs now. The new album is called Fuyao. Fuyao goes straight up to 90,000 miles. Can I ask if there are any natural enemies of centipedes near Pengcheng Shopping Plaza? They've released a new album so soon. Damn it, it's like a widow giving birth. They really have some old secrets. What kind of bullshit is this in the comment section? I'm so mad. 2 days later, Johnson has prepared all 9 songs for the new album. The company is already arranging the physical record, and Johnson has also communicated with Penguin Music that they will help with the release and promotion at 0:01 a.m. on August 30th. Magic City, inside a 4-star hotel. After Shen Rui's manager finished the call, he walked in from outside and said to Shen Rui on the sofa, I have already communicated with the company. After your title song is released, all artists under the company will help you repost it. Then I'll send it now. Shen Rui logged into his own music backstage and uploaded the title song, Autumn Night With You, from his new album, Gorgeous Melody, to the platform. After the progress bar was full, Shen Rui quickly asked his agent to contact the contact person on the platform. As long as a celebrity singer has signed a contract with a music platform, the platform will help promote a new song after it is released, but the intensity of the promotion varies. Seeing that the agent had finished the call, Shen Rui hurriedly asked, How was it? They're already handling it. Please post a Weibo first. I will tell the other agents in the company, and then send a message to a few fan clubs with financial strength. The heat should pick up soon. Good. Shen Rui took out his mobile phone and started editing the Weibo content. 5 minutes later, the Weibo post was published. Within the next hour, artists from Dongwang Entertainment came to help promote it. Seeing the number of plays of the new song continue to increase, Shen Rui, who had been depressed for several days, finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Johnson, a new artist? What can you compare with me? You dare to release your new album on the same day as me? I want to see how you die. The agent really wants to say, is it too early to be happy now? But seeing Shen Rui's expression, she still held back. In the small Western-style building, Jessica opened the new song that Shen Rui had just released and placed it on the side of the table. After the song finished playing, Jessica immediately said, This is the pre-release song for Shen Rui's new album. What do you think? What do you think? Johnson didn't even look up. Jessica bit her chopsticks and smiled. I think it's just SOSO, but I don't understand. I'm just asking you. Johnson raised his hand and patted Xiao Taozi on the head. Looking at Xiao Taozi, who was wolfing down the rice in the bowl, he smiled and asked, Xiao Taozi, do you think this song is nice? It sounds good. Xiao Taozi replied perfunctorily. How could she understand all this? She continued eating in silence, her cheeks puffed up as if 2 eggs were stuffed in them. She had chosen to come at dinner time today, and as soon as she entered the door, she saw Johnson carrying a plate of food to the table. Johnson made today were all home-cooked dishes, a plate of mapo tofu, a plate of beef brisket with potatoes, and a bowl of the most ordinary tomato and egg soup. Seeing Xiao Taozi coming and looking at him eagerly, Johnson specially cut another piece of ham and put it in the soup. It was the first time for Xiao Taozi to taste such delicious food. How could the stewed potatoes melt in her mouth? How could the beef brisket be so chewy and delicious? How could the tofu be so fragrant and the tomato and egg soup? Obviously, her mother could also make this soup, so why didn't it taste so good? Baji. It seemed like the little peach face was about to be buried in the rice bowl, so she had no time to pay attention to Johnson. Johnson didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If I hadn't met her mother, I would have suspected that this girl was abused at home. Jessica smiled and said, I'm afraid this girl will rely on you in the future. Johnson pulled Xiao Taozi's ears and pulled her head out of the bowl. Why are you eating so fast? You must be reincarnated as a starving ghost. Uncle's cooking is so delicious. I wish you were my dad. then Towsy could eat your cooking every day. Little Peach just looked up at Johnson, blinking her big eyes as she spoke. Her innocent and cute look made Johnson suddenly at a loss for words. He took out 2 pieces of paper and wiped Xiao Towsy's mouth. After giving her a look, Xiao Towsy continued to eat. Johnson finished his meal and sat back on the sofa. He opened his laptop, logged into the creator's backend, successfully uploaded the song The Wind Rises, then opened WeChat and sent a message to the contact person at Penguin Music. After doing all this, Johnson got up to clear the table. And at this moment, Penguin Music Operations Department. In the conference room, Boss, Johnson has also released a title song from his new album. How should we promote it now? Is Johnson doing this on purpose? The man in the suit frowned and said, if Shun Rue wants to release an album, he will release an album too. If Shun Rue releases the title song to warm up the album, he will also release a song. Shun Rue has been in the industry for several years. Why is Johnson fighting with him? Boss, let's not get involved in this circle. These 2 people have signed contracts with us. How should we arrange recommendation resources for them now? The man in the suit thought for a moment and said, give the same recommendation to these 2 songs and see which one the audience buys. This way we won't offend either side. So I'm going to promote these 2 songs now. The staff from the operations department left the meeting room and sat back in front of the computer, opening the internal backend. Recommended resources can be set in this background interface. These recommended positions will directly determine how many people can hear a song. After setting the 2 songs in the recommended positions, the staff clicked the mouse to confirm and refreshed the platform page again. Whether it was the PC or the app, the promotional pictures of Shun Rue's Autumn Night with You and Johnson's The Wind Rises appeared in the scrolling picture at the top. Fans who heard the news from various channels also clicked on these 2 songs. At the beginning, the number of views of Autumn Night with You soared rapidly. Although the number of views of The Wind Rises has also been increasing, the speed is not fast. But an hour later, the situation began to reverse. Although the number of views of Autumn Night with You is still increasing, the proportion of it being added to playlists is not high. However, the number of plays and playlists of The Wind Rises is still rising at an astonishing rate. The number of plays at the beginning can only indicate the number of people who listen to your song. The amount of songs added to the playlist can reflect whether a song is popular in the market. After sending Jessica home and taking a shower and lying on the bed, Johnson also clicked on the comment section under the new song. He is more concerned about the audience's feedback. As for Shun Rue, to be honest, he didn't take it seriously at all. Chapter 87, Rave Reviews. Lyrics, Johnson. Music, Johnson. Arrangement, Johnson. You can always choose Johnson. Fuck, that sounds good. This song is not about love or friendship. It's about us sitting in the classroom, the sound of cicadas chirping outside the window, the sound of wind blowing through the leaves, and our fading youth. I came here because of its reputation. It really sounds good. I came from next door, listened to this song, and then listened to Autumn Night with You. I felt like I couldn't listen to it anymore, huh? Love it, love it. Looking forward to the new album. Why does it make me feel regretful when I hear this? Whatever the heart desires, it will go with the wind. I flipped through several pages and saw nothing but positive reviews. This was within Johnson's expectations. Last time at a barbecue at home, Johnson played and sang The Wind Rises on guitar. From the feedback from Qin Yuhan and Shen Shuhua, he guessed that this song would also be liked by fans. Little fans of big stars. Qin Yuhan, wow, The Wind Rises is online now. Sisters can go listen to it now. Shen Shuhua, listening. Chung Ting Ting. At Johnson, I bought a membership just to listen to the original sound quality. How is it? Is it supportive enough? Johnson, thank you, Miss Chung, for your support. Qin Yuhan, they actually blew up our big star. Jessica, it's almost 10 o'clock. Aren't you going to bed? Shen Shuhua, at Jessica, did I disturb you from sleeping with a famous star? /smirking expression. Jessica, at Shen Shuhua, you're itching, right? The group fell into chaos again. Johnson pulled himself away in time, turned his phone to do not disturb mode, turned off the lights, and went to bed. In the hotel, half an hour after Shun Rue released his new song, he saw that the data of Autumn Night with You completely crushed The Wind Rises and fell asleep. Wang Mimi, the agent in the next room, has been paying attention to the comments under the new song. Shun Rue has been preparing for this album for more than half a year. Both Shun Rue himself and his agent are waiting for this album to boost his popularity. Just beginning. Manager Wang Mimi was very happy to see that all the data exceeded those of the previously released singles. However, as time passed and the number of plays gradually decreased, Wang Mimi began to feel uneasy because some comments related to The Wind Rises appeared under this song. When Wang Mimi saw that, brothers, stop bragging. I just came back from next door. I really can't win this time. If you don't believe me, you can go and listen. Wang Mimi nervously left the comment area and played The Wind Rises. A moving melody rang out. Soon the emotional singing followed. This song sounds like a magical thing that can make people feel relaxed. Wang Mimi listened and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. It was not until the song was over that she realized it was a song by her competitor, and she hurriedly clicked on the comments below. See the all-positive reviews below. Wang Mimi's expression gradually became solemn. Finished. This song has surpassed Autumn Night with You. In order to promote Shinrue's new album, Wang Mimi had to work hard to get the company to agree to let other artists signed by the company help with the promotion. Johnson did nothing except posting a Weibo post. Wang Mimi, like Shinrue, originally thought that she had a sure win this time, but she didn't expect this result. This night, Wang Mimi didn't sleep well. The next morning, when Wang Mimi came next door and told Shinrue about this, Shinrue's first reaction was disbelief. This is impossible. My new song statistics were clearly ahead of his last night by a large margin. How could his statistics be higher than mine? Wang Mimi said with a heavy face. Open your phone and check it yourself. Shinrue took out his cell phone. And after the early morning, Penguin Music's soaring chart has been refreshed. The song The Wind Rises, released by Johnson last night, has now entered the top 10 of the soaring chart and is currently in 9th place. However, Autumn Night with You ranked 21st. The two songs were released at about the same time, with Autumn Night with You even being released dozens of minutes earlier than The Wind Rises. When Shinrue saw the rankings of the two songs, his expression immediately became dull. He stared at the phone screen blankly, not coming back to his senses for a long time. This can't be. Very good. In the office, after receiving the call, Lu Mei happily stood up from her chair. Yang Lan returned to the company that afternoon and told Lu Mei about the Donghuang entertainment matter. These days, Lu Mei has been worried that Johnson's new album will be released on the same day as Shinrue's. If the sales data is not as good as Shinrue's, it will be really difficult for him to turn things around. But the first confrontation last night ended with Johnson's victory, and this result made Lu Mei feel relieved. What did you say? Johnson is coming to the company today? Okay, I got it. I'll contact that girl. I've already asked someone to arrange the concert. Let's talk about it when Johnson arrives at the company. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Shengnan asked anxiously, what's wrong? The new song from Johnson's album released last night surpassed Shinrue's new song in all aspects. We won this first battle. I knew we could trust him. As long as Johnson's popularity can rise, I don't believe he won't get any notices. I made a note of this account with Donghuang Entertainment and will settle it with them later. On the way, Jessica asked puzzledly, what are you going to do with the company today? One is to see how the concert is arranged, and the other is to meet and talk with Zhang Sini from the Drama Academy that I mentioned last time. I have something to tell her. Oh, you're still thinking about that female college student, Johnson said. It's impossible for me to sing from the beginning to the end of the concert alone. I made an agreement with Sister May last time that I want Zhang Sini to be my concert guest. Jessica was about to speak. Johnson interrupted her. Stop. I know what you're going to say. Don't overthink it. I asked Zhang Sini to be a guest at my concert because there's a bet agreement between Sister May and me. A betting agreement? As long as I can make Zhang Sini famous, I will have 30% of the shares of Eon Brokerage. If I can't do that, my contract with the company will be extended. In addition, I must complete the tasks set by the company every year. Yang Lan had just heard about the gambling agreement between Johnson and Lu Mei. She was a little surprised. It is not so easy to make someone famous these days. Some companies invest tens of millions, but still find it difficult to make someone famous. Not to mention that Johnson himself is still a newcomer. Jessica pouted and said, you haven't even become famous yet, but you're trying to make others famous. Who do you think you are? Johnson smiled and didn't care. He didn't believe that the song Invisible Wings would not make Zhang Sini famous. Chapter 88. What song can be treated like this? Sini, are you going out so early in the morning? Yeah. After Zhang Sini received the call from the company, she quickly changed her clothes and prepared to go out. She put on her bag and put on her shoes while replying, the company has something to ask me to come over. I won't be back at noon. Okay, good luck. Seeing that the other three roommates were still in bed, Zhang Sini quietly closed the door and left. There are far fewer people on the subway than usual before 8 o'clock in the morning, but it is not easy to find a seat. There are not many people standing. In another hour, when it comes to rush hour, I'm afraid it will be difficult to squeeze in. The pace of life in big cities is like this, extremely fast, and it seems like everyone is cold-blooded and strange. Zhang Sini sat in her seat, watching the scenes outside the window flash by quickly, and she felt inexplicably lost. Compared to most people, she is lucky. Before graduating, he signed a contract with an agency and became a trainee. But after signing the contract, although she went to the company for training every weekend, she always felt like she was a non-staff member of the company and no one cared about her. Can I really make my debut? This question had emerged in her mind countless times, and she herself was very skeptical. Looking at herself in the window, Zhang Sini took a deep breath and cheered herself up in her heart. Then she took out her mobile phone from her pocket and opened the music app. She saw Johnson's new album, Fuyao Preheating New Song. Zhang Sini clicked on it immediately, and the screen went directly to the playback interface of The Wind Rises. Johnson's singing voice soon rang out in the headphones. We stopped and walked along the way, following the traces of the boys' drift. I hesitated a little before I stepped out of the station. Zhang Sini closed her eyes and enjoyed the tenderness in the singing. Many past events popped up in her mind at the same time when she finished singing the chorus. I once turned my youth into her and played out the midsummer with my fingertips. Let's just follow the flow of our hearts, walk against the light, and let the wind and rain blow against us. She suddenly felt a surge of power or a motivation in her heart, which gave her the confidence to keep moving forward. The song is on loop in the headphones. The subway keeps moving forward. It seems like the time spent on the subway passed particularly quickly. After getting off the subway, she walked to the downstairs of the company. Because she was a trainee and did not have a work card, she had to ask the receptionist to help her swipe her card every time she went upstairs. She had just walked to the front desk and was about to speak. Zhang Sini. A familiar voice sounded behind her. Zhang Sini turned around quickly. When she saw Johnson standing behind her with Yanglan and Jessica, she was stunned for a moment and bowed quickly. Brother Johnson. Thinking of the last time Jessica chased him and called him Brother Johnson in a sarcastic way for a whole day, Johnson felt uncomfortable. He smiled and said, "Just call me Brother Yang." Brother Johnson sounded weird. "Oh, come on." Johnson stepped forward and said, "Come upstairs with us. I have something to tell you today." Zhang Sini hurriedly followed. Only then did she realize that it was not the company that called her over so early, but Johnson who called her over. Johnson's new song that she had just listened on the subway. Zhang Sini couldn't help but look up at Johnson with a look in her eyes. "Why are you in a daze? Come up." "Oh." Zhang Sini blushed instantly, lowered her head, and walked into the elevator. The elevator door opened. Yang Lan asked Johnson and Jessica to go to the meeting room first, and she went to the office to find Lu Mei. "Let's go." "Ah." Zhang Sini whispered, "Should I go too?" Johnson didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Nonsense. Why else would I call you here?" The three of them went to sit down in the conference room. Not long after, Lu Mei came over with several managers from relevant departments. Lu Mei got straight to the point. "I won't beat around the bush, Johnson. When do you want to hold a concert?" Number 5. September 5th, the day of Shun Rue's concert. LV May was not surprised. Johnson chose to release his song on the same day as Shun Rue, which meant that he wanted to confront Shun Rue head-on. So LV May directly instructed, "Xiao Qin, go contact the person in charge of the Magic City Grand Stage now and ask if we can rent the venue on September 5th. Good. If the venue can be secured, contact the people at xiaomai.com to pre-sell concert tickets. Yanglan, you also need to inform Yunxiang in advance. They will sponsor this concert." "I know. Johnson, the company will do its best to arrange the concert for you. You can make any requests in the next few days." Johnson said, "My only request is better sound conditions. Nothing else." Lu Mei smiled and said, "Okay, if that's your only request, even if I have to rob you, I will help you get the best audio equipment in the country." After a group of people communicated about the details, the preparations for the concert were finalized. Wait until they have finished chatting. Johnson finally asked, "Zhang Sini, did you listen to the new song I released last night?" I heard it." Zhang Sini, who was sitting in the corner, was startled by the sudden cue and quickly replied. Johnson then said something that shocked her even more. "You and I will sing this song together at the concert." "Ah." Zhang Sini was confused. Sing? Sing together? Um, Johnson continued. In addition to singing this song together, I will also give you a chance to sing alone. I have also prepared the song you want to sing. Do you want to listen to it? Aye. Seeing Zhang Sini at a loss, Johnson looked at Lu Mei and said, Sister Mei, let's end the meeting here today. Lu Mei immediately understood what Johnson meant and left the meeting room with the people in the company. Yang Lan also went out to contact Yunshang's people. In the huge conference room, only Johnson, Jessica, and Zhang Sini were left. Johnson took out his phone and said, This is a song I tailor for your voice. As long as you don't make any mistakes, I believe this song is good enough for you to debut. What I'm going to play for you next is just a small demo I recorded. You can listen to it first. Zhang Sini took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Johnson clicked play and placed the phone on the conference table. In total silence, the singing echoed in the conference room. Every time I wander in loneliness, I'm strong. Every time, even if I'm hurt, I won't shed tears. I know I have always had a pair of invisible wings. Take me flying over despair. Just sing 4 simple sentences. Jessica and Zhang Sini's eyes lit up. The lyrics of this song are very simple, and the singing voice is not loud, but it gives people a very powerful feeling. There is no need to say much about the song, Invisible Wings. In the world before Johnson, this song was almost a household name. From those born in the 70s and 80s to those born in the 90s and aughts, almost everyone had heard it. Even many years after the song was released, when many online upmasters were compiling the golden song charts of each year. In the period from 2000 to 2009, Invisible Wings was the undisputed #1 solo performance at the 2007 Spring Festival Gala. The spiritual support for many people during the 2008 earthquake. The college entrance examination essay in 2009. Johnson remembers clearly that when he was in junior high school, his teachers were all very old-fashioned people who would never listen to any pop music, but in the end, Invisible Wings became his school song. What kind of song can be treated like this? If this song wasn't more suitable for girls to sing, Johnson would have been reluctant to give it to Zhang Sini. The song ended without us noticing. Johnson took back his phone and asked, Zhang Sini, I am sure I can make you famous with this song. Do you dare to sing this song in front of tens of thousands of people? Zhang Sini stood up quickly and replied excitedly, I dare. I'll send you the lyrics and demo later. You should practice these 2 songs in the company during this period. There are only 9 days left before the concert. I believe you can sing these 2 songs well. Johnson added, before the concert starts, don't sing Invisible Wings in front of other people, including your friends, besties, or even your parents. Good. Johnson stood up, walked to Zhang Sini, patted her on the shoulder, and said, Don't be nervous. You are the one I chose. I have confidence in you, so you should also have confidence in yourself. Johnson smiled at him and left the company. Not long after, Zhang Sini received 2 files from Johnson, and she immediately started practicing in the company's training room. At first, she just hummed along with the demo. After humming it 4 or 5 times, she was surprised to find that she could sing it by herself. The more she sang, the more she felt that this song was tailor-made for her. Thinking of what Johnson said when he left, she had never been as confident in herself as she was now. Chapter 89 Time Freeze. A little after 2 in the afternoon, Yang Lan received news from the company that the venue for the Shanghai Grand Stage has been booked, and Xiaomai.com will also put the concert tickets on sale at 5 p.m. today. Johnson received the news. He first posted a Weibo, the content of which was still very simple. See you on September 5th. The picture below is a photo Jessica found of Yunshang and added the theme, time and location of the concert to the photo. After posting on Weibo, Johnson handed the phone to Jessica and said, Please shoot another video for me and post it on TikTok. My TikTok followers have increased a lot in the past few days. Let's promote it while it's still popular. Okay. Jessica took the phone competently and was about to take a photo when Johnson stood up. Where are you going? Let's go to the studio and shoot a few lines of a new song to promote the new album. Jessica followed Johnson into the recording studio in her slippers. The studio was not small. Apart from a space occupied by various musical instruments, there was still 15 square meters of space for activities. There were 2 computers and several devices that Jessica didn't recognize on the workbench. The devices were full of various small knobs and buttons that Jessica didn't recognize either. There are 2 speakers installed on the walls on the left and right sides of the workbench, which look very valuable. Johnson moved the electronic keyboard to the middle and placed a microphone on it. After adjusting the equipment, Johnson stood in front of the electronic keyboard. I started filming. Good. Johnson is not nervous at all when looking at the camera. He did not start talking about the concert, but sang the chorus of another main song in the new album of Friao. Confirmed by the eyes. I met the right person. I swung my sword and turned. And blood is like red lips. Memories of the past dynasty. It's not the blade that hurts. It's your reincarnated soul. After singing a brief chorus, Johnson took his hands off the keyboard and said to the camera, "This is another title song for my new album, Friao, called Drunk on the Red Cliff. The new album will be officially released on August 30th, and I will also sing all the songs in the new album at the concert on September 5th. I hope everyone can come and support me." After saying, Johnson gave an okay sign. Jessica pressed pause at the same time, saved the video, edited out the extra parts at the beginning and end of the video, and added subtitles. Then, Jessica said, "Then I'll post it. Send it." It has been a long time since the last TikTok video was posted. As soon as this video was posted, it was quickly seen by fans. Then, many new comments appeared in the background. Jessica handed the phone to Johnson and said with a smile, "Sure, you're quite popular now." As soon as the video was posted, a bunch of people commented, "That's nothing. Oh, you will shine if you were given some sunshine." Johnson took the phone and put it in his pocket, then went upstairs, took out a head-sized watermelon from the refrigerator, cut it in half, and gave it to Jessica, half each. Sitting on the sofa, Johnson ate iced watermelon while reading the comments. When he saw a comment with a lot of likes, he would type a reply. Concert time, September 5th, location, Magic City Grand Stage, ticket purchase time. 5 p.m. today, you can grab tickets on xiaomai.com. Is there anything else to add? Johnson responded to the user named The Salted Fish That Can't Turn Over with a thumbs-up emoji. Brother Yang, how many title songs are there in the new album? Johnson replied, all 9 songs are hit songs, including pop, Chinese style, rock, and folk songs. Please release the complete version of this drunken chibi. Hurry up. How will the new album be released? Will it also be a digital album? Johnson replied, in addition to the digital album, there will also be physical records for sale. There are 2 types of physical records. One is a customized limited edition record, and the other is an ordinary vinyl record. The digital album can be listened to on Penguin Music on the 30th, and the physical record will be released after the concert. I want to go to a concert, but I'm still a student and don't have money to buy tickets. Can any big brother or big sister V me for $500 to buy tickets? Just wait and grab the tickets later. Are there any natural enemies of centipedes? Sorry, I went to the wrong set. I'm still struggling over whether I should go to the Shanghai Stadium to watch Shun Rue's concert on September 5th or go to the Shanghai Grand Stage to watch your concert. Did you two agree to release albums and hold concerts at the same time? I'm really drunk. What should I do? I really want to go see the scene, but I'm in the Northeast. Johnson was watching. Yang Lan called again. Hey, Sister Lan, what's going on? Yang Lan said directly, the people from Penguin Video called me just now. They want to live broadcast your concert on September 5th. They offered $2 million. After the live broadcast, the full video will become pay-per-view. The subsequent revenue will be split 50-50. What do you think? Okay, promise them. Well, I've already made arrangements with Yunshang. During the concert, all audience members who enter the venue will receive a surprise gift bag prepared by Yunshang. It contains your photo, a folding fan, a special cheering stick, and a pair of exquisite silver earrings provided by Yunshang. You can tell your fans first. Yunshang is so generous. Yang Lan smiled and said, this isn't free. On the day of the concert, they will set up advertisements on site, and these gifts will definitely have Yunshang's logo on them. This can be considered a way for their company to advertise. Okay, anything else? I just found out that Shan Rue invited Shui Hai and Wang Jinjin to be guests at his concert. Sister May asked me to ask you, do you want us to also pay to invite 2 celebrities to be guests at your concert? Need not. Johnson refused directly. It's enough for me to take care of Zhang Sini. Why waste that money? I'm just asking you. This is your concert, so everyone will listen to you. Well, I'll just concentrate on practicing my songs at home these few days. I'll have to trouble Sister Lan to keep an eye on the concert for me. Yang Lan on the other end of the phone smiled warmly. Don't worry, I will arrange it for you. Hang up the phone. Jessica immediately took out her phone and said, Shui Hai and Wang Jinjin are both first-line singers, but they are not from Dongwang Entertainment. Why would they be guests at Shun Rue's concert? They paid for it. Some audiences don't go to concerts for the singers, but for the guest singers. Shun Rue invited Shui Hai and Wang Jinjin to be the guests. obviously to increase the popularity of the concert. Seeing Johnson's relaxed look, Jessica couldn't help but ask, "Johnson, this is your first concert. Aren't you nervous?" Jessica thought that if she were to stand on a large stage in front of tens of thousands of people, she probably wouldn't even be able to speak clearly. There are less than 10 days left until the concert, and it's obviously Johnson's first time, so why does he look so relaxed? Johnson smiled and replied, "Maybe I was born to do this. Far from being nervous, I am actually looking forward to it." Just finished speaking. The phone rang again. Johnson picked up the phone and saw that it was a video call from his mother. Johnson knew that his parents were not good at speaking, and generally speaking, they would not contact him on their own initiative. So when they called him at this time, it was either because something happened at home or it was his sister calling. Johnson connected directly to the video. "Who's looking for you again?" Jessica took a bite of watermelon and put her head in front of Johnson to look at her phone. Just then, the video screen popped up. In the screen, Nana was sitting between Marlon and Chun Laneying, and she just happened to see Jessica, who seemed to be nestled in Johnson's arms. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Chapter 90, I'll go to the temple to ask about my marriage some other day. It was quiet for a long time. Nana on the other side was the first to react and called out sweetly, "Hello, sister." Jessica still had a watermelon in her mouth, and her almond-shaped eyes looked at Johnson, his parents, and sister on the screen in surprise. She stammered and said hello, and then immediately added two more sentences, "Hello, Auntie. Hello, Uncle." After saying that, Jessica immediately raised her head, moved away from the screen, and ate the watermelon in her mouth in no time. Her fair cheeks also turned red like the watermelon at a speed visible to the naked eye. There were still a few days before school started, and Nana saw the news that her brother was going to hold a concert on the internet, so she clamored to video chat with her brother. Chun Laneying couldn't persuade her, and Johnson had been away from home for a while, and she missed her son, so she gave the phone to Nana. But unexpectedly, as soon as the video was connected, she saw a well-behaved girl in her son's arms. The two are similar age. The posture just now was so ambiguous. "Isn't this my future daughter-in-law?" Johnson told Maria as parents when he talked to her before. Maria refused to meet Johnson as parents. So this was the first time Marlon and Chun Laneying encountered such a situation. Very happy, though. But the old couple didn't know what to say. The atmosphere was inexplicably awkward. Johnson pretended to be calm and asked, "Dad, are you taking a break today?" "Well, the factory is closed today. Your school is about to start for you, right?" "Yeah." Nana was very happy. She smiled and said, "I just finished a month of makeup classes, but I have to go back to school soon." "Good luck, senior year." "I know. Bro, are you going to have a concert on September 5th? I saw a lot of your videos online, and even my school radio has started playing your songs." "Bro, you're awesome." Nana is never stingy with her praise. She grew up in a small county town and went to elementary, junior high, and high school right next to her home. She has never seen the dangers of society, and her personality remains as simple as ever. Johnson started chatting with his family, and Jessica next to him became restless and didn't dare to show her face. 10 minutes later, Nana on the other end leaned in front of the phone, covered her mouth with her hand, and asked in a low voice, "Brother, where's sister?" She. Johnson glanced at Jessica, who blushed and waved her hands frantically. Johnson laughed and said, "She went to the bathroom. My brother and she are still just friends now." Nana pretended not to hear and then asked, "This sister is so pretty. Brother, are you going to bring her home to meet our parents during the Chinese New Year?" "You're a smart kid. Just study hard and don't worry about my business." A little, Nana stuck out her tongue and said nothing more. "Mom and Dad, I'm busy now. Please take care of yourselves. I'll call you when I have time." Okay. The video is disconnected. The moment Johnson put down his phone, Jessica breathed a sigh of relief, and she was sweating from nervousness. Johnson looked at her like this and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Is it really that serious? My parents aren't that scary. They're both very easy to talk to." "You're still laughing at me." Jessica raised her head and pinched Johnson's arm, making him scream, "It hurts. What does this have to do with me? You were the one who came over to see it. It's your fault. It's your fault." The little fist kept hammering on Johnson's arm with such force that it felt like a massage. "I've met your parents, and now you've met my parents, so we're even now." Snort. After hanging up the video, Chun Laneying sent Nana to read. Only the old couple were left in the living room. "Did you see that just now? That girl is really pretty with big eyes and fair skin. She looks very blessed." Marlon said nothing. Seeing that Marlon didn't respond, Chun Laneying slapped him on the thigh and cursed, "Deaf man, I'm talking to you. Marlon said helplessly. Don't be too happy too soon. The two of you haven't even started dating yet. What nonsense. I think that girl is a good match for our Xiaoyang. Marlon asked. The girl he dated in college had been together for 5 years, but they still broke up in the end, didn't they? How can it be the same? Chun Laniying smiled until her eyes were radiant. She said, our Xiaoyang has a promising future now. Marlon did not deny it. Ever since Johnson became famous on the internet, relatives who were not related to him at all started to visit their home. To Marlon, his son had brought honor to the family. He lit a cigarette and smoked it happily. Seeing Chun Laniying take out her phone again and write on the screen, he exhaled a cigarette and asked, what are you sending? Chun Laniying smiled and said, I'll ask Xiaoyang what the girl's name is. I'll go to the temple to ask about marriage some other day. Superstition. Go away, what do you know? The 27th and 28th. Shin Rui's concert has also begun to be promoted online. Although a young agency is also promoting Johnson's concert, the company was established not long ago and cannot be compared with Dongwon Entertainment. Seeing more and more advertisements for Shun Rui's concert appearing on the internet, the company was getting anxious. But Johnson himself is very relaxed. He sleeps until 7:30 every day. At this time, Jessica will come home with breakfast. After breakfast, Johnson will go to the recording studio to practice singing. He starts cooking at 11 o'clock and practices singing for another 2 hours in the afternoon. His life is very fulfilling. But Zhang Sini was extremely nervous these days. In order to practice these two songs, she took 10 days off from school. She came to the company early in the morning and went back at 7 or 8 in the evening. She had memorized the lyrics, and the melody was engraved in her mind. On the 29th, the day before the release of the new album, Fiao, Zhang Sini was preparing to go to the company in the morning when she suddenly received a call from Yang Lan. Hey, Sister Lan. Sini, where are you now? Zhang Sini was stunned for a moment, then quickly replied, I'm at the subway station now. Don't get on the subway yet. I'll send you the location of Johnson's residence right away. You can take the subway to his house. Are you going to Brother Yang's house? Well, he has a recording studio at home. You two are going to sing together at the concert. Johnson asked you to go there, probably because he wanted to rehearse with you in advance. Oh, okay. After hanging up the phone, Yang Lan quickly sent the address. Zhang Sini opened the map, searched the location, and quickly got on the subway. She felt uneasy along the way. It feels like a student about to take an exam from his teacher. After coming out of the subway exit, Zhang Sini called a DD and soon arrived at Maple Leaf Road. Standing at the gate of the yard, I checked the house number again. Zhang Sini took a deep breath and was about to press the doorbell when the door was pushed open from the inside. Xiao Taozi walked out. She glanced at Zhang Sini with her big eyes widening at her small eyes. A few seconds later, Xiao Taozi asked first, Sister, who are you looking for? The address is correct. The house number is correct too. This. Does Brother Yang already have a daughter? Zhang Sini was struck by lightning. Chapter 91, Couple in Love. Xiao Taozi, who are you talking to? In the yard, Johnson's voice rang out, startling Zhang Sini, who was in a daze outside the door. Xiao Taozi pointed at Zhang Sini with her little hand, turned her head and looked into the yard and said, Uncle, there's a big sister at the door. Uncle, etc. She calls Brother Yang uncle? Phew. It turns out that I was overthinking it. Zhang Sini. Oh, Zhang Sini, you are such a fool. Brother Yang is so young. How could he have a daughter this old? You are so stupid. Johnson walked to the door, saw Zhang Sini coming, opened the door, and said with a smile, Come in. Zhang Sini belatedly called out, Brother Yang, and walked into the yard. Johnson patted Little Peach's little face and instructed, Little Peach, Uncle has work to do today. You should go home first and come over to play in the evening, okay? Okay. Xiao Taozi responded obediently and walked quickly back to her home with her short legs. Johnson closed the gate when he saw Xiao Taozi go home. Seeing Zhang Sini looking at the layout of the yard, he stepped forward and said, This house was rented from me by the company. There's nothing to see. Come in. Zhang Sini walked into the house with some trepidation. Moment Johnson closed the door, she couldn't help but think wildly. In broad daylight, what to do with the door closed? A single man and a single woman, staying in the same room. She couldn't help but think in her heart, Oh no, am I going to be taken advantage of? Zhang Sini's heart beat faster. After she opened the door, the cool air from the air conditioner in the living room blew towards her, but she still felt a little hot. Just as she took off her shoes and prepared to go in. Are you here? Hearing the sound outside, Jessica, who was playing with her mobile phone on the sofa, looked up at the door and said. Zhang Sini shuddered all over and was frightened again. There's someone already in the house. Hateful. Why am I thinking about this again? Brother Yang asked you to come just for rehearsal. Zhang Sini, what are you thinking about? You are really going crazy. Johnson came into the house and got a pair of flip-flops for Zhang Sini and put them on the floor. After Zhang Sini walked into the living room, she didn't know how to greet Jessica. Johnson was about to introduce Jessica, but he didn't know how to introduce Jessica, sighed Diddy. Saying Jessica is his assistant? Bullshit. I serve her most of the time. I'm almost her assistant. Said Jessica was his friend. That's even more bullshit. How can friends be together every day? At this moment, Jessica took the initiative to stand up and said, Hello, I'm Johnson's assistant, Jessica. You can just call me Jessica. Johnson quickly added, She is also one of the shareholders of Eyong Brokerage and can be considered your boss. Zhang Sini understood immediately and quickly called out, Sister Jessica. Jessica smiled. Zhang Sini is still in college and is an art student. She should be in her early 20s, so there is nothing wrong with her calling her Sister Jessica. Let's go. The recording studio is downstairs. Let me see how you've been practicing these days. Oh. Johnson took Zhang Sini downstairs. Jessica followed behind. Johnson brought Zhang Sini into the recording studio. Seeing Jessica followed in, he frowned and asked, What are you doing here? I can't see. Johnson smiled, pulled her to sit on a chair nearby, and then reminded her, When we sing, remember to keep quiet. Any sound will be picked up by the microphone. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Johnson did not argue with Jessica. There was less than a week left before the concert. It was true that he was confident in himself, but he could not guarantee that Zhang Sini would be as confident as he was. Johnson handed Zhang Sini a prepared copy of the lyrics of The Wind Rises and said, The black marks are my part. The red marks are your singing part. Have you memorized all the lyrics? I remember. Then let's get started right away. Johnson handed Zhang Sini a microphone, opened his laptop, found the accompaniment file, and clicked play. Soon, pleasant sounds were heard from the 2 speakers in the recording studio. The first part of the opening verse is Johnson's part. His singing skills were still so steady. If she hadn't been standing next to him, Zhang Sini would have even suspected that he was lip-syncing. Johnson's singing ability made Zhang Sini even more nervous, but a few days of practice had almost made her develop an instinctive reaction. After Johnson finished his part, Zhang Sini immediately continued singing. Non-professionals may not be able to hear anything, but professionals can hear that Zhang Sini's voice was obviously trembling in the first 2 words of the first line of lyrics after she took over. This is nervous, but Johnson understands Zhang Sini very well. After all, she was still a little girl, unlike herself, who had already accumulated big stage experience in that world. Besides, this is only a flaw that Johnson can hear, so it can be considered a very small problem. Her singing skills are still good. After singing a few lines, he soon got into the groove, and his voice gradually became richer in emotion. Jessica sat aside and listened quietly. She imagined that she was an audience member sitting in the concert audience, and Johnson and Zhang Sini were singing The Wind Rises on a large stage in front of tens of thousands of people. The beautiful singing voice echoed in the huge venue. The audience waved their cheering sticks of the same color. At that time, the 2 of them will definitely be the focus of the whole audience. There's a little envy, but definitely not jealousy. Jessica knew Johnson's character. Unless it was someone he hated or really disliked, he would probably be as polite to everyone as he was to Zhang Sini. Boys should be polite to girls when they meet for the first time. This is normal, but if he is always polite, it actually means that the boy has no feelings for the girl. Although Jessica has never been in a relationship, she has watched a lot of TV dramas and novels, and she understands these principles. That's right, I was right about you. After the song was over and she heard Johnson's praise, Zhang Sini smiled shyly. The tense mood eased a lot at once. Johnson put down a microphone and said, Let me hear Invisible Wings next. Good. The accompaniment sounded again. Johnson stood next to Jessica and listened to Zhang Sini singing the song from beginning to end. Johnson smiled and said to Jessica, How about it? Please comment from the perspective of the audience. Jessica praised her endlessly. Sini, this song is so suitable for you. You will definitely be a big hit at Johnson's concert. Zhang Sini was flattered and said, This is all thanks to Brother Yang. Johnson did not deny it. Zhang Sini was selected by herself, and she composed the song herself. There are more than 1 billion people in China, and there are many talented singers among the people. There are at least 800 people whose singing skills are as good as Zhang Sini. If Zhang Sini becomes popular, if it is not her own credit, then whose credit can it be? Jessica pinched Johnson's ear and said, "Hey, a little girl is praising you. Why are you smiling so lewdly?" "Jessica, what nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm still talking nonsense. The word obscene is written all over your face." Fart. After seeing Jessica and Johnson arguing, Zhang Sini realized that the relationship between Johnson and Jessica was more than just that between an artist and an assistant. They looked more like a couple in love. Chapter 92, Let the Bullets Fly, for a while. I spent the whole day in the recording studio and went upstairs to have lunch. A little after 5 in the afternoon. Johnson then said, "That's all for today. You made a lot of progress. Don't practice from morning to night like before in the next few days. Protect your voice." Oh, Zhang Sini nodded like a good baby. Today, Johnson not only sang several other songs from the new album for her, but also taught her a lot of vocal knowledge. He explained it in more detail than any teacher in school. Now Zhang Sini is full of admiration for Johnson, and it is no exaggeration to say that she is Johnson's little fangirl. Jessica then asked, "Sini, are you still living in school now?" Johnson, should we go to the supermarket to buy groceries later? Why not send Sini back to school on the way?" "That's fine." Zhang Sini waved her hands and said, No, I can just take the subway myself." Johnson took the car keys, changed his shoes, and took the two out. Jessica pulled Zhang Sini into the car directly. After Johnson searched the location of Shanghai Drama Academy, he followed the navigation all the way there. After the concert, if you become famous, the company will arrange an agent for you, and your food, clothing, housing, and transportation will be covered by the company. I will try my best. Do you think there are not enough hardworking people in this world? Not to mention other industries. Just among the group of people filming in Hongdian, how many people are working hard to realize their dream of becoming an actor? Zhang Sini was speechless. I don't know if I will regret pulling you into this circle in the future. The entertainment industry is a complicated place with all kinds of people. Many people come in clean, but few can leave clean. Look at how many celebrities have been caught in the past few years. How many disgusting things have been exposed. Johnson spoke earnestly, like an elder. So I only have one request for you. That is to stay true to yourself and don't become someone you will hate in the end. Zhang Sini blinked her eyes, not quite understanding. Jessica laughed and said, "Why are you talking like an old man? Just drive your car and stop talking nonsense." Johnson really stopped talking. The next day, 0:01 in the morning, Penguin Music simultaneously released 2 digital albums, Johnson's Fuyao and Shun Rui's Glorious Music. As long as the notification permission of Penguin Music is turned on your phone, you will receive push notifications. However, when I clicked on the 2 albums, there was only 1 song in each. There is a reminder below. A new song will be uploaded every 2 hours. This is a means of operation for Penguin Music. Since the advent of the internet age, the data on physical records has become increasingly ugly. Even for many first-line singers, the sales of physical records can only reach hundreds of thousands. It is impossible to sell millions of copies as easily as in the millennium. So now many singers are releasing new albums in the form of digital albums. The price of digital albums is generally cheap, usually between 20 to 30 yuan, but the quantity will be large. Top singers can generally buy more than 3 million copies. In the hotel, Shun Rui looked at the sales data on the computer screen with an extremely nervous expression. Manager Wang Mimi sat nearby, constantly sending messages to Shun Rui's fan group, urging Shun Rui's fans to buy Shun Rui's new album. This is a very common method of boosting sales. Don't underestimate these fan groups. Basically, the fan groups that can get agents to join are all die-hard fans. If you ask them to do things for their idols, they are willing to do it even if it means going through fire and water. Some fans are financially strong, and one person can buy hundreds of digital albums. Moreover, they have small groups under them. Word of mouth spreads from 1 person to 10 people, and from 10 to 100 people. Album sales will naturally increase. Autumn Night with You had already lost to The Wind Rises before, and Shun Rui definitely didn't want to see the sales of his new album lose to Johnson again. So he acquiesced to Wang Mimi's behavior, which would be despised by her peers. The success or failure of song is not a big deal. As long as the album sales can exceed Johnson's, the victory will still belong to me. At this time, Shun Rui had already forgotten that Johnson had snatched away his Yinshang spokesperson. He now just wants to beat Johnson and save his face and status. Seeing the sales of Gorgeous Melody rising steadily, Shinrue's tense heart relaxed a lot. Although he had been busy with album releases and concerts these days and was very sleepy, he did not go to bed early like last time. He has been sitting in front of the computer. At 2 o'clock, the second song is released. At 4 o'clock, the third song was released. At 6 o'clock, the fourth song was released. It was not until after 7 o'clock that he could no longer bear it. Seeing that the album sales of Glorious Melody were 5 or 6 times that of Legend of Fuyao, he fell asleep on the bed. By this time, Agent Wang Mimi couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep on the sofa. She was still holding a mobile phone in her hand, and the screen showed the chat interface of the fan group. Sister Mimi, I just borrowed an account and bought 10 more tickets. Are the sales volume high enough? I can't even borrow an account right now. I swiped more than 50. I'm too sleepy. I'm going to sleep first. I'll continue looking for someone to brush after I wake up. At this time, the album Fiao has also released 4 songs: The Wind Rises, Drunk at Chibi, Jiangnan, and Confession Balloon. These 4 songs are all well-known songs in the world before Johnson, and each song has withstood the test of the market. Take the song Jiangnan, for example. It is an old song released in 2004, but people have been listening to it for more than 20 years. If a singer can only choose one song as his or her representative work, Invisible Wings is Angela Chang's representative work, and Jiangnan is J.J. Lin's representative work. While Shunrue and Wang Mimi stayed up late to look at the data and asked fans to help increase sales, Johnson was lying in bed and sleeping soundly. 7:30. Johnson woke up naturally and regularly. He did not check the album data immediately, but changed out of his pajamas and went to the bathroom to wash up as usual. As soon as I walked downstairs, the doorbell rang. Why are you here so early today? Johnson put down the cup of water, walked into the yard, and opened the door. Johnson thought it was Jessica who came, but it turned out to be Yang Lan. Sister Lan, why are you here so early? Today is the day your digital album is released. How can I not come? Yang Lan looked concerned. She has been with Johnson for some time, and so far, she is quite satisfied with Johnson in every aspect. Have strength, good character. The most important thing is to have principles. Which agent doesn't want to manage such an artist? Yang Lan was about to go in when Jessica drove her BMW in a Maple Leaf Road and parked the car outside. Jessica got out of the car in a hurry and slammed the door. Seeing the smile on Johnson's face, she pouted and said, "How can you still smile? His album sales are almost 7 times that of yours." Yang Lan also said, "The sales data of Shunrue's new album is not normal. The traffic is low in the early morning. He is just a second-tier singer. It is impossible for him to sell so many in such a short time. If I am not mistaken, he should be inflating the sales. I don't care about the big deal. Why are you so anxious?" Johnson stretched out his hand and made a pistol gesture like a cowboy in a Western movie blowing the muzzle after shooting a bullet and laughed. Let the bullet fly for a while. Chapter 93, War Without Gunpowder. Nervous, Jessica rolled her eyes at Johnson and strode into the house. Yang Lan followed in. Compared to Johnson, the two of them are more concerned about the sales of Johnson's new album. After all, this will affect a series of subsequent events. Jessica, why didn't you bring me breakfast today? I didn't go to bed until after 2 o'clock yesterday, and I got up at 7 o'clock. It took me 20 minutes to drive here, so I didn't have time to buy breakfast. Besides, your album is coming out today, so do you still have the mind to eat breakfast? Man is iron and rice is steel. Johnson shrugged his shoulders, turned, and went into the kitchen, boiled water, and prepared to cook noodles. Sister Lan, have you eaten? Without. Then should I cook more and eat together? Okay. Yang Lan agreed with a smile, then took out a 13-inch Mac from her bag, opened the Penguin Music interface, and compared the sales of the 2 albums. Currently, the sales volume of Shunrue's Gorgeous Melody is 140,000 copies. Johnson's Legend of Fuyao sales have just approached 30,000 copies. There's a huge disparity. But 90% of people were sleeping in the early morning, and yesterday was not a weekend, so not many people would go out to listen to music in the middle of the night. Before 8 o'clock in the morning, 30,000 copies were sold, which is a very good sales volume. Shunrue's Gorgeous Melody sold 140,000 copies, which seems really impressive, but any expert can see that this data is abnormal. So far, the first-day sales record for a digital album is only 520,000 copies. According to Shunrue's data, as long as he keeps it up, breaking the record will be a problem. But is this possible? It's simply impossible. No matter how early Shunrue debuted, he is now just a second-tier singer who appears on variety shows. He has low output, and his singing skills are not considered good in the circle. There is no reason for him to achieve such results. Yang Lan smiled and said, I stayed up until about 4 o'clock last night before I went to bed. Although the sales of Legend of Fuyao are not as high as Glorious Music, the reviews under the album are all good. Really, Jessica came forward and said, I only looked at the sales volume, but didn't read the comments below. Let me take a look. Yang Lan clicked on the comment section below the album. The comments left by netizens are vividly displayed before our eyes. As expected of someone who can write songs like Xiaoqiu, 10 Years, and Fukua, every song in the new album is a masterpiece. Brothers, the songs in this new album are really explosive and beautiful. Can't they just release them all at once? You have to keep people in suspense. Penguin has never done anything humane. Damn it, the song Jiangnan really surprised me. In my heart, this song is the ceiling of this year's pop music. I waited until 2 o'clock to hear Drunken Red Cliff and played it on repeat all night. I thought it was the peak, but I didn't expect there would be Jiangnan and Confession Balloon later. I love it. I've never subscribed to a video membership, let alone bought a digital album, but I made an exception for the album Fuyao. When a physical record is released, I will definitely buy one for my collection. These are the comments with the most likes. The following are the comments just posted by netizens. My girlfriend likes the song Confession Balloon very much. I have planned to learn this song and find an opportunity to propose to her. Everyone, wish me good luck. The new album is truly amazing. It's rare for the entertainment industry to have such a talented singer. The more I listen, the more I get hooked. Brothers, the 5th song of the album has been uploaded, Compendium of Materia Medica. Everyone go listen to it. I'm already on my knees. Can you send them all out at once? I feel like ants are crawling all over my body. After reading dozens of comments, Yang Lan refreshed the interface. The sales of The Legend of Fuyao suddenly increased by 700 or 800 in less than 5 minutes. Yang Lan and Jessica looked at each other, surprise evident in their eyes. Sales are increasing faster and faster. This is a very good signal. In contrast, the increase in Gorgeous Melody is far less than that in the early morning. It's time to eat noodles. Johnson filled 3 bowls of noodles and placed them on the table. Jessica rubbed her belly and quickly went to the kitchen. She seemed to have regarded herself as the hostess of the house and was not polite at all. Johnson, didn't I say I didn't like fried eggs? Being picky about food is not good. Tisk, Jessica took a pair of chopsticks and put the poached eggs in her bowl into Johnson's bowl. Yang Lan walked forward somewhat embarrassedly. She knew Johnson could cook, but she didn't expect him to be so good at it. Even a bowl of noodles was so appetizing. Sister Lan, you're welcome. After all 3 of them sat down, Johnson took out his mobile phone and opened the album sales interface to take a look. Shunrue is really interesting. He can't win the open game, so he starts to play dirty. He released his new album in the early morning, and he sold more than 100,000 copies before all the songs were even available. Is he kidding me? Johnson is an experienced person, and even if Yang Lan didn't say it, he knew that the data was inflated. But he didn't expect Shunrue to do it so openly. If you want to do it, you should do it in a more covert way. He spent more than 100,000 right away. He is really a talent. Yang Lan ate noodles with gusto and said, experts can tell at a glance that it is fake, but netizens don't know. They only look at the final sales volume. I'm still confident in my new album. Even if I can't surpass it today, I will definitely be able to surpass it in a few days. Johnson's confidence certainly comes from the 9 songs he chose. These 9 songs are all very popular and well-known. Picking out any one of them is likely to beat more than 99% of the songs on the market. Who is Shunrue? A second-tier singer whose music arrangement is still at the level of a high school student. Any song in the new album can crush all his previous works. 8 o'clock, Compendium of Materia Medica is on the shelves. 2 hours later, the sales of Legend of Fuyao rose to 50,000. 10 o'clock, Dong Fengpo is on the shelves. By noon, sales had risen to more than 80,000. While at this time, sales of Gorgeous Melody had only increased by a little over 20,000. The gap suddenly narrowed from nearly 7 times to 2 times. In a hotel, Shunrue, who had just fallen asleep in the early morning, woke up slowly. The first thing he did was to unlock his phone and take a look at the album sales. Although it was not as much as he had expected, 160,000 digital albums were sold in half a day, which was already a very good result. After all, the period from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. is the peak period for limited price increases. He still remembers that his first album only sold about 500,000 copies in total, and it didn't even break 100,000 on the first day. Shunrue smiled and was about to go wash up when he curiously returned to the album sales interface and clicked on Fuyao. Legend of Fuyao. 83,422 copies sold. Shunrue rubbed his eyes and looked again. When he found that he was not mistaken, his heart suddenly tightened. It was clearly only over 20,000 when I went to bed, but how come it increased to 60,000 after I woke up? Sister Wong, Sister Wong. Shunrue was stunned for a moment, then quickly ran to the sofa and woke up his agent Wang Mimi, who was still sleeping. What's wrong? Wang Mimi asked in a daze, obviously not awake yet. Shunrue said anxiously, Quick, send more messages to the fan group and ask them to buy more. Legend of Fuyao will catch up soon. What? The gap was clearly 6 or 7 times last night. How is it possible that they can catch up so quickly? Wang Mimi quickly stood up and looked at her phone. When she saw that the album sales of Fuyao had risen to 80,000, she was stunned. Sister Wang, what are you still standing there for? Help me contact my fans. Wang Mimi really wanted to say. He has already sent messages to all the groups. Digital albums can only be purchased after logging into an account. All that can be bought has already been bought. If we ask them to buy again now, the effect will definitely not be much better. But seeing Shunrue's anxious look, Wang Mimi still didn't say anything. Never mind. Let's wait and see. Chapter 94, Killing Both Young and Old. Nana sat in the classroom, resting her cheek on her hand and looking out the window at the leaves swaying in the breeze. The pace of senior year of high school is indeed much faster than that of sophomore year. Many days students have their meals delivered to the school gate by their parents, and they immediately rush back to the classroom to read after eating. Everyone has become very hardworking. Even those students in the class who always love to play around are now doing their homework seriously. Apart from the sound of the ceiling fan, the only sound in the classroom was the rustling of pages. Nana's class is a key class in the school, with a 100% undergraduate admission rate and over 60% first-class admission rate. But even in such a class, Nana's grades are always among the best in every exam. Ugh, do you want to go to the toilet together? Nana was lost in thought. Her classmate sitting at the same table asked in a low voice, holding a pink sanitary napkin in her hand. Nana came back to her senses, smiled, and nodded. The two of them walked out of the classroom together and headed towards the easternmost toilet. Class 2, Class 3, Class 4, the further they walked, the louder the noise in the classroom became. When I was almost to the toilet, 2 male classmates, each wearing headphones, walked up the stairs talking and laughing. This song is beautiful. The previous song, Blue and White Porcelain, was great, but this song, East Wind Breaks, is also good. This album was just released today, and I spent $30 to buy the genuine digital album. I will download all these songs when I get home this week. You have to support genuine products, understand? Where do I get the money from? Okay, give me back my headphones. If the dean sees me bringing a cell phone to school, I'll be screwed. Here you go. Hearing the conversation between the two, Nana suddenly stopped, and a sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. What's wrong with you? It's okay, go in. I'll wait for you outside. I bought it. Do you want to listen to it together? Asked one of Zhang Sini's roommates in the dormitory. Listen, when eating in the cafeteria just now, many people around me were talking about the songs in this new album. Because of Zhang Sini, her 3 roommates have been following Johnson. After hearing their classmates talking about it, they can't wait to listen to the songs in the new album. The 3 of them have already heard the song, The Wind Rises, and a short clip of Drunk at Chibi before. Now, playing is the 3rd new song in the album, Jiangnan. The singing soon echoed in the dormitory. The wind here is sticky, clinging to the thoughts of passersby. The rain has become tangled here, haunting us and wandering around in this world. 3 girls sat in front of the computer, enjoying the moving song. When the last line, "You'll understand only when your heart is broken," was sung, there was a moment of silence in the dormitory, and soon someone shouted, "I'm going to call Zhang Sini right now and ask her to get me an autograph photo of Johnson. I want 3. I want 3. Are you satisfied with just an autograph photo? I heard that this new album will have a limited edition physical record. If I can get one, I'm sure my friends will be envious. I envy Sini too. Today, the monitor asked me what Sini did on leave, and I almost let it slip. Let's wait until Sini comes back in the evening. Let's listen to the next song. What's the next one? What a weird name. Something like Compendium of Materia Medica. 2 p.m. Nanshan Nan is available. 4 p.m. Princess is available. 6 p.m. on the shores of Lake Baikal is available. So far, all 9 songs from the new album Fuyao have been released. These 9 songs include pop, rock, folk, and rap, covering almost every style. After listening to these songs, netizens from all over the world quickly shared them with their friends, and word spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. The album sales have been soaring. Even on TikTok, some people have analyzed and commented on this new album. Even Johnson himself did not expect the speed of the album spread. In just one afternoon, the album sales soared from 80,000 at noon to 290,000. Yang Lan and Jessica witnessed with their own eyes the sales volume increasing step by step from 80,000 to 290,000. Now both of them were so surprised that they were speechless. If Yang Lan hadn't called the staff at Penguin Music to confirm, she would have suspected that the data was counted incorrectly. In the villa, Vincent sat on the sofa and found Johnson's new album Fuyao on the Penguin Music app. He registered, logged in, and authenticated step by step. It took me a long time to buy this album. He didn't know it at first, but on the way back today, the driver Xiao Zhang kept humming with headphones on. So Vincent asked, "What song are you listening to?" The driver, Xiao Zhang, didn't react at first, but then he quickly explained, "Boss, I'm listening to a new song. The singer is quite talented and was recommended to me by a friend." You know, Xiao Zhang doesn't usually listen to music. Vincent knew this, so he asked who sang it. "What's his name?" The driver stopped the car at the traffic light, took out his cell phone, took a look, and said, "Oh, right, his name is Johnson." Vincent's heart was shocked. "What did you call it?" "Xiao." "Johnson, the Yang of Sunshine." Vincent reached out for his phone, and Xiao Zhang quickly handed it to him. Vincent took a look at the poster photo on the screen, and his eyes immediately became deep. "Boss, do you know him?" "How could I not know? He's my daughter's boyfriend. The pig that eats my cabbages." "Did he sing these songs?" "Well, I spent $30 on the new album that came out today. But being a celebrity is really profitable now. It has sold nearly 300,000 copies, which is 9 million. I guess many people can't make that much money in their entire lives." Vincent asked again, "Let me listen to the Bluetooth in the car." "Okay." Xiao Zhang did it quickly. He had already listened to all the songs in this album. Xiao Zhang felt that his boss would definitely not like songs like The Wind Rises and Jiangnan, so he played the last song that was released, On the Banks of Lake Baikal. My boss might like this song. The audio system in the car is top-notch. All 4 doors have it, creating surround sound. Johnson's singing soon sounded in the car, like wind in the grass, gurgling water. After the song was played, the car drove into the villa. As soon as he got home, Vincent opened his mobile phone, bought the digital album, and listened to it again. Lucy came over and heard the singing. She raised her eyebrows and said, "What song is this? It's quite nice. Hey, why do I seem to have heard this voice somewhere before?" Vincent said surprisingly, "Xiao Xiao sang it." "What did you say?" "My uncle sang it." Lucy quickly ran to the sofa and sat down. After confirming with her mobile phone, she directly moved the progress bar to the beginning. In the huge living room, the melody and song that appealed to both young and old rang out again. "In my arms, in your eyes. There the spring breeze is intoxicating. There the grass is green. The moonlight spreads love all over the lake. The bonfire of 2 people lights up the whole night. Oh my God." Lucy looked at the Johnson poster on her phone with one hand and covered her mouth with the other hand. She was very surprised and said, "How come our son-in-law sings so well? Why didn't Jessica tell us before?" Maybe they're afraid that if we knew that Xiao Xiao was a singer, we would be prejudiced. There is no prejudice at all. My uncle-in-law is so talented. I am so happy. I hope my baby can inherit Xiao Xiao's artistic talent. No one in our family has artistic talent. Are you possessed by a demon now? Why are you still calling me uncle-in-law at home?" Lucy showed off in front of her sisters every day, and now she has become accustomed to it. After being scolded by Vincent, she slapped Vincent on the thigh, glared at him, and said, "You old antique, you deserve no one to like you." Lucy took out her phone, took a picture of the song that was playing, and sent it to her group of old girlfriends. She shouted in the group, "Sisters, this is the song sung by my brother-in-law. How about you listen to it?" Vincent sighed heavily, got up, and went to the study. He first asked old Lou for Lou May's phone number and dialed her directly. He wanted to find out what was going on. Not a partner in the company? How come he became a singer again? Chapter 95 Technical Work, Deserve Reward. Shinrue was dumbfounded. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, the sales of gorgeous music were still 6 times that of Legend of Fuyao. He even felt that he had a sure win. But by 9 o'clock in the evening, the sales of Legend of Fuyao had soared from less than 30,000 in the morning to more than 300,000. In less than a day, it increased tenfold. How is this possible? You know, the sales of Gorgeous Melody has just broken 200,000 now, and Shinrue himself knows exactly how much water there is in it. Shinrue licked his dry lips and opened the comments section of the album Fuyao with trembling fingers. Fuyao is definitely the best album this year, bar none. There's songs of every genre on this album, but I like every single one of them. Haha, I got the concert ticket. See you on September 5th. I envy the bastard above. I went to grab tickets at 5 o'clock, and 2,000 tickets were sold out in 1 second. I hope I can get one tomorrow, but I guess the chances are slim. Under this post, Johnson replied, "The concert will be live-streamed on Penguin Video. Those who can't buy tickets can watch the live stream at Penguin Video." Great! September 5th is Friday. It's already sold 360,000 copies, and there are still more than 2 hours until midnight. I estimate that the first day sales of Fuyao should be over 400,000 copies. I've never seen a new artist's album sell so well. Technical work. You deserve a reward. I feel like this album can be listened to for a long time. I look forward to the release of the physical record. I want to buy one for my collection. I bought Shinrue's new album first. It sounded good at first, but after I listened to the 9 songs in Fuyao, I listened to the album again. I wanted to refund the money I spent on the album. Bastard. After reading the comment, Shinrue angrily threw his phone to the ground, and the screen broke into pieces. Shinrue stood there in a daze, emitting anger all over his body. Wang Mimi on the sofa was indifferent. She knew Shinrue's temper. No matter what she said at this time, it would only add fuel to the fire, so she simply chose to remain silent. The battle has already been lost, and we have lost without any chance to fight back. Wang Mimi secretly listened to all 9 songs in Johnson's new album in the afternoon, even though she is Shinrue's agent. But putting aside this identity, she also thinks that Legend of Fuyao is better than the Magnificent Eight, and not just a little bit better. It's simply on a different level. In a high-end residential area in Shanghai, Maria looked at the lyrics on the phone screen in disbelief, listening to the song that sounded both familiar and strange. She seemed to be petrified and did not react for a long time. Xiao, Yang, what's wrong with him? How can he write such a beautiful song? Maria's development in recent times has not been as good as expected, although she successfully debuted as a group. Because she ranked 9th on Candy Girls, her fans are the least among the 9 people. Moreover, the average age of the other 8 members of the Sweet Girls is around 19 or 20 years old. Although Maria lied about her age, her teammates all knew it. Because of this, the relationship between the other teammates and her is also average. After the show Sweet Girl ended, there were indeed a lot of notices in the beginning. After all, the popularity of the show did not drop so quickly. But now there are fewer and fewer notices, and some notices will only invite 1 or 2 of them. Even if Maria's bid is the lowest, in most cases, this opportunity goes to others. Seeing her ex-boyfriend's growing popularity, Maria felt a strong sense of frustration. She was very unwilling. Why are you living better than me after breaking up? I have paid so much to enter the entertainment industry and to be where I am today. How could you become famous so easily? Cannot. We can't just let it go like this. The sharp nails pierced into the flesh, bringing a piercing pain, but Maria looked at Johnson on the phone screen expressionlessly. Her eyes were frighteningly cold. Midnight sharp. The first day sales of Legend of Fuyao was fixed at 425,000, just 100,000 away from breaking the record. This result can be said to have exceeded the expectations of everyone at Yang Agency. No one could have imagined that the sales of the Legend of Fuyao would explode in the afternoon. When Yang Lan saw the data, she closed her notebook, put on her earplugs, and fell asleep with peace of mind in the small Western-style building at this moment. Johnson, who is currently being hotly discussed by netizens online, once again lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. Jessica stayed in the small building under the pretext of checking the album sales. When Johnson came out of the shower, she had already fallen asleep on the sofa. Johnson had no choice but to carry her to his room. Fortunately, this was not the first time. He even thought about cleaning up the room next door and letting Jessica move in so that she wouldn't have to run back and forth every day. But after much consideration, Johnson decided to wait. Nothing happened overnight. In the next 2 or 3 days, the reputation of Fuyao on the internet became better and better. With many music critics commenting on the internet, including Chun Ming, whom Johnson knew, who specially posted a Weibo to praise Johnson's new album. The sales of Fuyao continued to rise. As for Gorgeous Movement, it was left far behind the next day. By September 4th, the day before the concert, sales of Legend of Fuyao had reached a staggering 2.36 million. This achievement even surpasses most of the first-line singers. It is also because of this album that many people in the circle got to know Johnson, the newcomer. In a business car, Yang Lan drives the car. Zhang Sini sat in the passenger seat. Johnson and Jessica were sitting in a row in the back. The four of them were about to head to the concert venue to see how the layout was and to try out the sound effects as well as go through the motions. Has Shinrue done anything else these days? Johnson asked. Yang Lan laughed and said, so far, the sales of his new album have only reached 700,000. What else can he do? What about Dongwang Entertainment? Shinrue's status in Dongwang Entertainment is not high. Dongwang Entertainment has found 2 first-line stars to support him, which is already very good. It is impossible for Dongwang Entertainment to invest too many resources in him. To be honest, I didn't consider Shinrue as my opponent. My target was actually Dongwang Entertainment, which was behind him. Yang Lan was stunned for a moment and said, Johnson, so far, this has far exceeded our expectations. Many programs have sent invitations in the past few days. You don't have to worry about this matter. Before she finished speaking, Johnson interrupted, Sister Lan, there's a new hatred and old grudge between me and Dongwang Entertainment. We can't just let it go like this. So what do you want to do? You can't just post on Weibo saying that Dongwang Entertainment is deliberately suppressing you. If you can't provide evidence, Dongwang Entertainment might bite us back. Let's talk about it after the concert. I know what I'm doing. Chapter 96 are so many people here to see Xiao alone. The big stage of Shanghai. When fully booked, it can accommodate 12,000 spectators at a time. Basically, when celebrities hold concerts in Shanghai, they will choose between Shanghai Stadium, Mercedes-Benz Cultural Center, and Shanghai Grand Stage. After getting off the car, Yang Lan led Johnson and his group into the venue. The Magic City Grand Stage was renovated 2 years ago, and both the exterior decoration and the interior hardware facilities are impeccable. At this time, a red carpet had been laid on the floor of the entrance, and the corridors were lined with Johnson S posters. At this moment, there were still many people working inside. There is a stage set. There are lights to adjust. In a small area facing the stage, people from Penguin Video were also preparing for tomorrow's live broadcast. Originally, Penguin Video did not take this concert too seriously, but as the album Fuyao became popular in China, they realized that this live broadcast would bring a large amount of traffic to Penguin Video, and then they paid special attention to this matter. In the audience, Yunshang employees were placing brochures on every seat. The cover had a photo of Johnson, and inside were some notes about watching the concert, but mixed in there were also many pictures of Yunshang's products, clearly not missing out on the opportunity to advertise. Johnson, this is Director Liu, the director of your concert. He has directed 2 local TV Mid-Autumn Festival galas before, and also participated in the Spring Festival Gala as an assistant director. Nice to meet you. Johnson extended his hand. Director Liu Qin also extended his hand and said with a smile, I wish you a smooth performance. I'm almost ready here. Do you want to try the sound effects? Johnson took the microphone handed to him by the staff, told them which song he wanted to try, and then walked onto the stage. Liu Qin treated this as a rehearsal and directly took the intercom and asked people to dim the lights according to the prearrangement. Johnson cleared his throat and gave an okay sign. The accompaniment sounded immediately afterwards. It's the last song on the album, On the Shores of Lake Baikal. In my arms, in your eyes. There the spring breeze is intoxicating. There's green grass there. Johnson's singing voice echoed in the big stage venue. His heavenly voice made many staff members who were working stop their work and look towards the stage. The sound effect is really good. It seems that the company has indeed helped me get the best speaker equipment in the country. Johnson didn't finish singing the song. He stopped halfway through and called Zhang Sini up. Although there were no audience members in the audience at that time, Zhang Sini was very nervous standing on such a big stage. Which song should I sing? She asked in a low voice. Johnson saw a few people in the audience taking photos with their phones, so he said, just sing to your heart's content. Don't be nervous. Johnson took the microphone and ordered, please play the accompaniment of The Wind Rises. A few seconds later, the accompaniment sounded. Although she was nervous, Zhang Sini had already developed an almost instinctive reaction after a few days of practice. She sang just right, and with the help of the sound effects, her voice seemed particularly clean. Yang Lan had never understood why Johnson chose a newcomer as a guest at his concert, and even signed a bed agreement with Lu Mei for her. Now she understood. Zhang Sini is not only beautiful, but also has good singing skills. She is also studying acting. People like her will have plenty of development opportunities if they enter the entertainment industry. After checking the sound effects, the staff took Johnson on a tour of the backstage, and the staff of Yunxiang Company also prepared 5 or 6 sets of clothes for tomorrow night. After staying at the scene for an hour, at around 8 o'clock, Yang Lan sent Johnson and Jessica home first. Because there was a concert tomorrow, just in case, Yang Lan took Zhang Sini to book 2 rooms in the hotel.